Ryan, in his youth, inadvertently consumed the memories of a time traveler and subsequently joined the knightly order, ascending to the position of the leader of the Dark Erosion. Knights, upon fulfilling the duties of his order, Ryan received news of his adoptive father's grave illness. After bidding farewell to his adoptive father for the last time, he heeded his father's last wishes and took over his responsibilities. However, to his astonishment, his father's role turned out to be that of a personal steward to a young noble lady. Nanali Ahi, age 9, is the daughter of an earl. This golden-haired young lady, while undeniably adorable, possesses a hint of arrogance. Thus begins the daily tale of a top-tier knight transformed into a personal steward, alongside a proud and reclusive young lady of noble birth in the Hadley Empire, within the confines of a noble estate in the city of Ard. Ryan stood before the door of a room, momentarily lost in a haze of confusion. Just moments ago, he had been at the border, valiantly commanding his knights against the invading forces of the demonic army. Yet in the blink of an eye, he found himself in this noble estate, poised to assume the role of a personal steward to the Earl's daughter. The stark contrast between his previous identity and his current position rendered Ryan unable to acclimatize. Taking a deep breath, he raised his head and knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. As the sound echoed, the door was soon creaked open. A faint floral fragrance wafted through the gap as a small girl peeked out from behind the door, raising her head to gaze at Ryan. Nanali Ahi, the sole daughter of Earl Horace Ahi, stood before him. Ryan looked down and observed that Nanali bore a striking resemblance to her beautiful mother, with delicately sculpted features and eyes as blue as sapphires. Her golden hair cascaded down her petite frame, soft and fluffy, while she donned a pristine princess dress, her tiny feet clad in clean white socks, standing on the floor like a charming doll. The moment their eyes met marked the beginning of their intertwined Fatisa tale of a knightly steward with a smiling facade and a lonely, fragile young noble lady. To trace back, we must go 2 days earlier, outside the Hadley Empire in the realm of demons. During the year 1404, in September, autumn had arrived in a space conjured by demonic sorcerers. A man clad in black armor sat upon a mountain of corpses, sword in hand. An invisible pressure emanated from him, rendering the demonic warriors below incapable of advancing even a single step. The deep black armor bore the stains of uncleanable blood, presenting him at first glance as a dark knight of the demonic realm. Yet the golden emblem of the Hadley Empire emblazoned on the left side of his chest plate declared him a knight of the Hadley Empire. Behind this man, a cohort of knights donned similar pitch-black armor, though their chest plates bore emblems that were not golden. The warriors of the demon clan were utterly perplexed, unable to fathom why the human empire of Hadley, which had always upheld the ideals of purity and nobility, would create a cadre of monstrous knights adorned in black armor. The ominous crimson sky, initially intended to suppress the combat prowess of the human knights, seemed to serve as a mere backdrop for this man, instilling a palpable dread among the demon commanders and their soldiers below. That moment, the man slowly raised his head, the grinding of his helmet against his chest plate producing a jarring sound that caused the demon warriors to instinctively step back. It is time to end this. A voice, tinged with a sense of reflection, emerged from beneath the helmet. Although his features remained obscured, the tone of his voice conveyed an unsettling sense of harmlessness, suggesting a youthfulness that belied the grim surroundings if not for the mountain of corpses upon which he the demon warriors pondered the meaning behind his words. A long, clarion horn echoed from the demon stronghold behind them. Retreat! Upon hearing the sound of the horn, the demons felt as if a great weight had been lifted, and they hastily withdrew like a receding tide. Observing the retreating demons, the man chose not to pursue, but instead stood slowly and descended from the Mount of Corpses. Facing the line of upright knights before him, he spoke with a calm demeanor. Return to the city. Yes, sir. At the border of the Hadley Empire, within the confines of the fortress. Captain Ryan. Just as the man, seated upon the Mount of Corpses, settled into place, a messenger rushed toward him. The council has sent word the demon clan has signed a peace treaty. We shall not have to fight any longer. No more fighting. At this announcement, a circle of knights turned their heads in unison to regard the messenger. Indeed, we shall not have to fight any longer. A moment of silence enveloped the scene before an unprecedented cheer erupted from all the knights. Oh! Upon hearing this, Ryan slowly removed his helmet, revealing a countenance that appeared both refined and resolute. Ryan, the captain of the Dark Erosion Knight Order, at the age of 24, was remarkably youthful by the standards of knight commanders. Unlike those around him, Ryan possessed strikingly rare black hair in the Headley Empire, making him stand out prominently. As he perused the information presented by the messenger, Ryan remarked, "The last time the Demon Clan signed a ceasefire, it lasted 600 years. I wonder how long they will behave this time. Did I say we should storm the Demon King's castle and eradicate the Demon Clan once and for all?" shouted the vice captain, striking his fist with fervor. Ryan shot a sidelong glance at the vice captain. "And if the Demon King emerges, will you take him on?" At this, the vice captain wilted, chuckling sheepishly. "But you are here, aren't you? Get lost." Ryan delivered a swift kick to the vice captain, sending him tumbling, armor clattering, across the ground. Observing the nearly white beard of the vice commander, Ryan shook his head. "There's no need to ponder so much. The demon race has retreated, and our duties are fulfilled. We may return home to enjoy a life of comfort. After all, when the demon race strikes again, it will no longer concern us." At that moment, another messenger rushed over. "Commander Ryan, a letter has arrived for you." "My letter?" Ryan, puzzled, took the envelope and read its contents, falling into a contemplative silence. "Commander, what is it?" One of the knights could not help but inquire. Ryan quietly tucked away the letter and slowly spoke. "My adoptive father is critically ill. Commander, please, accept my condolences." Noticing the slight upward curve of Ryan's lips, the knights felt an unsettling dissonance. Suppressing his smile, Ryan rose to his feet. "Remove my armor." The vice commander stepped forward to assist Ryan in shedding his battle gear, while another member of the troop led a horse over. As Ryan mounted the horse unencumbered, the vice commander solemnly remarked, "Commander, may you have a safe journey. Kindly convey my regards to the king. I shall return now." After relaying his instructions to the vice commander, Ryan waved farewell to the knights and then flicked the reins. Crack! Off to the banquet. Watching as Ryan galloped away and swiftly vanished, the vice commander stood in a daze for a while before slowly regaining his composure. What does off to the banquet mean? At the city of Adder, nestled beside the capital of Headley, its splendor surpassed even that of the capital itself. After 2 days of travel, Ryan, riding a lean horse, finally arrived in this bustling city. As he navigated through the throngs of people, the vibrancy of the streets enveloped him, making him feel as if he had entered another world. The empire was advancing at breakneck speed, and after a decade as a knight, Ryan sensed a disconnection with the present world. Regrettably, the bustling metropolis of his memories, with towering edifices and ceaseless traffic, remained a distant dream. Ryan was not a traveler from another realm, or rather, he had nearly become one. This assertion stems from an incident during his childhood in the orphanage, when an inexplicable consciousness attempted to invade his mind, seeking to claim his body. Ultimately, that consciousness failed and was consumed by him, leaving him with a multitude of bewildering memories. Though his body remained under the control of his primary consciousness, Ryan's daily actions were frequently influenced by those enigmatic memories. For instance, he often found himself uttering strange words unexpectedly. Yet, this memory also bestowed upon Ryan many valuable insights. Just as he believed himself to be the chosen one, destined to rewrite his fate with these memories, he was taken in by a butler from a noble family. That butler, who would become Ryan's adoptive father, was named Lamb and devoted nearly his entire life to the role of the Count's steward. When Ryan was recently adopted by Lamb, he was treated well. However, as time passed, the days became a series of calamities filled with swordsmanship, martial arts, and equestrian training, during which Ryan would be left gasping for breath each day. Aside from arranging training and meals for Ryan, Lamb scarcely cast a glance his way. At the age of 14, Ryan was sent to the knightly order by Lamb, leaving Ryan bewildered by the motive of this elderly steward, who insisted on placing him in the order. At 20, Ryan joined the Shadow Eclipse, and by 22, he ascended to the position of captain. Now, at 24, he led the knightly order in repelling the demon forces. Then came the news of Lamb's grave illness. Ryan's feelings toward his adoptive father were decidedly complex. In terms of disposition, Ryan had never addressed him as father and harbored a deep-seated resentment. Yet in terms of emotions, he remained ever mindful of the kindness that had nurtured him. Otherwise, he would not have hurried back upon receiving the news. Unbeknownst to him, Ryan arrived at a grand estate. The count whom Lamb served had his own fief, yet this estate was clearly established for a specific purpose. That purpose was the Alcott Academy, the foremost institution for noble women in the Headley Empire, directly supervised by the Duke of Ater City. This academy was unique, although it catered to the aristocracy. Common girls also had the opportunity to enroll. Furthermore, females from beastmen, elves, and even demons were welcome to attend. The Count had a young daughter, regrettably born during Ryan's knighthood. Thus he had never laid eyes upon her. The establishment of this estate was presumably to facilitate her entry into this prestigious academy. Dismounting before the estate, a guard stepped forward. "Are you Mr. Ryan?" "You know me." The Lord indicated that a man with black hair and black eyes was to enter. "That would be you, Mr. Ryan." Ryan thought to himself, so this dark hair is indeed quite distinctive. Ryan remained unaware of the identity of his biological parents and was puzzled about the hereditary origins of his hair color. Westward in the Headley Empire, he had heard of an empire where all its inhabitants possessed black eyes and black hair. Moreover, within the memories of a transmigrator, Ryan discovered that all the denizens of that realm shared his hair and eye color. He speculated whether the transmigrator's choice of him was influenced by this singular characteristic of his appearance. Accompanied by the guard, Ryan entered a chamber of the estate, where two knights stood sentinel at the door. Inside, a frail, elderly man lay on the bed, his face etched with deep wrinkles. A golden-haired couple stood at the bedside, their expressions filled with concern. The male figure of the couple is none other than the master of the estate, the Earl of Hadley. Empire, Horace Ashford. Upon hearing the commotion, the Ashfords turned to see Ryan approaching, their gazes locking. Ryan nodded in greeting. "My lord, it has been a while." Horace scrutinized Ryan from head to toe, a troubled expression on his face as a faint smile finally broke through. "You've grown taller, matured." Though he wished to exchange a few more pleasantries with Ryan, he thought of the elder behind him and stepped aside, allowing Ryan to approach Lamb. Ryan silently advanced. Observing the elderly man who was already half buried in the earth, he grasped the old man's hand tightly, speaking with deep affection. "Old fellow, I've returned for the feast." Cough, cough, cough. Lamb suddenly erupted into a series of coughs, then took a couple of deep breaths. "You rascal." At this, the Earl and his wife finally exhaled in relief. After all, just moments ago, Lamb had struggled to catch his breath. However, Ryan's expression was far from cheerful. According to the memories of the transmigrator, such a condition typically indicated a fleeting moment of lucidity before the elderly departed for the afterlife after settling all affairs. Raising his murky eyes, Lamb gazed at Ryan for a moment with a sense of comfort before turning to Earl Horace. "My lord," regarding Ryan. "Old Lamb, rest assured." Horace nodded solemnly. "I will treat Ryan as my own and ensure his well-being." Clearly, at this moment, Horace was unaware of Ryan's true identity, merely perceiving him as an ordinary noble knight. Horace envisioned bringing Ryan into his cadre of knights, bestowing upon him the title of Knight Captain. Such a position under the Earl would already be quite prestigious. "No." Yet, Lamb shook his head. "I hope you can allow Ryan to take my place, to look after the young lady in my stead. Otherwise, I cannot rest easy." At these words, Ryan slightly raised an eyebrow, while Horace looked at Ryan in astonishment. "My lord, is that permissible?" "It is indeed permissible. Entrusting Nanali to Ryan is something I can be at ease with, but Ryan, I agree to your request." Ryan calmly interrupted Horace's words, turning to Lamb. "After taking me in as a knight, now you wish for me to serve as a steward. I truly cannot comprehend your intentions." Lamb grinned, casting his gaze toward the ceiling. "I wish to hear you pledge this vow in the capacity of a knight. Truly, you are an incorrigible old fellow." Ryan sighed, taking 2 steps back. He then unfastened the sword at his waist, sheathed in pure black, and knelt on one knee, presenting the sword upon his needed eye. "Ryan, in my capacity as the former leader of the Shadow Erosion Knights, hereby pledge my solemn vow that until Count Ash finds a new candidate, I shall take it upon myself to protect his only daughter, transforming myself into both shield and sword to ensure her safety." Having made his vow, Ryan rose to his feet, only to find that Lamb had already closed her eyes, devoid of life. "Rest in peace." After offering a slight bow to Lamb, Ryan turned away like a tea that moment. He noticed that the Count and Countess, along with the knights at the entrance, had all knelt on one knee. Evidently, the position of the leader of the Shadow Erosion Knights still held considerable prestige. Ryan shrugged. Rise, please. As I mentioned, I am merely the former leader, without any title to warrant such reverence. Upon hearing Ryan's words, the group finally stood. Horace smiled wryly. Ryan, I never imagined that after 10 years, you would. The decade had elapsed, heralding the return of the Dragon King. A familiar trope from the memories of a traveler surged in Ryan's mind, and he couldn't help but smirk that it seems to be more a matter of coincidence. After composing his features, Ryan sighed. Before anything else, my lord, I would appreciate it if you could take me to see Miss Nainali. Certainly. Once the arrangement for Lamb's funeral were settled, Horace personally escorted Ryan to find his daughter. Along the way, Horace introduced his daughter, saying, Nainali is quite reassuring, though her temperament can be rather headstrong, making her difficult to care for. I fear you may find this task challenging, Ryan. Ryan shook his head. I have already sworn my knightly oath thus. I cannot waver. In that case, I shall hasten to find a new steward to attend to Nainali. Until then, I appreciate your assistance. Ryan was unfazed after all. How could the daughter of a count be more formidable than a general of the demonic race? We have arrived. After a brief walk, Horace paused before a door. He raised his hand to knock, but after a moment's hesitation, he shook his head. Perhaps you should knock. It will be best for you to meet Nainali. I shall take my leave. With that, Horace hastily departed, leaving Ryan alone, as if evading something. Watching Horace retreat, Ryan turned his attention to the door before him. What followed was the scene that had transpired at the beginning. Under Ryan's silent scrutiny, Nainali appeared somewhat displeased, furrowing her delicate brows as she inquired, Who are you? Her youthful voice was melodious, akin to tinkling silver bells, though it would have been more pleasant without the hint of impatience. Ryan recognized his momentary breach of etiquette and offered what he believed to be a friendly smile. Good day, Miss Nainali. My name is Ryan, and I shall be your personal butler from today onward. Bang! Before he could complete his introduction, Nainali abruptly turned her head and shut the door to her room. Ryan stood at the threshold, a smile still gracing his face, though it now appeared somewhat rigid. Could it be that my appearance is quite off-putting? Ryan considered himself rather presentable. His dark hair and eyes were features that in this empire did not attract disdain, but rather garnered affection. Perhaps it is because the late Mr. Lamb, who had cared for Nainali, recently passed away, leaving her in sorrow. This must be the case. Ryan surmised the mere mention of his role as Nainali's personal butler might have pricked at her heart. It would be best to allow her some solitude for now. He would refrain from discussing matters of butler duties in her presence, focusing solely on fulfilling the principles of his role. Next came the funeral for the late Mr. Lamb. There would be no feast, as such customs did not exist here. However, as the devoted steward who had served the Earl of Ashby throughout his life, the scale of the funeral was quite grand, conducted in accordance with the standards befitting. The passing of a direct heir of the Ashby lineage, as Mr. Lamb's adopted son and a knight, Ryan was positioned at the forefront, tasked with the solemn duties of placing the body in the coffin, presenting flowers, and praying alongside the priest. Throughout the entire ceremony, Nainali did not make an appearance. After the funeral concluded, the Earl and Countess departed. As Ryan watched them leave, he realized that, since his arrival, the Earl and Countess had yet to meet their daughter, Nainali. Such strange family dynamics. Yet, the departure of the Earl and Countess indicated their trust in Ryan to care for Nainali. Upon entering the butler's quarters, Ryan opened the wardrobe and donned a perfectly fitted butler's uniform. Raising his index finger, he silently recited a spell in his mind, and soon a circular surface resembling a mirror materialized before him. Gazing at his reflection clad in the butler's attire, Ryan nodded in satisfaction. This was certainly more comfortable than wearing armor. Is that magic? It is indeed magic. Just as Ryan was striking a pose, two light, melodious female voices floated in from the doorway. His pose faltered slightly as he turned to see two adorable young maidens, dressed in maid uniforms, leaning against the doorframe, their eyes fixed intently upon him. The reason they were referred to as maidens was that they appeared younger than Ryan, both possessing long, flaxen hair and holding handkerchiefs and brooms, likely the maids, summoned to tidy the room. After a brief moment of silence, Ryan composed himself, straightened his tie, and introduced himself to the two young ladies. "Greetings, my name is Ryan, and I shall be serving as Miss Nanali's personal butler starting today." "Good day, Mr. Butler." Among the two young ladies, one appeared to be an exuberant girl with twin ponytails, who smiled and waved at Ryan, exclaiming, "I am Daisy, and this is my sister, Delia." Delia, the elder sister, displayed a more composed demeanor compared to Daisy, her flaxen hair cascading down her back like a waterfall, unbound. With a gentle smile, Delia performed a perfectly executed curtsy towards Ryan, saying, "Forgive my impertinence, Sir Butler. There is no need for such formality. You may simply call me Ryan." Ryan then scrutinized the two sisters once more and inquired, "How many maids are there in the estate?" "To report to Mr. Ryan, there are only my sister and me serving as maids in this residence." Ryan pondered. Surely, with the resources of Count Horace, he could afford to employ a few more maids. Noticing Ryan's confusion, Delia smiled and clarified, "It is not that the esteemed Count is stingy, it is simply that entrusting the estate to my sister and me suffices." Ah, such confidence! Ryan had always relished challenging such spirited young knights during his time in the order. Yet, this was not the knightly order, and Ryan was merely a temporary butler. "Mr. Ryan." Daisy sprinted up, her cherubic face almost touching Ryan's, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Could you teach me that magic from earlier? With that spell, cleaning would surely be much easier." "Daisy!" Delia exclaimed, her tone tinged with mild annoyance at her sister's exuberance. Yet Ryan waved his hand dismissively. "Of course, I can teach you when time permits." "Yay!" Delia rubbed her temples, seemingly at a loss with her spirited sister. Ryan glanced at the sky outside and addressed Delia. "Isn't it time to prepare dinner?" Delia nodded. "Indeed, I was just about to finish tidying this room with my sister before heading to the kitchen." After a moment of contemplation, Ryan suggested, "How about I take charge of dinner?" "What?" Delia was taken aback for a moment, before quickly shaking her head. "That's not appropriate." "Yes, yes." Daisy interjected with a bright smile. "From the first moment I saw Mr. Ryan, he exuded an aura of competence. I am eager to taste the dinner he prepares. I assure you, you will not be disappointed." Ryan responded with confidence. Within the memories of that unfortunate transmigrator, there existed numerous culinary techniques he had long wished to attempt. However, during his days in the Night Order, he had never had the opportunity to try them. This transmigrator's memories, however, contained many aspects that left Ryan with a sense of regret. For many significant elements within those memories, the transmigrator merely knew of their existence, lacking the knowledge of how to create them. For instance, according to the memories of the original owner, there exists a soap recipe deemed essential for traversers, along with a steam engine capable of liberating contemporary civilization from its constraints. However, this is not entirely unwelcome. Ryan can relish his retirement without the burden of any weighty fate. Upon entering the kitchen, although it lacked the modernity of the traverser's recollections, it sufficed for culinary endeavors. Many of the spices required by that memory could be easily substituted. Though uncertain of the exact flavors, seeking them based on the descriptions in his memory would surely yield a satisfactory outcome. Taking the ingredients recently procured by Delhi, Ryan rolled up his sleeves and began to cook, intending to prepare a simple yet comforting home-cooked dish. The flavors needed to remain relatively mild, as the inhabitants here were unaccustomed to overly robust tastes. As the ingredients were added to the pot, Deli's brow furrowed slightly. She could immediately discern that Ryan's cooking skills were not particularly refined. Yet, as the aroma of the dish wafted through the air, her expression relaxed. It was understandable. It was said that Mr. Ryan had spent a decade as a knight, and some skills would naturally become rusty. "How delightful it smells!" exclaimed Daisy, leaning in with a fork in hand, oblivious to when she had picked it up, aiming to sample the dish. Ryan lightly tapped her on the head with his knuckle. "This is for the young lady. Ours will be for the next pot." Hee. Daisy giggled, covering her head. Such silliness. After silently critiquing her, Ryan returned his focus to the pot. After a short while, once the dish appeared ready, he accepted the plate from Deli, served the food onto the dining table, poured a glass of warm milk, and proceeded to knock on Nanali's door. Throughout the day, Nanali had confined herself to her room, engaged in some unknown activity. "Young lady, it's time to eat." The door opened slowly, and Nanali stepped out, first glancing at Ryan with her cerulean eyes before silently moving towards the dining table without uttering a word. Though Nanny Lai remained silent, Ryan perceived this as an implicit acknowledgement of his role as her personal butler. Following Nanny Lai, as she took her seat, Ryan deftly tied a napkin around her and presented her with a knife and fork. To be honest, this entire process seemed somewhat clumsy on Ryan's part, eliciting barely concealed amusement from the two maids observing nearby. What is this? Upon seeing the dishes on the table, Nanny Lai paused momentarily before directing her gaze at Ryan. Nanny Lai was quite astute and could easily discern that these dishes were not prepared by Deli. After all, the meals she typically consumed were exceedingly simple, and this dish, in comparison, appeared rather elaborate. Moreover, it was not particularly visually appealing. Ryan smiled as he explained, "This is a mysterious dish I learned from other lands, and I hope it pleases your palate." Simultaneously, he pondered whether he should find time to carve a pair of chopsticks, for his memory held many culinary traditions that would be cumbersome to navigate with knife and fork. Nanny Lai nodded, picking up the cutlery, her gaze lingering on the rather unremarkable dish before her, caught in a moment of hesitation. Would this new steward dare to poison me? Prior to Ryan's return, Nanny Lai had gleaned some information about Him Lam's adopted son, a knight for a decade, though the events of those years remained shrouded in mystery. On the very day of Lam's passing, Ryan had fortuitously returned, inevitably casting a shadow of doubt. The aroma of the dish wafted through the air, compelling Nanny Lai to take a tentative sniff. It seemed rather pleasant. After a brief moment of indecision, she bravely sampled a small bite of Ryan's creation. In an instant, her petite frame stiffened. An unprecedented explosion of flavors danced upon her taste buds, savory, salty, and sweet, harmoniously blended without a trace of greasiness. Delicious. Daisy and Deli also exhibited a brief stiffness at the table. However, Nanny Lai soon relaxed, continuing to savor the dish at a noticeably quicker pace than before. Truly, she was still a child. Ryan chuckled softly, standing behind Nanny Lai with a glimmer of delight. Observing her eat, Daisy found herself involuntarily swallowing hard, the sound rather conspicuous, enough that Nanny Lai, if not hard of hearing, would undoubtedly notice. Deli covered her face with her hands, mortified by her younger sister's lack of decorum. Before long, Nanny Lai had polished off the entire plate. As she set down her cutlery and began to dab her mouth, Ryan smiled and inquired, "How was the taste?" "It was average," she replied softly, deliberately avoiding his gaze, her tone tinged with a hint of emotion. From this perspective, Ryan found Nanny Lai rather endearing. As for her supposed stubbornness, he had yet to witness any such trait in her demeanor. If anything, his own past was far more unruly. After dinner, having escorted Nanny Lai back to her room, Ryan returned to the dining table only to find that Deli had already taken the dishes away for washing. Daisy then flung herself on Ryan's arm, exclaiming, "Mr. Ryan, I'm hungry." Ryan shook his arm, realizing he could not dislodge Daisy, and sighed. "Do you have no sense of personal space?" I'm hungry. All right, I shall prepare you something. Just sit tight." "Okay." Upon hearing this, Daisy immediately straightened up at her seat like a diligent student, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Ryan. In the kitchen, Ryan picked up the remaining ingredients and began preparing the next dish, this time intending to serve three. After finishing the dishes, Deli approached to assist Ryan. "Mr. Ryan, I hope you will not take too much offense at Daisy's behavior. She treated Mr. Lamb in a similar manner. It seems she has placed you in his stead." Casting a glance at Daisy, who was sitting obediently at the dining table, Deli spoke softly. "Mr. Lamb's passing has likely had a profound impact on Daisy. In fact, before she laid eyes on you, she appeared quite somber. Tea this." Ryan paused momentarily in his cooking and replied, "Rest assured, I harbor no ill feelings toward her." In truth, Ryan found the situation rather enjoyable. After all, having spent a decade as a knight, surrounded daily by a cadre of rough men, it would be disingenuous to claim he did not yearn for interaction with the opposite sex. It seemed old Lamb had considered this as well, for prior to sending Ryan to the knightly order, he had made efforts to shield him from female company. However, Ryan's mind was haunted by the memories of a transmigrator. These memories were infused with an intense yearning for the opposite sex, accompanied by a myriad of bizarre images that flitted through his mind like shadows cast by a projection stone, causing him considerable distress throughout his knightly career. Overall, The owner of these memories was a rather disreputable individual, seemingly having indulged in numerous activities detrimental to the body, as dictated by common sense. If this entity were to successfully seize control of his body, who could fathom the mischief it might unleash? The mere thought sent a chill down Ryan's spine. Discipline was imperative. He must remain steadfast. He could not allow the desires stemming from these memories to shatter his reason. Chapter 5. My lady seems to be quite Tsundere. After dinner with the two sisters, Daisy began to pester Ryan, requesting him to teach her water magic. Just as Ryan was about to acquiesce, Deli, unable to tolerate the situation any longer, swiftly pulled Daisy away to start washing the dishes. Ryan glanced around, realizing that his duties for the day had nearly concluded, and with a yawn, he retreated to his room. Upon returning to the chamber where the steward resided, Ryan lay upon the bed. Although Old Lamb had passed away during the day in that very room, Ryan harbored no ill feelings. For him, sleeping on the remains of a comrade was a commonplace occurrence. Reflecting on the day's responsibilities as a steward, Ryan felt a sense of satisfaction. Caring for the children and managing trivial tasks alongside two maids had proven to be quite effortless. Having been estranged from society for a decade due to his nightly duties, Ryan knew that suddenly returning to the city to fend for himself would be a daunting challenge, even with the advantage of the memories of a transmigrator. Lying in bed, he attentively listened to the subtle sounds amidst the tranquil night, gradually closing his eyes. As night fell, the door to Nine Eyes' chamber creaked open, and her petite figure stealthily navigated through the darkness, eventually arriving at the dining table. She quietly pulled out a chair and seated herself, making not a single sound throughout the process. Surveying the spacious surroundings, Nine Eye exhaled softly, extending her right hand forward, her azure eyes glimmering faintly under the moonlight's reflection. Through her veins, she felt a stirring, softly murmuring incantations in her heart. In the next moment, Nine Eye sensed something being drawn into her body, subsequently coursing through her, a gentle warmth enveloping her. Suddenly, a faint yellow glow emanated from her hand, revealing a flickering flame swaying in the darkness. The flame was diminutive, valiantly resisting the encroaching shadows, as if it might extinguish at any moment. Yet, despite this, a look of joy illuminated Nine Eye's face. Regrettably, mere moments later, the flame succumbed to the darkness, vanishing without a trace. Once again, she had failed. The delight on Nine Eye's face faded alongside the extinguished flame. She attempted to conjure the flickering fires several more times, but ultimately, each endeavor ended in disappointment. Eventually, she surrendered, gazing down at the table in the silence of the darkened room, lost in contemplation. My lady, who taught you your magic? Was it a teacher from Alcott Academy? At that moment, a voice emerged from the shadows. Nine Eye was startled, abruptly lifting her head and turning towards the source of the voice, resembling a frightened kitten. Ryan stood nearby, a smile gracing his face as he observed her. Upon noticing him, Nine Eye pursed her lips, her cheeks flushed, and stammered. When did you? Her tone betrayed a hint of panic. It was understandable, for she had chosen the stillness of the night to practice her magic in solitude, clearly wishing to remain unseen. Ryan, resting his chin on his hand, spoke. I was here during your third to last attempt at casting a spell. Did I startle you? I sincerely apologize. After a moment of shared gaze, Nine Eye's demeanor began to calm, her tone regaining its icy edge. As you can see, I am merely practicing magic. It has nothing to do with you. I hope you can forget everything you just witnessed. It appeared that Nine Eye retained a touch of pride. Concerning the frosty undertone in her voice, Ryan perceived it as a fade, a deliberate attempt to conceal something and distance herself from him. However, her efforts at subterfuge seemed rather clumsy. Despite Nine Eye's clear intention to dismiss him, Ryan chose not to respond, but instead silently raised his hand. As Nine Eye looked on, puzzled by his gesture, a brilliant flame suddenly ignited in the palm of his hand. This fire was considerably brighter than the flicker she had summoned, dispelling the shadows around them, its glow reflecting in Nine Eye's eyes. I possess a modicum of knowledge regarding such magic. Perhaps I can assist you, Ryan remarked with a gentle smile, keenly observing the shifts in Nine Eye's expression. She stared at the flame for a moment, opening her mouth as if to speak, but the words caught in her throat, her cheeks growing even redder. After a brief pause, she whispered, Roland. Roland? Ryan echoed, puzzled. My magic instructor, Roland Wanza, is a renowned sorceress in the city of Adder, Nine Eye mumbled, her gaze lowered, her demeanor bashful. If Ryan scrutinized closely, he would observe that her face was so flushed it seemed it might bleed. This revelation answered Ryan's earlier inquiry and signaled her acceptance of his assistance. After all, asking Ryan directly for guidance in magic was a daunting task for her, given her earlier attempt to dismiss him and her own inherent nature. Does my lady possess a hint of pride? Ryan mused, sensing a remarkable quality within Ninali. Regarding the sorceress she mentioned, it became apparent to Ryan during her spellcasting that the instructor's teaching methods were flawed. Each individual's aptitude for magic varies, and thus a singular approach to casting spells cannot be universally applied. Ninali possesses a magical aptitude, yet the mage instructor evidently employs a uniform method of teaching that proves ineffective for her. Logically, if this instructor has consistently utilized such an approach, then there should be numerous children akin to Ninali who struggle similarly. To ascertain this, Ryan inquired about the proportion of students who failed to learn magic under this instructor's guidance. Approximately 2/3, Ninali responded, her demeanor noticeably more cooperative than before. It was evident that she harbored a genuine desire to master the arcane arts. This indicated that the issue lay with the instructor. However, even so, the fact that 1/3 of the students can cast spells suggests an unexpected level of talent among them. It is likely that many of these students are exceptionally gifted individuals who have managed to learn magic through self-study. Chapter 6. The Butler's Private Magical Instruction. Regrettably, despite Ninali's intelligence, she has yet to reach the level of genius required. As for the instructor, although he has not imparted suitable methods for her spellcasting, this should not be deemed his fault. The human race originally lacked a wide array of elemental magic, with the most one could expect being the light magic practiced by clerics or paladins. Presently, the majority of human magic has been acquired from the elven race, learned in response to the black magic of the demon kind. Naturally, magic is fundamental to the elves, and thus, they have never disclosed their more profound spells to humans. Were it not for the historical context, the elves might not have even shared these basic magics with humanity. Moreover, even the basic spells that the elves have taught to humans come with stipulations. The first condition prohibits the dissemination of such knowledge through copying or similar means. Thus, those dispatched by the Empire to learn magic from the elves can only convey it orally to others. Although numerous magical texts circulate in the black market, they are all deemed forbidden tomes, with severe penalties for their discoverers. A significant portion of those sent to learn magic from the elves has been appropriated by the noble families of the Empire, dedicated to instructing their own kin. Another group has been integrated into the military, tasked with teaching magic to the armed forces, while a small fraction operates within civilian circles. As time progresses, the legacy of magic wielders held by the Empire's nobility has gradually faded, with the remnants tightly controlled and not shared with outsiders. With the increasing corruption within the Empire, many military mages have been lured away by the nobility through various means, resulting in a current military force that lacks even a basic understanding of incantations, which starkly contradicts the initial intention of sending individuals to the elven race for magical instruction. Meanwhile, those mages who once traversed the civilian realm have also begun to vanish without a trace. Whenever he pondered this, Ryan could not help but lament the current king's ineptitude, lamenting how a well-played hand could be so poorly executed. What would the crown prince think? Ninali's voice jolted Ryan from his reverie. Regaining his composure, he carefully articulated his thoughts. What your mentor has taught you is not without merit. However, it is regrettably ill-suited to your constitution. Constitution? Indeed, magic is a profound art. Each individual's magical conduits differ, resulting in varied methods of spellcasting. The same approach to magic cannot universally apply to everyone. Ryan endeavored to elucidate Ninali's situation in terms comprehensible to the layperson. Upon hearing this, Ninali quickly grasped the implication, her eyes brightening. So, you mean to say I do possess magical talent? Precisely. Ryan smiled and nodded. Perhaps from your perspective, those with magical aptitude are few and far between. Yet, that is a misconception. In truth, it is the lack of magical talent that is rare. The singularity of our current teaching methods has resulted in many gifted individuals missing the opportunity to learn magic. As Ryan expounded, Ninali instinctively straightened her posture, listening intently. In my estimation, dear lady, not only do you possess magical talent, but your aptitude is quite remarkable. Is that true? Though Ninali endeavored to suppress her expression, her heart leapt with joy. Whether it is true or not, my lady, you will ascertain by attempting to cast magic using the method I teach you. Ninali nodded vigorously, her gaze fixed on Ryan, eager for his guidance, anxious not to miss a single word. My lady, what you have learned is the most fundamental method of spellcasting for a mage, which involves converting magical energy into the elemental force you require, then unleashing it in the most direct and destructive manner. Ryan explained patiently. Based on my observations, your constitution may indeed be better suited for a summoner. A summoner? Yes. A summoner does not wield magic as a mere weapon, but rather employs it as a tool. As he spoke, Ryan raised his hand and conjured a flame once more. With a mere thought, the flame transformed into a small fire sprite that began to dance. Noticing Ninali's rapt attention on the dancing fire sprite, Ryan remarked with a gentle smile, "Isn't it fascinating?" Ninali instinctively nodded but quickly restrained herself, her cheeks flushing. Observing her reaction, Ryan chose not to tease her further. He dismissed the fire sprite and continued, "The summoner's mastery of magical energy lies in control." Control? This was the second time Ninali found herself puzzled by a term uttered by Ryan. The moment those 3 words fell from his lips, she felt as though she had grasped something elusive, yet she struggled to articulate it. Seeing this, Ryan nodded in satisfaction, recognizing the intelligence of his young mistress, which would make his task of teaching her considerably less daunting. First, you must perceive the magical energy you wield as a living entity, and then you must master it, like a sovereign commanding their subjects to heed your every decree. Upon hearing Ryan's explanation, Ninali seemed to have an epiphany, promptly beginning to organize the magic within her, unknowingly closing her eyes in the process. Ryan remained silent, patiently watching over Ninali as she refined her magical energy. Time passed unmeasured until Ninali opened her eyes and extended her palm. In the next moment, a lively flicker of flame appeared within her grasp. Although the size of the flame had not changed compared to before, it now radiated vitality and seemed to pulsate with life. Genius, Ryan mused inwardly, awarding Ninali such a commendation. Observing the flame burn steadily without signs of extinguishing, Ninali could no longer contain her joy and turned to Ryan with a beaming smile. "Ryan, I did it." Ryan was momentarily taken aback. This was the first time Ninali had called his name, and it was the first glimpse of her smile he had witnessed. Her youthful voice seemed to dissolve the initial barriers between them, sounding even more melodious. The heartfelt smile in Ryan's eyes resembled that of an angel descending from the heavens. Under his gaze, Ninali became aware of her own emotional display and quickly masked her smile, gently patting her cheeks, now flushed with a rosy hue. I didn't mean to. Thank you." After stumbling through her words for a while, Ninali finally managed to utter a shy thank you. "No need to be so formal, my lady. After all, you are my esteemed mistress," Ryan replied with a chuckle, shaking his head. He continued, "Compared to a mage, the method of magical energy manipulation for a summoner differs significantly, and I shall teach you these nuances as well. You are quite intelligent, and I believe you will grasp these concepts swiftly." "Can I really do that?" Ninali questioned, despite Ryan's unwavering confidence, feeling a twinge of doubt. "Of course you can. My lady, you should trust me a little. After all, I am now your personal steward," Ryan stated, realizing it was time to address his role as her private caretaker. "My lady, I've noticed you seem somewhat resistant to me. Have I erred in some way?" "No," Ninali shook her head, murmuring. "It's just that when old Ram fell ill, you were not here, and on the day of his passing, you conveniently returned. I find it hard to trust you." "And what about now?" Ryan inquired with a smile. "Now?" Ninali turned her slightly flushed face away and softly replied, "Now, I guess I shall reluctantly attempt to trust you." Chapter 7. Is my lady actually shy? The following day, as a ray of sunlight gently streamed into the room, Ryan opened his eyes. Rising from bed and donning his attire, the duties of a new day as a steward commenced. Ryan quickly and seamlessly adapted to his role, finding it quite natural. After providing magical tutoring to Ninali the previous night, he discovered that he had begun to develop a fondness for the proud yet resilient little girl. If his responsibilities as a steward were solely to care for Ninali, it seemed rather agreeable. Upon pushing open the door, he encountered the maid sisters, Daisy and Dilly, diligently mopping the floor, suggesting they had been at work for some time. He had thought he had risen early. "Good morning, Mr. Ryan." The sisters greeted him with bright smiles. Ryan nodded in return and replied with a morning salutation, preparing to fetch water for his face. "I have already prepared the water for your morning wash, including your portion, Mr. Ryan," Dilly suddenly remarked. Ryan paused for a moment, then smiled and nodded at Dilly, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you for your efforts. It was no trouble at all. Please go ahead and wash up, as we must escort the young lady to the academy shortly." Alcott Academy permitted students to bring a knight or personal steward, albeit limited to one, as a means of signifying their status. After washing, Ryan proceeded to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. The aroma wafted through the air, drawing Daisy closer, her mouth watering. "What are we having for breakfast today, Mr. Ryan?" "Why inquire about the meal? Just wait and see," he replied, placing his hand on Daisy's face, playfully pushing her away from the cooking pot. "Go on, keep your drool away from the food." As he finished cooking, plated the meal, and set it on the table, Ryan was about to call Nanali to awaken when he noticed her door opening. Nanali emerged, yawning, her small face displaying signs of fatigue. Her once sleek golden hair was now tousled, resembling a bird's nest. Now clad in Alcott Academy's beige uniform adorned with a small skirt and a red ribbon at the collar, along with white knee-high socks, she embodied the essence of a noble academy, rendering her even more endearing in Ryan's eyes. "Miss, it is time to wash up." Observing Nanali's appearance, Ryan surmised that she likely had not slept well the previous night, just as he suspected. The excitement of having learned the magic she had longed for kept Nanali tossing and turning in her bed, unable to find rest after returning to her room. "I'm here," Nanali said, rubbing her eyes as she approached Ryan. The maid sisters exchanged a peculiar glance, their expressions revealing a shared understanding. After the passing of Butler Lamb, the individuals who had spent the most time with Nanali in the estate were the two sisters, well acquainted with her temperament. Typically, when summoned for her morning rituals, Miss Nanali would merely nod in response, displaying little warmth towards anyone. Yet, now, standing before Ryan, whom she had only met the day before, she surprisingly uttered the word, meaning "I'm here." The two sisters exchanged astonished glances before casting admiring looks at Ryan. Indeed, he was remarkable. Unbeknownst to Ryan, prompting Nanali to speak was no small feat. However, he felt a flicker of joy as he sensed a slight thaw in their relationship compared to the previous day. Once Nanali had finished her morning ablutions, Ryan pulled a chair for her, guiding the still slightly dazed Nanali to sit as he prepared to dry her hair. After absorbing most of the moisture from her damp golden locks with a towel, Ryan silently recited an incantation, releasing a gentle breeze from his palms. As the wind magic tousled her hair, a spark ignited in Nanali's eyes. "Where did you learn your magic?" she inquired, a question that had piqued her curiosity since the previous evening. "My magic teacher is a genuine fairy," Ryan replied candidly, leaving nothing concealed. "A fairy?" Nanali's intrigue deepened. However, due to her reserved nature, she suppressed her curiosity, refraining from further probing, lest Ryan perceive her as overly inquisitive. Yet, the revelation that Ryan's magical mentor was indeed a bona fide fairy explained his profound understanding of magical theory. Once Ryan had dried Nanali's hair, he affectionately ran his fingers through her silky tresses. "Ah, so smooth," he mused, reminiscent of a round, fluffy creature he often encountered during his time in the Night Order. Residing within the demon territory, these small, chubby beings, though they barked fiercely, possessed no real aggression, and Ryan would often play with one during his breaks. Seated at the table, Nanali accepted the knife and fork Ryan offered and began to savor her breakfast. Ryan stood behind her, quietly observing as she ate. Suddenly, Nanali turned to him, her expression feigning indifference as she asked, "Have you eaten?" Ryan shook his head. "Let us sit and eat together." Ryan was momentarily taken aback. His curiosity piqued. "I mean no offense, but you will be taking me to the academy later, and I don't have time to wait for you to finish your breakfast," she replied, averting her gaze, her voice dwindling to a whisper. "Oh my!" The maid sisters gasped, huddling together in astonishment. Had Miss Nanali truly become shy? How adorable! Though Ryan remained oblivious to the blush that colored Nanali's cheeks. He responded in accordance with the butler's decorum and proceeded to the kitchen to fetch his own breakfast. What Ryan had yet to notice was that after he uttered his response, Nanali's previously shy expression had instantly darkened. Following a silent breakfast, Nanali wiped her mouth and leaped from her chair. "Shall we be off?" she inquired. "Indeed," replied Deli, standing upright with a squinting smile. "The church bells are likely to ring any moment now. If you two do not hurry, you may find yourselves late." Ryan and Nanali were taken aback. Just then, the church's mighty bell tolled, signaling that it was time for the city of At to embrace the new day, prompting its residents to commence their daily toil. They had merely 10 minutes remaining before classes at Alcott Academy commenced. Without hesitation, Ryan scooped Nanali into his arms and sprinted from the estate to the stable. The lean horse Ryan had brought the previous day was leisurely munching on its fodder. Upon seeing Ryan, it greeted him with a familiar whinny. Ryan placed the somewhat stiff Nanali onto the horse's back and then mounted himself, gripping the reins with one hand while wrapping the other around Nanali. "Miss, hold on tight," he exclaimed. "Huh." Nanali, as if just regaining her senses, voiced her confusion. In the next instant, Ryan flicked the reins. With a resounding crack, the lean horse neighed and bolted from the stable, racing through the estate's gates towards Alcott Academy. Nanali instinctively wanted to scream, but she swallowed her voice, her face flushing with embarrassment. With her eyes tightly closed, she unconsciously clutched Ryan's clothing, wishing to meld her very being into his form. Chapter 8. Is your school's atmosphere so fierce? On the streets of Ad, a drowsy coachman yawned widely, his lethargic horse trudging slowly down the thoroughfare. Suddenly, a shadow darted past, whisking away the coachman's hat and revealing a shiny bald head beneath. The coachman felt a chill on his scalp and jolted in fright. What just rushed by? At this hour, the streets were bustling with residents heading to work. Yet, Ryan's equestrian skills were unparalleled. Galloping through the throngs of people, he never once slowed the horse's pace. Instead, he urged it to go faster, weaving deftly between the crowd. As the wind howled in her ears, Nanali's body tensed further. If anything were to go awry, it could be fatal, surely. At last, Ryan arrived at Alcott Academy just before classes began. Alcott Academy was the most magnificent structure in Ad, and the Duke overseeing it invested even more in it than his own estate, rendering even the grand cathedral of the imperial city insignificant in comparison. Ryan charged through the gates, startling the guards stationed there, who were too taken aback to even attempt to stop him. Within the expansive confines of the academy, Ryan swiftly spotted the stable designated for the parking of horses near the entrance. He galloped in, pulling on the reins with fervor. The lean horse reared its front hooves, finally coming to a halt, nearly choking from the abruptness of Ryan's command. Beside him, a tall man clad in armor was leading his horse, seemingly intending to park it in the same spot, but was left dumbfounded by Ryan's sudden intrusion. "Miss, we made it," Ryan exclaimed as he dismounted, gently placing Nanali on the ground, a smile gracing his face. As her feet finally touched the earth, Nanali felt a flicker of safety, though her legs remained somewhat wobbly, requiring her to lean against Ryan's thigh for support. Observing Nanali's state, Ryan realized he had perhaps overstepped. My apologies, Mississippi. I'm fine." Nanali, determined, straightened her legs, gradually releasing her grip on Ryan's trousers, taking a few tentative steps as her tone regained its composure. "I'll head to class now." "Miss, I shall accompany you," Ryan declared, lifting his foot to follow her when suddenly, a gauntlet hand landed firmly on his shoulder. Turning to face the source, he found the armored giant staring at him, undoubtedly a knight serving a noble lady. The knight gestured towards Ryan's horse, clearly indicating that he had occupied the knight's intended space. Ryan glanced around, noting that there were still numerous empty spots in the stable, but to avert any unnecessary complications, he forced a smile and said, "My apologies, we are in a bit of a hurry. I see there are plenty of vacant spots nearby. Would you kindly park your horse elsewhere?" With that, Ryan intended to lead Nanali towards their class. The knight's gaze hardened, and his grip on Ryan's shoulder tightened, exuding an aura that suggested he intended to assert his dominance. A rather inexperienced knight, Ryan mused, sensing that the knight was exerting all his strength. Yet the man's prowess was notably lacking. Seizing the knight's gauntlet, Ryan shifted his stance and executed a shoulder throw, sending the knight crashing to the ground. Thud! Cough! Like a mountain collapsing, the robust knight was slammed down by the seemingly frail Ryan, causing the ground to tremble around them. After the impact, the knight, still clad in armor, bounced slightly before lying on the ground, unable to rise, clearly shaken from the encounter. "My apologies, but I must escort my lady to class now. I shall return shortly," Ryan said, before hastening after Nanali into the academy. Nanali, astonished, could not help but smirk slightly. Perhaps her new steward was prone to causing trouble. Yet, ultimately, she held herself accountable. Had she not delayed and risked being late, Ryan would not have found himself in such a predicament. Nevertheless, to speak candidly, the recent scene stirred a fervor within Nanali, proving to be quite exhilarating. Ryan, however, wore a bittersweet expression and remarked, "Is the school spirit at Alcott truly this fierce?" Nanali calmly elucidated for Ryan, "That knight bears the crest of the Odysseus family. He is a knight of a marquis. He is likely accustomed to being domineering." Ryan voiced his confusion. "The marquis's daughter's guardian knight is so feeble? Could this lead to trouble for you?" The Odysseus family would not seek trouble over a mere night. Rather, you should exercise caution, Nainali replied earnestly, perhaps influenced by the earlier surge of adrenaline. It was indeed the first time Nainali had spoken so extensively since their meeting. Then I shall feel reassured, Ryan sighed in relief. Relieved that he would not be a source of trouble for Nainali. As the clock approached the final minute, Ryan successfully escorted Nainali to her classroom, wiping the sweat from his brow. What a thrill. This is my first day as a steward, and I must ensure nothing goes awry. Initially, Ryan intended to wait by the door until Nainali's class concluded, but upon glancing around and noticing the absence of others, he felt conspicuous standing there alone and decided to depart. What to do next? Should he check on the knight from the Marquis family whom he had taken down? Perhaps it was best to refrain. That knight had likely already vanished without a trace. As for any potential trouble, Ryan felt unperturbed. The knight appeared to be a cowardly bully, and after being reprimanded, he would likely avoid Ryan in the future. If trouble did arise, it would indeed align with Ryan's intentions. After all, he was hardly the refined and amiable steward one might expect, had Nainali not been present. That knight might have already disappeared from existence. After a moment's hesitation, Ryan made his way toward the Grand Library of Alcott, intending to peruse some books during Nainali's class. Within Alcott Academy, aside from the primary academic building, the Grand Library stood as the most magnificent structure. Upon entering the library, Ryan discovered it to be eerily empty. Just as he was about to seek out books related to events from the past decade, he suddenly noticed a petite figure in the corner of the library. Chapter 9. The white-haired lowly in the library. This figure was also a young girl, appearing to be of a similar age to Nainali, clad in the Alcott Academy uniform. Quietly seated in a corner, engrossed in a book. Unlike Nainali, this young girl possessed pure white hair. Indeed, even her eyebrows were of the same snowy hue. Such a hair color is indeed quite rare throughout the Hadley Empire, though not entirely absent. In comparison, Ryan's black hair and dark eyes are even more uncommon. It seemed that the white-haired little girl sensed Ryan's gaze, as she emerged from her sea of books and looked up at him. At that moment, Ryan clearly discerned the delicate yet youthful features of the little girl, whose slightly profound eyes seemed incongruous with her tender age. Were it not for her striking amber eyes, Ryan might not have perceived her as a girl of similar age to Nainali. Are you here to read? The white-haired girl inquired, her voice soft yet devoid of significant emotional fluctuation. Unlike Nainali, who often masked her feelings, this little girl appeared to possess little emotional nuance, relying on her expressive eyes to convey any necessary sentiments. Ryan nodded in response. I am searching for books related to the past decade. Throughout his knightly career over the past 10 years, Ryan had evidently become disconnected from society. What he required now was an understanding of the events that had transpired during this period, striving to reconnect with the world around him. After all, he could not remain a steward in the Ahi household forever, tending to the little girl for a lifetime. Could he? The empire has developed quite steadily over the past decade, with no significant occurrences warranting printed literature. If you wish to learn about the events of these 10 years, I have a considerable collection of newspapers that you may peruse, she suggested, her tone cool, yet conversational. Thank you, Ryan replied, stepping forward as the little girl hopped down from her chair. At that moment, Ryan realized that she was even shorter than Nainali, who he already considered diminutive among her peers. The white-haired girl approached a bookshelf behind him, crouching down to retrieve a box filled with newspapers, struggling slightly with the weight. Ryan quickly assisted her, lifting the box, which turned out to be quite heavy, brimming with yellowed newspapers. He also noticed a label on the side indicating 1394. Given that the current year was 1404 in human history, it appeared that these newspapers dated back an entire year from a decade ago. Ryan realized he would need to examine 9 more such boxes. With a slight smile, he carried the box and sat across from the white-haired girl, picking up a newspaper to begin his perusal. At that moment, she asked, Are you from Mingao? In the books I've read, only those from Mingao possess black hair and dark eyes. Though her tone was calm, her eyes sparkled with curiosity. Ryan shook his head. I am uncertain of my origins, but since I became aware, I have always grown up in Hadley. Upon hearing Ryan's words, the silver-haired young girl refrained from further inquiries and introduced herself. I am Amia Wenzel, a student of Alcott, and also the librarian here. Wenzel, you say? Ryan recalled that the magical mentor mentioned by Nainali also bore the surname Wenzel. I am Ryan, without a surname. Amia nodded, choosing not to elaborate further, and returned to her reading. as if her introduction was merely a formality to familiarize herself with Ryan. Ryan, too, immersed himself in the newspaper, and thus a serene silence enveloped them as they both delved into their respective readings, eschewing any further conversation. As Amia had noted, the year had seen the Headley Empire develop with remarkable stability, devoid of any significant events. Before he knew it, Ryan had perused an entire month's worth of newspapers. After glancing through a few more pages, his attention was finally captured by a particular article. On February 13th, 1394, the Empire established the Shadowed Knight Order, directly under imperial jurisdiction. Accompanying the article was a black and white image depicting a group of knights clad in heavy armor, standing resolutely. Even through the newspaper, one could sense the elite aura emanating from these warriors. As he gazed at the image, a smile unwittingly crept across Ryan's lips, lingering for quite some time. Although he was not among the inaugural members of the Shadowed Knight Order, his sense of belonging to this brotherhood was unparalleled. The Shadowed Knight Order was, at present, the most enigmatic of the knightly orders within the Headley Empire. Amia's voice suddenly broke the silence. In the decades since its formation, aside from this newspaper announcing the establishment of the Shadowed Knight Order, there has been no information regarding the order, leading many to speculate whether it has been disbanded. The name of this order is rather peculiar, as Imperial Knight Orders are typically named after concepts like the Dawn's sacred flame, and their armors predominantly feature red, blue, or white hues. A name like Shadowed and the donning of pitch-black armor seems rather incongruous with the Imperial aesthetic. Indeed, the order had been disbanded, but only recently. While maintaining his gaze on the newspaper, Ryan replied with a gentle smile. True to its name, this order has never been exposed to the public eye, quietly executing its missions. From its inception to its dissolution, over the span of a decade, the order has achieved countless feats, yet remains largely unrecognized. At this juncture, Ryan noticed that Amia had fallen silent. He looked up to find her no longer reading, her amber eyes blinking inquisitively at him, as if awaiting his further elaboration. Meeting Ryan's gaze, Amia, with her soft and gentle voice, inquired, "You seem quite knowledgeable about this order. Could you share more with me? I am quite curious." Seeing the eager curiosity reflected in Amia's eyes, Ryan did not decline, smiling as he replied, "Certainly." Subsequently, Ryan composed his thoughts and spoke. 6 centuries ago, the 3 great races, humans, beasts, and elves, united their strengths to vanquish the demon race, compelling them to sign a truce that ushered in an enduring peace of 600 years for the continent. Amia nodded. It appeared that the relationship between humans and demons was, at least on the surface, harmonious, as evidenced by the presence of a demon noblewoman at the Alcott Academy. Yet, this was merely a facade. Ryan shrugged. A decade ago, the demon race began to exhibit signs of resurgence, repeatedly dispatching small military factions to infringe upon the borders of our Headley Empire. Given that peace is a hard-won treasure, and the ostensible amicable relations with the demons have indeed brought substantial benefits to our nation, the Empire was reluctant to escalate these minor skirmishes into a large-scale conflict with the demons. Thus, the Shadow Erosion Knights were established. Chapter 10. The Shadow Erosion Knights. From their inception, the Shadow Erosion Knights have been stationed at the borders of the Headley Empire, combating the incursions of small demon armies. This was the very purpose of their existence. To maintain stability within the Empire, the authorities have refrained from disclosing this intelligence. Consequently, the Shadow Erosion Knights have had to operate in secrecy, quietly engaging in a decade-long struggle against the invading demons. Until recently, when the demon race finally signed a peace agreement with the Headley Empire, ceasing their invasions, thus rendering the existence of the Shadow Erosion Knights obsolete, leading to their dissolution. Upon hearing this, Amia's mind momentarily stalled. So, the peace she perceived was merely an illusion? Behind the scenes, a cadre of knights had been laboring in obscurity, battling the demons for 10 long years on their behalf. Observing Amia's expression, Ryan suddenly questioned whether it was appropriate to impart such knowledge to a child. "What you have shared with me is something I could never glean from books. It has been profoundly enlightening." "Thank you." Turning her head, Amia expressed her gratitude to Ryan, then inquired, "If I am not mistaken, you are, in fact, a member of the Shadow Erosion Knights, are you not?" Ryan nodded, neither concealing the truth nor feeling it necessary to do so. If circumstances permitted, he would gladly reveal the existence and accomplishments of the Shadow Erosion Knights to the entire Empire. "Now that the Shadow Erosion Knights have disbanded, what are you doing?" she asked. "Are you a staff member at Alcott?" "No," Ryan shook his head. I am currently just an ordinary steward. Are you accompanying the lady to school? Indeed. I believe you possess knowledge that is not found in many books. If you would, might you share more with me? Amiya gazed at Ryan as if she had discovered a hidden treasure, her demeanor calm, yet her eyes sparkling with a subtle glimmer. Of course. Ryan replied with a gentle smile, feeling a fondness for this white-haired little girl who expressed her emotions through her eyes. As Amiya lifted her book, she was about to inquire about something, when suddenly, the sound of bells reverberated through the halls of Olcott Academy. Ryan immediately stood up and apologized to Amiya, saying, My lady's class is about to end. I must go fetch her. I shall share more with you next time. My apologies. A distinct look of disappointment flashed in Amiya's eyes, yet she replied, Very well. I look forward to our next meeting, Mr. Butler. After placing the newspaper box back in its original position, Ryan turned and departed from the grand library, making his way towards the classroom. Throughout the entire morning, Nine sat at her desk, struggling to keep her eyes open. The instructor at the podium was speaking, but not a single word registered with her. After all, having not slept a wink the previous night, it was entirely understandable that Nine felt drowsy. Her magic instructor, Rowena Wenzel, appeared to be an exceptionally youthful woman, with flowing white hair and a strikingly curvaceous figure. To Nine's perception, she was stunningly beautiful, possessing ample bosom, a slender waist, and shapely hips. Upon hearing from Ryan that Rowena's teaching methods were ill-suited to her, Nine lost all desire to listen. The only reason she was forcing herself to stay awake was out of respect for Rowena, who had always been kind to her. She did not wish to disappoint her mentor. However, the heaviness of her eyelids was becoming unbearable, and her vision began to blur. Nine. In her hazy state, Nine heard Rowena calling her name and struggled to muster some energy, lifting her gaze towards her instructor. Have you not rested well last night? Rowena sighed, surprised that Nine was not paying attention in class. She could tell that Nine had a deep yearning for magic, despite her lack of innate talent. She always approached Rowena's lessons with more dedication than anyone else. Unfortunately, talent was talent, and in the realm of magic, hard work alone could not compensate for a lack of it. As Rowena called Nine's name, many students turned their attention to her, observing her sleepy demeanor with a hint of schadenfreude. Rowena posed a question to Nine. Tell me, how many times can elements, formed through magical channeling, be transformed? Still somewhat drowsy, Nine instinctively recalled the magical knowledge Ryan had imparted to her and answered without hesitation. If the magical energy is sufficient, it can be transformed as many times as one wishes. A burst of laughter erupted in the classroom following her response. With a look of confusion on Nine's face, Rowena shook her head and sighed. It is twice. The first transformation occurs when the magical energy shapes the element, and the second transformation arises from the variations based on the spell cast. This is the knowledge I just imparted. Please pay attention, Nine. Meanwhile, the murmurs of the students in the classroom continued unabated. No matter how many times one transforms, it is amusing to think that casting magic could be likened to molding clay. Yet, do not speak frivolously. You all know she truly lacks the ability to perform magic. Nine had long grown accustomed to the scornful jests of her classmates and was naturally indifferent. However, she could not suppress her dissent regarding Mentor Roland's explanation, retorting, I am not mistaken. As long as one possesses sufficient magical energy, multiple transformations are indeed feasible. Roland's expression darkened upon hearing Nine's retort. Since you are so adamant, how will you prove it? Shall you demonstrate for your classmates? Instantly regretting her words, Roland realized that while Nine lacked magical talent, her passion for magic was unmatched. Such a statement would undoubtedly pierce Nine's heart. Yet, to Roland's surprise, Nine did not display the expected dismay. Instead, she raised her right hand, initiating the flow of magical energy. In an instant, to Roland's astonishment, a blazing inferno materialized above Nine's palm. The whispers that had filled the classroom abruptly ceased, as all eyes fixed on the flame in Nine's grasp. The form of magic summoned varied with each individual's innate talent and mastery. The fire Nine conjured would be beyond the reach of even the most gifted among them. In the ensuing silence, the flame in Nine's hand began to morph according to her will. Gradually, it transformed into a butterfly, its wings fluttering gracefully. Then, the butterfly shifted into a peculiar dancing figure, leaving Mentor Roland speechless. With another flicker of intent, the dancing figure became a galloping steed. After showcasing 3 transformations, Nine extinguished the flame and raised her gaze to silently regard Mentor Roland. Roland opened her mouth, finally conceding, I have been narrow-minded. I apologize. At this, a barely perceptible smile graced Nine-Eyes' lips. Her love for magic was profound, unwavering despite isolation or ridicule. Yet, the knowledge imparted by Ryan had enabled her to master magic and reclaim her life. Although she did not harbor affection for Ryan, she would not allow anyone to tarnish the magical theories he had taught her. As Roland offered her apology, the students in the classroom gradually regained their composure. However, they refrained from expressing any awe or envy towards Nine-Eyes' magical display. Hadn't she been devoid of magical talent? How had she suddenly become so formidable? The magic she had just showcased was likely something even Mentor Roland had never witnessed. Has she been secretly reading forbidden books? Surely, she has been covertly indulging in such literature. A somewhat jarring voice resounded, belonging to a girl with golden curls, who unabashedly addressed those around her. What other magic, unseen even by Mentor Roland, could possibly exist, if not the contents of forbidden tomes? What else could transform an utterly talentless individual into a genius overnight? If not these banned texts, I shall promptly inform the Knights of Aether City to conduct a thorough investigation into her. Silence. Mentor Roland clapped her hands on the desk, commanding immediate quiet in the classroom. Listening to the surrounding students' remarks, Ninali lowered her head. Her heart, which had remained unwavering despite the trials she faced, began to waver once more. She possessed a talent. She could indeed cast spells, yet no one recognized her abilities. Ninali suddenly realized that this joy she felt could not be shared with anyone. It had to be concealed deep within her, gradually fading away. She felt foolish for having been so elated the previous night after learning magic. The image of Ryan involuntarily surfaced in her mind. For some inexplicable reason, Ninali felt an overwhelming desire to see this man she had only met a day ago. Though reluctant to admit it, she sensed that being near him would bring her peace. He was hers, her personal guardian. At that moment, the bell at Alcott Academy chimed, signaling the end of this torturous class. Ninali quickly rose, eager to leave the classroom and catch a glimpse of Ryan. However, Roland spoke, Yahi, stay behind. The others may leave. Ninali's body swayed slightly. Then she silently returned to her seat. Once all the students had exited the classroom, Roland approached Ninali and whispered, Yahi, tell me, did you truly steal a glance at the forbidden texts? Upon hearing Mentor Roland's words, Ninali momentarily froze, then looked up at her in disbelief. After a brief pause, her youthful voice trembled slightly as she replied, Mentor Roland, do you not believe me either? Roland's heart raced with unease. She hastily attempted to explain. But Ninali stood up and swiftly left the classroom. Once outside the stifling atmosphere, Ninali took a deep breath, her gaze vacant as she stared at her toes. Miss. At that moment, a familiar voice called out. Ninali abruptly lifted her head to see Ryan standing at the classroom door, a gentle smile gracing his face. Upon seeing Ryan, Ninali felt as though a string within her had snapped, unable to contain her emotions any longer. Tears welled in her eyes. Miss. Ryan was startled by Ninali's appearance and quickly crouched down in front of her, expressing concern. What's wrong? Ninali stepped forward, embracing Ryan and burying her small face in his chest, her tiny hands clutching tightly to his butler attire. I showcased the magic you taught me during class. But why didn't anyone acknowledge me? Her voice quivered with a hint of tears, evoking sympathy from anyone who heard her. Upon hearing Ninali's words, Ryan began to comprehend the events that had transpired during the class. Simultaneously, he surmised the reason behind Ninali's continued pretense. If she were to shed her fade and confront her emotions, she would find it unbearable to endure her current predicament. Ryan was not one to offer comfort. During his time in the Knight Brigade, if one of his knights had cried in such a manner, he would have simply kicked them back onto the battlefield. However, Ninali was not one of his knights. She was merely a little girl. After a brief moment of contemplation, Ryan placed his hands on Ninali's back and spoke softly. Your talent is extraordinary, so exceptional that they cannot accept it. That's why they choose to blind themselves and refuse to acknowledge you. You do not need their validation. Just be yourself, the passionate individual who adores magic. What do their opinions matter? You are simply the best, my lady. As Ryan gently caressed her back, Ninali's emotions gradually began to stabilize. Ryan, what's wrong? Shall we go home? Ninali murmured. Can we go back? I don't want to stay here any longer. Let us return, and you can teach me magic from now on, all right? I miss your cooking. How could I possibly always be by your side, my lady? Ninali had suddenly grown more candid, yet Ryan found it difficult to share in her joy. What kind of profound blow could transform an innocent little girl into someone so burdened? At the doorway, instructor Lauren, wanting to apologize to Ninali, witnessed her state and felt a pang of guilt. After all, she was the final straw that had broken Ninali's spirit. "My lady," Ryan began after a moment of reflection, his voice low, "please tell me, who has been bullying you in this academy? I want to know their names, every single one of them." Unsure of the most appropriate approach to resolve these issues, Ryan decided to tackle them in his own way. Chapter 12. Mr. Ryan. Violence cannot solve problems, sir. Initially, seeing Ryan comforting Ninali brought Lauren a sense of relief. However, as Ryan's words lingered and his latent fierceness began to surface, Lauren could no longer remain silent. "What are you planning to do? Are you going to beat up those who mock Ninali? From where does the handmaiden of a countess derive such audacity? Yet, if Ninali's magic indeed originates from this gentleman's tutelage, then it seems this gentleman possesses ample justification for his confidence. One must ponder, why would such a sorcerer deign to serve as a mere attendant to the daughter of a count? The thought alone rendered Roland increasingly unsettled. If it were to fall upon Ryan to resolve these matters personally, the situation would surely escalate. "What are you doing?" Ryan protectively cradled Ninali in his arms, casting a wary glance at the enchanting figure before him. Upon noticing Roland's striking white hair, Ryan could ascertain with certainty that this mentor was indeed connected to Amia. "But what of it? Violence is not the solution to our quandaries," Roland interjected earnestly. "How so?" Ryan's tone dripped with scorn. "As a mentor, you stand idly by while my lady suffers, and when I prepare to defend her, you admonish me that violence is not the answer? If I am not to take action, shall you? Will you confront those who torment my lady? Can you truly accomplish such a feat? If you are capable, why did you not act from the beginning?" In truth, Ryan would never resort to harming a child. However, to retaliate against those who bully his lady by targeting their guardians seems rather justified, does it not? Ryan's relentless questioning left Roland at a loss for words. After a considerable pause, she finally spoke with a tone of exasperation. "What I meant was, we could indeed explore alternative methods for resolution." Embraced by Ryan, Ninali felt a wave of warmth surge within her as she absorbed his unwavering support. So this is what it feels like to be protected by another. In her recollection, since entering the academy, no one had championed her cause quite like Ryan did. As she pondered this, Ninali tightened her grip on the fabric of Ryan's butler attire. What methods? After scrutinizing Roland for a considerable time, Ryan discerned that she was not entirely the irresponsible, timid mentor he had initially presumed. Thus, his demeanor softened considerably. Observing this shift, Roland finally exhaled in relief. Perhaps understanding Ryan's magical prowess contributed to Roland's perception of him as akin to her own magical mentor. The skepticism surrounding Yasi stemmed from her extraordinary ability to master magic in a single night, coupled with her advanced skills that diverged from the conventional teachings, leading others to suspect that she had illicitly studied forbidden texts. Who initiated this? Ryan seized upon the key phrase, causing Roland to startle. She hastily continued, "What I envision is for you, as an esteemed mentor of the academy, to conduct a lesson for them, clarifying that Yasi's magic is not derived from any forbidden tome. This would effectively resolve the matter. They bullied my lady, so why should I teach them magic?" Ryan retorted once more, nearly bringing Roland to tears. How could someone who appeared so gentle and refined resort to fists to resolve matters? At that moment, Ninali, whose small face was buried in Ryan's chest, whispered, "Just listen to Mentor Roland. Don't get yourself into trouble." Her voice was soft and weary. Having already spent a sleepless night, Ninali was undoubtedly exhausted, and her heart was even more so at that moment. Hearing this, Ryan glanced down at Ninali and then addressed Roland. "Very well, I shall heed my lady's words. But let me make it clear that I will only teach the theoretical knowledge of magical professions. I will not divulge anything beyond that." Roland truly felt like crying as she cast a grateful look toward Ninali. Unfortunately, Ninali remained hidden against Ryan's chest and could not see it. Given Ninali's current state, Ryan knew that she would not be able to attend the upcoming lessons, and he gently suggested, "My lady, let us return home." "All right." As Ryan stood, he noticed Ninali's eyes were red, her small hand clutching his trousers tightly, resembling a frightened little beast fearing abandonment. Just yesterday, Ryan would never have imagined that his lady would display such an expression. The thin facade she used for protection had shattered, and the shards had pierced her fragile heart within. Tenderly, he ruffled Ninali's golden hair and took her small hand as they headed toward the stable. Roland bit her lip. hesitating for a moment before ultimately sprinting to catch up with Ryan, her white hair flowing in the breeze. By the time Roland reached them, Ryan was already mounted, one hand gripping the reins while the other held Ninali. Roland hurriedly stepped in front of the horse. "May I join you? Why do you want to come along?" Ryan asked, puzzled. "Is this a home visit? My lady is not quite suitable for that at the moment." "Home visit, my foot. Didn't we agree that you would teach?" Roland exclaimed, tugging at her hair. "Shouldn't we discuss the lesson you are to give tomorrow? I admit I may not be a qualified mentor, but I have more experience in teaching than you, at least to some extent." After a moment's contemplation, Ryan agreed. "All right." With that, he flicked the reins, preparing to ride away. Wait. Roland quickly blocked the horse's path. "Didn't we agree that I could come with you?" "Indeed." Ryan replied nonchalantly. "I shall ride ahead, and you can follow behind." "Do you wish to mount as well?" Roland retorted. "Do you think my 2 legs can outrun a horse's 4 hooves?" After staring at each other for a long moment, Ryan sighed. "All right, get on." Roland's expression brightened as she clumsily mounted the horse, her hands gripping Ryan's waist to ensure her stability, while maintaining a slight distance between their bodies. On the horse's back, Ryan was guiding the steed forward, with Ninali nestled in his arms and rolling position behind him. With a flick of the reins, Ryan urged the horse to take a step forward. Suddenly, a startled cry emerged from behind, followed by the sensation of something soft pressing against his back. The delicate, pale hands that had been gripping him transformed into an embrace. Chapter 13. Sayal and Ryan's expression darkened. "Have you never ridden a horse?" "I have only ever traveled by carriage," Roland replied, leaving Ryan feeling exasperated once again. How had such a foolish woman become a mentor at Alcott Academy? Had the human mages truly run out of capable successors? Considering Ninali's feelings, Ryan rode slowly and steadily throughout their journey. Occasionally, he would encourage Ninali to lift her gaze and admire the scenery, but she remained silent, her head bowed. In contrast to Ninali, the inexperienced Roland was visibly startled, clinging tightly to Ryan's waist. With every step the horse took, she would emit a soft whimper, leaving Ryan utterly speechless. Who among you is truly the child? Suddenly, Ryan noticed a flower shop by the roadside. After a moment's thought, he halted the horse and turned to Roland. "Do you have any money? Lend me a gold coin." "Oh, yes," Roland replied weakly, retrieving a gold coin from her pocket while muttering, "The Countess's maidservant doesn't even have money." "Is that all you have?" Ryan inquired. "Yes, I only brought a gold coin." "Well, she certainly belongs to the na-ve and wealthy type." Accepting the coin, Ryan dismounted. "Thank you. Please watch the horse. Consider this gold coin alone, and I shall repay you later." With that, he hurried into the flower shop. Once Ryan had left, Ninali finally lifted her head, staring at Ryan's retreating figure, her lips moving as if to say something, yet no words escaped her. Moments later, Ryan emerged from the shop. Roland had anticipated that he would return with a grand bouquet, but to her surprise, he held only a rather pitiful little white flower. A pouch of coins hung at his waist, appearing quite full. The little white flower was not particularly beautiful. It bore little distinction from the common blooms found by the roadside, and seemed even more fragile, as if it might break with the gentlest breeze. As Ryan approached with a smile, Roland could not help but ask, "Is this all you bought?" "Yes," Ryan replied with a nod. "It cost 3 silver coins." 3 silver coins for this? Roland couldn't help but break her voice. 3 silver coins could indeed purchase a substantial bundle of flowers, couldn't they? Well, Ryan, however, felt little about it. These were flowers that could only survive at the borders, as they were exceptionally delicate, making transportation exceedingly challenging. It was likely that the 3 silver coins were entirely consumed by transportation costs. "By the way, there are 97 silver coins in this bag. Would you like them?" In this world, the exchange rates of copper, silver, and gold are all standardized at 1100. To be frank, Ryan still found the paper currency from the memories of the other world more convenient to carry, along with the method of saving money using a passbook. When Ryan pulled out a gold coin, the florist was utterly flabbergasted, taking quite a while to gather the silver coins for him. Roland's cheeks twitched. "No need. You should keep them for yourself." "Then I thank you," Ryan replied, and without further ado, handed the delicate flower to Ninai. Ninai received the fragile white blossom, gazing at Ryan in confusion, uncertain as to why he had suddenly gifted her such a flower. However, it was true. This delicate, fragile little flower bore a striking resemblance to her. The night blooming Sirius. This flower glows in the dark. Quite beautiful, isn't it? While Ninai admired the flower, Ryan mounted his horse, leisurely making his way toward the estate. "In truth, I have also traversed a similar path, one where I was misunderstood by all. Despite my earnest efforts to prove myself, I remained unacknowledged, even regarded as a monster by some. At his words, Nine shifted her gaze from the flower and looked up at Ryan, who was embracing her. Ryan stared ahead, seemingly lost in reminiscence, a smile gracing his lips. My heart, too, once felt numb, shaken profoundly in the face of my responsibilities, missions, and the goals I clung to, leading me to contemplate surrender countless times. Yet, just as I was on the brink of an emotional explosion, someone gifted me a night blooming Sirius. With that, Ryan lowered his gaze to the flower in Nine's hand. When all others looked upon me with fear, she approached, her clear gaze resting upon my battered self, presenting me with a night blooming Sirius plucked from the roadside, extending an olive branch of kindness. The soft glow emanating from that flower at that moment was exquisite, truly beautiful. And it was there that I discovered the meaning behind my guardianship. Although Nine did not fully comprehend the events that had transpired in Ryan's life, she discerned the significance behind his words and listened intently. Miss, the night blooming Sirius I present to you today is not a plea for you to protect me, but merely a hope that you may find your strength, nothing more. In truth, I am feeling much better, thank you, Ryan. Nine's voice, though still somewhat hoarse, had noticeably improved, especially after hearing Ryan's story. At this moment, Nana Lee unexpectedly sensed a trace of kindred spirit within Ryan. Perhaps Ryan had endured more than she had. At such a time, Ryan received a night-blooming flower, which lifted him from his nadir. Now, in a similar moment, he gifted her a night-blooming flower. While Ryan had someone to present him with such a bloom, she had Ryan. It was then that Nana Lee realized that the feeling of being acknowledged required merely one person to suffice. Throughout the remainder of their journey, she held the night-blooming flower close, gazing at it repeatedly. Roland, on the other hand, was piecing together Ryan's identity based on his tales. Given that the night-blooming flower could only thrive at the border, it was plausible that Ryan hailed from that region. Moreover, considering Ryan's words, coupled with the magical knowledge that enabled Nana Lee to undergo a transformation overnight, Roland deduced that Ryan must have previously belonged to the Empire and had been perceived as a monster. A monster from the border? As Roland furrowed her brow, a sudden realization struck her. Upon recalling Ryan's cultured and affable smile, alongside the occasional hint of mischief that slipped through, she swiftly affirmed her suspicions. Upon returning to the estate, Nana Lee secluded herself in her room. Ryan, understanding her need for solitude, refrained from intruding and settled down with Roland in a casual spot. For some reason, Ryan noticed that Roland had grown increasingly reserved since arriving at the estate. In his presence, she resembled a timid white rabbit, trembling with anxiety. Mr. Ryan brought a woman home on the very first day? How impressive, murmured the two maids, Deli and Daisy, as they peered through the doorframe at Ryan and Roland. Their whispers were rather loud, causing Roland to blush involuntarily. Had Nana Lee been present, the atmosphere would not have shifted to one of solitude between her and Ryan. But with Nana Lee retreating to her room, the situation had transformed into one where only they remained. Chapter 14. The next generation of nobility. Ryan cast a glance at the two gossiping maids and said, "Tend to the ingredients. I will prepare lunch shortly." Upon hearing that Ryan intended to cook himself, the two maids excitedly hurried off to the kitchen. Thus, the current scenario indeed resulted in Roland and Ryan being alone together. Roland trembled. If Ryan were truly one of those legendary knights, she had ample reason to be fearful. According to her father, those knights were known to capture children to concoct soup and relished gnawing on bones. Had it not been for Ryan's recent tale, which had sown seeds of doubt regarding the credibility of such rumors, Roland might have already devised an excuse to flee with Nana Lee. "Do you seem frightened of me?" Ryan inquired, prompting Roland to vigorously shake her head like a bobblehead. No, no. The atmosphere fell into a profound silence. Noticing Ryan's gaze scrutinizing her, Roland felt an increasing sense of unease. What is he planning? Is he preparing to devour me? Wait, didn't he just mention something about cooking lunch himself? Is he intending to use me as an ingredient? Roland trembled uncontrollably. After a brief moment, it was Ryan who broke the silence. "During your class, I made a trip to the Grand Library of Alcott." Huh. Roland was puzzled. Why was Ryan suddenly bringing this up? "There, I encountered a child who bears a striking resemblance to you, named Amia, sharing the same surname as yours." At this revelation, Roland's heart skipped a beat, and she blurted out, "Please do not eat her. If you must, then consume me instead, Ryan." Ryan had originally intended to discuss something else to lighten the mood, but upon hearing Roland's bewildering outburst, his mind went blank. Eat. Eat, Amia. Do you think I am some kind of lowly enthusiast? Eating you would be more plausible. Roland realized her blunder and quickly covered her mouth. After a moment of calming down, she blushed and lowered her hand, saying, Amia is my sister, exceptionally intelligent, and possesses far greater magical aptitude than I do. Our father has always held her in high regard. Indeed, she is a remarkably bright child. Reflecting on Amia's amber eyes, Ryan smiled. Her eyes are quite beautiful. Although both Amia and Roland have amber eyes, Ryan felt that Amia's were somehow more captivating. Amia's eyes were clear and inquisitive, while Roland's eyes struck Ryan as a bit naively transparent. How did someone like her become a mentor at Alcott? Every time those eyes fixate on me, I feel as though I'm being seen right through. Roland sighed and then remarked, From what you've said, it seems you had a delightful conversation with Amia? Ryan nodded. Though the child appears cold on the surface, she is quite warm-hearted within. Amia is warm-hearted? Roland blinked in disbelief. That child, who barely spoke a word at home, was warm-hearted. Speaking of which, Mr. Ryan, your ability to teach Axie magic again is truly impressive. As their conversation progressed, Roland transitioned to discussing Ninali. Axie adores magic. She truly loves it. Even though she was previously thought to lack any magical talent, she still worked harder than anyone else. I can only imagine how elated she must have been to learn magic under your guidance, right? Upon mentioning this, Roland's mood suddenly darkened. Perhaps that is precisely why Axie has been isolated by the other students. Ryan, after a moment of silence, finally spoke. All right, it is time for us to discuss serious matters. Daisy approached with 2 cups of red tea, which Roland promptly accepted, beginning to blow on the steaming liquid. Upon hearing Ryan's words, Roland paused in confusion. What serious matter? In response, Ryan slowly closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, and inquired, What brings you here? Me? Oh. Roland suddenly realized, tapping her forehead, Mr. Ryan, what is your current level of magic? My level? Ryan hesitated, momentarily taken aback. To be honest, he was uncertain of his own magical rank. Nevertheless, he was confident in his ability to easily overpower the foolish woman before him. Why do you ask that? Because if I wish for you to substitute for a class, it is essential for me to ascertain your information and subsequently report it to the dean, awaiting his approval. Roland replied with gravity. The dean? Which dean? The dean of Alcott Academy? Duke Alcott. After all, the head of this institution was none other than the Duke, who founded it. Indeed, must such trivial matters be reported to the Duke? Ryan expressed his bewilderment. According to Lord Alcott, within the confines of Alcott Academy, she was no longer a Duke, but merely a dean, and any arrangements for other magic instructors to substitute must be reported to her. It was evident that, despite her foolishness, this magic instructor was quite resolute when it came to her duties. However, knowing that it was that woman in charge put Ryan at ease. After savoring a sip of red tea, Ryan replied nonchalantly, Simply inform her that the substitute teacher is Ryan, and that will suffice. Roland was momentarily taken aback. It seemed that this seemingly enigmatic Mr. Ryan held considerable influence. Then why do you humble yourself to serve in this count's household? Surely you could have the count's family serve you instead? Roland was at a loss for words to describe Ryan. He was simply an inexplicable figure, defying easy characterization. Mr. Ryan, there is one more thing. Some of those children are like Ninali. That has nothing to do with me, Ryan interjected calmly. I have stated before that I am only responsible for imparting theoretical knowledge to them, enlightening them that the world encompasses more than just the profession of magic instructor, merely to vindicate my Lady S name. As for magical guidance and adapting to their inherent qualities, I shall not teach a single word. Their magical aptitude is of no concern to me. Ryan's abrupt refusal weakened Roland's resolve, yet she still sought to advocate for those children. They are, after all, the next generation of the empire. The next generation of the empire? The next generation of the imperial aristocracy. Ryan countered. Am I to teach them magic, enabling them to wield it as a means to fortify their status and oppress the lower classes? This statement silenced Roland once more. After all, she was well aware of the current state of the aristocracy within the Headley Empire. Even concerning her own father, they were still young enough to be molded. Do you believe your influence over them is greater than that of their parents? Setting down his cup, Ryan regarded Roland with a placid gaze. You are a mentor at Alcott, and I acknowledge your desire to alter the destinies of those children you perceive as lacking magical talent. You are indeed a competent instructor, but none of this concerns me. Roland opened her mouth, but remained silent. Nevertheless, it must be said, I am grateful to you for providing my young lady with an opportunity for vindication. Ryan smiled. It is truly fortunate for her to have a mentor like you. Chapter 15. The Axie family's meal. I am not precisely a qualified mentor. Taken aback by Ryan's words, Roland felt a mix of surprise and flattery. Indeed, Ryan did not indulge in pleasantries, stating plainly, in terms of experience and methodology, you cannot be called a qualified mentor. However, your willingness to assist your students in overcoming their predicaments is a quality that many instructors lack. Though Ryan's words predominantly pointed out her shortcomings, Roland could not help but feel a surge of happiness. After all, she acknowledged the criticisms Ryan had mentioned, which she had often heard from others, but the latter praise was something that had gone unnoticed by most. Simultaneously, it aligned with Roland's guiding principles. In any case, you only need to inform the Duke on my behalf. I will handle the rest. Very well. Roland nodded in agreement. Once the arrangements were made, Ryan stretched languidly. It is time for lunch. Roland, would you care to join me? Roland, blushing, shook her head. I shall return to the academy now. How will you get back? Will you walk? Roland suddenly realized that she had arrived on Ryan's horse, and now left to her own devices, she pondered how to return. Ryan was taken aback by the woman's folly. Did she truly not consider this when she insisted on riding my horse? After a moment of confusion, Roland gazed at Ryan imploringly. Mr. Ryan, all right. All right, you may stay for lunch. Afterward, I shall escort you back to the academy. Ryan rubbed his temples, feeling a slight headache coming on. In the future, it would be prudent to minimize Nine-Eye's attendance in his classes. She was quite bright. And what if too much exposure to his lessons rendered her less so? Ensuring Roland settled comfortably, Ryan stepped into the kitchen to prepare lunch for the day. Originally, Nine-Eye's meal was to be taken at the academy, and the two maids had already made their own arrangements. However, with Ryan's unexpected return and his intention to cook personally, the two maids were overjoyed. Observing the two young ladies in high spirits, Ryan sighed. Do you not care about the young lady at all? All you think about is eating? We cannot console her. Delilah smiled and replied, Indeed, the only person who can comfort the young lady is Mr. Ryan. Yes, Delilah continued. It seems that the young lady feels quite close to Mr. Ryan. How about this? My sister and I will attend to Mr. Ryan, while Mr. Ryan looks after the young lady. What do you think? That sounds wonderful. Daisy chirped in delight, watching the two maids engage in their banter. Ryan felt an ache in his head. How did Old Lamb endure these two for so long? Ryan was a quick learner. This was only his third time cooking, yet he had already become quite adept. Roland, initially seated quietly outside, felt her stomach grumble as an enticing aroma wafted from the kitchen. It smells divine, she thought. Swallowing hard. Even at her grandfather's birthday banquet, she had never encountered such fragrant food. Unable to contain her curiosity, Roland stood and leaned against the kitchen doorframe, peering inside to catch a glimpse of the culinary activity. Soon, lunch was ready, and Ryan instructed the two young ladies to arrange the dishes for the table before making his way to Nanali's room. My lady, are you feeling better? It's time to eat. Nanali's voice soon floated from within the room, responding, I still wish to have some quiet. Hearing the lingering fatigue in Nanali's tone, Ryan spoke gently. Then allow me to bring your meal to you. You can eat in your room. Just call for me when you're done, and I shall retrieve the dishes. All right, Nanali agreed. Ryan turned back to fetch her portion of lunch and returned to the door of Nanali's room. The door creaked open slightly, and Nanali extended her hand to receive the meal. She then lifted her gaze to meet Ryan's eyes for a moment, as if confirming something, before closing the door. While Nanali dined alone in her room, Ryan and the others gathered around the table to enjoy their meal. Daisy, lacking the decorum of a proper maid, took a hearty bite with her fork, her eyes squinting in bliss. Starving, Roland cautiously sampled a small bite, only to be overtaken by her appetite, her hand moving with such speed it nearly left an afterimage. Delilah, though equally fond of Ryan's cooking, maintained her composure as a maid, savoring each bite and relishing the dining experience. After lunch, the two maids went to wash the dishes, leaving Roland contentedly reclining in her chair, a look of sheer satisfaction on her face. If only I could have meals like this every day, she vowed, declaring it the most delicious and fulfilling lunch she had ever experienced. Stop lounging about and get up, someone urged. Ryan sighed. It is time to return to the academy. Oh, all right. Roland immediately rose and followed Ryan out of the residence. Before departing, Ryan glanced back at the door of Nanali's room, pondering whether the young lady had been eating properly. Subsequently, Roland faced the most nightmarish day of her life. Just moments ago, she had been at the pinnacle of happiness, only to plummet into an abyss of despair. Such is the unpredictable nature of life. On the streets of a Terre city, a gaunt horse dashed like lightning through the throngs of people, many of whom could scarcely discern what had flown past them. However, all could hear the chilling screams of a woman emanating from the creature. All, clinging desperately to Ryan's waist atop the horse, Roland pressed her face against his back. Eyes tightly shut, her mouth unable to cease its cries. Even Ryan found her screams unbearable, thinking, "Sister, are you the reincarnation of a lamenting demon from the demon realm?" With a swift pull of the reins, Ryan brought the horse to a halt within the grounds of Olcott Academy. Roland hastily dismounted, staggering a few steps before grasping a nearby pillar, then, without any semblance of decorum, retched. The delectable dishes she had just enjoyed at the residence quickly mingled with the earth of Olcott Academy. Poor Roland, who had never ridden before, found herself atop Ryan's horse for her very first experience. This tumultuous venture would undoubtedly become an indelible shadow in her life. Chapter 16. I shall resolve this after ensuring Roland's safe arrival at Olcott Academy. Ryan turned his horse back toward the residence. As he approached the entrance, a sudden furrow of concern crossed his brow. Something was amiss. The diligent guards who typically safeguarded the gate were nowhere to be seen. After securing the horse, Ryan strode into the residence. Upon entering, Ryan's gaze immediately fell upon the commotion at Ninali's door, which was now surrounded by a crowd. The maids, Deli and Daisy, stood resolutely before Ninali's door, refusing to budge. The guards of the residence, armed with long spears, were bracing themselves against a group of knights clad in silver armor. Deli's expression was no longer one of warmth, but rather one of cold indifference. "You have searched every other part of the residence. What more do you want?" "Naturally, we wish to search this final room," replied the lead knight, his demeanor utterly lacking the nobility expected of one in his position. "This is Our Lady's room. None may enter without her consent," Deli asserted, drawing a dagger from her maid's sleeve. "Intruders, beware. Are you threatening me?" The leading knight chuckled. "I am the captain of the Marquis's knightly order. Do you dare to lay a hand on me? Should you attempt to touch me, the entire Axie family shall face dire consequences." Upon hearing this declaration, the expressions of all the guards remained unfazed, their weapons still aimed menacingly at the intruders. The knight captain's demeanor darkened as he commanded, "I suspect that forbidden tomes are concealed within this chamber. Restrain these impertinent guards. I shall personally conduct the search." With that, he reached out to push aside two maids. Daili, clutching a dagger in one hand while shielding Daishu behind her, prepared to strike down the knight captain's lecherous hand when suddenly, a figure materialized between them. Ryan effortlessly grasped the knight captain's wrist and gently shoved him back, causing the captain to stagger several steps. Had it not been for the support of other knights, he might have tumbled to the ground. What a farce, Ryan thought. This fellow is weaker than the knight I encountered earlier today, the captain of the Marquis's knights, and yet this is his prowess? Truly a disgrace to knighthood. Addressing the assembly of knights, Ryan stated calmly, "First, we harbor no forbidden texts. Second, this is my lady's chamber. Whoever dares to enter shall meet their demise." As he spoke, a faint aura of menace radiated from him, instilling fear in the hearts of the knights. Where did this person emerge from? The knight captain trembled, yet feigned bravado, lifting his chin defiantly. "If you possess no forbidden tomes, why do you guard this room so tenaciously? I suspect you are merely acting out of guilt. It appears that negotiations have failed." Ryan sighed, his gaze sharpening suddenly. "Form ranks." With his commanding shout, the guards, despite their minimal acquaintance with Ryan, instinctively obeyed his orders and lined up. With a sound of clanking armor, the guards stood in perfect formation, their weapons aimed squarely, exuding a solemnity that surpassed even that of the knights. The knights, in contrast, drew their swords, but few held them with any semblance of proper form. A rabble they were. Despite being the Marquis's knights, they resembled a disorganized mob, and coupled with their overbearing demeanor, Ryan surmised that they had likely engaged in many unscrupulous deeds. Contemplating this, Ryan slowly raised his hand to rest upon the sword at his waist, the aura of danger around him intensifying. The knight captain felt a cold sweat break out on his brow, whether it was an illusion or not. He fancied he could see a sea of corpses behind Ryan. This is certainly no mere servant of the Earl. Where on earth did this person come from? Just as tensions escalated between the two sides, the door to Nai's room was abruptly flung open. Nana Lee, with a dispassionate expression, emerged from within and approached Ryan. Gazing at the uninvited guests before her, "Ryan, allow them to search," she stated. As her words resonated, all the guards simultaneously lowered their long spears, and Ryan withdrew his hand, which had instinctively grasped the hilt of his sword. How astute! The captain of the knights smirked lewdly, extending his hand toward Nana Lee in an attempt to pat her head. Ryan's gaze turned icy as he swiftly seized the captain's hand. With a sharp crack, the knight let out a piercing scream, collapsing onto the ground. My hand! My hand! Captain!" The other knights, witnessing this, quickly drew their swords. Ryan chuckled lightly. "Why are you shouting? I haven't harmed you." Upon hearing this, the captain's cries gradually subsided as he stared blankly at his right hand. Noticing the gauntlet encasing it, now riddled with cracks, he realized the palm within remained unscathed, devoid of any pain. Blushing with embarrassment, the captain ceased his attempts to provoke Nana Lee and waved dismissively. Search. After a thorough search lasting nearly 10 minutes, several knights finally emerged from Nana Lee's chambers. Nothing found. No forbidden books. "I see," the captain sneered at Ryan. "It seems the forbidden books are well concealed. We must remain vigilant and conduct surprise searches here in the future." As these words left his lips, Ryan could distinctly feel Nana Lee's small hand gripping his trousers with increasing strength. Surely, her heart was filled with panic and helplessness at that moment. "We're leaving," commanded the captain, and the knights departed the estate in a grand procession, leaving behind a scene of disarray. Nana Lee cast her gaze downward, as Ryan had observed. She felt utterly powerless. Before her stood a marquis, a figure of immense authority within the empire, and even a mere accusation of possessing forbidden texts, though unfounded, could tarnish her reputation. At that moment, a broad hand suddenly rested atop her head. Feeling the warmth radiating from above, Nana Lee's cheeks flushed slightly. "Don't touch my head." Ryan spoke softly. "It is because I taught you those spells that you have drawn the attention of these individuals." At his words, Nana Lee abruptly looked up. "This has nothing to do with you. How could it be unrelated?" Ryan crouched down, meeting her gaze earnestly. "Even aside from the matter of teaching you magic, it is still my concern, for I am your personal steward." With that, Ryan withdrew his hand and glanced toward the retreating knights, a flicker of ominous intent flashing in his eyes. "Rest assured, my lady, I shall handle everything." Chapter 17. The Marquis's residence. Dylan Baikasi, the Marquis of the Headley Empire, currently resides in the city of Ater. Based on the crests adorning the knights, Delhi easily deduced that they were all affiliated with the Baikasi family. At Ryan's request, Delhi recounted the tale of this family. Listening to her narrative, Ryan found himself perplexed. Why would a marquis, instead of dwelling on his own fief, choose to settle in Ater? Was Ater more comfortable than his own lands? Certainly not. Delhi shook her head, revealing that he was indeed a devoted father. His daughter attended the Alcott Academy, prompting him to establish his residence in Ater. Understanding dawned on Ryan, who surmised that it was likely the Baikasi heiress who had informed her father about the forbidden books hidden by Nainali, thus leading to the current predicament. One must admit, the Marquis's eagerness to act upon hearsay without discernment was rather commendable. Yet, what was most irksome was the demeanor of the knights, who behaved like ruffians, flaunting their power. The captain of the knights was a cousin of Marquis Dylan and had indeed committed numerous acts of bullying in Ater. Duke Alcott had warned him on several occasions. Initially, he showed some restraint, but soon he began exploiting loopholes, leaving even the Duke at a loss. "Where is the Baikasi family located?" Ryan inquired, his tone nonchalant after hearing Delhi's description. Delhi did not respond directly. Instead, she posed a serious question. "Mr. Ryan, I understand you may possess some undisclosed background, but do you truly feel confident in confronting a marquis? Dealing with a marquis could indeed prove to be quite challenging." As she spoke, Ryan's gaze drifted to Nainali's room. It had become a disheveled mess after being ransacked by the knights, and at that moment, Daisy was assisting Nainali in tidying up. Recalling Nainali's bewildered and helpless expression, Ryan remarked softly, "However, this matter cannot simply be brushed aside." As night fell, the world grew silent. Ryan rode his lean horse through the streets of Ater. In the distance, amidst the darkness, a resplendent mansion stood illuminated. This was the residence of Marquis Dylan Baikasi. Admittedly, in this era, electric lights did not exist. The illuminating objects were magic stones infused with the power of sorcerers, which commoners could hardly afford. Both marquises and dukes were pivotal figures within an empire, Thus, any conflict between them required careful navigation. However, most marquises typically indulged in their own fiefs, making the Bicassi family, who brazenly sought to exert influence within a duke's territory, rather unique. At this moment, the guards at the marquis's gate leaned on their long spears, drowsy and weary. This can be understood. After all, no one would be foolish enough to provoke a marquis. If the guards were overly diligent, they would seem superfluous. This observation applies specifically to the Headley Empire. Such marquises typically employ knights who oppress the common folk, lacking formal training, and when war breaks out, they flee at the first sign of danger, proving utterly useless. Most nobles are indeed similar. As long as my knights are marginally stronger than yours, I am satisfied. In contrast, the guards left for Ninali by Count Horace are not merely well-trained. They could truly be deemed elite, like the parasites of this empire. Even if Ryan refrains from taking action, the moment the crown prince ascends, a thorough cleansing will inevitably occur. Gently caressing the hilt of his sword at his waist, Ryan raised the reins and approached the grand entrance of the Marquis's estate. Upon hearing the sound of hooves, the previously drowsy guards quickly snapped to attention, raising their pikes in a flurry. "Who goes there?" Ryan halted his horse and calmly addressed the guards. "I wish to see Marquis Bicassi. Please convey my message." "See Marquis Bicassi?" The guards hesitated, scrutinizing Ryan from head to toe, dressed in attire resembling that of a steward. His demeanor suggested that he might indeed be a person of significance. Consequently, the guards' expressions turned more respectful. "May I inquire your name, my lord? It would facilitate my announcement, as not everyone is granted an audience with the Marquis." What a nuisance. To be honest, Ryan truly wished to draw his sword and storm through the entrance to confront Marquis Bicassi directly. However, such a display would be excessively ostentatious and unhelpful given his current situation. After a moment's reflection, Ryan replied to the guard, "Simply inform him that I am a representative of Duke Olcott. Be quick with your announcement." "Yes, my lord." Upon hearing that he was a representative of Duke Olcott, the guard wasted no time, skipping formalities and hastening to deliver the message. After all, who would dare impersonate a representative of Duke Olcott and seek an audience with Marquis Bicassi? They would likely not even know how to spell death. In no time, the guard returned, bowing respectfully to Ryan. "My lord, the Marquis awaits you in the estate." Ryan nodded slightly and stepped through the grand doors of the residence. Traversing the courtyard, he entered the interior of the estate, where the opulence surpassed that of the exterior. Countless magical stones adorned the walls, illuminating the interior as bright as day. Ryan could confidently assert that even Duke Olcott's residence lacked such extravagance. "Good day, sir." Marquis Dillon was a tall, slender, middle-aged man, dressed in finery, with an extravagant mustache that exuded the essence of nobility. Upon seeing Ryan, Dillon initially rose with a smile to greet him, then inquired, "Sir, I seem to have never encountered anyone of your caliber in the presence of His Grace the Duke." "Oh, forgive my rudeness. Your raven-black hair and deep-set eyes are quite striking. Had I met you before, you would surely have left a lasting impression upon me." Ryan regarded Dillon with a faint smile and replied, "No, you are mistaken. There truly is no one of my stature in the company of Olcott." As the words left his lips, Dillon's pupils constricted sharply, and he swiftly retreated, raising his right hand. Clang! The knights surrounding Dillon drew their swords, pointing them menacingly at Ryan. Within the residence of the Axie family, Nini nestled in her newly arranged small room, cradling the night orchid that Ryan had gifted her. Under the moonlight, each petal of the orchid shimmered with a delicate golden glow. Gazing at the night orchid, a sweet smile gradually adorned Nini's face, exuding an adorable charm, albeit unseen by anyone. In that moment, she embodied the innocent and carefree expression befitting a 9-year-old girl. Truly, it was beautiful. Chapter 18. The sword-wielding eagle in the Marquis's residence of Yates City, for nightly guards stood vigilant, their long swords at the ready, facing the man clad in Butler's attire before them. Their instincts told them that this man possessed extraordinary abilities. Ryan discerned that, unlike the lackluster knights he had encountered earlier, these guards were indeed formidable. It appeared that Dillon was aware of the inadequacy of those knights and, valuing his life, had deliberately surrounded himself with these elite warriors. This strategy was rather deceptive, easily luring enemies into a trap, only to eliminate them swiftly. Hiding behind the nightly guards, Dillon, noticing Ryan's lack of further action, asked uncertainly, "Who are you, and what is your purpose here?" As he spoke, the 4 knights began to close in on Ryan. Ryan regarded Dylan with indifference, slowly raising his hand and reaching into his butler's attire. The knights assumed he was about to produce some concealed weapon and halted, readying their stances in anticipation. However, to their astonishment, Ryan withdrew a small insignia from within his garments. Dylan squinted, initially believing it to be a family crest, but upon closer inspection, a cold sweat broke out across his brow. The insignia depicted a soaring eagle, its talons clutching a knight's longsword. The sword-wielding eagle. This was the emblem expressly commissioned by the Crown Prince. To behold this insignia was akin to witnessing the Crown Prince in person. Dylan, quick to react, knelt swiftly upon recognizing the insignia, his knee striking the floor with a resounding thud that momentarily contorted his expression in pain. The knights present were momentarily taken aback, glancing at Dylan before they too knelt upon witnessing his submission. This was a customary practice within the Hedley Empire. Knights served their nobles exclusively, and even in the presence of the king, they would not kneel without the noble's prior command. Naturally, should a knight display any impropriety, the noble would share the burden of responsibility. Cold sweat trickled down Dylan's forehead, threatening to invade his eyes, yet he refrained from wiping it away, instead offering a sheepish smile. "My lord, should you wish to see me, simply make your identity known to the guards, and I shall come to greet you." There is no need to masquerade as a subordinate of Duke. He merely wished to avoid attracting undue attention. As he spoke, Ryan cast a glance at the 4 knights before him. "Rest assured, my lord, they remain by my side even in slumber, never straying from me, and will certainly not divulge anything." Upon hearing this, Ryan raised an eyebrow, noting with amusement that Dylan was quite the astute individual. Dylan continued, "My lord, I am curious about your unexpected visit. Could it be related to your search of the Axie residence under the pretext of uncovering forbidden tomes?" A smile of understanding spread across Dylan's face as he added, "Fear not. We shall keep a vigilant watch over the sole daughter of the Axie family. Once we verify her possession of any forbidden texts, we will promptly deliver both her and the tomes to you. This matter bears no relation to me." "No," Ryan replied, his demeanor cool. "I am here to inform you that the Axie family possesses no forbidden texts, so there is no need for further searches. Furthermore, I am quite displeased with the conduct of your knights during their visit to the Axie household." Dylan's pupils constricted momentarily at Ryan's words, and he swiftly commanded his knightly attendants, "Go, immediately inform the knights who visited the Axie residence to remove their armor and tend to the horses in the stables." At this moment, Dylan comprehended that the Axie family had indeed found an ally. As Dylan's command resonated, the knights promptly rose. However, Ryan smiled at Dylan and suddenly raised his right hand. "Halt." Dylan immediately instructed his knights to cease their actions, his body nearly drenched in cold perspiration. Ryan, recognizing Dylan's urgency, understood that he was attempting to protect those knights. Nevertheless, Ryan was not inclined to let this matter slip by unnoticed. After locking eyes with Ryan for a brief moment, Dylan inhaled deeply and commanded his attendants, "Go, find those knights and bring them to me, swiftly." For knightly guards sprang into action, swiftly capturing the knights who had visited the Axie estate during the day and binding them tightly, rendering them utterly powerless to resist. The disparity between them and the guards was unmistakable. The captain of the knights, his upper body still bare, shouted incessantly along the way. Upon seeing Dylan, his expression immediately soured. "Uncle, what is going on?" Dylan paid no heed to the captain and respectfully addressed Ryan. "My lord, they are all here now. You may deal with them as you see fit." It was only after hearing Dylan's words that the captain noticed Ryan. A wave of panic washed over him as he recognized Ryan as the butler from the Axie estate earlier that day. His own uncle, the Marquis. What should he call him? "My lord." The captain recalled the peculiar aura that Ryan had exuded when he had faced him earlier. Though a flicker of realization sparked within him, he was unwilling to acknowledge it and immediately began to struggle. "Uncle, he is merely the butler of a count. He cannot be a person of significance. Do not be deceived by him." "Silence." Dylan shot the captain a fierce glare. Having fought his way here, was his ability to discern character not superior to that of this drunken fool? The captain fell silent at once. "You say they are at my disposal?" Ryan cast a glance at the knights kneeling on the ground, a wicked smile creeping across his face. This malevolent grin appeared far more natural than the smiles he typically wore, as if this were the true essence of Ryan. The captain felt a surge of unease upon witnessing Ryan's expression, desperately casting a pleading glance at Dylan. "Tomorrow morning, at the market." Let them be publicly executed for their long-standing oppression of the common folk, Ryan stated in a tone so calm it was as if he were discussing a trivial matter. Yet, upon hearing this, the captain nearly lost control of himself. How could a person utter such words? I am a noble relative. What does it matter if those commoners are slain? This cannot possibly incur my punishment. Struggling against the guards, the captain shouted in indignation, his face flushed. Dylan, gritting his teeth, knelt and spoke. I too am aware of his oppression of the common folk, but to execute him in such a manner is excessive, is it not? He offended you earlier, unaware of your identity. Perhaps my lord might overlook this transgression. Let me bear the burden of his punishment, shall we? Chapter 19. Resolution. Dylan initially believed that as a marquis, Ryan would not be able to impose severe punishment upon him. At worst, he might lose some property, an outcome he could accept. Unfortunately, Ryan was never one to adhere to conventional methods. The moment Dylan finished speaking, he felt something hard press against his chin. Dylan tilted his head back, casting his gaze downward to find his chin pressed against the hilt of a long sword. Sheathed yet threatening, Ryan, wielding the sword with a sly smile, regarded Dylan with a chilling demeanor. Are you prepared to bear the consequences for them? Should I interpret this as a desire on your part to embrace death for their sake? The clang of steel echoed as several knightly guards unsheathed their swords once again. In a flurry of panic, Dylan raised his hand, signaling his guards to lower their weapons, and stammered incoherently to Ryan. I am a marquis of the Empire. Even if the crown prince himself were present, he holds no authority to execute me. I indeed lack the right to condemn you, Ryan replied, his smile revealing a sinister edge. However, should I choose to end your life, the Empire would hold no judgment against me. At worst, I might face a minor penalty, which does not frighten me. Upon hearing this, Dylan's eyes widened in disbelief. This man was a lunatic. Did he truly care not for the consequences in pursuit of fleeting satisfaction? At that moment, Dylan mentally berated his captain. Why provoke someone like this? Must you be so resolute? Am I truly being so extreme? You need only comply with my request and have those men executed by slow torture in the marketplace. Ryan feigned innocence, his words dripping with malice. But I also advise you not to push me to extremes. Why not test it? Have your 4 knights charge at me. A shiver coursed through Dylan, rising from his heels to the crown of his head. The crown prince was a warrior. Each individual bestowed with the eagle crest by him was a formidable champion, unmatched in battle. Dylan felt certain that even if all the detritus of the Marquisate surged forth, they would be no match for Ryan's single hand. Swallowing hard, Dylan squeezed his eyes shut and shouted defiantly, I will comply. Tomorrow morning, those knights shall be displayed in the marketplace, executed for their long-standing oppression of the common folk. Do not forget, Ryan raised his sword, tapping the hilt against Dylan's face before turning to depart. As Ryan's figure faded into the distance, the captain of the knights struggled to break free. Addressing the other guards urgently, Hurry, release me at once. This matter cannot be left unresolved. What are you saying? Dylan's voice of confusion prompted the captain to whirl around. Upon meeting Dylan's cold gaze, the captain's mind buzzed. Uncle, hold him down. Remember my words. Tomorrow morning, in the marketplace, we shall execute them by slow torture. Rising, Dylan dusted off his clothes and waved his hand for the guards to escort the knights away. He then found a chair to sit upon, wiped the cold sweat from his brow, and began to breathe heavily. For nobles like him, fear of politicians and power was minimal. It was the madman who truly instilled terror. Dylan felt a preference for meeting the Grand Prince in person rather than encountering that troublesome Ryan again. Once he regained his composure, the thought that his knight captain was to be executed by slow slicing the following day inexplicably brought him a sense of joy. After all, that knight captain had taken advantage of his status, bullying both men and women in the city of Ather, leaving Dylan to clean up his mess on numerous occasions. Were it not for his petulant sister, he would not have even cast a glance at that drunken good-for-nothing. Yet now, this instigator was finally to meet his end due to circumstances beyond his control. Ha ha ha. The mere thought of it made Dylan suddenly burst into laughter. It seemed that Ryan wished to keep his involvement in this matter concealed, allowing the decision to execute the knight captain to rest solely upon his shoulders. After all, the knight captain was already infamous among the common folk, and this act of righteous retribution could not only redeem Dylan's reputation as a marquis, but also elevate his standing among the populace. Thus, his laughter grew louder. The few knightly attendants exchanged glances, wondering if Marquis Dylan had suffered such a blow that he had lost his sanity. Once his laughter subsided, Dylan felt an overwhelming sense of lightness and turned to his attendant knights, saying, "Go. Inform Dolores to refrain from any further conflicts with the young lady of the Aki family at Alcott Academy. It would be best to cultivate a friendship instead." A person of Ryan's stature, coupled with his sinister nature, willingly serving as a steward for the Aki family, surely indicates some connection between them. It is possible that the Aki family may soon rise to the status of the Bicus family, becoming marquises as well. Dylan was already quite content with his current life and saw no need to make enemies. Instead, he felt it prudent to keep an eye on the man bearing the emblem of the sword-wielding eagle. Riding leisurely, Ryan returned to the Aki estate. The guard stationed at the entrance immediately saluted upon seeing him, a courtesy not typically afforded to Ryan during his comings and goings. It appeared that the events of the day had earned him their respect. After securing his lean horse in the stable, Ryan finally stepped back into the estate. To his surprise, he found Nine-Eye sitting in a position facing the door. Upon spotting Ryan's return, a look of relief washed over her delicate features. "Miss, you are still awake?" Ryan smiled gently. "Were you perhaps waiting for me?" "I was not waiting for you." Nine-Eye turned her head away. Her cheeks flushed as she quietly retorted, "You still haven't taught me any magic today." Ryan nodded. "What magic would you like to learn today? Perhaps we should leave it for another time." Nine-Eye quickly changed her mind, hopping off her chair. "The hour is late. I must rest. You should also retire soon." Having said that, Nanali trotted back to her room. Watching her figure fade away, Ryan smiled and shook his head, turning to head to his own room for some rest. At that moment, the door to Nanali's room suddenly opened a crack, and her little head peeked out. "Ryan." Ryan turned his head. "What is it, miss?" "You can just call me by my name from now on." Nanali's cheeks flushed crimson, yet she believed that in the darkness, Ryan could not discern her expression. How adorable. He silently mused, smiling and nodding. "All right, Nanali." "No, miss." "Good night, Nanali." Chapter 20. The market punishment. The following morning, Ryan rose early, even earlier than the day before. To be frank, he did not wish to ride the horse so quickly again. Not only could Nanali not endure it, but the poor, thin horse could not either. Upon leaving his room, he found the two maid sisters had already risen before him and were busy tidying up. "Good morning, Mr. Ryan." The lively and energetic voice belonged to Daisy. "Good morning, Mr. Ryan," came the respectful and somewhat mature tone of Deli. Ryan nodded, smiling as he returned the greeting and prepared to freshen up. After only taking a few steps, he saw Nanali emerging from her room, rubbing her sleepy eyes. "Good morning." "Nanali up so early?" Ryan smiled. Nanali stifled a yawn, of course, not admitting that she was afraid of being late and needing to ride with Ryan. "I just woke up a bit later yesterday." "I see." Ryan understood her thoughts, but chose not to address them, and the two made their way to wash up together. Just as the day before, he used wind magic to dry Nanali's hair and then instructed her to sit at the dining table while he began preparing breakfast in the kitchen. "Mr. Ryan, isn't it a bit rude to call the miss by her name directly?" During the cooking process, Deli first exerted considerable effort to shoo Daisy away from the kitchen, then turned to Ryan with her question. Ryan, while cooking, smiled and replied, "That was Nanali's request." Hearing this, Deli blinked her beautiful eyes in surprise. "How many days has Mr. Ryan been here? Has he already won the miss over?" "Old Lamb has taken care of her for many years and has never seen her request to be called by her name. By the way, Mr. Ryan, how is the matter with Marquis Bicassi progressing?" Regarding the Marquis Bicassi, Ryan pondered for a moment before seemingly changing the subject with a smile. "By the way, the household supplies are running low. Could you please go to the market to buy some ingredients? Do you need me to give you a ride?" Upon hearing Ryan's response, Dolly was momentarily taken aback, but then an idea struck her. "I understand now. I can go by myself later. There's no need to trouble Mr. Ryan." During their conversation, Ryan had already prepared breakfast and was plating the dishes. As he picked up the breakfast for himself and Nine-Eye, he looked at Dolly and asked, "Have you learned?" Dolly was once again surprised. She had indeed been secretly observing how Ryan prepared his meals, but she hadn't anticipated that he would notice. Subsequently, a smile spread across Dolly's face. "I've learned. May I prepare breakfast tomorrow?" "Of course, I would appreciate your help." After finishing breakfast with Nine-Eye, there was still some time before the church bells would ring. Initially, Ryan intended to take the carriage, but Nine-Eye, blushing, expressed that riding in the carriage was too troublesome. Thus, Ryan had no choice but to continue riding horses with Nine-Eye. Since time was not pressing, Ryan leisurely rode along. with Nine holding onto his arm while she admired the scenery around them. Ryan's steady riding was even more stable than the carriage, and Nine had never before seen the sights of that city from such an open perspective. However, after a while, Nine found herself losing interest and withdrew her gaze. For some reason, she felt that its city had an air of stagnation. Halfway through their journey, as they passed the city market, the church bells finally rang out. Nine suddenly noticed that although the bells had just begun to toll, indicating that the common folk were just now stepping out, the entrance to the market was already teeming with people. The crowd was so dense that Nine could not discern what was happening inside, so she strained her ears to listen. Faintly, she caught words such as captain of the Bicasi Marquis Knight Brigade. Was this related to the knights who had intruded into her home yesterday, falsely accusing her of harboring forbidden books? Unable to suppress her curiosity, Nine looked up at Ryan and asked, "Ryan, what is happening over there? It must be some sort of performance, right?" "There's nothing worth seeing," Ryan replied with a smile. Yet, in the next moment, a piercing wail emanated from the entrance of the market. A wave of cheers quickly followed, drowning out the sorrowful cry. It was evident how long the common folk had harbored their grievances against that knight captain from the Bicasi family. Ryan did not linger and urged his horse away from the scene. Suddenly, he sensed a gaze upon him and lowered his head. At that moment, he saw Nine looking up at him with wide eyes, seemingly lost in thought. "Nine, what's wrong?" "Oh, it's nothing," she replied, shaking her head and averting her gaze. However, from Ryan's perspective, a subtle smile crept onto Nine's face, betraying her hidden delight. She seemed to have guessed what Ryan was up to last night. Or perhaps she had an inkling of it the previous evening, but never imagined that he would resort to such means to resolve the issue. Upon arriving at Olcott Academy, Ryan rode his horse to the stable, securing the steed before dismounting with Nine. As he turned, he happened to catch sight of a knight clad in silver armor, leading a horse and seemingly intending to park it in the very spot Ryan occupied. This knight was none other than the one who had received a shoulder throw from Ryan the previous morning. "Ah, we meet again," Ryan greeted with an air of familiarity, raising his hand. "Would you like me to relinquish this spot for you?" The knight glared at Ryan through his visor, but silently led his horse to another location. It appeared that the knights of the Odysseus family possessed a modicum of decorum. Though somewhat overbearing, they still understood the importance of courtesy in their dealings. As for the Odysseus family's daughter, one could only wonder about her disposition. Leading Nine to the academic building of Olcott Academy, Ryan soon spotted a figure with white hair waiting at a distance. It was Mentor Roland. Nine greeted her first. "It seems you have fully regained your strength." "That is splendid news." Roland nodded towards Nine and then addressed Ryan. "I have already spoken to the dean regarding your teaching duties. He expressed a desire to meet you." "Has she agreed?" Ryan inquired. "Indeed, the dean has consented. She mentioned that I would conduct the first half of the lesson, and you will take over for the latter half." "Very well." After escorting Nine into the classroom and inquiring about the dean's whereabouts, Ryan set off to find the head of Olcott Academy. Chapter 21. Fina Olcott. Upon entering the classroom, Nine chose a corner seat and settled in alone. Other students gradually made their way into the room. One golden-haired student glanced at Nine in the corner, hesitating for a moment before approaching. "Good morning, Yasi," she greeted. This student was none other than Dolores Bicasi, the only daughter of Marquis Dillon, who had loudly accused Nine of stealing forbidden texts the day before. Last night, her father had unexpectedly instructed her to befriend the daughter of the Yasi family, while cautioning her against a particular steward from that household. At first, Dolores had been perplexed, even somewhat disdainful. Who was she? The daughter of a marquis. Why should she lower herself to befriend a count's daughter, let alone be wary of a minor steward from that family? However, this morning, she had noticed that the knight captain, whom her father had fiercely protected, and who was, regrettably, her cousin, had been publicly executed for the prolonged oppression of the common folk. Executed. It was unthinkable, even if he had slain a count. Such a punishment was excessive. Dolores also sensed that something was amiss in this matter. After a moment's contemplation, she resolved to greet Nine. Although she found it difficult to lower her stature to befriend Nine, she believed it necessary to ease the tension in their relationship. If Ryan were aware of Dolores's thoughts, he would undoubtedly find himself internally scoffing, pondering how such schemes could arise from mere 9-year-olds. Are the children of nobility truly so calculating? When Nine heard Dolores greet her, she was taken aback. It felt as though the sun had risen from the west. Nevertheless, adhering to the adage that one should not strike a smiling face, Ninali nodded and replied coolly, "Good morning, Baikasi." Dolores was indifferent to Ninali's demeanor, recognizing that given her own past treatment of Ninali, it was quite commendable that the latter did not respond with hostility. Their exchange was succinct, and soon they both returned to their respective pursuits. Observing Dolores's unexpected overture towards Ninali, the noble girls accompanying her were utterly astonished. "Baikasi, what has come over you? Did you sleep foolishly last night? Why are you greeting someone associated with forbidden books?" Upon hearing the mention of forbidden literature, Dolores immediately raised her voice. "Yahi did not steal any forbidden texts. I assure you by the honor of the Baikasi family." After all, it was she who had raised the issue, and it was her responsibility to vindicate Ninali. Indeed, following Dolores's declaration, no one dared to accuse Ninali of thievery regarding the forbidden books again. However, the question remained, what was the nature of the magic Ninali had displayed yesterday? Ascending to the top floor of the teaching building where Ninali attended class, Ryan found himself at the door of the principal's office of Alcott Academy. Naturally, he did not climb the stairs step by step. Rather, he ascended via a large floating stone. This floating stone was reminiscent of an elevator from Ryan's memories, with the distinction that electricity was supplanted by magical energy, allowing it to glide smoothly through the air. Quite convenient, indeed. However, the existence of the principal's office took Ryan entirely by surprise, in his estimation. Someone of the Duke of Alcott's stature should possess a charming little estate within the academy, not merely a modest office. He knocked gently on the door, and from within, a languidly alluring voice beckoned, "Please, come in." Upon entering the principal's office, Ryan's gaze was immediately drawn to a strikingly formidable woman with red hair. She appeared to be indulging in a midday nap, having pushed 2 chairs together to recline upon, her long, fair legs exposed as she stretched languorously. Through the desk, Ryan could still perceive the ample curves of her bosom, each one nearly the size of his head, making her noble attire seem precariously close to bursting at the seams. Yet there was an undeniable harmony in her appearance. Rain boldly asserted that even the most adept shapeshifter among the demon race, the succubus, could not replicate the figure of the red-haired woman before him. Fina Alcott, one of the few noble women of the Headley Empire, was also the sole female duke. This woman was extraordinary. Several years prior, she had delivered a kick to the king's most vital area, leaving him bedridden for a month. While she continued to enjoy a life of luxury, Duchess Fina, "It has been a while," he remarked. Rain?" Fina, clearly familiar with him, swiftly sat up, her alluring visage now directed at him. "Rain, you've arrived? Didn't you summon me?" he retorted. Oh, Fina chuckled softly before yawning. "I'm so tired. I momentarily forgot." Rain sighed. "So, did you seek me out for a specific reason?" In response, Fina reclined slightly in her chair, a playful smile gracing her lips. "Shouldn't I be the one asking you that? I once mentioned that if you felt disenchanted with this empire, you could come to Alcott Academy to find me. Now, here you are. However, I am not here specifically to find you. I merely accompanied my young mistress," he clarified, deliberately maintaining distance from her. Rain was acutely aware of the danger and ambition that this woman possessed. As a formidable figure, Fina had dedicated herself to elevating the status of women within the empire, and the Alcott Women's Academy, which embodied all her efforts, stood as testament to her commitment. Behind the scenes, this perilous woman had also long coveted the throne of the empire. "Your young mistress?" Fina inquired, her curiosity piqued. As it was evident she had not fully grasped the circumstances surrounding Rain's teaching assignment. She had simply heard his name and readily agreed to his presence. "Nanelia, the sole daughter of Count Horace. I am now her personal steward," Rain stated matter-of-factly. At this revelation, Fina straightened. "You? Serving as a steward in a count's household? Is there a problem with that?" Rain responded nonchalantly, "Not at all. In fact, he found himself rather enjoying this lifestyle. No longer did he have to confront the demon race daily alongside a cadre of unpleasant men, nor engage in the intricate power struggles of a large family. His days were now spent chatting with Deli, teasing Daisy, and escorting Nanelia to school. Never had he imagined while stationed at the border that he would embrace such a life. Chapter 22. The lowly librarian of the Grand Library. If you were to join the Alcott family, I could offer you status, wealth, and even allow you to be my man. What can I provide for you? Why would you choose to be a mere steward in a count's household?" Fina expressed her confusion, unable to comprehend why Rain would opt for such a path when both she and the crown prince were available choices. "I would rather marry a Navi village girl, oblivious to the world." and spend my life with her than share a bed with a scheming female warlord who covets the throne. Ryan candidly responded, I have no desire to be embroiled in your machinations. If I must choose a side, I would undoubtedly align myself with the Crown Prince. Do you believe I am inferior to the Crown Prince? Upon hearing Ryan's words, Fina's tone suddenly turned icy. It is not a matter of capability. I simply stand with those I have a rapport with. It is as straightforward as that. Ryan shrugged. If you truly aspire to occupy that position, why not submit to the king, become queen, and then employ your cunning to sow discord in the palace, orchestrating the Crown Prince's demise? Then, you will have no rivals. I truly cannot comprehend whether you are on the Crown Prince's side. Fina's earlier chill dissipated at Ryan's remarks. Regardless, I will never submit to that old fool. I would rather perish in the struggle against the Crown Prince than succumb to your sword. With that, Fina reclined once more on the makeshift bed formed by two chairs, lazily waving her hand. Just go away. I do not wish to see you right now. Ryan, equally eager to vacate the room, promptly turned to leave. Oh, by the way, Fina called out languidly from her position. Thank you for dealing with Marquis Bicassi. He has been a headache for quite some time. Ryan, without turning back, replied, with your skills, it should be a trivial matter for you to expel Marquis Bicassi from its city, should it not? Now is not the right time. Fina's voice grew fainter as she spoke, ultimately fading into silence, indicating she had succumbed to slumber. After exiting the dean's office and closing the door behind him, Ryan noted that there was still some time left before the latter half of the class commenced. He contemplated briefly before making his way to the Grand Library of Alcott Academy. Although there was little he could impart to Amy at this point, he felt it necessary to at least see her, thereby not breaking his word. Upon entering the library, he found it as spacious and serene as ever. He glanced towards the corner where he had seen her the previous day, and, sure enough, the petite figure with pure white hair was still there, quietly engrossed in a book. Amia, Ryan softly called her name as he approached. Upon hearing him, Amia lifted her gaze, and at the sight of Ryan, her amber eyes sparkled slightly. She then gestured to the seat beside her, her gentle voice inviting, Mr. Butler, please take a seat here. Although her tone lacked emotion, neither joy nor sorrow, appearing rather indifferent, her soft voice endeared her to Ryan. After settling down beside Amia, Ryan expressed his apologies. I am sorry for being late. I had some matters to attend to. It concerns the substitute teaching, does it not? My sister has informed me, she replied. Amia closed the book in her hands, a flicker of disappointment crossing her eyes. What a pity. I still have so many questions I wish to ask the butler. Ryan replied with a gentle smile. Do not worry. There is ample time ahead. I shall frequent the library often. After all, I have yet to finish reading my newspaper. Indeed, by the way, it seems from what my sister suggests that your mastery of magic is quite profound, dear Butler. At this, Amia's eyes sparkled with curiosity once more, as if she had been intrigued by Ryan from the very first moment they met. Well, I suppose I am modestly more skilled than your sister, but it is hardly significant. Ryan felt he had been quite humble. However, Amia shook her head. My sister's magical prowess is renowned throughout the entire empire. Ryan found himself baffled. Her? That foolish woman, renowned for her magical abilities throughout the empire? Really? He hesitated to believe. Indeed, Amia affirmed with a nod. After all, she cannot even read properly. If her magical skills were not exceptional, how could she possibly hold the position of a mentor at Alcott Academy? This notion struck Ryan, reminding him of how Nai had introduced Roland, describing her as a renowned magical mentor of Ater City. The thought caused Ryan to instinctively place his hand over his chest, grimacing in pain. Dear Butler, does your chest hurt? Amia tilted her head in inquiry. Ryan shook his head. Indeed, he felt discomfort, but perhaps not in the way Amia presumed. The Empire's magical legacy truly seems to be at a loss for successors. After a considerable pause, Ryan finally regained his composure. Turning his head, he noticed Amia gazing intently at him, prompting him to ask, as the librarian, do you not have classes to attend? Precisely because I do not have classes, I became the librarian, Amia replied. I have mastered everything my mentor taught me, and the things I do not know, even my mentor is unaware of. Is this what it means to be a genius? Ryan recalled Roland mentioning that Amia's magical talent surpassed her own by a significant margin. Roland was already the foremost magical mentor in Ater City. What caliber could the merely 8 or 9-year-old Amia possibly be? However, Ryan scrutinized Amia from head to toe. What does the work of a librarian entail? If it involves moving books, a petite figure like yours may struggle. organizing and categorizing books. But since the Grand Library sees little traffic, it is not overly demanding. Each morning, I simply use a detection spell to confirm that no books are missing, Amia explained. Every day, a supervisor brings in new newspapers or books and informs us where to place them. You spend your days in the library like this? Do you not find it tedious? With books to read, I find no room for boredom. As this conversation unfolded, Amia, though still maintaining a stoic expression, revealed a fleeting glimmer of rare amusement in her eyes. Moreover, the presence of an intriguing butler who frequently visited the library alleviated her boredom. At that moment, the resonant chime of the clock echoed through Olcott Academy, prompting both Ryan and Amia to lift their heads in unison. It was time for Ryan's class. Chapter 23, The Magic Theory Instructor, Ryan. Olcott Academy, within the classroom of Nanali. The tolling of the clock signified the conclusion of the morning's first lesson. The podium in the classroom stood empty, yet none of the students moved. They sat upright and attentive. This was due to the recent announcement by Instructor Roran, who had mentioned that a highly esteemed senior would be delivering a lecture on magic theory in the latter half of the class. At that moment, Instructor Roran had taken a seat at the back, diligently taking notes. The students brimmed with curiosity about the distinguished individual who warranted such reverence from the renowned mage. Instructor Roran. Was this person a reclusive grand sorcerer from the common folk? A hereditary mage from the nobility? Or perhaps a court magician from the royal palace? They envisioned an elderly figure adorned with a white beard. Anticipation filled the air, yet the students dared not whisper among themselves. After all, this was a sorcerer whom even Instructor Roran held in high esteem. Soon, the classroom door swung open, and a figure strode confidently to the podium. To the students' astonishment, this person appeared remarkably youthful. Was this truly the grand sorcerer deserving of such respect from Instructor Roran? Upon ascending the podium, Ryan surveyed the classroom. Although spacious, it housed only about 30 students, all around the age of 8 or 9. After all, noble daughters were not as common as cabbages, and not all of them attended Olcott Academy. Furthermore, Olcott Academy boasted more than just this one classroom, and it also included students like Amia, who were not required to attend lessons. Ryan mused, why has Roran moved to the back? It seems she intends to listen to my lecture as well. As he scanned the classroom, he noted several students who left a strong impression. One was a golden-haired girl with a single ponytail, quietly polishing a knight's longsword that seemed incongruous with her petite stature. Ryan discerned hints of knightly spirit in her youthful visage. Another was a white-haired girl with crimson eyes, dressed in Olcott Academy's uniform, her slender black tail swaying playfully behind her, tapering into a triangular tip. A demon? Noticing Ryan's gaze, the demon girl playfully stuck out her pink tongue at him. In the corner, there was a small girl with fluffy beast ears and vibrant orange hair. Yet Ryan could not discern her features clearly, as she lay asleep on the table, her ears twitching like a cat's. Ah, another member of the beast folk. Unfortunately, Ryan did not spot any elves in this place. It was to be expected, as the elven race hardly required any magical instruction. After briefly glancing past the beast girl, Ryan finally caught sight of Nanali and exchanged a meaningful glance with her. After offering her a reassuring look, Ryan formally introduced himself. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Ryan, the steward of the Aki family. Upon hearing Ryan's self-introduction as the steward of the Aki household, the instructor, Miss Rowland, visibly paused, and Nanali widened her gem-like eyes in surprise. Neither of them had anticipated that Ryan would so readily divulge his identity. How could he possibly maintain authority over the pampered daughters of nobility now? As expected, after Ryan revealed his status, the noble young ladies were momentarily stunned, doubting their own hearing. They had been led to believe a highly accomplished sorcerer was to make an appearance, only to find that it was merely a humble steward from a count's estate. What a jest! Just as the students were about to voice their disapproval, Ryan suddenly smiled and snapped his fingers. With a resounding clap, a dragon with wings of flame materialized before him, soaring and spiraling along the classroom ceiling. The temperature in the room seemed to rise dramatically in that instant. Witnessing this, the whispers of the little girls were instantly silenced, each one too intimidated to speak. The reactions of the few little girls previously noticed by Ryan were rather striking. The night girl gazed at the dragon circling above, her small hand gripping the hilt of her sword, eyes glimmering with determination, eager for action. The demon girl propped her chin on her hands, intrigued by the dragon overhead, as if observing creatures in a zoo. The beast girl, startled by the roar of the dragon, immediately awoke and flattened herself against the table, emitting low growls of distress. However, the majority of the little girls were indeed frightened by the dragon. Roland looked up at the swirling creature, her mouth slightly agape. Would it pose any danger if it collided with something? Although she suspected Ryan's magical prowess was formidable, witnessing it firsthand left her in disbelief. In contrast, Nanali's eyes sparkled with excitement. According to Ryan's implication, with diligent study of magic, she too could one day summon such a dragon. Once Ryan confirmed that he had captivated the attention of the little girls, he snapped his fingers again, causing the circling dragon to dissipate into a flurry of fireflies that fluttered towards the window. The entire process resembled a grand visual spectacle, leaving an indelible impression. At that moment, Ryan continued, "Today, I am here to impart knowledge on the theory of magic." With that, Ryan picked up a piece of chalk and inscribed the 2 characters for magic in the script of the Headley Empire on the blackboard behind him. It must be noted that the world in which Ryan resided bore a striking resemblance to that of the traveler. Instructors were using chalk to convey knowledge on blackboards, while students were equipped with individual desks and chairs for their lessons. It is widely acknowledged that the role of a magician encompasses numerous branches. Does anyone know what these branches are? The little girls remained silent, not out of disrespect for Ryan, but rather because they were still recovering from the earlier shock. I know. Although the little girls did not speak up, the enthusiastic Roland, seated at the back, raised her hand like an eager child vying to answer. There are magic tutors, priests, and wizards. Do you not feel embarrassed? Although Ryan felt a twinge of shame at Roland's exuberance, he managed to smile and nod. Well answered. Magic tutors, priests, and wizards are indeed the most common branches of magicians. However, there are many more. With that, Ryan continued to write several terms on the blackboard. In fact, the branches of magic are quite diverse. There are those who can manipulate magical energy to transform it, summoners who can conjure familiars to battle, sorcerers who can inflict damage invisibly through various spells, and fey mages who can bestow protective enhancements. There are also illusionists skilled in creating phantasms to bewilder their adversaries. As Ryan's exposition on magic gained momentum, the little girls gradually regained their focus and began to listen attentively. Additionally, through the amalgamation of magic with other abilities, new branches can emerge, such as the magic swordsman, who combines swordsmanship with sorcery. Upon hearing Ryan's mention of the magic swordsman, the knightly little girl, who had previously shown little interest in the lecture, suddenly lifted her head, evidently piqued by curiosity. Each race and nation possesses its own unique magical branches. For humanity, the special branch is the priesthood. For the elves, there are many, with the druid being the most representative. The beast folk have shamans. While the demon race boasts a branch known as the necromancer. There is indeed a shaman in our tribe, exclaimed the beast folk girl, her small hand shooting up in excitement, revealing 2 adorable little fangs. Ryan turned around, smiling as he nodded. Shamans are the embodiment of wisdom within the beast folk tribes and hold a significant position in the entire community. What is your name? Mentor Ryan, my name is Naimichiya, but you can call me Tuya. The beastly young girl uttered a name that sounded rather convoluted to humans. Ryan nodded and turned to the blackboard, inscribing the characters of Naimichiya in the beast language. In translation, Naimichiya signifies female hero. Tuya, your name is quite splendid. She chuckled in delight. Upon hearing this, Tuya let out a soft laugh. The other noble girls did not seem averse to the foreign tongue. In fact, many of them quietly committed this phrase in the beast language to memory, including the knightly girl. Throughout the class, Ryan focused solely on theoretical knowledge, as the intricacies of magical theory were too profound to cover comprehensively in one session. Even if Ryan wished to impart practical magic, time was simply insufficient. He dedicated a significant portion of the class discussing the various branches of magical professions. As the lesson concluded, many of the noble young girls gazed at Ryan with sparkling eyes. In the brief span of a single class, Ryan's formidable, erudite, and gentle persona had firmly established itself in their hearts. If only Mentor Ryan could continue to teach us, they mused, dismissing any thoughts of Mentor Roland. Meanwhile, Roland, still clutching her notebook, was approaching Ryan with inquiries, oblivious to the looming threat of being overshadowed. Naneli, feeling the intense gazes of her classmates, hurriedly approached Ryan, tugging at his trousers. As Ryan was diligently explaining to Roland the reason behind the title of Elven Master, he looked down and asked, "Naneli, what is the matter?" "It's time for lunch," she replied coolly, indicating her hunger. Realizing it was indeed lunchtime, Ryan prepared to leave the classroom with Nan Eli. "I'll join too," Roland chirped, trailing behind Ryan like a shadow, clearly with more questions to pose. At that moment, a clear, youthful voice called from behind, "Mentor Ryan." Ryan instinctively turned, and Nan Eli felt a jolt of apprehension. It was the knightly girl he had noticed earlier, holding a knight's sword that appeared disproportionately large for her small stature. Wielded effortlessly in one hand, as if it were made of paper. Ryan inquired, "Do you have a question, classmate?" "Yes," the knightly girl nodded, then asked, "What is the salary that the Yahi family provides you?" Upon hearing this, Nan Eli immediately glanced up at Ryan, as such matters regarding salary were typically arranged by her father, of which she had little knowledge. Ryan, however, was taken aback. "Salary? Ah, yes. I suppose I am entitled to receive a salary. Dear Mentor Ryan, allow me to introduce myself. I am Yvette Otis, the daughter of Marquis Otis. While I am unaware of the exorbitant salary the Yashi family has offered you in order to retain your services, I assure you that should you choose to join the Otis family, we are prepared to offer you 3 times that amount, along with any other requests you may have, provided they are not excessively unreasonable." Yvette gazed into Ryan's eyes with her pale green orbs, articulating each word with precision. "Moreover, the figure of 3 times is merely the highest salary I can propose, not the limit set by my father. I believe that upon meeting you, my father would be inclined to offer you an even greater remuneration." As the daughter of a marquis, Yvette's cunning and strategic acumen, likely nurtured by her upbringing, far surpassed what one would expect from a mere child of 8 or 9. However, it was evident that she still retained a certain naivete. If Roland is regarded as the foremost magician in its city, then Ryan's magical prowess certainly grants him a significant standing even within the royal palace. His willingness to remain with the Yashi family could not simply be attributed to financial incentives, as Ryan had never placed much value on monetary matters. Oh, the innocence of youth truly is endearing. Even Roland seems more genuine than these little girls. Yet, is this truly the heiress of the Otis family? Yvette's demeanor was indeed a surprise to Ryan, as he had anticipated her to be akin to the daughters of the Baikasi family. However, it was Nanali who fell into a predicament, anxiously clutching Ryan's trousers, exclaiming, "Your knight offended Ryan yesterday, and today you wish to recruit him into your Otis family?" Upon hearing this, the Otis family's knight, who had come to escort the young lady, was taken aback. "How did I become involved in this? I would rather keep my distance from you all, and yet I find myself entangled in this matter." In response, Yvette glanced at her knight before turning her full attention back to Ryan. Then, to Ryan's mild astonishment, Yvette bowed her petite frame and apologized. "I sincerely apologize for my knight's offense. The lack of oversight is partially my fault as well. Should you choose to join our Otis family, we are willing to transfer this knight to you, allowing you to handle him as you see fit." Chapter 25. You actually brought 3 lunchboxes, did you not? Ryan was taken aback by Yvette's boldness, not because of her bow, but rather due to her age and the sophistication of her tactics. Although her methods appeared somewhat immature, reminiscent of a child imitating an adult, Ryan had no doubt that if Yvette were to continue her development, the Empire might very well see the emergence of a second Duke Olcott. As Nanali prepared to speak again, Ryan suddenly raised his hand to rest upon her head. Addressing Yvette, "I serve as a steward for the Yashi family, and my presence is not contingent upon financial matters. You need not elaborate further. I shall not be joining the Otis family." Upon hearing Ryan's response, Nanali's tense nerves finally relaxed. Yvette, undeterred, continued, "In that case, I no longer expect Master Ryan to visit my family, the Otis. However, I wonder if Master Ryan could impart knowledge related to the magic swordsman while simultaneously serving as the housekeeper. I assure you, the compensation will not disappoint." It became apparent that this was her true intention. Although Yvette had lowered her stance considerably, Ryan was still unwilling to engage with another Duke Olcott and politely declined. "My duties as a housekeeper are demanding, and I fear I lack the time to instruct Miss Otis in magic. My young lady requires her lunch, so I must take my leave." Yvette wished to say more, but Ryan turned and departed with Nanali. Throughout their journey, Nanali kept glancing up at Ryan. Suddenly, she realized that her understanding of him was rather limited. Who was Ryan in the past? What led him to possess such a myriad of skills? And why did he exude such a unique aura? According to Ryan, his presence beside her was not motivated by the housekeeper's salary, so what could it be for? After today's events, Nanali felt a growing sense of unease. She comprehended that, Given Ryan's abilities, there was no necessity for him to remain at her side as a mere housekeeper. For Ryan, even serving as a common magic tutor in a marquis's household would bestow a higher status than that of a count steward. Completely oblivious to Ryan's true nature, Nanali could think of no reason, aside from financial gain, for him to stay by her side. Nanali. Ryan's call gradually brought her back to reality, and she found herself met with his gentle smile. What were you daydreaming about? Oh, nothing, Nanali mumbled, suddenly recalling something. She turned to Ryan and said, You just patted my head, didn't you? I told you not to touch my head. Because you're simply too adorable, Ryan replied with a smile. Nanali's cheeks flushed, and she pouted slightly in protest. Shall we have lunch here? Ryan suggested. Upon hearing his words, Nanali remembered the meal and surveyed their surroundings. They were in a relatively quiet corner of Alcott Academy, with a long bench covered in dust, and no one appeared to be passing by. Though somewhat secluded, it suited Nanali perfectly. Nodding, she replied, That works. Very well, Ryan said. With a wave, he cast a water spell, and a summoned water orb swiftly devoured the dust on the bench, leaving it pristine. After ensuring the bench was free of dust and moisture, Ryan beckoned to Nanali. Come. Nanali, take a seat. Nanali stepped forward and took a seat on the bench, discreetly leaving room for Ryan. Ashy Ryan. At that moment, a familiar voice approached. As Roland jogged towards them, her forehead glistening with sweat. Didn't we agree to stick together? You guys should wait for me. Roland breathlessly reached Ryan, occupying the space Nanali had vacated without a second thought. Nanali thought to herself that she wished Roland would move aside, but it seemed as though she deliberately wanted Ryan to sit beside her, which, in reality, was indeed the case. Thus, Nanali chose to remain silent. Ryan paid no heed to this, instead quietly using magic to summon a black hole before him, from which he retrieved 2 lunchboxes. Is that spatial magic? Roland's eyes sparkled with excitement. It's the kind of magic that can store items. Is this also a type of summoning magic? Roland had diligently attended Ryan's classes and was aware that his magical vocation was that of a summoner. No, this ability is merely related to my familiar, Ryan replied, shaking his head. How could that possibly be? If every summoner had access to a magical space, the fairy race would have long been invincible. After handing a lunchbox and a fork to Nanali, Ryan turned to Roland and inquired, What about your meal? Aren't you eating anything for lunch? Roland's excited expression suddenly froze. Gurgle. At the same time, her stomach protested in response to her master's foolishness. She rubbed her belly and looked at Ryan with a pitiful gaze. Mr. Ryan, you actually brought a 3rd lunchbox, didn't you? Not a chance. Observing Roland resembling an abandoned puppy, Ryan sighed deeply and handed her the last lunchbox. Here, take this one. Consider it repayment for the gold coin I owe you from yesterday. 1 lunchbox for 1 gold coin. Even a duke would not indulge like this. Though Roland was not a duke, she was rather naive, so instead of feeling slighted, she gratefully accepted the lunchbox. Woo-woo, you're so kind, Mr. Ryan. Seeing Roland's reaction, Ryan inexplicably felt a twinge of guilt for deceiving someone so innocent. As Nanali delicately ate her meal with a fork, Roland devoured hers voraciously, as though she hadn't eaten in 3 days. Ryan stood by silently, observing. Noticing Ryan's prolonged silence, Roland speared a piece of fried meat with her fork and offered it to him. Ryan waved his hand dismissively. Just as Roland believed Ryan wished to save the delicious morsels for her, a look of distaste crossed his face. I'd rather not eat your saliva. Keep it for yourself, Ryan. At this moment, Nanali's voice reached him. Lowering his head, he noticed her cheeks were slightly flushed as she offered him her fork, which held a cold meatball. The meatball has gone cold. It's not tasty. Chapter 26. The battle begins after 5 seconds cold? Ryan paused for a moment, then crouched down and, under Roland's envious gaze, consumed the meatball that Nanali had presented. It's not cold at all. Ryan blinked and looked back at Nanali, only to find her turning her little head away, avoiding his gaze. Realizing this, Ryan couldn't help but think how adorably Tsundere Nanali was. Following this, Nanali selected several foods she disliked and fed them to Ryan. Observing the charming scene of the two, Roland could only silently gnaw on her fork in dismay. You disdain my saliva, yet you have no qualms about yahis? Seemingly sensing something, Ryan cast a sidelong glance at Roland, causing her to freeze like a startled rabbit. Too timid to speak. After the 2 girls finished their lunch, Ryan packed away the empty bento box, preparing to wash it later. Although cleaning the bento box was merely a matter of magic, the energy expended was far greater than physical effort. imposing a significant burden on the body. Even Ryan could not afford to use magic too frivolously. Otherwise, he would have simply flown Nanali to Olcott Academy from the start. "It's time to head to the swordsmanship arena," Nanali announced, jumping off her chair as she glanced at the giant clock atop the teaching building. Ryan naturally followed her side. "I'm coming too." Roland, seemingly determined to be a shadow, stubbornly trailed closely behind Ryan. He chose to ignore her presence and let her follow along. In the afternoon, it was time for Nanali's swordsmanship class, one of the essential courses at Olcott Academy. Since Nanali had skipped the previous day's class, Ryan was unaware of her swordsmanship skills. However, he noticed a peculiar expression on Roland's face when she heard about Nanali attending the class. "Mr. Ryan, since you have a magical space, why don't you store your sword there instead of keeping it at your waist?" Roland inquired curiously, inching closer to him. Indeed, Ryan's sword was quite conspicuous, especially since he wore butler attire rather than armor. It seemed he was the only one in Olcott Academy with a sword hanging from his waist in such attire. "Can you guess why it's called a side sword?" Though he internally scoffed, Ryan offered a rather formal explanation. "Keeping it at my waist makes it more convenient to draw in case of an emergency." "Is that so? Then, Mr. Ryan, are you skilled in swordsmanship?" Roland lowered her voice intentionally, as if fearing Nanali might overhear. "Well, it's decent, slightly better than my magic," Roland exclaimed. "You call that decent?" At that moment, Ryan suddenly inquired in a low voice, "How proficient is Nanali in swordsmanship?" After a brief silence, Roland replied, "Well, her swordsmanship is decent, though Axie's talent in swordplay is slightly inferior to her magical aptitude prior to encountering you." Ryan's eyes widened in surprise. Isn't that tantamount to possessing no talent at all? He could ascertain that the magical path Nanali pursued was ill-suited for her. However, a lack of talent in swordsmanship is an irrefutable truth. There are no shortcuts to mastery. Yet, those devoid of natural skill in swordsmanship, barring a disability, can still compensate through diligent practice. Ryan felt that given Nanali's disposition, even in the absence of talent, she would undoubtedly commit herself to rigorous training. Soon, the group arrived at the indoor sword testing arena of Olcott Academy. This arena was, of course, far more spacious than a classroom, filled with racks of wooden swords and numerous training dummies. Many students had already entered the testing ground, while their attendants, comprising butlers, knights, and maids, stood around the periphery. As Ryan watched Nanali step into the arena, he intended to observe the other students, when suddenly, he felt a jolt against his leg. Looking down, he recognized the little demon girl he had noticed earlier that morning. Upon making eye contact, the demon girl beamed and exclaimed, "Hello, Mr. Ryan." "Ah, greetings," Ryan replied. While he could not say he harbored any animosity towards the demon race within the Empire, it was equally difficult to profess any fondness, especially after years of conflict along the borders. With her crimson eyes and silvery hair, she seemed to belong to a more noble lineage among her kind. Yet, he wondered why she bore no horns. "Mr. Ryan, my name is Dorothy." After their brief exchange, the little demon girl showed no intention of departing. Instead, she cheerfully introduced herself. "Oh, hello, Dorothy," Ryan responded. "Mr. Ryan, let us play together next time." After this seemingly disjointed conversation, Dorothy stepped into the testing arena, leaving Ryan in a state of perplexity. Just then, Ryan felt a sudden impact on his shoulder. "Ah, my apologies." A woman's voice came forth in apology. "Not at all," Ryan replied, turning to regard the woman who had just collided with him. She had long, dark purple hair adorned with two pointed horns, another member of the demon race, presumably Dorothy's attendant. She bore a large sword on her back and was clad in dark purple light armor, her exposed skin remarkably fair, with a prominent curvature at her breastplate that the armor could hardly conceal, truly exemplifying the alluring physique typical of her kind. Ryan couldn't shake the feeling that this female demon appeared somewhat familiar. Noticing Ryan's gaze, the demon woman turned her head, and their eyes met. Without a helmet obscuring her features, her exquisite visage was fully revealed to Ryan, especially when he caught sight of the dark violet eyes of the female demon. Ryan felt an uncanny familiarity, as if he had encountered her before. The female demon seemed to share this sentiment, her gaze fixed intently upon him. Thus, they remained locked in a silent stare for 5 seconds. Those dark violet eyes, wielding a great sword. Suddenly, a realization struck Ryan, causing his pupils to constrict as he swiftly reached for the hilt of his sword. At the same instant, the female demon also recalled when she had last seen Ryan. her eyes flaring with rage as she gripped the hilt of her massive sword and swung it fiercely towards him. The clash of Ryan's sword, encased in its sheath, against the female demon's colossal blade resounded with a thunderous metallic crash, sending sparks flying in every direction. Roland gasped in surprise, hurriedly taking refuge behind Ryan. The one being attacked is me, yet instead of distancing herself, she chooses to hide behind me. What does that even mean? Ryan inwardly scoffed as the female demon continued to press her enormous sword against him, her exquisite face mere inches away. Her eyes ablaze with fury as she coldly uttered 3 words, "Sword stand." Chapter 27. The Demon General, Octavia. At this moment, Ryan's mind was overwhelmed with a tumultuous storm of thoughts. How could he possibly encounter her here? One of the 5 demon generals under the command of the Demon King. Octavia. The last time Ryan faced this formidable demon general was at the border, during a battle that proved to be the most arduous of his life. Compared to Octavia, Ryan's physical prowess was already somewhat lacking, and the spells he cast had minimal effect on her. Fortunately, he ultimately triumphed through his exceptional swordsmanship, defeating the demon general. Since that encounter, he had not crossed paths with her again until now. As Octavia initiated the attack, her massive sword pressed down upon Ryan's longsword. The overwhelming force forced Ryan to momentarily bend his knees, yet he quickly regained his composure, standing tall and fearless as he met Octavia's gaze. With a faint smile, he remarked, "What a surprise to see you again, the defeated one. What brings you to Alcott Academy?" Upon hearing this, the fury in Octavia's eyes intensified, and she exerted even more pressure. "You wretched sword stand. If it weren't for you, would I be here?" The reason she referred to Ryan as a sword stand was that, in her eyes, should he abandon his longsword, he would amount to nothing. "TSK. I barely ate anything for lunch." While Ryan initially dismissed this thought, the reality of his hunger became apparent as he faced off against Octavia. Nevertheless, he felt sufficiently capable to contend with her. Though his stamina was rapidly depleting, Ryan maintained an air of nonchalance, raising an eyebrow as he quipped, "You didn't lose to me and end up demoted to a servant, did you?" Octavia had grown increasingly irritable, evidently confirming Ryan's astute observation, striking a nerve within her. An opportunity. A glimmer of insight flashed in Ryan's eyes as he noticed Octavia's momentary disarray, just as she was about to unsheath her sword. "Hey, you over there. If you want to fight, take it outside." At that moment, the furious shout of a sword-testing arena supervisor echoed from afar. As the words settled, both Ryan and Octavia sheathed their weapons and turned to face the supervisor, simultaneously exclaiming, "Apologies. We are deeply sorry." As they watched the supervisor turn away, Octavia glanced at Ryan and quietly remarked, "You've grown weaker. If we were to battle again, I would certainly not lose to you." Ryan shrugged nonchalantly. "Feel free to think whatever you wish. I have no intention of fighting you." Octavia countered, as the leader of the Shadow Erosion Knights. "Do you lack the courage to face a subordinate you once defeated?" Ryan was unfazed by Octavia's provocation, responding, "Your words bear no weight. I am no longer a knight commander, just as you are no longer a general of the demon clan." Ryan's final remark undoubtedly struck another nerve with Octavia. With a clenched jaw, she swiftly reached for the hilt of her great sword. Observing this, Ryan raised his hand towards the distance, calling out, "Supervisor." Octavia retorted, "Is this still the cold and commanding leader of the Shadow Erosion Knights on the battlefield? How utterly pathetic." Reluctantly, Octavia withdrew her hand from the sword's hilt, silently clenching her fist. "Come now, let us bury the hatchet," Ryan said with a cheerful smile, playfully patting Octavia's shoulder in a familiar manner. Octavia brushed his hand away, coldly replying, "Leave me be. Do not be so aloof. We are merely ordinary attendants now, and Our Lady is still our classmate." "You're so noisy. How is life as an attendant?" "I find being a steward far more comfortable than life in the Night Order." "You're unbearable. Just go away." Seeing Octavia becoming increasingly flustered, Ryan ceased his teasing and shifted his gaze to Nanali, who was situated in the sword-testing arena. The instructor had first reinforced the techniques previously taught to the students, and then introduced a new swordplay move before allowing them to practice independently. The students mostly gathered in small groups, either sparring with wooden swords or exchanging techniques with one another against wooden dummies. However, Nanali stood alone in a corner of the arena, akin to a solitary figure in a classroom, wielding a wooden sword and relentlessly striking at a wooden dummy. Yet, this time, her isolation was not due to circumstance. In fact, Many noble ladies had approached her, but she had graciously declined their advances. As Nanali discerned, their purpose in seeking her was far from merely engaging in practice. They were, in fact, intent on approaching Ryan. Although Nanali had freed herself from her classmates' mockery, she found it difficult to feel any joy. She had long grown accustomed to the ridicule. However, the thought of Ryan being taken away from her was a daunting prospect, as it could shatter her emotional foundation. After all, it was Ryan who had guided her out of her aimless state. Should he suddenly depart, she would once again find herself alone in her world. Despite her heavy heart, Nanali exerted herself vigorously while training against the wooden dummy. Meanwhile, Ryan observed her swordsmanship, noting her lack of balance, subpar reflexes, and poor precision with the blade. He couldn't help but furrow his brow. It was evident that Nanali was not giving up. She had been practicing diligently on her own for quite some time, albeit with little progress. Such inherent limitations could not be remedied merely through practical experience or rigorous training. Typically, when confronted with someone of such talent, Ryan would advise them to refrain from ever wielding a sword again. Furthermore, upon observing the performance of other students, Ryan realized that Nanali was among the least skilled. With her deficiencies in both magic and swordsmanship, it was no wonder that those lacking magical aptitude would target her specifically, despite her earnest efforts. Ultimately, Ryan could not resist inquiring of Roland, "Is it truly necessary to learn swordsmanship?" "Indeed, it is essential. And there will be an examination every quarter," Roland replied. "Mr. Ryan, is this something even you cannot teach?" Roland asked, her concern evident in her tone. She had always believed that Ryan could alter Nanali's magical talent, just as he might transform her swordsmanship. Chapter 28. This demon general is overly innocent. While Nanali's swordsmanship talent may not be changeable, her determination could potentially fill the void. Observing Nanali in the practice arena, Ryan stated, "If Nanali is willing to learn, I shall do my utmost to instruct her." Roland smiled softly at Ryan's profile. "If there is an examination every quarter, then the autumn exam must be approaching soon, correct?" "Yes," Roland nodded. "In 2 weeks, it will be the autumn examination." 2 weeks. Ryan mused, stroking his chin. It should not be too difficult for Nanali to secure first place in the magic exam. However, the swordsmanship examination posed a greater challenge. Who was the top performer in the swordsmanship exam during the summer? Though he posed the question, Ryan's gaze was already fixed upon the noble daughter of the Odys family, the knightly young lady Yvette. Among all the students, it was evident to Ryan that Yvette's swordsmanship far surpassed that of her peers. Before Roland could respond, Octavia, who had been by Ryan's side, suddenly scoffed, raising her chin proudly. "The top scorer in the swordsmanship examination is my lady, Dorothy." "What?" Ryan was momentarily taken aback by this revelation. Setting aside Dorothy's identity as a demon, Ryan had witnessed her performance in the swordplay arena. Although Dorothy wielded her sword in a rather lackadaisical manner, failing to take it seriously, Ryan could still discern that her skills were commendable, albeit significantly inferior to Yvette's. The swordsmanship examination comprised 2 parts. One assessed aesthetic appeal, while the other involved direct competition. Indeed, Odys had secured first place in the competitive segment. Yet due to a lower ranking in the aesthetic evaluation, she ultimately lost to Dorothy. Observing Ryan's perplexity, Roland quietly explained. Ryan remarked, "Is it truly necessary to judge swordplay on aesthetic grounds? How absurd." However, upon further reflection, he grasped the underlying rationale. This was swordsmanship tailored for noble women, designed to signify status rather than cultivate knights. Hence, there was no expectation for them to engage on the front lines. Nevertheless, Ryan felt a genuine sense of discomfort regarding such a swordsmanship examination. Roland glanced at the proudly beaming Octavia and could not help but whisper to Ryan, "Do you know this demon girl? Why does she seem intent on confronting you from the moment you met?" "Ah, she is merely a vanquished foe of mine, harboring resentment since I bested her in the past." Though Roland intentionally lowered her voice, Ryan showed no intention of doing the same. Octavia, naturally, overheard and immediately retorted in anger, "You are nothing but a mere sword dummy. Without your sword, you would be no match for me." Ryan crossed his arms defiantly and replied, "What of it? I am a knight, and wielding a sword is my right. By your logic, we might as well strip down and fight barehanded to see who is truly superior." "You." Upon hearing Ryan's words, Octavia's face flushed crimson, nearly emitting steam, as she stammered, struggling to articulate a response. Observing her flustered state, Ryan wondered if he had inadvertently stumbled upon a method to generate steam in this world. As the two engaged in their banter, Roland's expression bore a hint of astonishment. Could it be that the refined and gentlemanly Ryan was capable of such playful banter? For a moment, she questioned her own hearing. Yet, witnessing Octavia's flushed countenance reaffirmed her realization. Even the erudite Ryan could exhibit a roguish side. In the presence of Ryan, Octavia, with her cheeks flushed, stammered for a considerable time before ultimately burying her face in her hands and squatting on the ground. Ryan, bewildered, thought, "Is she truly this flustered? But you are a demon. Shouldn't a demon be more liberated in this regard than the beastkin? What is this innocent demeanor you are exhibiting?" Unable to restrain his curiosity, Ryan crouched down and poked Octavia's gauntlet hand, which was shielding her face, and inquired, "Is this what it takes to break your composure? Don't touch me. How annoying." Ryan observed, what a scene akin to a young couple quarreling. Beside them, Lorelei, unable to bear the sight, gently urged, "Please, don't tease her." Ryan, "Tease her? You haven't witnessed how ferociously she fights on the battlefield." Ryan's expression twitched, but he ultimately resolved to refrain from teasing the innocent general. He stood up, resuming his gaze upon Nainali, who was awkwardly striking the wooden training dummy. Meanwhile, Ryan pondered the training regimen he ought to devise for Nainali. Before long, the first half of the afternoon swordsmanship class came to an end, and the students began to take a break. Octavia emerged from her earlier state, standing once more with her icy demeanor restored. "Back to normal, are we?" Ryan remarked with a smile. Octavia coldly retorted, "Perverse fiend," and took a few steps back, creating distance between them. "Are you afraid?" Ryan was taken aback. "You aren't scared when I risk my life, but you fear a little teasing?" Suddenly, Ryan felt that something was fundamentally amiss in this world. Lorelei, the magic instructor, did not resemble a typical mentor, and Octavia, the demon general, did not embody the essence of a general. Moreover, the headmaster of Alcott Academy also seemed uncharacteristic of his role. Unbeknownst to Ryan, even he, as the leader of the Shadow Knights, did not fit the mold of a conventional commander. As the break commenced, Nainali placed her wooden sword back on the weapon rack and strode directly towards Ryan. Anticipating her arrival, Ryan had already prepared a cup of water. When Nainali stood before him, he crouched down and offered her the cup, cradling the cup in her small hands. Nainali took a few sips before returning it to Ryan and gazing up at him intently. Although Nainali said nothing, Ryan understood her unspoken request and assured her, "I will guide you in swordsmanship when we return." Upon hearing this, a delightful smile finally graced Nainali's cherubic face. Proud by nature, Nainali rarely voiced her desires directly, instead waiting for others to comprehend her intentions. Yet, it seemed that Ryan possessed an uncanny ability to intuitively understand her thoughts, which perhaps led Nainali to instinctively seek his company, a feat even the seasoned lamb could not achieve. Chapter 29. The Method to Subdue the Demon General Vale. Dorothy emerged from the training grounds, approaching Octawheel. The moment she laid eyes on Octawheel, she sensed something amiss. "Vale, what is troubling you?" "No, it is nothing," Octawheel replied nonchalantly, casting a furtive glance at Ryan. Dorothy observed both Octawheel and Ryan, as if a sudden realization dawned upon her, and a mischievous smile flitted across her face. "Vale, where is my water?" Octawheel hesitated. "Water? What water?" With a pout, Dorothy pointed towards Ryan. "Look, Mentor Ryan has already prepared water for Yasi." "Ah, yes, that was my oversight." Although being relegated to a subordinate was not Octawheel's intention, he was nonetheless eager to attend to Dorothy's needs. Without delay, he turned to fetch a glass of water for her. Watching the interaction between Octawheel and Dorothy, Ryan found himself increasingly curious about Dorothy's background. What sort of noble lineage would warrant a fifth-tier demon general to serve as a caretaker? And what led her to enroll at Alcott Academy? Ryan couldn't shake the feeling that there was some underlying conspiracy, though the demeanor of the two suggested otherwise. After some contemplation, Ryan decided to inquire with Roland, "Does Dorothy's family hold significant status among the demons?" "Perhaps. It seems she is the granddaughter of a certain duke, though I am not well informed. She was placed in my class by the principal, who knows her true identity." Roland glanced at Dorothy as she responded, clearly unable to fathom the deeper implications. Upon hearing Roland's reply, Ryan chose not to dwell further on Dorothy's identity. After all, as long as Duke Fina was aware, she would know how to proceed, and if she was unperturbed, he need not worry. Meanwhile, after finishing her water, Dorothy turned to Octawheel. "Make sure to converse more with Mentor Ryan. Learn from him how to be a competent attendant." Octawheel appeared conflicted, thinking it more pertinent to learn from Ryan how to wield a sword. I don't care, Dorothy said defiantly, hands on her hips. I envy Yasi. So you figure it out. Reluctantly, yet for the sake of his young mistress, Octawheel acquiesced, as you wish. Hee. Dorothy turned away, sporting a triumphant grin. After a brief intermission, the second half of the swordsmanship class commenced. The students returned to the training grounds to practice. After watching Dorothy rejoin her peers, Octawheel reluctantly sidled up to Ryan, a look of discontent etched across his face. As Octavir approached him, Ryan smiled faintly. Are you no longer afraid of me? Who is afraid of you? Don't speak to me. Octavir coldly retorted, silencing the conversation thereafter. Ryan, perplexed, pondered, you come closer to me. Yet you refuse to engage in conversation? Are you in your right mind? Thus, an eerie silence enveloped the atmosphere. After declaring her unwillingness to converse, Octavir's dark purple eyes fixated on Ryan's every movement, as if she were intent on devouring him, sending a shiver down his spine. Wait, what? Ryan hesitated, about to inquire about Octavir's intentions, but her sudden raised eyebrow caused him to swallow his words. However, upon reflection, Ryan discerned a discrepancy. Why would I be afraid of her? Yet, given Octavir's demeanor, if Ryan dared to tease her further, it seemed she might disregard the administrator's warnings and brandish her massive sword to engage him in combat. Ryan, not wishing to embarrass himself or Nanali over trivial matters, decided to ignore Octavir. Look at you. Do you think you can stare me to death? After observing Nanali's swordsmanship for an entire class, Ryan finally mapped out her training regimen in his mind. Estimating that the time was right, he retrieved a handkerchief from within his attire and laid it on his raised forearm. What do you need a handkerchief for? Octavir, who had been watching Ryan intently, finally spoke with a cold tone. Ryan cast a sidelong glance at her before averting his gaze. Just as Octavir's suppressed frustration was on the verge of erupting, Ryan calmly explained, Nanali has been practicing her swordsmanship for quite some time and must have worked up quite a sweat. I prepared the handkerchief in advance to help her wipe her perspiration. Octavir blinked, indicating her understanding, and promptly produced a dark purple handkerchief of her own. Ryan glanced at the handkerchief in Octavir's hand and remarked with a smile, that handkerchief compliments you nicely. At the sound of Ryan's words, Octavir's body tensed, a rosy hue blossoming on her delicate cheeks, gradually spreading to her alabaster neck. Did I short-circuit her? Ryan felt he had discovered a way to disarm this demon general. Before long, the latter half of the swordsmanship class concluded, marking the end of the day's lessons. Once Nanali returned the wooden sword to the weapon rack, she approached him with small steps. Kneeling down, Ryan took the handkerchief and gently wiped the sweat from Nanali's small face. Let us wipe off the sweat first, then we can head home. I can wipe it myself, Nanali exclaimed, her cheeks flushed as she snatched the handkerchief from him. After drying her face, she returned the handkerchief to Ryan. As Ryan just took the handkerchief, Nanali suddenly recalled something and, blushing, playfully scolded him. No sniffing. Ryan replied, what do you take me for? Meanwhile, Octavia had also successfully rebooted. Observing the interaction between Ryan and Nanali, she mimicked Ryan's actions, crouching down to wipe Dorothy's small face with the handkerchief. However, Octavia applied a bit too much force, inadvertently squishing Dorothy's delicate features. Wah-wah. After a few incoherent cries, Dorothy hastily snatched the handkerchief, rubbing her reddened cheeks that Octavia had roughly handled. Casting a speechless glance at her, Octavia, feeling embarrassed, lowered her head. Though she was Dorothy's attendant, responsible for her care, she was merely fulfilling her duties as a knight. Chapter 30. The seed of Sal and Dorothy was not as finicky as those noble ladies. She took it upon herself to drink water and wipe away her sweat. In fact, even among the other noble women, those who had maids did not receive the same meticulous attention from Ryan as Nanali did. When Dorothy expressed her envy, there were ulterior motives behind her words, but the other noble girls were genuinely envious. Many of them had begun to reprimand their attendants, saying, look at Mentor Ryan. He is not only erudite but also exceptionally caring. Then look at you, unable to even manage basic care. The attendants could only lament. How was I to know that caring for a lady required such attention? I have always done it this way. It was all Ryan's fault for being so excessively attentive, disrupting the established order. Meanwhile, Ryan had already led his horse out of the stable and was taking Nanali home. As they passed by the marketplace, the entrance was no longer bustling as it had been in the morning, leaving behind only a wooden platform stained with dried blood. a grim reminder of the violent scene that had unfolded there. Nainali curiously glanced over, prompting Ryan to discreetly place his hand on her head, saying, "Ah, it must have been a botched performance this morning, with the audience throwing a bunch of rotten fruit." Observing Ryan's attempt to downplay the situation, Nainali found it somewhat amusing. Though only 9 years old and a noble's daughter, she had not been sheltered from such bloody scenes. Nonetheless, Ryan still regarded her as a child who had never witnessed anything of the sort. However, Nainali did not mind Ryan's treatment. In fact, she found it rather endearing. After indulging in her thoughts for a while, she suddenly realized and swatted Ryan's hand off her head, exclaiming, "I told you not to mess with my hair." After riding a short distance past the marketplace, Ryan and Nainali arrived at the flower shop where Ryan had purchased flowers the previous day. Gazing at the flower shop, Ryan pondered for a moment before lowering his head and addressing Nainali. "Did you like the orchid I gifted you yesterday?" "It's all right, quite beautiful, but unfortunately, it has already withered," Nainali replied, her words betraying her true feelings. In her eyes, the orchid was the most exquisite flower she had ever encountered. Regrettably, it had wilted after just one night. "Shall we purchase a packet of seeds?" Ryan suggested with a smile. "We can cultivate them ourselves, ensuring they won't wither so easily." "Grow them ourselves?" Nainali's eyes sparkled momentarily before she expressed her doubt. "But isn't the orchid only capable of thriving in the borderlands? We can utilize magic." Ryan replied cheerfully, "I will teach you a spell that can imbue plants with vitality, allowing us to grow orchids at home." At his words, Nainali nodded in delight. The prospect of cultivating orchids at home while learning a new spell was indeed a cause for joy. Last time, Ryan had felt comfortable leaving Nainali outside while he purchased flowers, thanks to the presence of Roland. However, with only the two of them this time, Ryan felt a twinge of unease. After securing the horse, he led Nainali into the flower shop. Ryan was unconcerned about the horse, despite its lean appearance. It had been a battlefield steed, not easily tamed by an ordinary person. Anyone daring enough to attempt theft would likely find themselves on the receiving end of a swift kick to the chest. After purchasing the seeds and pots, Ryan stored them in his magical space and continued riding back to the estate. "Miss, welcome back. The bathwater is prepared," Deli greeted them as they arrived, bowing slightly. Having served Nainali for quite some time, Deli was well aware that Nainali attended swordsmanship classes every afternoon. Preparing the bathwater before Nainali's return had become a habitual routine for her. Nainali nodded and proceeded to the bath. Once she had left, Deli exchanged glances with Ryan and then winked at him. "Mr. Ryan, I visited the market this morning. It was quite a horrifying scene you made me witness." Though her words suggested dismay, a playful smile adorned Deli's face. She was unfazed by such spectacles. Witnessing the knight captain's punishment had only brought her a sense of satisfaction. She lingered a while longer to watch until the knight finally breathed his last before departing. That incident was now in the past, and there was little to discuss. It was time to prepare dinner. "You and Daisy must be hungry, right?" "Indeed, I do feel a bit hungry," Deli replied with a nod, a smile gracing her lips. "And Daisy was just clamoring for the dishes you prepare, Mr. Ryan," right after finishing her lunch. As she spoke, Deli sighed, expressing her dismay. "I followed Mr. Ryan's cooking methods precisely, yet Daisy still yearns for your culinary creations. You are so intelligent. It is only a matter of time before you surpass me in the kitchen." With that, Ryan entered the kitchen. Indeed, Mr. Ryan truly knew how to win a girl's heart. Deli narrowed her eyes and smiled, following Ryan into the kitchen. Meanwhile, Daisy prepared a fresh set of clothes for Nainai and took away the garments she had just changed out of for washing. Among them were Nainai's undergarments, naturally not meant for Ryan to launder. However, it was Daisy who also took care of Ryan's undergarments. Ryan and Deli busied themselves in the kitchen, preparing the afternoon meal and finding time to clean the lunchboxes from earlier. By the time the afternoon meal was ready, Nainai had finished her bath. With her damp hair, she settled into the little chair she usually occupied in the mornings. Ryan wiped his hands and began to dry Nainai's hair. As her golden locks regained their smoothness and softness, Ryan couldn't resist giving them a gentle tousle. "All done. It's time to eat." Nainai let out a soft grunt, aware that the two playful touches were not solely for drying her hair, but rather an affectionate mischief. After finishing the afternoon meal, Nainai exhaled deeply, as if releasing the fatigue of an entire day. Then, she looked up at Ryan and asked, "Ryan, shall we practice swordsmanship next?" Though her tone was casual, Ryan perceived the unwavering trust in her eyes. However, he shook his head. "We've just eaten, it's best to avoid vigorous exercise. Let us first plant the seeds of the Sharon. I will teach you some magic. Chapter 31. Ryan, let us care for it together. The magic Ryan taught Nai, which imbued life into living beings, was essentially the most fundamental healing magic of the elven race, healing art. While its healing effects were not as potent as the basic healing magic of humans, the characteristic of this elven magic was that, in addition to healing minor wounds, it could also bestow a certain vitality to other living beings. The most direct manifestation of this ability was its capacity to promote plant growth. Moreover, the holy healing could only be learned by mages of the holy light profession, whereas healing art was not restricted to any particular profession. Even the demon race could learn it. However, the true efficacy of healing art could only be realized when wielded by an elven mage. Nai was quite astute. After Ryan's brief instruction, she had grasped the concept. Ryan took out a flower pot, planted the Sharon seeds within it, and placed the pot before Nai. Now, give it a try. Be mindful not to channel too much life force at once. You will surely find the sensation of bestowing life to other beings delightful. Observing Ryan's confident demeanor, Nai nodded and then raised her small hand, beginning to channel her magical energy. Soon, a vibrant emerald sphere, no larger than a pinky finger, materialized in Nanali's palm, exuding an enchanting vitality. Just a glance at the verdant orb left Nanali momentarily entranced. Within the sphere, she could distinctly sense the warm breath of life it contained, rendering it utterly irresistible. It was as though the magic swirling around her possessed a life of its own. Subsequently, Nanali directed her gaze towards the flower pot, allowing the luminous sphere to gently drift into the seed nestled within. Although the seed showed no outward signs of change, Nanali could keenly perceive a wave of joyous exuberance emanating from it. A smile blossomed on her face as she turned to Ryan, exclaiming, "The seed seems to be quite happy. Indeed, it must be very fond of you now. Take good care of it, Nanali," Ryan replied. Nanali nodded enthusiastically, her eyes fixed eagerly on the flower pot. After a moment, she spoke softly. "I initially thought that using magic to help it survive in an environment so foreign to it would cause immense suffering." Ryan smiled gently. "We could liken this seed to a village girl. Even in dire circumstances, she can endure. However, if you were to bring her into the comforts of nobility and provide her with ample resources and protection, not only would she survive, but she would thrive in happiness. Yet, in doing so, she may become increasingly fragile. Therefore, Nanali, you must safeguard her." "Yes, I understand," Nanali nodded, fully committed to nurturing the seed, even without Ryan's admonitions. She eagerly anticipated the day when the seed would sprout and bloom. "Also, remember," Ryan continued, "I mentioned not to bestow too much vitality all at once." Using the village girl analogy once more, he explained, "If you inundate her with too many resources at once, it may corrupt her innocent nature, transforming her into someone increasingly greedy and entirely different from her original self." Nanali grasped the first part of Ryan's statement well, yet found herself perplexed by the latter half. While she understood the analogy concerning the village girl, applying it to the Saryen seed left her somewhat bewildered. Ultimately, the message was clear: do not confer excessive vitality. "Should the flower pot be moved to the bedroom for care?" Ryan inquired, observing Nanali's unwavering gaze upon the flower pot. "Let it stay here," Nanali replied, her cheeks flushing slightly as she turned her head away. "You also adore the Saryen, do you not? Besides, the suggestion to buy the seeds was yours. You can't expect me to care for it all alone." Though Nanali expressed her thoughts in such a manner, Ryan, who shared a deep connection with her, immediately grasped her true intentions. She wished to care for it together with Ryan and watch it blossom. Indeed, that was her desire. But she felt too shy to voice it. If she were to articulate her feelings, wouldn't it seem as though she were indulging in a bit of playful affection towards Ryan? Ryan, however, chose not to address this directly. Instead, he nodded and said, "Let us place it here, and we shall tend to it together, awaiting the day it flowers." After attending to the seed, Ryan and Nanali took a brief respite before commencing their sword practice in the courtyard of the estate. Having just witnessed Nanali utilize her healing magic, Ryan decisively established her training path in swordsmanship, the path of the elven swordsman. Although it may sound reminiscent of the disposable warriors of the elven race, in truth, the profession of swordsman is quite rare among them. Given the inherent fragility of the elven form, they typically rely on magical barriers or summoned creatures to shield them in physical confrontations, should their corporeal selves engage in close combat. they would be utterly defenseless. The relationship between the elven swordsman and the elven mage is not particularly significant. While Nanali's magical aptitude leans towards summoning, there is no inherent conflict. Nevertheless, the elven swordsman primarily emphasizes magic alongside swordsmanship, and in pure sword combat, Nanali would likely struggle to rank highly. However, Ryan was unconcerned with rankings. His focus was solely on selecting the path most suited to Nanali, paving the way for her future. Yet, to consider Nanali's feelings. He chose to inform her of this in advance. Upon hearing this, Nanali shook her head and replied, "Let it be the elven swordsman." She chose to place her trust in Ryan, believing in the path he had selected for her and his ability to guide her along it. Thus, from sunset to nightfall, Ryan dedicated himself to meticulously instructing Nanali in the art of swordsmanship. Naturally, this involved moments of intimate physical contact, which, under ordinary circumstances, would have made Nanali blush and shy away from Ryan. However, this time, she immersed herself wholeheartedly in the practice, oblivious to such trivialities. Due to her considerable lack of talent in swordsmanship, Ryan devoted his full attention to guiding her. Under his tutelage, Nanali could distinctly feel the difference. It was a stark contrast to her solitary training sessions. Chapter 32. I will not suddenly disappear as the night deepened and the moon ascended high. Casting a gentle glow upon the darkened city of Ater, Ryan carried the peacefully slumbering Nanali back to the estate. Upon entering, Daisy approached. But Ryan immediately raised a finger to his lips, signaling her to remain silent. Daisy hurriedly covered her mouth and diverted her gaze toward Nanali, who was cradled in Ryan's arms. At that moment, Nanali was nestled against Ryan's chest, her eyes gently closed, lost in a sweet slumber. Today, she had immersed herself deeply in sword practice, and it was only after dusk that Ryan realized she needed to rest. Yet, Nanali insisted on practicing a little longer, prompting Ryan to allow her a brief respite. In that fleeting moment of rest, she had unknowingly drifted off to sleep. It seemed that Nanali was quite fatigued today. As Daisy gazed at the peacefully sleeping Nanali, her eyes sparkled with admiration. Even she found it difficult to witness such a serene sight. "Leave it to me," Delia softly declared as she approached, gently taking Nanali from Ryan's embrace. "Good night, Mr. Ryan," she whispered before carrying Nanali back to her room. After watching Delia depart, Ryan turned to Daisy, saying, "It's getting late. You should return to rest." "Yes. Good night, Mr. Ryan." Despite the late hour, Daisy appeared vibrant and full of energy, showing no signs of weariness. "Good night, Daisy," Ryan replied before making his way back to his room. Once he had removed his butler's attire, Ryan stood his unsheathed sword by the bedside, ensuring it was within reach before lying down. However, he found himself unable to sleep. After tossing and turning for a while, perhaps due to an unexpected response to the tranquil environment, Ryan realized that slumber eluded him. After staring at the ceiling for a moment, he got out of bed, lit an oil lamp, and placed it on the table. Subsequently, he retrieved paper and pen and began to write fervently under the cloak of night. The following morning, Ryan awoke feeling refreshed and stretched lazily. Indeed, when one finds it difficult to sleep at night, writing can swiftly induce drowsiness. "Good morning, Mr. Ryan," greeted Delia and Daisy as they were tidying up. After exchanging pleasantries with them, Ryan proceeded to freshen up. Originally, Delia was scheduled to prepare breakfast, but after the events of the previous day, she decided to allow Ryan to take on the task, while she continued honing her skills. She aimed to prepare a breakfast that would delight Nanali. Perhaps due to yesterday's exhaustion, Nanali only emerged from her room, yawning. After Ryan had finished washing up and begun cooking, "Nanali, good morning. Hurry and freshen up. I'll prepare the dishes and dry your hair," Ryan called out with a smile. Nanali sleepily responded before entering the washroom to begin her morning routine. As Nanali emerged from the washroom with her damp hair, Ryan had just set the dishes on the dining table. Once Nanali settled into her small chair, Ryan dried his hands and approached her from behind, beginning to dry her hair. While he was engrossed in this task, Nanali suddenly leaned back, falling into Ryan's embrace, startling him. "Nanali, what's wrong? Don't be sleepy." Rubbing her eyes, Nanali drowsily replied. She had actually drifted off, overwhelmed by fatigue, and the sensation of Ryan drying her hair had lulled her into a state of comfort. "Let us hold on for a moment. After breakfast, you can sleep again. I'll make sure the horse is steady," Ryan chuckled, ruffling Nanali's hair. "All right, it's dry now. Time to eat breakfast." Although Ryan had once again patted her head, Nanali lacked the energy to swat his hand away, allowing him to continue his affectionate gestures. After breakfast, Ryan mounted the horse with Nanali and set off toward Olcott Academy. Throughout the journey, Nanali curled up in Ryan's arms, peacefully asleep, while Ryan deliberately slowed the pace, ensuring a steady ride. There was no need to rush, as they had ample time. Upon arriving at Olcott Academy and securing the horse in the stable, Ryan noticed the absence of the knight from the Otis family. Surely he hasn't been expelled? Ryan mused, feeling a twinge of disappointment. It would be a loss of entertainment in the days to come. Once Ryan had settled the horse, Nanali stirred awake, still a bit groggy but noticeably more alert. If you can't endure the upcoming magic class, feel free to nap. Save your energy for the swordsmanship class in the afternoon. After all, Roarin won't be able to teach you much, Ryan suggested during their walk. Nanali rolled her eyes. Surely, this was a bit too disparaging towards their instructor. Roarin was a renowned magic tutor in Ater City, yet Ryan's words made her sound like a mere subordinate. As they approached Nanali's classroom, Ryan spotted the little demon girl, Dorothy, instructing Octavia from a distance, with Octavia nodding attentively. Suddenly, Dorothy noticed them and turned, beaming as she waved at Ryan. "Good morning, Tutor Ryan." Instinctively, Nanali grasped Ryan's pants. Ryan offered a wry smile and nodded back at Dorothy. "Good morning, Dorothy. Will Tutor Ryan not be attending class today? I really enjoy your lessons," she exclaimed, casting a flirtatious glance at him. However, the little girl's charm lacked any real impact. Meanwhile, Nanali tightened her grip on Ryan's pants. Her gaze toward Dorothy tinged with a hint of rivalry. Ryan maintained his composure. "I only handled yesterday's lesson. Starting today, Roarin will resume teaching you magic. The time is drawing near. You should head into the classroom." "What a pity," came the faint reply. Dorothy flicked the tail of the demon behind her twice, pouted slightly, and then her face brightened with a charming smile. "I'm heading into the classroom now. See you at noon, Mr. Ryan." With that, Dorothy entered the classroom. Ryan lowered his head. "Nai, you should also go into the classroom." Nai did not respond, but silently raised her gaze to Ryan. He chuckled softly. "Rest assured, I won't suddenly run away. Why would your sudden departure concern me?" Nai turned her head away. Though inwardly she felt a bit more relaxed. "I'm off to class now." Under Ryan's watchful gaze, Nai stepped into the classroom. Chapter 33. The History of the Mingao Empire. Once all the students in the classroom had settled, their instructor, Roland, ascended to the podium. "Good morning, everyone. Today we will discuss..." Instructor? The Beastkin girl, Namichua, suddenly raised her hand, interrupting Roland. "Isn't it Mr. Ryan who is teaching today?" Roland paused for a moment before replying. "Mr. Ryan only teaches that one class. The rest will continue to be taught by me." "Oh." Upon hearing this, the once lively Namichua promptly yawned and then lay her head on the desk to sleep. After all, she could hardly comprehend the lessons of the mage instructor. And according to Ryan, her talents were not suited for the path of a mage. Thus, Namichua was content to drift into slumber. The night girl, Yvette, who had intended to pay attention in class, also lowered her head, beginning to polish her knight's sword upon hearing the news. Roland, despite the student's habitual demeanor, felt an unexpected wave of frustration wash over her. "I have been teaching you for nearly 2 years. Yet you still find Ryan, who has taught you only one class, more significant in your hearts." Though inwardly distressed, Roland remained dedicated to her role as an instructor and began her lesson. Meanwhile, after Nai had settled into her seat and class commenced, Ryan strolled toward the grand library of Olcott Academy. However, this time, he was not alone. After walking a short distance, Ryan sighed and turned back. "What exactly do you want?" Octavia remained silent, her dark purple eyes fixed intently on Ryan. After a moment of mutual silence, Ryan eventually conceded and continued toward the grand library, allowing Octavia to follow. After all, he was not engaging in any illicit activities. One need not fear shadows when one walks in the light. Now that Ryan had eaten his fill, he felt no trepidation regarding Octavia. Upon arriving at the grand library, he pushed the large doors open and found the interior as tranquil as ever. There, in the corner, sat the petite figure with white hair, quietly engrossed in her book. Upon hearing a noise, Amia raised her head, beckoning to Ryan and indicating the seat beside her. Ryan approached, first moving the newspaper box he intended to read, and then sitting down next to Amia. Octaviel stood beside Ryan with a stern expression. "Is this one of the demon clan?" Amia wondered, gazing at Octaviel with curiosity. Octaviel cast a silent glance at Amia before averting her gaze. Do not concern yourself with her. Simply treat her as if she does not exist, Ryan remarked, as he searched for the newspaper he had not yet finished reading. Oh, Amia responded, redirecting her attention away from Octaviel and returning to the book in her hands. By the way, Amia, did you not have a question for me? What is it? Ryan inquired. Amia nodded, flipping to a page marked by a bookmark and handing the book to Ryan. He set down the newspaper and began to peruse the text she had presented. This passage chronicled the development history of the Empire of Mingho, located not far from Headley. Mingho is renowned for its potions, and while its overall area is modest, it stands as the largest exporter of potions in the world. The page marked by the bookmark detailed a matter that has long been common knowledge. It described how Mingho, surrounded by environmental challenges, has been incessantly encircled by fearsome magical beasts, necessitating a perpetual struggle against them. Consequently, the empire has invested much of its military strength into combating these creatures, fostering a martial spirit among its populace. However, this focus has significantly hampered the development of its foundational infrastructure, stunting growth. Additionally, these magical beasts frequently harass neighboring empires, including that of Headley. After finishing the page, Ryan turned his gaze towards Amia. Do you have any questions? He asked. Where do those magical beasts come from? Amia inquired, her amber eyes filled with deep confusion, indicating that this question had troubled her for quite some time. I have asked my father and the teachers at Alcott Academy, and everyone replied that it is a matter of Mingho's geographical conditions. Yet, from my perspective, as a neighboring country to Headley, Mingho's land area is not vast. Even if its surroundings are harsh, it should not be significantly worse than Headley. At her words, Ryan raised an eyebrow and then broke into a smile. It was the first time in many years that he had encountered someone perplexed by this issue, and even more surprisingly, it was from an 8-year-old girl. Mr. Butler, do you know? Amia pressed on, her eyes sparkling with curiosity at Ryan's laughter. I do know, and Ryan pointed to Octaviel behind him. She knows as well. Haha. Octaviel let out a cold laugh, remarking on humanity's perennial reluctance to acknowledge its own mistakes. Amia, puzzled, turned her gaze towards Ryan, who began to elucidate for her. Long ago, the environment surrounding Mingho was akin to that of Headley. Amia stared intently at Ryan, her lips tightly sealed, fearful of interrupting him. At that time, the alchemical potions of Mingho were still in their infancy, and after years of evolution, they finally garnered a reputation. However, this journey was also marred by a multitude of failed experiments and deteriorated potions. It was said that such potions had accumulated in great heaps, necessitating swift disposal. In truth, Mingho possessed a more prudent method of handling the situation, yet in a bid to conserve both finances and time, they opted to bury the defective and corrupted potions on the outskirts of the empire or simply dump them into the rivers beyond its borders. Ryan shrugged as he continued. Initially, there were no apparent issues, but after a few years, the region was beset by frequent beastly calamities, culminating in a veritable tide of monsters. Only then did the high-ranking officials of Mingho realize that it was their discarded potions that had precipitated the biological catastrophe. At the zenith of Mingho's alchemical industry, they steadfastly refused to let this incident tarnish their reputation. Ultimately, the true extent of Mingho's sacrifices remained unknown, as the leaders of neighboring nations who were aware of the truth chose to remain silent, burying the secret alongside the discarded potions. Upon hearing Ryan's explanation, Amia was momentarily taken aback, while Octaviel continued to smirk. For the demon race, this was hardly a secret, as Mingho's public relations efforts could not sway their realm. Previously, the demon race had attempted to disseminate the truth about the monstrous entities surrounding Mingho to sow discord among humanity, but the outcome had been minimal. In Octaviel's view, humanity was a rather peculiar species. They could achieve remarkable unity in external matters, yet were incredibly prone to internal disintegration. The greatest adversary of humanity was, indeed, humanity itself. Observing the silent Amia, Ryan suddenly felt a twinge of concern about imparting such knowledge to a young girl. However, Amia soon regained her composure, her eyes sparkling with the light of curiosity. Indeed, the butler possesses a wealth of knowledge that cannot be found in books. Ryan replied. Much of this information comes from obscure texts that are seldom read. As the conversation progressed, Amia clutched her book and posed several questions to Ryan, who answered each with ease, inadvertently drawing them closer together. With each response, Amia's amber eyes sparkled even more brightly. To her, Ryan seemed akin to a mobile library, brimming with volumes she had yet to explore. After Amia closed the book in her hands, Ryan smiled gently and asked, "Is there anything else you wish to inquire about? Let us conclude for today." Amia shook her head, feeling completely satisfied. "Perhaps you should continue reading the newspaper, Mr. Butler. I will seek your guidance on other matters in the future." "Very well," Ryan replied, returning to his newspaper. Octavia, having remained quietly at the side throughout, did not feel bored, as if serving as a sentinel for the two. Meanwhile, she internally criticized the notion of learning to rendezvous with daughters of other families during her mistress's lessons. Before long, the bell tolls resonated through Olcott Academy, heralding the end of Nanali's morning classes. Ryan folded the newspaper, placed the box back in its spot, and waved goodbye to Amia, saying, "I must take my leave. Until next time." "Yes, until we meet again, Mr. Butler." After watching Ryan depart from the Grand Library, Amia turned her attention back to the book in her hands. It seemed as though she spent every day in that very spot, absorbed in reading for hours on end. As they made their way back to the classroom, Octavia naturally followed Ryan closely. "All that knowledge of yours, did you acquire it from the tomes of the elven race?" she finally inquired, unable to restrain herself any longer. "Oh, you can discern that?" Ryan raised an eyebrow leisurely. "After all, such knowledge is not commonly found among humans, and many are even unknown to the demon race. Moreover, the scent of elves is quite strong upon you." As she spoke, Octavia wrinkled her brow, seeming quite disdainful of the elven aroma. The demon race is notably sensitive to the scent of elves, just as elves are to the fragrance of demons. At this, a slight smirk crept across Ryan's lips. "While I have indeed encountered elves, that was prior to my induction into the Dark Corruption Knights. Can you truly detect it?" Upon entering the classroom building, numerous students began to exit their respective classrooms. Ryan swiftly spotted Nanali among the throng and made his way toward her. Octavia, however, searched aimlessly for quite some time, when suddenly a soft voice floated up from below her. "Vale, I am here." Octavia quickly looked down to find Dorothy standing before her, arms crossed, seemingly oblivious to how long she had been there. Dorothy sighed. "Have you been following Mentor Ryan all morning?" "Yes," Octavia nodded. "His presence has not left my sight." Upon hearing this, Dorothy's expression brightened with excitement. "What has Mentor Ryan been up to all morning?" He was having a rendezvous with the daughters of other families in the Grand Library, and then read the newspaper for the entire morning." Dorothy responded with a perplexed expression. After a brief moment of astonishment, Dorothy inquired further, "Which family does she belong to? What does she look like? What is her name?" "Her name is Amia. Like Roland, she has white hair and eyebrows, indicating they likely belong to the same family." "How does Mentor Ryan perceive you?" "Me? He has never paid me any mind, merely accepting my presence." Dorothy grew somewhat anxious. "You have the stunning Vale by your side, yet you don't even glance at her. Instead, you seem particularly fond of the white-haired little girl from the Windsor family. Could it be that Mentor Ryan has a penchant for that type?" After observing the perplexed Octavia for a moment, Dorothy suddenly toyed with her own white hair tips. "It seems I, too, resemble a white-haired little girl, don't I?" Meanwhile, after picking up Nanali, Ryan took her to their usual spot from the previous day to have lunch. In the quiet, secluded corner of the campus, Ryan and Nanali sat on a bench. Just as he opened the lunchbox, they heard a breathless voice nearby. "Wait for me." Both Ryan and Nanali looked up to see Roland, carrying a lunchbox and sweating profusely, hurrying over. She plopped down beside Nanali, wiped the sweat from her brow, and prepared to eat her lunch. Ryan remarked, "Why aren't you with Amia? What brings you over here?" Roland stuffed a meatball into her mouth and mumbled, "Amia prefers solitude. There's no need to worry about her. She takes better care of herself than I do." "Isn't at you who can't care for yourself?" Suddenly, Ryan felt a gaze directed at him. Looking down, he saw Nanali staring intently at him. "Nanali, what is the matter?" Nanali asked, "Who is Amia?" "Amia is Roland's sister, roughly your age." Ryan, oblivious to the peculiar tone in Nanali's voice, replied with a smile, "She usually sits in the Grand Library reading. I met her there." "So, you've been secretly reading in the library with another girl while I've been in class?" Orion finally detected the unusual undertone in Nanali's voice, causing his smile to falter. "Well, Nanali?" Nanali ignored Ryan, silently lowering her head to eat her lunch, taking longer to bring each forkful to her mouth, as if she were gnawing on the fork. Ryan, bemused, said, "I went to the Grand Library solely to read. Meeting Amia was unexpected." Humph. Chapter 35. Dorothy's scheme, what does your rendezvous with another girl have to do with me? Nainali huffed, sulking alone, making Ryan want to ruffle her hair. Yet, Ryan understood that Nainali resembled a pufferfish at that moment. If he were to ruffle her, she might very well explode. My companion Amia and I were merely engrossed in our reading, and at that time, Dorothy's attendant, Octavia, was also present. When the bell tolled, did I not promptly rush to meet Nainai? Ryan was gently soothing Nainai's little tantrum, while Roland watched the spectacle with a fork in her mouth. After a considerable time of comforting, Nainai's mood finally began to improve. May I practice swordsmanship in the manner you taught me yesterday at the training grounds today? It is indeed permissible, but I still recommend that you master the techniques imparted by that swordsmanship instructor. Stowing the empty lunchbox into his magical space, Ryan remarked, what that instructor teaches is significantly beneficial for reinforcing the fundamentals. In sword training, without a solid foundation, even a prodigy cannot excel. Thus, Nainai, I believe it would be prudent for you to solidify your foundation in swordsmanship class, and when you return, I shall guide you in your practice, which would be quite fitting. As the elven swordsman emphasizes magic over swordplay, the sword in the hands of an elven swordsman resembles a staff more than a weapon. Therefore, Ryan did not neglect magical practice while instructing Nainai in swordsmanship. Mr. Ryan, are you truly teaching Aki swordsmanship? Roland, who had been observing with keen interest, asked with bright eyes, may I observe? Ryan cast a sidelong glance at Roland. You are not merely seeking a free meal, are you? With her intentions exposed, Roland awkwardly poked at her two slender, pale fingers. It's half and half. Ryan quipped, such a splendid visage, yet it resides upon you. Perplexed, Ryan suggested, you should inquire about observing from Nainai. Upon hearing Ryan's reply, Roland turned her gaze towards Nainai, who nodded in affirmation. If it is Roland's request, it is no trouble at all. Hooray! Roland cheered like a child, causing her two slimes to sway in unison, leaving Ryan somewhat bewildered, seemingly stimulated by the morning's events. Roland clung to Ryan after lunch, eager to learn about magical theory. Conveniently, much of the theoretical knowledge was what Ryan had intended to share with Nainai, so he began to expound on it here. Naturally, Ryan refrained from discussing the methods of magical energy channeling across various magical professions. However, merely hearing these theoretical insights left Roland thoroughly satisfied. After all, yesterday, Ryan had not covered the methods of energy channeling. Yet simply discussing theoretical knowledge had garnered admiration from those young ladies of nobility. Before they knew it, the bell at Alcott Academy rang once more. The three of them immediately rose and proceeded to the training grounds. Upon arriving, Ryan offered a few words of advice before watching Nainai enter the arena. After standing with Roland at the periphery of the training ground for a moment, Octavia, bearing a great sword, approached, and the two women stood on either side of Ryan, eliciting a mix of envy and admiration from the assembled male onlookers. Today, a swordsmanship class proceeded, as usual. After briefly instructing the students on a technique, the instructor dismissed them to practice independently. Nainali remained in her corner, diligently striking at the wooden dummy with her wooden sword. Although her swordsmanship still fell short compared to her peers, it had improved significantly since yesterday. Observing this progress, Ryan nodded in satisfaction, realizing that his guidance was not entirely in vain. Suddenly, his gaze shifted to a petite figure approaching Nainali. Was that Dorothy? Oh dear, Yai. Practicing alone must be so dull. How about I keep you company? Dorothy exclaimed cheerfully, her wooden sword slung behind her. Nainali glanced at Dorothy and, upon noticing her scheming expression, turned away and replied coolly, no, thank you. I'm accustomed to training alone, but it's quite challenging to improve when practicing by oneself. Dorothy countered with a smile, hopping in front of Nainali and blocking her path to the dummy. Let us do this. I'll be your sparring partner. You can strike at me, and I won't retaliate. What do you say? Nainali offered no response, silently moving to another wooden dummy. Seeing Nainali's demeanor, Dorothy realized that gaining her trust would be a formidable task. After all, Nainali had been isolated for too long and was exceedingly sensitive to others' intentions, making it difficult to establish rapport. At this juncture, Ryan turned to Octavia and inquired, has Dorothy not found a spell that suits her among the demon clan? He suspected that Dorothy's sudden interest in Nainali was somehow connected to the magical knowledge he possessed. Nainali was adept at discerning the sincerity of others. She could quickly tell if someone wished to befriend her genuinely. Her avoidance of Dorothy likely indicated that the latter had ulterior motives. The young lady possesses remarkable magical talent. Her attendance in Roland's class is merely for enjoyment. She hardly requires a mentor, Octavia replied, causing Roland to puff her cheeks in frustration. Why does it feel like my status as a magical instructor is diminishing? What, then, was Dorothy's intention in approaching Ninali? After facing rejection, Dorothy decided against pursuing Ninali further, wary of inciting her aversion. It seemed prudent to explore alternative avenues. Dorothy needed a means to bridge the gap with Ryan, as daily greetings in the academy felt insufficient. But hadn't Yvette been eager to learn the magic swordsman profession from Ryan? Perhaps it would be wise to observe Yvette's actions. With this thought in mind, Dorothy hurried off to engage Yvette. Soon, the afternoon fencing class came to a complete end. The knightly maiden, Yvette, was the first to exit the arena. As she passed by Ryan, she glanced up at him deeply before silently departing. Following her, Ninali approached, and upon reaching Ryan, he took the handkerchief he had prepared earlier to wipe the sweat from her brow. They say I could manage on my own. Ninali blushed as she snatched the handkerchief away, wiping her sweat before returning it to Ryan, and together they made their way to the stables, preparing to head home. Chapter 36. Sunday. Upon returning to the estate, Diley was, as always, the first to greet them, respectfully stating, "Miss, the bathwater is ready." Ninali nodded and replied nonchalantly, "There's no need to prepare the bathwater in advance next time. I will be practicing fencing when I return, and I can bathe afterward." "Understood," Diley responded. After Ninali went to bathe, Daisy suddenly rushed over, holding a piece of paper. Mr. Ryan, did you write the story?" Ryan was momentarily taken aback as he gently set Daisy back on the ground and accepted the paper from her hands. Diley, with a hint of apology, explained, "Daisy found this while tidying up your room. We both enjoyed the story immensely and have read it repeatedly all day." At that moment, Ryan glanced at the contents of the paper. It was indeed what he had penned the previous night during a bout of insomnia. The fairy tale from the memories of that unfortunate transmigrator, Cinderella. Ryan held a fondness for such fairy tales, not merely for their pursuit of beauty, but for their ability to confront the darkness of the time. Seeking light amidst the shadows and crafting tales of redemption, however small, that could ignite a beacon of hope in the human heart. Such stories might seem ill-suited to the era of that unfortunate transmigrator, yet they fit perfectly within his context. After a brief examination, Ryan returned the paper to Daisy. "I merely transcribed it after finding it intriguing in another book. If you enjoy it, feel free to keep it." "Mr. Ryan, you are truly wonderful," Daisy exclaimed as she took the paper, her expression radiant as if she had discovered a treasure, her flaxen pigtails swaying with delight. After admiring the paper for a moment, Daisy turned to Ryan and asked, "Will you write other stories in the future?" "If I find the time. I suppose I could write a bit," Ryan replied with a smile. Ryan playfully poked Daisy's forehead, saying, "These are just for children. Why are you so excited?" Daisy covered her forehead and pouted, "But I'm only 14. Ryan's hand froze mid-poke. This silly girl is only 14? While Daisy certainly bore a youthful appearance, Ryan had thought she must be at least 16. Speaking of which, if even Daisy is just 14, how old must Diley be, who appears so mature? Daisy appears to be only slightly older than Daisy, doesn't she? Mr. Ryan? Daly's voice gradually brought Ryan back to reality. He turned his head and saw Daly smiling at him. "Have you decided what to eat for lunch?" "Huh. Oh, I've already thought of it. Let us head to the kitchen." Ryan and Daly made their way to the kitchen to prepare the afternoon meal, while Daisy went to fetch a change of clothes for Ninali. After preparing the meal, Ryan dried Ninali's hair after her bath. Following their lunch, Ryan and Ninali took a moment to rest, tending to the seeds of the nightshade. The growth cycle of the nightshade is relatively short, and coupled with the vitality Ninali infused, tender sprouts had already emerged from the pot after just one day. Ninali carefully summoned a green orb of healing magic and placed it into the sprout, which quickly absorbed it and swayed slightly. Seeing this, a genuine smile blossomed on Ninali's small face. After their rest, it was time for today's swordsmanship practice. It seemed old Ram had not previously instructed Ninali in swordplay, and perhaps it was fortunate he hadn't, as that arduous experience is not something most could endure. In contrast, Ryan's guidance was infinitely gentler, aside from a slight fatigue. It was quite manageable. Moreover, Ninali did not feel tired at all, quickly entering the zone as time flew by. While Ryan guided her, Ninali could distinctly sense her progress, a phenomenon that had never occurred before. Soon, darkness enveloped the sky. "Let us call it a day," Ryan said as he took the wooden sword from Ninali. "All right." Having learned from yesterday's experience, Nanali refrained from overexerting herself. In a daze yesterday, she vaguely saw Orion carrying her back to the residence. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, she pretended to be completely unaware of it until now. Upon returning to the residence, Nanali washed her face and retired to her room early for rest. Ryan lay on his bed, pondering for a moment before getting up, finding paper, pen, and a kerosene lamp, and began writing a story in the night's embrace. Tonight, Ryan was not restless. He simply felt a desire to write. Last night, he penned Cinderella. Tonight, he would write about the little match girl. Time slipped away unnoticed until the sound of his writing ceased. Ryan set down his pen, extinguished the kerosene lamp, stretched, and prepared to sleep. He decided to leave the finished story on the table, believing that Daisy would be pleasantly surprised upon discovering it in the morning. With a gentle smile gracing his lips, Ryan slowly closed his eyes and drifted into slumber. The following morning, Ryan was awakened by the ringing of the bells surrounding the city of art. The bells are ringing? I'm going to be late. Why didn't you wake me up? Startled by the sound of the bell, Ryan abruptly sat up in bed and murmured a complaint to no one in particular before hastily making his way outside. He flung open the door to find the sisters, Daisy and Delia, engaged in their usual cleaning, appearing as if they had just risen from slumber. Good morning, Mr. Ryan. What is the rush? Delia greeted him with a smile. The bell has rung. Nalani is going to be late. I must hurry to escort her to the academy, Ryan replied anxiously. Seeing his frantic demeanor, Delia couldn't help but giggle. Mr. Ryan, today is Sunday. There's no need to go to the academy. Ryan froze in place. The obliviousness of his nightly duties and the routine of the past few days had caused him to forget the significance of Sunday. Daisy poked her head in, teasingly chiming in, It's Sunday, Mr. Ryan. What a silly goose you are. Are you mocking me as well? Ryan retorted, playfully tugging at Daisy's cheek. Ah, Mr. Ryan. I was wrong, Daisy exclaimed, flailing her arms in surrender. Delia observed their banter, a gentle smile gracing her lips. After their playful exchange, Ryan proceeded to the washroom. Stepping out, he noticed that Nalani's door remained firmly shut, silence enveloping the room. It was evident she had yet to awaken. Chapter 37. IV's visit. It was understandable, considering that Nalani hadn't had much rest in recent days. On this rare Sunday, she deserved to sleep in a little longer. In the kitchen, Ryan began preparing breakfast, with Delia naturally by his side, assisting and learning in the process. While they were busy with the ingredients, a sudden exclamation of delight from upstairs interrupted them. Ryan smiled softly, realizing that Daisy must have come across the fairy tale he had written while tidying his room. Delia seemed to share this thought, initially smiling and then turning to Ryan with, Mr. Ryan, have you ever considered submitting these stories to a newspaper? Submit to a newspaper? Ryan paused in his preparations, reflecting on Delia's suggestion, which indeed had merit. After all, with so many tales stored in his memory, it would be a shame not to share their worth. He could not disregard the heartfelt gesture of the transmigrator who had gifted him these stories. That makes sense. I'll try to submit them to the newspaper when I find the time, he replied. Indeed, Delia suddenly elongated her tone, squinting her eyes with a fox-like grin. It appears that all those stories were penned by Mr. Ryan himself. If they were truly read in another book, then they cannot be submitted to the newspaper. Ryan thought to himself, how unfortunate it was for the esteemed leader of the Shadow Erosion Knights to be outwitted by a mere maid. Nonetheless, he chose not to contest it and continued preparing breakfast, allowing Delia to think as she pleased. As breakfast was halfway prepared, Nainali finally awoke and stepped out of her room. Good morning, Nainali, Ryan said, turning his head and smiling at her. Good morning. Nainali nodded and proceeded to the washroom. After setting the breakfast on the dining table, Ryan wiped his hands and began to dry Nainali's hair with a gentle magical breeze. The refreshing gust caused Nainali to squint her eyes. Despite just waking up, a wave of drowsiness washed over her. Do you have any plans for today, Nainali? Ryan inquired while tending to her hair. Sword practice, she replied succinctly. Ryan chuckled softly. Truth be told, he wished to take Nainali out for some leisure. However, his unfamiliarity with that city left him unaware of suitable places for recreation. Once her hair was dry, Ryan affectionately tousled Nainali's hair and said, Let's eat breakfast. Stop messing with my hair, she protested as they reached the dining table. Just as they had barely taken a few bites, a series of knocks echoed at the door. Ryan paused, set down his fork, and approached the entrance. Upon opening the door, he found the diligent guard from the Ahi family standing there. Mr. Ryan, The daughter of Marquis Otis has come to visit, claiming she wishes to learn magic from you. Upon hearing this, Ryan leaned out to glimpse behind the guard and noticed the knight, Yvette, patiently awaiting a response at the entrance. Having changed out of her Alcott Academy uniform, Yvette donned a simple white outfit adorned with a silver shoulder guard, still wielding her knightly sword. Her golden hair was styled neatly in a single ponytail, giving her an air of freshness and vigor. The knight who had once been on the receiving end of Ryan's reprimand had transformed into a humble maid, standing respectfully behind Yvette. Turning back, Ryan looked at Ninali at the dining table. Ninali took a bite of her food and remarked, "She's here for you. You can decide." Ryan nodded and addressed the guard. "Inform them that Miss and I are having breakfast and are unavailable." The guard appeared momentarily taken aback, but nodded in acknowledgement. Understood. It seemed only Ryan could dare to respond in such a manner to the Marquis's daughter. After closing the door, Ryan and Ninali resumed their breakfast. "Is it really all right to leave her waiting at the door?" Ninali asked. Although she had anticipated Ryan's refusal, she was surprised by how resolute he was, showing no regard for decorum. "If I wish to teach, I will. If not, then I shall not. Why complicate matters?" Ryan replied, leaving Ninali somewhat speechless. It often seems that Ryan is the most willful of them all. After finishing breakfast, Ryan and Ninali took a brief respite before stepping out of the mansion to practice swordsmanship. Upon exiting, they were momentarily taken aback at the sight before them. At the entrance stood Yvette and her maid, maintaining a serious demeanor as they locked eyes with the mansion's guards, immobile. After exchanging a glance with Ninali, Ryan approached with reluctance. "Haven't you left yet? Breakfast is over." Yvette countered, "Can you teach me how to become a magic swordsman now?" Ryan sighed. "I will not teach you. Please leave." "If you do not teach me, I shall not depart," Yvette declared stubbornly. Ryan crossed his arms nonchalantly. "Your presence here does not affect me, and soon enough, Marquis Otis will likely come to take you back." With that, he turned to leave. "Wait." A rare flicker of anxiety crossed Yvette's face. "What must I do to earn your tutelage? At least tell me your ideal reward." "I have no interest in your offers," Ryan replied, meeting her steadfast gaze. "Why are you so determined to learn to become a magic swordsman? Do you even understand what this profession entails? The magic in magic swordsman is not merely about spells. It is a vocation suited only for the mad, one where every battle is a trade of wounds, offense without defense." "I understand." Yvette nodded earnestly. In truth, Ryan found himself somewhat swayed by Yvette's resolute eyes. Yet, he felt she was more suited to the path of a paladin. The role of a magic swordsman was far from fitting for the petite Yvette. "If you truly wish to learn from me, then swear the knight's oath and become my disciple." After much deliberation, Ryan turned, revealing a slightly wicked smile, finally deciding to offer Yvette a chance. "Become a disciple?" Yvette was taken aback. Taking the knight's oath to become a disciple was no trivial matter. For a knight, it was akin to accepting a father figure, a bond that could not be betrayed for a lifetime. Chapter 38. Are you attempting to coerce me? Such an apprenticeship would be acceptable if they had spent considerable time together, yet she and Ryan had hardly met a handful of times. Even Yvette's maid couldn't hold back. "I merely seek your guidance on becoming a magic swordsman. It hardly necessitates such a formal commitment." Yvette interjected calmly, "Aside from apprenticeship, you may propose other conditions, and I shall do my utmost. I have no interest in other conditions. I would not impart knowledge to someone with whom I share a lackluster relationship." Ryan spoke with a faint smile. "By the oath of a knight, if you pledge to become my disciple, I shall not only impart the knowledge of the magic swordsman, but also train you to become the foremost magic swordsman of the Heaterly Empire." Were these words uttered by another, Yvette would undoubtedly dismiss them as mere bravado. Why would one of such capability linger at a count's estate instead of residing in the palace? Yet, when Ryan expressed this, Yvette instinctively chose to believe him. However, the cost of pledging by the knight's oath is a matter I must discuss with my father. "Feel free to consult him," Ryan replied with a grin. "I say this on a whim. Who knows, by the time you return after speaking with your father, I may have changed my mind." Yvette fell into a profound silence. Observing this exchange, Ninali sensed that Ryan's demeanor had taken on a rather unpleasant quality, akin to that of enticing a young girl. As Yvette remained silent, Ryan patiently awaited her response. From the look in her eyes, he was confident she would ultimately agree. The desire to take Yvette as his disciple was not merely a fleeting whim. He had glimpsed something unique in her gaze. Indeed, after a moment of contemplation, Yvette took a deep breath, leaning on her long sword, and knelt before Ryan, stating, In the name of Yvette Otis, I hereby pledge the knight's oath. Aspiring to become the foremost magic swordsman of the Heaterly Empire, I vow to take Ryan as my master, to regard him as a father, and to never betray this commitment. Should I falter, I would be ashamed of the glory of generations of knights, and for eternity, I would forsake the knightly name, ending my life with this sword. Each word emerged from Yvette's clenched teeth, imbued with profound gravity. Ryan smiled softly and stepped forward, extending his hand toward Yvette. Good. Now you are my first disciple. The knight's oath of mentorship is mutual. Having chosen to accept Yvette as his apprentice, Ryan must fulfill his responsibilities as a master, unwavering in his commitment. At the moment Ryan spoke, both felt an inexplicable connection blossoming between them. Yvette did not take Ryan's outstretched hand, but instead stood heavily, her gaze toward him a mixture of complexity and uncertainty. She had ventured out, embraced a foster father 13 years her junior, and had only met him a handful of times. She was unsure how to explain this to her father upon her return. Initially, she intended to draw Ryan into her Otis family, yet she found herself entangled in this arrangement instead. What a peculiar situation this was. Nevertheless, Yvette was certain that this unorthodox foster father would impart invaluable lessons, for she had witnessed firsthand his confrontation with that demon servant in the sword-testing arena. The identity of that demonic attendant may be unclear to others, yet Yvette has utilized her family's authority to conduct a relatively in-depth investigation, uncovering some clues about the attendant. Coupled with the techniques displayed by Ryan during his lessons, it is undeniable that she has complete faith in her potential to become an unparalleled magic swordsman. Moreover, her aspiration to be recognized as the foremost magic swordsman of the Heaterly Empire is also enshrined in the knight's oath. Since Ryan has taken her as his disciple, he is determined to cultivate her to that esteemed position, no matter the cost. Please, come in, Ryan said with a faint smile, returning to the courtyard of the residence. While Yvette silently followed, her gaze fixed on the ground. Nanali, you may take a rest for now. Once I have guided my disciple, we shall resume your sword training. All right. Nanali appeared somewhat taken aback. In her view, Ryan's decision to take on a disciple seemed rather hasty. Furthermore, Yvette's eagerness to become his pupil was equally impulsive, one daring to accept, the other daring to pledge. Truly, they were both peculiar in their own right. It is essential to understand that the magic swordsman is the most challenging profession among all magical vocations. If mastered, one's combat prowess would rank among the finest in the magical realm. However, a moment's carelessness could result in severe incapacitation. Observing Yvette's silence, Ryan spoke, "Rest assured. With my guidance, you will not become incapacitated. As long as you are willing to endure the hardships that accompany the journey to becoming a magic swordsman, success is inevitable." I understand, Yvette affirmed with a firm nod. Shall we begin now? Of course. Ryan gestured towards the knight's long sword in Yvette's hand. Can you wield this sword? I can. Very well. Now, with this sword, unleash all your might and engage me in battle, Ryan said with a calm smile, unsheathing his sword from his waist, but keeping it sheathed for the moment. You must not cease until you can no longer stand. Beside them, Nanali opened her mouth, hesitating to voice her thoughts. What are you doing? Are you bullying a 9-year-old? Meanwhile, upon hearing Ryan's command, Yvette drew the knight's long sword from its sheath. Against her petite frame, the sword appeared almost colossal. I'm ready, master. Please. As Ryan's words fell, Yvette swiftly advanced, her movements agile and graceful, resembling a young leopard. Clang. A metallic clash echoed as Yvette's sword swing was effortlessly blocked by Ryan. Witnessing Yvette's performance, Ryan felt a surge of surprise. After all, she was the top swordsman from a prestigious academy like Alcott, where beings of demonic and beastly heritage, possessing innate physical advantages over humans, also trained. To claim the top spot solely through swordsmanship, there was a testament to her formidable skill. With a gentle flick of his wrist, Yvette was unexpectedly sent reeling a few steps back, nearly losing her balance, both she and her sword shaken by the impact. Ryan raised his long sword, pointing it directly at Yvette. Continue your assault without pause, or else I shall strike. Chapter 39. Are you simply attempting to steal someone away? In the courtyard of the 8th city, within the Yasi estate, the air was filled with the resonating sounds akin to metal being forged, as two figures, one large and one small, danced and battled within the confines of the yard. Cough. As Ryan's sword tip pierced Yvette's abdomen, she staggered back several steps. eventually kneeling on one knee, gasping for breath. Her once fair and spirited face was now completely drenched in sweat, mixed with traces of dirt, and her hair was in disarray, rendering Yvette an image of utter disarray. Ryan remained steadfast, raising his hand to summon a green orb of light, which he cast towards Yvette. Healing art. Upon the orb entering her body, Yvette immediately felt the minuscule wounds within her heal completely. However, despite the restoration of her injuries, the exhaustion of both body and spirit was insurmountable. "Can you still fight?" Ryan inquired nonchalantly. His intent was not to render Yvette incapable of battle due to her wounds, but rather to push her to the brink of both physical and mental exhaustion. Yvette offered no reply, silently straightening herself and grasping her longsword. With determination, she charged forward once more. Clang! The swing of her longsword was effortlessly blocked by Ryan, who then retaliated, forcing Yvette back once again. This time, she could not regain her balance, rolling twice on the ground before finally standing up after a considerable pause. Ryan promptly cast another healing spell, mending Yvette's injuries. Continue. Beside them, Ninali and the ever-watchful Lolita stood in stunned silence. Was this truly sword training? This was nothing short of torment. Lolita shivered, recalling that Mr. Ryan had promised to teach her magic. Perhaps it would be best to abandon that idea. After 2 more rounds, Yvette was barely able to remain standing. Yet Ryan showed no signs of mercy, urging her to attack once more. Her chest heaved violently, and her small hands clutched the knight's sword with unwavering tenacity. Though her gaze towards Ryan began to lose its clarity, stepping forward, Yvette summoned her last ounce of strength to swing her longsword. However, this time, Ryan did not raise his sword to block. As her sword reached halfway through its arc, Yvette could no longer sustain herself. Her eyes closed as she fainted, the longsword slipping from her grasp and clattering to the ground. Ryan swiftly crouched down, cradling the unconscious Yvette in his arms. Her maid rushed forward. "She has merely exhausted herself. A moment's rest will suffice." Ryan entrusted Yvette to her maid. "Take her to the estate for some rest." The maid cast a deep glance at Ryan, then nodded, gently lifting Yvette and stepping into the estate. After watching the maid carry Yvette into the mansion, Ryan turned his attention back to Ninali, smiling as he said, "Ninali, thank you for your patience. Shall we commence our sword practice?" Ninali, having observed how Ryan instructed Yvette in swordsmanship, suddenly felt that their training methods were worlds apart. Was that rigorous training a prerequisite for becoming a magic swordsman? Perhaps it could be considered so. Ryan responded, "A magic swordsman is fundamentally a magical profession that relies on exhausting physical stamina to engage in combat. It's a fight where it's either you or me, so such endurance training is indeed essential. Moreover, I need to tailor a training regimen specifically addressing Yvette's weaknesses." Curiosity piqued, Ninali inquired about Odysseus's shortcomings, especially since Yvette's swordsmanship had always been superior at the academy, making it difficult to discern any flaws. Her foundational skills were exceptional. She had undergone specialized training, and she likely had a highly skilled mentor guiding her. Both her willpower and physical condition were impeccable. If one were to identify a deficiency, it would be the lack of practical combat experience, resulting in somewhat rigid techniques lacking in adaptability. However, for Yvette, who was merely 9 years old, this hardly constituted a flaw. Where could she possibly amass practical experience? In essence, Yvette's development in the knightly direction at her age was nothing short of exemplary. Ryan felt a genuine enthusiasm to nurture Yvette's potential. With Ninali's remarkable magical talent and Yvette's unparalleled swordsmanship, both young women were now under his tutelage. "Are you truly taking Odysseus under your wing without informing her family? They will undoubtedly seek you out for this," he remarked with a shrug. "But how many times have I met Yvette? Even if she desired to learn from me, her father would never consent to her apprenticeship with me. He might even try to distance her from me. It is better to establish our master-student relationship first. Let them come to confront me. When they realize they cannot intimidate me, they will naturally accept the situation." Ninali interjected, "This isn't merely persuasion. It seems more like abduction." She then questioned, "Why the sudden desire to take her as a disciple? Is it solely due to her exceptional talent?" Ryan's intentions regarding Yvette's apprenticeship did not overly concern Ninali. After all, he still regarded himself as the butler, and for Yvette to learn swordsmanship from him, she would need to come to his home. This indicated that Ryan prioritized her, and Yvette's standing was not equal to hers. "No, even if she lacked such talent, I would still wish to take her on as a student," Ryan declared, shaking his head. He then pointed to his own eyes, smiling gently as he said, "Because of her eyes." Her eyes? Nanali recalled that Yvette's eyes were a light green, resembling emeralds. Indeed, they were quite beautiful. But what relevance did this hold in the context of taking on a disciple? The individual who imparted the training methods of the magic swordsman informed me that when one encounters a pair of eyes truly belonging to a magic swordsman, one must ensure that this training method is bestowed upon the owner of those eyes. Oh, Nanali gently picked up a wooden sword and responded softly. Though her understanding was clouded, Ryan was once again recounting tales from his past. Blinking away the remnants of slumber, Yvette sat up in bed, acutely aware of the lingering fatigue both physically and mentally. Raising her hand to cradle her head. "Miss." The voice of her maid reached her, prompting Yvette to turn her gaze and notice her maid seated at the edge of the bed, watching her intently, nodding slightly in acknowledgement. Yvette surveyed her surroundings and realized she was in an unfamiliar chamber. The room was adorned with numerous pink decorations and still held a faint scent of milk, suggesting it was a young lady's boudoir. "Am I still at the Ashy residence?" Yvette pondered aloud, her curiosity piqued. "Indeed, you are currently in Miss Ashy's room." The maid replied respectfully. "I see." Yvette sighed with relief, grateful that her rather lenient mentor had not left her to sleep outside. After a brief moment, Yvette felt her weariness ease somewhat and finally rose from the bed. However, the discomfort in her body prompted her to furrow her brow. She looked down to discover that her original attire had vanished, replaced by a different set of white garments. Although they fit, they were somewhat smaller than her usual clothing, making movement awkward, akin to wearing aristocratic formal wear. "Is this outfit also from Miss Ashy?" Yvette inquired. The maid, perceiving Yvette's thoughts, responded, "Miss, your clothes were soiled. And with Miss Ashy's consent, I have dressed you in her garments while yours are being laundered." Yvette reflected on her visit, realizing that not only had she delayed Nanali's sword practice, but she had also slept in Nanali's bed and donned her clothing. Although she had not exchanged a single word with Nanali, it felt as though she had unwittingly incurred a significant debt of gratitude. "What time is it now?" "It is already afternoon, Mississippi. It is time to return." Yvette sighed. "Upon returning, I must pen a letter to my father to explain the situation. I wonder how he will react upon learning this." Nevertheless, at this moment, Yvette felt little regret. As she exited the room alongside her maid, Yvette intended to bid farewell to Ryan and Nanali when she was suddenly enveloped by an incredibly fragrant aroma wafting through the halls. Yvette paused, instinctively salivating at the enticing scent. Yet, she quickly suppressed the urge with her resolute will, turning her head in the direction of the fragrance's source only to see Ryan emerging from the kitchen, carrying 2 plates of food. Nanali was seated at the dining table, wielding 2 wooden sticks. Struggling to navigate the food on her plate, Nanali was soon approached by Ryan, who intended to offer assistance. However, a flushed Nanali promptly rebuffed him, leaving him to cross his arms in exasperation as he observed her fumble with her chopsticks. What could she possibly be doing? At that moment, Ryan's attention shifted to Yvette, and with a gentle smile, he inquired, "Awake, are we?" "Perfect timing. Come join us for a meal." Yvette shook her head in refusal, but a soft rumble from her stomach interrupted her, causing a faint blush to bloom on her cheeks. Ryan chuckled and continued, "Let us dine together here. After all, I have a few questions I wish to pose, and I believe you do as well, do you not?" Reluctantly, Yvette acquiesced, her usual indifference to culinary pleasures momentarily set aside by the tantalizing aroma lingering in the air. Approaching the dining table, she took a seat opposite Nanali. Observing Nanali, who was still preoccupied with her chopsticks, Yvette pondered for a moment before expressing her gratitude. "Yasi, thank you." Nanali paused her movements, lifting her gaze. Upon meeting Yvette's sincere expression, she turned her face away slightly, asserting, "There's no need for thanks. I merely wish to avoid a filthy individual in my abode. Don't misconstrue my intentions." Yvette smiled softly in response, thinking to herself how surprisingly amiable Nanali seemed. Ryan placed the afternoon meal before Yvette and handed her a knife and fork before taking his own seat. Yvette glanced at the utensils in her hands, then at Nanali's chopsticks, and curiously asked Ryan, "Master, what purpose do those 2 sticks serve? Are they for practicing swordplay as well?" "Ah, those are chopsticks. Merely for picking up food. They have little to do with swordsmanship," Ryan explained, demonstrating a dexterous grip that surpassed Nanali's clumsiness. "Chopsticks." Yvette mused momentarily but chose not to delve deeper, as she was not particularly interested in their history. Ryan had crafted these chopsticks with magic during his spare time, With chopsticks at hand, perhaps it was time to experiment with something like hot pot? After sampling a morsel of food with her fork, Yvette was delighted by the burst of flavors, a sensation that opened her eyes. Throughout her life, she had never felt such an overwhelming desire to indulge in food. Not even during her grandfather's grand banquet. With nimble and swift movements, she sent several bites to her mouth before turning her gaze to Ryan, keenly observing his technique with the chopsticks. At this point, Naomi had also managed to grasp the use of chopsticks, though her movements remained somewhat awkward. After a moment of silent observation, Ryan turned to meet Yvette's gaze, asking, "What is it, Yvette?" "Master, may I have a pair of chopsticks?" "Certainly." Though Ryan was perplexed by Yvette's sudden fascination with chopsticks, he promptly rose and retrieved a pair from the kitchen for her. Yvette accepted the chopsticks, yet refrained from using them, instead tucking them away silently into her bosom, while continuing her meal with knife and fork, further deepening Ryan's confusion. After finishing their afternoon repast, the maids, Daisy and Della, approached to clear the empty plates and utensils from the table, with Yvette's maid also assisting in the kitchen. Yvette leisurely wiped her mouth and turned to Ryan, inquiring, "Master, did you not mention having something to ask me? What is it?" "Oh, I have long been curious as to why you are so determined to pursue the path of a magic swordsman. The lineage of magic swordsmen has been severed for quite some time. Many in the present day are unaware of what a magic swordsman truly is, and the books of the Headley Empire lack any mention of them. Even I, through a series of fortuitous events, came to know a friend who was a magic swordsman, thereby learning about their kind. After my friend's demise, I would be the last of the magic swordsmen, albeit not one of the main practitioners." Yvette had exhibited a notable reaction upon first hearing the term magic swordsman, indicating that she was well acquainted with the profession and perhaps had significant ties to it. She began, "Many are aware that our family, the Otis family, is a true lineage of knights. Even the title of Marquis was earned by our ancestors through their martial achievements." Ryan nodded, as he was unaware of the Otis family's noble heritage. Although he could surmise it from Yvette's demeanor, it was hardly surprising that Ryan could not recall every noble family within the vast Headley Empire, especially considering the numerous heroes that emerged during the war against the demon race centuries ago, which led the king of that era to bestow titles upon many knights and nobles. The current aristocracy had undergone several purges, and the era when the nobility was most rampant marked the darkest times for the Headley Empire. Yvette continued, "Our ancestors included a magic swordsman, as I discovered in an ancient tome gathering dust in our home. My father is aware of this, but forbids me from speaking of it to outsiders, as it serves little purpose. So, your desire to learn the ways of the magic swordsman is to restore your family's former glory?" Ryan remarked with a hint of a smile. Yvette nodded in affirmation. After gazing at her for a moment, Ryan noticed she had nothing further to add, and he refrained from pressing her for more details. Yvette was not being deceitful. Her pursuit to become a magic swordsman was indeed aimed at reviving her family's honor, though it was not the sole motivation, as she harbored additional secrets yet to be revealed to him. Yvette's reluctance to speak stemmed from her own reasons, and Ryan saw no necessity to pry further. "Master, as your disciple, I believe I have the right to know about your former position," Yvette retorted. At this, Nainali, who had been silent, perked up her ears in quiet curiosity. She had long been intrigued by Ryan's past identity, but had never found the appropriate moment to inquire. "Me? I was merely the leader of the Shadow Erosion Knights, a position I relinquished just a few days ago." Ryan's tone was casual, as if he were discussing something entirely unrelated. However, this seemingly tranquil statement detonated like a thunderclap in Yvette's mind. "The Shadow Erosion Knights? Is that a knightly order from the Headley Empire?" Nainali, having limited knowledge about knightly orders, instinctively felt that the name did not align with the typical naming conventions of the Headley Empire. The Shadow Erosion Knights were among the most enigmatic of the Headley Empire's knightly orders, mentioned only briefly at their inception before disappearing from public discourse. After a moment of silence to digest the information, Yvette spoke softly. "Moreover, the Shadow Erosion Knights are the most unique order within the Headley Empire. As an independent knightly order, they do not possess their own emblem, but instead directly use the imperial crest, truly serving only the royal family." Upon hearing Yvette's explanation, Nainali was taken aback. Is Ryan truly that formidable? A knight with such a direct allegiance to the royal family could easily be considered a viscount on his own merits. What rank, then, should Ryan hold as the leader? In that moment, Nainali suddenly felt a sense of distance from Ryan. Ryan raised an eyebrow slightly. I never expected you to be so knowledgeable. Yvette replied nonchalantly, my father had shown interest in the Shadow Erosion Knights for a time. That is all I know, as he did not disclose any further information. Indeed, given his marquis status, he could have conducted a thorough investigation if he wished. As for the matters Yvette kept hidden, it must pertain to the Knights' opposition against the demon race. Ryan continued, my status is not as elevated as you might think. After stepping down from the Shadow Erosion Knights, it took me 2 days to reach Tsundere City, with my travel expenses covered by my former comrades. At this point, Ryan revealed a wry smile. Upon arriving in Tsundere City, I found myself utterly penniless, possessing only a sword and a horse. He then turned his gaze towards Ninali. As of now, I am merely an ordinary butler. Locking eyes with Ryan, Ninali suddenly felt that the distance she had just perceived had vanished entirely. These are the questions I wanted to ask. Yvette gracefully leapt from her chair, lightly tapping her toes before offering a slight bow to Ryan and Ninali. Master, classmate Yahi. It is getting late. I must take my leave. Thank you for your hospitality. Ryan nodded in acknowledgement. Be sure to return tomorrow. I shall formally teach you the techniques of the magic swordsman. Understood. At that moment, Yvette's maid arrived with her freshly changed attire, and the two departed the estate under the watchful eyes of Ryan and Ninali. After a brief silence, Ninali suddenly turned her gaze toward Ryan. Noticing her attention, Ryan turned to her. Ninali, is something the matter? She asked abruptly. You 1T vanish suddenly like lamb, will you? Ryan paused for a moment before responding with a gentle smile. Of course not. As night fell in a city within the Headley Empire, in a lavish estate, a robust man resembling a beast emerged from the training grounds, his bare chest heaving with exertion, glistening with sweat from his powerful muscles. This man was none other than Marquis Otis, Demo Otis, whose impressive physique attested to his formidable prowess in combat. A servant approached, draping a garment over Demo's shoulders as he shook off the exertion and strode towards his usual place of business. As a knightly noble, though not as intellectually gifted as the bureaucratic aristocrats, his sense of duty surpassed that of those who merely exploited the populace. Moreover, he was adept at employing capable individuals, ensuring that his fiefdom thrived under their guidance, earning him the admiration of the local populace. The advantages of a vast network of knightly nobles were evident. Otherwise, under the current king's limited capabilities, the Headley Empire would have long since crumbled. My lord, a letter from the young lady. Just as Demo settled into his seat, a servant hurried over, bowing respectfully. Oh, Demo's face brightened, and in his rugged voice, he exclaimed, a letter from Yvette? Bring it here. Receiving the envelope from the servant, he opened it and began to read attentively. The letter commenced with news of Yvette's apprenticeship, and upon discovering that she had chosen a master of remarkable swordsmanship, the very leader of the Shadow Erosion Knights, Demo could not contain his laughter. Slapping his thigh in delight, glancing around, he noticed the respectful demeanor of the servants, and, seeing no one to share his joy with, reluctantly stifled his exuberance and continued reading. Chapter 42, The Training of the Magic Swordsman. Demo was engrossed in the letter when, suddenly, he spotted the phrase, Oath of the Night. What? Initially, he thought he was imagining things and rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Yet, the words, Oath of the Night, were unmistakably clear before him. Yvette had sworn her allegiance through the Knight's Oath? Did that mean he accepted a godfather? Goodness! Demo's eyes nearly bulged out as he sprang to his feet, exuding an aura that suggested he was ready to unleash violence, startling the attendants beside him. One could hardly say that the leader of the Shadow Corrosion Knights was unperturbed, even if the king were to ask you to acknowledge a godfather. Wouldn't you at least inform your biological father first? Quickly, prepare the carriage. To Tsundere City. My lord, it is already dark outside. Now, immediately. If we delay any longer, my daughter will be abducted. Under the moonlight, Demo leaped into the carriage, hastily setting off into the night towards Tsundere City. Onlookers might have mistaken him for a marquis being pursued by assassins. The following morning, after breakfast, Ryan and Ninali began their sword practice in the courtyard of the estate. Yvette and her maid also arrived during their training session. Yvette was now clad in her own attire. Having returned the dress she borrowed from Ninali after it had been washed. Observing Ryan instructing Ninali in the art of swordsmanship, Yvette chose to remain silent, standing aside as she watched. Compared to Ryan's usual teaching methods, his approach with Ninali could only be described as exceedingly gentle. Of course, Yvette could discern that Ninali was pursuing a completely different style of swordsmanship than her own. Watching Ninali wield the wooden sword with such finesse, Yvette couldn't help but wonder if such techniques could truly inflict harm. Nevertheless, Nainali would likely excel in any display-based evaluations. In truth, Nainali's training as an elven swordsman had yet to commence in earnest, primarily due to her insufficient foundational skills. The most basic techniques could be practiced at the Academy's training grounds, and Ryan was currently focused on instilling the fundamental principles of elven swordsmanship in Nainali. Once her foundation was solidified, she would find it effortless to assimilate the core tenets of elven swordsmanship. At that point, Ryan was certain that Nainali's growth in prowess could be likened to a metamorphosis. Due to her lack of foundational skills, Ryan often corrected Nainali's stance during practice, which inevitably led to considerable physical contact. However, Nainali merely blushed slightly without resistance, tacitly accepting it. Every time Yvette witnessed such interactions, a sense of discomfort stirred within her. Throughout her life, aside from her father and grandfather, Yvette had scarcely engaged in any physical contact with males. After practicing for a while, Ryan handed Nainali a glass of water and suggested she take a break, her face glistening with perspiration. "Yvette, it's your turn, come forth." After stretching, Ryan turned to Yvette with a gentle smile. Although she had mentally prepared herself, the sight of Ryan's smile caused her petite frame to tremble slightly. Taking a deep breath, Yvette stood upright with her long sword directly opposite Ryan, lifting her chin to meet his gaze with her light green eyes. After yesterday's training, she had donned a layer of soft armor beneath her clothing, allowing her to endure longer than the previous day. Observing the growing combat spirit in Yvette's eyes, Ryan smiled and waved his hand. "There will be no sparring today, and for the foreseeable future, it will not be necessary. Furthermore, your foundation is solid. You may skip the basic exercises and proceed directly to formal training as a magic swordsman." Yvette paused, a sudden wave of disappointment washing over her. On one hand, her earlier preparations seemed rendered futile. On the other hand, although she could bypass excessive physical contact and embark directly on her training, she found herself unable to feel joy. Was she perhaps envious of her classmate Axie? Startled by her own thoughts, Yvette quickly shook her head, dismissing the notion. After all, while Ryan was her master, they had only met less than 10 times. What was she thinking? "Yvette, what's wrong? Are you not ready?" Ryan inquired, noticing her small gestures of unease. "No, master. I am ready," she replied immediately, tightening her grip on the longsword. The requirements for weapons among elven swordsmen are not demanding. Even a simple stick could suffice as a sword, which is why Ryan had allowed Nainali to train with a wooden sword. However, the magic swordsman has high standards for their weaponry. Ryan needed Yvette to refine her sword skills. Hence he insisted she wield the knight's longsword he always carried. Although the sword appeared quite mismatched with Yvette's petite frame, she wielded it with grace and agility, indicating she had likely practiced privately for quite some time. The more Ryan delved into understanding Yvette, the more he realized she was remarkably suited for the role of a magic swordsman, perhaps even surpassing him. Throughout the entirety of the Headley Empire, there likely was no one better matched for the vocation than Yvette. The first lesson Ryan imparted to her was the method of channeling magical energy as a magic swordsman. Yvette grasped it swiftly. After just a couple of phrases from Ryan, she was already successfully guiding the magical energy through her veins. Unsurprisingly, she exhibited an unprecedented affinity for this aspect of training. At this moment, Ryan felt that if Yvette were to pursue a profession other than that of a magic swordsman, it would indeed be a tremendous waste of potential. Yvette, surprised by her own compatibility with the magic swordsman role, stared blankly for a moment before asking Ryan, "Master, have I succeeded?" Ryan nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. What should I learn next?" Upon hearing this, Ryan raised his right hand, conjuring a minuscule flame at his fingertips. Though small, the flame exuded an undeniable resilience, as if no tempest could extinguish its light. "Try to summon a flame similar to mine," he encouraged. After gazing at the flickering flame in Ryan's hand for a moment, Yvette nodded and raised her hand, attempting to summon her own tiny flame. However, a gust of wind swept by, snuffing out the flame in an instant. Chapter 43. The Fragile Friendship of Little Lola's Too Fragile, Ryan remarked upon witnessing this. Yvette remained silent, but immediately tried again, this time successfully conjuring a flickering flame in her hand. Although it paled in comparison to the fire summoned by Nana Lee, it still showcased Yvette's magical talent. Yet, Ryan shook his head disapprovingly, stating, "This won't suffice. You can only summon such a diminutive flame, and you must ensure its stability and control." Mastery over this is essential for a magic swordsman. Yvette nodded, extinguishing the flame and attempting once more. The challenge of summoning a stable flame was significantly greater than that of conjuring a roaring fire. Moreover, achieving perfect control was paramount. This required the caster to deftly manipulate magical elements, guide the magical conduits, and execute the spell with impeccable timing and precision, with no room for error at any stage. For an extended period, Yvette diligently practiced the fire elemental magic, while Ryan observed with his arms crossed, occasionally offering guidance. This was the simplest yet most crucial step in the training of a magic swordsman. Meanwhile, Nana Lee, watching from the side, attempted to summon flames as well. Thanks to her innate talent as a summoner, she managed to conjure a small yet resilient flame at her fingertips after only a few tries. Seeing Nana Lee effortlessly summon such a flame sparked Yvette's competitive spirit, motivating her to exert even more effort in her attempts. Keep your mind steady, Ryan advised. As a magic swordsman, your composure must remain unshaken, even on the battlefield. Losing your focus can lead to catastrophic consequences due to the nature of our craft. Understood, Yvette affirmed, centering her thoughts and dismissing distractions as she diligently focused on the fire elemental magic, soon entering a state of concentration. Nana Lee realized she might have misstepped and sheepishly extinguished her flame, feeling it had been rather simple. At that moment, Nana Lee suddenly sensed an overwhelming pressure above her head, only to find Ryan had appeared beside her, playfully ruffling her hair with a gentle smile. To grasp it so effortlessly, you truly are remarkable, Nana Lee. Do not touch my head, Nana Lee said. Her cheeks flushed like a small cat swatting away Ryan's hand with a soft, playful gesture, both shy and inviting. It seemed she was becoming increasingly comfortable with such interactions. Observing Yvette as she persistently summoned a flickering flame, Nana Lee inquired softly, Ryan, when do you think Odysseus will master the art of summoning fire? Soon, Ryan replied with a gentle smile. Just as his words faded, a tiny yet resilient flame emerged in Yvette's hand. Delighted, Yvette turned to glance at Ryan, but was suddenly overwhelmed by dizziness, causing the flame to extinguish abruptly. Instinctively covering her forehead with her small hand, she stumbled back a few steps before regaining her balance. It appeared her magical energy had nearly depleted. Let us pause here for now. I saw the flame you just summoned. It was quite impressive, Ryan said, stepping closer to support Yvette's shoulder. Stay here for lunch and take a good rest. We can resume our practice in the afternoon. All right, Yvette replied after a moment, clearly feeling the toll of her exhaustion. It was only then that she realized it was already midday. Let us head to my room to rest. I'll call you when it's time for lunch, Nana Lee suggested. A small smile crept onto Yvette's face. Thank you, Ahi. I've told you not to thank me. Nana Lee turned away, avoiding Yvette's gaze. And from now on, just call me by my name. Ahi sounds rather unpleasant. I understand. Yvette paused, then nodded earnestly. Nana Lee, please call me by my name as well. To be honest, I dislike being referred to by my surname. After all, whenever someone mentioned Odysseus, they often thought of her imposing father, the Marquis, who was more robust than any orc. Every time she was addressed as Odysseus, Yvette felt as though they were likening her to a towering man. Has Nana Lee made a friend? Ryan mused, stroking his chin. In his memory, this was likely Nana Lee's first experience of forging a friendship with someone her age. Upon returning to the mansion, Yvette, supported by a maid, entered Nana Lee's room. While Nana Lee idly observed a flower pot on the table sprouting the seeds of nightshade, Ryan stepped into the kitchen, where Deli followed closely behind, carrying a bag of freshly procured ingredients. Mr. Ryan, I have gathered the ingredients you requested, she said. Thank you for your hard work, Ryan acknowledged, accepting the bag. Although labeled as ingredients, most were actually herbs, primarily intended to enhance magical energy and vitality. Before instructing Yvette to summon the flames, Ryan had already anticipated the unfolding of events and had taken the liberty of asking Deli to procure the necessary ingredients in advance. Mr. Ryan, are we using these herbs to prepare lunch? Deli inquired, unable to contain her curiosity as she watched Ryan meticulously arrange the herbs from the bag onto the cutting board. Ryan nodded in affirmation. If we merely brew them into a medicinal soup, it would be rather unpalatable. While cooking will diminish some of their efficacy, it will suffice. Won't that make the dish taste unpleasant? Deli began to voice her concern, but remembering Ryan's extraordinary culinary skills, she held her tongue and began assisting him instead. For today's lunch, Ryan decided to prepare an additional pot of soup, allowing for a greater quantity of herbs to be included. The more bitter herbs would be balanced by the addition of more flavorful ingredients. Complemented by the seasonings Ryan had meticulously crafted, the taste would undoubtedly be commendable. Once the soup was simmering, Ryan turned his attention to the main course. By the way, Mr. Ryan, while passing by the newspaper office on my shopping trip, I showed your story Cinderella to the editor there. They were quite taken with your tale and have decided to publish it in tomorrow's edition. They also expressed a desire to meet you. As she handed the chopped vegetables to Ryan, Deli continued, the editor mentioned that if the response is favorable, there could be a prospect for a long-term collaboration, offering you a 10% share of the newspaper's profits. A 10% share of the profits from the City newspaper was no small sum. Chapter 44. What of the little match girl? Given the concentration of nobility in City, along with the patronage of Duke Fina, the living standards of the common folk had been elevated by the consumption habits of the aristocracy, coupled with the limited entertainment options. Both nobles and commoners had developed a habit of purchasing an inexpensive newspaper daily. Thus, even if Cinderella garnered a favorable reception, the newspaper might not see a substantial increase in sales. Nevertheless, the editor's willingness to offer Ryan a share of the profits spoke volumes about their admiration for the fairy tale. Ryan nodded. Next time you visit, please extend my gratitude to the editor. As for a meeting, it may be difficult in the near future. I understand. I conveyed the same sentiment to him at the time, Deli replied with a smile. Regarding the byline, I assumed you might prefer not to use your real name, so I took the liberty of creating one for you. What byline? Ryan inquired, intrigued. At that moment, he couldn't help but admire Deli's attentiveness. Many matters that would typically require multiple discussions had been completely addressed by Deli in a single consideration. Despite having spent only a few days together, Ryan felt as though Deli had seen straight through him. Was this one of the innate talents of an exceptional maid? The black butler, Daisy, maintained her ever-present smile. Ryan, these two words, when combined, possess a simplicity that is slightly peculiar, yet they undeniably resonate with Ryan's identity. Very well. As long as it is not my true name, anything will suffice. Soon, lunch was ready, and after plating the dishes, Ryan and Deli together brought them to the dining table. Nai had already seated herself at the table, and Ryan lifted his voice, calling towards Nai's room. Yvette, it is time for dinner. No sooner had the words left his lips than the door to Nai's room swung open, and Yvette emerged. Although Yvette had been resting in Nai's room, she was not asleep. Rather, she had been recalling and solidifying the method of her last successful summoning of flames. A small part of her anticipation also stemmed from her eagerness for Ryan's culinary creations. It had been quite some time since she had felt such excitement for every meal. It was not that Yvette was precocious, but rather that she had become easily satisfied when it came to food. Anything that filled her stomach would suffice. However, after tasting Ryan's cooking last night, this morning's breakfast prepared by her own maid seemed rather bland by comparison. To put it plainly, Ryan had spoiled Yvette's palate with just one meal. As she arrived at the table, Yvette took a seat opposite Nai, exchanging nods before preparing to eat. Ryan handed Nai a pair of chopsticks and then offered Yvette a knife and fork. However, Yvette declined the utensils, looking at Ryan and saying, "I'm sorry, master. May I also use chopsticks?" "Oh, certainly," Ryan nodded, exchanging Yvette's knife and fork for a pair of chopsticks. Yvette took the chopsticks and, with remarkable ease, positioned them expertly, skillfully picking up food with movements that even surpassed Nai's efforts after a day of practice. Upon witnessing this, Ryan raised an eyebrow. By the way, Yvette had taken a pair of chopsticks from him yesterday. Could it be that she had secretly practiced at home? The thought brought a smile to Ryan's face. Yvette's unwillingness to concede was indeed charming. After taking a bite of her food, Yvette sipped the soup Ryan had prepared, and as the warm liquid slid down her throat, her eyes sparkled with delight, shaking off the lingering grogginess from her mind. As for the flavor, Yvette found it difficult to discern. There were familiar notes, yet they seemed harmoniously blended with others. In any case, it was delicious. Nai, after tasting the soup, also brightened up, her spooning becoming noticeably more frequent. In no time, the soup bowl was nearly empty, and the plates were cleared of food. The two little girls could no longer maintain the grace expected of nobility. They slumped in their chairs, rubbing their bellies, their bodies nearly unable to sit upright. Today's lunch seemed to have been prepared in excess by accident. Ryan tugged at the corners of his mouth, sensing that the afternoon's swordsmanship practice would need to be postponed for a while, allowing the two little ones ample time to digest. As he took the dishes into the kitchen, he and Deli were engaged in washing them when a small head peeked playfully around the doorway. Noticing the little head, Ryan spoke up, "Daisy, what's the matter?" He suddenly realized that he hadn't seen Daisy much throughout the morning. Daisy, her head bowed, quietly entered the kitchen. Clutching a piece of paper, on which was written the story Ryan had penned that morning, Little Red Riding Hood. Observing Daisy's subdued demeanor, Ryan wiped his hands and approached her. "Do you not like today's story?" No. Daisy quickly shook her head. "I like the story Mr. Ryan wrote today." But what? Daisy lifted the paper in her hands. Cinderella, although her life was tragic, had the help of birds and ended up marrying the prince. While her two bullying sisters faced their just deserts. Little Red Riding Hood had a loving grandmother, and although the grandmother was ultimately swallowed by the wolf, with the aid of the hunter, both Little Red Riding Hood and her grandmother were safe. However, what about the little match girl? Ryan was momentarily taken aback. Daisy continued. The little match girl lived a similarly tragic life, but had no birds to assist her, and her beloved grandmother had passed away. She received no help from a hunter, and in the end, she froze to death in the street. Her father, who abused her, faced no consequences. Why must the little match girl endure such tragedy? Ryan opened his mouth, hesitating to respond. Deep down, he wished to convey to Daisy that the plight of the little match girl truly reflects the reality of most who are in dire circumstances. There are hardly any birds or hunters willing to extend a helping hand to the wretched. Yet, confronted with Daisy's innocent gaze, he found himself at a loss for words. At 14 years of age, how could she still be so naive? Ultimately, Daisy received no reply from Ryan and quietly departed. Ryan looked at Deli, who shrugged in imitation of him. After reading your Little Red Riding Hood today, Daisy transformed like this and asked me the same question. I didn't know how to respond either. Chapter 45. Tenderness or ruthlessness. Daisy's character is rather whimsical. I initially assumed her melancholy would be fleeting, but I didn't anticipate the profound impact this question would have on her. As she spoke, Deli sighed. Ryan couldn't help but inquire, has Daisy never left this estate throughout her life? Indeed, Daily nodded. Daisy has lived in this mansion since she became a governess, entrusted with the duty of caring for the young lady. Until now, I have always been the one to venture out for errands. Daisy has never stepped beyond the threshold of this estate. Upon hearing this, a bittersweet smile appeared on Ryan's face. Your protective instincts towards her might be a tad excessive. What else could I do, being her elder sister? Daily replied with a smile. It matters not that Daisy knows little. I shall continue to care for her. For a lifetime. Even when she marries, I shall follow her. Though it is indeed rare for maids like them to find an opportunity for matrimony. Yet, this suited Daily perfectly, for it meant she could perpetually safeguard Daisy in this manner. But what will you do if Daisy remains in her current state tomorrow? Daily fell silent, her smile swiftly fading. Observing this, Ryan sighed. After all, it was my stories that transformed Daisy into this. Allow me to devise a solution. At this, Daily abruptly lifted her head. Mr. Ryan, what do you propose? Ryan quietly unfastened his coin pouch from his waist and handed it to Daily. There are plenty of silver coins inside. Tomorrow, take Daisy with you to purchase some wheat, and then bring her to a place where the impoverished gather to distribute porridge. It is the simplest and most direct approach. Such places are often filled with little girls selling matches. Once Daisy witnesses the scene there, she will undoubtedly grasp the essence of the little match girl. Furthermore, unlike the story, as the distributor of porridge, Daisy will become both the bird and the hunter for those little girls, thus helping to untangle her emotional knots. Daily accepted the pouch, stunned for a moment before she responded, Mr. Ryan, I cannot accept this money. You should keep it. After all, it was blown in by the wind. Ryan waved his hand dismissively. It is of no consequence. What do you mean, blown in by the wind? Daily asked, perplexed. The truth was that this money was initially borrowed by Ryan from Lauren, and after spending a portion, it had transformed into a pouch of silver coins. Later, Ryan managed to settle his debt with a simple lunch, so claiming it was blown in by the wind was not entirely unfounded. Yet even so, Daisy cannot remain cooped up in the mansion forever. Ryan gently interrupted Daily's words, advising softly, living without worries is indeed a blessing. But being overly carefree borders on foolishness. Take Daisy out more often, let her see the world. After a moment of contemplation, Daily finally nodded in agreement. Thus, in an atmosphere of profound silence, the two quietly finished washing the dishes. Mr. Ryan, Daily began as they were about to part ways to attend to their respective tasks. Ryan turned his head. What is it? Although I am unaware of the experiences you, Mr. Ryan, have endured, I sense that had those events not transpired, you would likely possess a gentle disposition. After uttering these words, Deli hastily departed, leaving Ryan in a contemplative daze. Am I gentle? Ryan's lips curled slightly. Such a characterization seemed rather foreign to him. At least, no one had ever referred to him with such kindness before. Many had labeled him a killer. But perhaps it was connected to his adaptation to the role of a butler. After all, he had long desired a tranquil existence, and thus, he assimilated into this life with remarkable ease. After a brief respite, Ryan took Nanalie and Yvette to the courtyard to commence the afternoon's swordsmanship practice. As the training began, Nanalie suggested that Ryan first instruct Yvette, allowing her to focus on refining her fundamentals. Given that Yvette had no time to practice swordsmanship with Ryan during her weekdays at the academy, she could only receive his guidance on the 2 days of the week. Meanwhile, Nanalie could practice with Ryan every evening. Yvette nodded gratefully at Nanalie and then turned her gaze to Ryan. Recalling the sensation of casting magic during their last session at noon, she raised her right hand, and with a flicker of intent, a resilient flame manifested at the tip of her index finger. Observing this, Ryan nodded with satisfaction. Now, summon it a few more times for me. Hearing Ryan's words, Yvette diligently attempted again, and this time, it seemed she had found her rhythm. Each flame she summoned was remarkably consistent, and her proficiency visibly increased. Well done, Ryan finally remarked. Yvette, you learned swiftly. Now, let us proceed to the next step. Yvette extinguished the flame and focused intently on Ryan, eager to listen. Do you remember the method I taught you for channeling the magic energy of the magic swordsman? Ryan's expression turned unusually serious. Utilize that technique. And while the magic energy resides within you, transform it into elemental power. Since your dominant hand is your right, we shall begin with your right arm. Transforming magic energy into elemental power during the channeling process? Yvette looked up at Ryan, her mind still processing this information. Ryan nodded affirmatively. Indeed, that is precisely why I insist on teaching you to summon a stable fire element flame. If you were to convert magic energy into fire elements within your body and it became too volatile or unstable, it could potentially damage your magical channels. Furthermore, this process is excruciating, immensely painful. You must brace yourself mentally. Upon hearing this, Yvette paused for a moment, then took a deep breath, her small chest rising and falling, before resolutely declaring to Ryan, Master, I am ready. Let us begin. Upon witnessing Yvette's resolute gaze, Ryan's serious expression transformed into a gentle smile. He nodded and summoned a green orb of light, which entered Yvette's being. In that moment, Yvette could distinctly feel that she had been endowed with certain protective enchantments. Let us begin. With my presence, your magical conduits shall remain intact. However, the pain you experience during this process will be reliant solely on your own willpower. Chapter 46. The initiation of the sword mage. After attentively absorbing Ryan's words, Yvette nodded and raised her longsword, beginning to channel the magical energy within her. Following Ryan's guidance, Yvette first directed her magical energy through the conduits of a sword mage, guiding it into her right arm. Then came the most crucial step. Taking a deep breath, Yvette recalled the flame she had conjured moments earlier and began to manipulate the magical energy coursing through her right arm, transforming it entirely into flames. With a mere thought, the magical energy in her right arm surged into searing flames, and the sensation of her conduits being scorched felt akin to countless needles piercing through her body, an excruciating pain rapidly enveloping her entire being. With a thud, Yvette leaned on her longsword, dropping to one knee, her jaw clenched tightly, and beads of sweat soon adorned her brow. As she struggled to maintain her composure, the intense pain only escalated, plunging Yvette deeper into anguish. Stay calm. Do not allow the flames within you to destabilize. Ryan's voice rang out from the side. Hearing his words, Yvette's hazy vision cleared slightly as she fought to straighten her posture, striving to stabilize the flames within her magical conduits. Though the pain persisted, she gritted her teeth and held on tenaciously. Excellent. Ryan could not help but marvel at Yvette's resolve. Such tenacity would rank among the finest even within his dark erosion nights. He recalled his vice-captain, whom he had attempted to teach a few techniques, only for him to soon wail in protest, declaring he would rather perish on the battlefield than practice such foolishness. Next, envision your longsword as an extension of your very being, and guide the flames within your conduits to envelop the sword, just as you would direct them to other magical pathways. Following Ryan's instructions, Yvette began to channel the flames within her body toward her sword. The flames coursed through her magical conduits like molten lava, yet she persevered. In the next moment, the long sword in Yvette's grasp was gradually enveloped in a layer of blazing fire. Observing this spectacle, Nine Eyes' mouth slightly agape. She was taken aback. As this differs from merely affixing magical elements to weapons, Nanali could distinctly perceive that the flames enveloping the long sword possessed formidable power, far surpassing the flames Yvette typically summoned through her magic. Ryan nodded vigorously and commanded, "Now, wield your sword. Release all these flames." With a fierce shout, Yvette felt a palpable connection to the flames. Upon hearing Ryan's words, she cried out and swung her long sword with all her might. A massive crescent-shaped flame erupted along the trajectory of Yvette's sword, accompanied by a scorching wave of heat. Although it dissipated after traveling a considerable distance, none of those present dared to underestimate its destructive force. The magical elements that had tormented her were released in one breath, leaving Yvette feeling remarkably light. As she gasped for air, beads of sweat continuously trickling down her youthful face. Yet, upon witnessing the flame slash she had just unleashed, a genuine smile blossomed on Yvette's face. Is this the power of a magic swordsman? The strength of a magic swordsman has indeed not let her down. That simple gust of sword energy made Yvette feel that her efforts during this time had been entirely justified. Ryan nodded in agreement. The magical sword energy released through the magic veins of a magic swordsman was fundamentally different from simply casting spells or attaching magic to weapons before striking. This concept bore resemblance to a weapon known as a gun from the memories of Ryan's previous life, where a bullet, when chambered, was propelled through the barrel with far greater lethality than if simply thrown. "Master, shall we continue?" After releasing the first sword energy unique to a magic swordsman, Yvette, though weary, felt a surge of fighting spirit. Breathing heavily, she excitedly inquired of Ryan. This was the first time Ryan had seen Yvette so exhilarated, but considering her well-being, he shook his head and replied, "You should rest for now. Take a break before continuing your practice. We have ample time." Having said that, Ryan waved his hand, casting a healing spell. A massive green magical sphere enveloped Yvette, filling her with warmth, as the aching magic veins gradually healed. After a deep exhale, Yvette moved aside, reflecting on the sensations she experienced while unleashing the sword energy. Meanwhile, Ryan continued to instruct Nanali in swordsmanship. The scene of teaching Nanali was decidedly more tranquil, as Ryan guided her through the foundational techniques of swordplay, akin to teaching a child to walk. However, as Yvette observed this scene, she found herself increasingly envious. In her past training, no one had ever taken such a considerate and hands-on approach to teach her the art of the sword. During the training session, Nanali cast a few glances at Yvette before inquiring of Ryan, "Is the method by which the elven swordsman wields a sword as a medium similar to that of the magic swordsman?" Ryan pondered for a moment while stroking his chin, then nodded. "Indeed, they are quite alike." Nanali's expression paled slightly. "However, the overall training approach of an elven swordsman is exceedingly gentle, so you need not worry." Nanali finally exhaled in relief. "Just don't speak so breathlessly." All right, your sword posture is crooked again." After practicing with Nanali for a while, Ryan then turned to train Yvette. The second time Yvette unleashed her sword energy, she exhibited a remarkable improvement compared to the first, her progress akin to ascending a rocket, clearly showcasing her talent in this area. Thus, Ryan alternated training the two young girls until it was time for afternoon meal. After enjoying a satisfying lunch at the manor, Yvette bid farewell and returned home. Before her departure, Ryan advised Yvette, before next Sunday, focus on stabilizing the flame. As for that sword energy, do not practice alone without my guidance, understand? Yvette nodded earnestly, agreeing, and then she departed with her maid. Following their meal, Ryan and Nanali took a brief respite before resuming their sword practice in the courtyard, continuing until nightfall before returning to the manor to rest. Chapter 47. Confrontation today. Yvette was exceedingly joyful, not only having shared meals with Nanali, but also successfully attaining a foundational understanding of the magic swordsman profession that had long captivated her thoughts. As night descended and she returned to her residence in its city, a faint smile lingered on Yvette's lips. Her maid looked on in disbelief, as Miss Yvette usually bore an icy demeanor, seemingly indifferent to anything but the sword in her hand. Upon arriving at her own doorstep and gazing at the brightly lit manor, Yvette suddenly sensed an unusual atmosphere. Turning her head, she inquired of the guard at the entrance, Has anyone visited today? The guard respectfully replied, Miss, the Marquis has arrived. Hearing that her father was present, Yvette paused momentarily before recalling the letter she had sent him the previous day. When did he arrive? Miss, it was this morning. Shortly after you left, the Marquis came. It seemed her father had been waiting for her all day. Yvette sighed inwardly. There was no escaping this confrontation, so it was better to face it directly. After regaining her composure, Yvette's small face returned to tranquility as she stepped into the manor. At that moment, her father, Emperor Modis, sat in the hall. His expression stern, clearly having awaited Yvette for quite some time. A faint aura of pressure radiated from Modis. As Yvette stepped into the estate, she raised her gaze to meet Emperor Dimo's eyes. Father, she addressed him. Dimo remained silent, his expression cold as he regarded Yvette. Just when everyone anticipated a tempestuous outburst from him, his stern visage unexpectedly transformed into a broad smile, reminiscent of a blooming chrysanthemum. Yvette, it has been quite some time. It is not that your father is unwilling to visit you. Rather, I have my reasons, he said. Yvette nodded in understanding. Father has many responsibilities in his fief. I do not mind. Such a dutiful daughter, Dimo thought, covering his mouth with his large hand, nearly overcome with emotion. One of the attendants beside Dimo spoke up. By the way, Yvette, what is the matter with the master you mentioned in your letter? Dimo then cautiously inquired about the master, his demeanor appearing slightly obsequious, as if fearing Yvette's displeasure. It is just as I wrote in the letter. I have sworn an oath as a knight and taken the former leader of the Shadowed Knights, Ryan, as my master. He is immensely powerful and possesses knowledge of the cultivation methods for magic swordsmen. Today, I have successfully entered the initial stage of becoming a magic swordsman, Yvette replied candidly. Hearing her straightforward response, Dimo felt as though his heart were bleeding. How could his most cherished daughter be so swiftly taken away by another? Moreover, she appeared so nonchalant about it. So, you spent the entire day training with your master? He queried. Indeed, Yvette confirmed with a nod. After all, I only have 2 days a week to train with him. I must seize the opportunity. Upon hearing this, Dimo felt his anger rising. You're telling me that not only does he not come to teach my daughter, but my daughter also goes to him for lessons? Yet, Dimo dared not express his frustration towards Yvette. Instead, he forced a smile and asked, Why didn't you mention your oath of knighthood to me? Because I knew you would surely disapprove. Nevertheless, I am determined to learn the cultivation methods of magic swordsmen from him. This opportunity to become his disciple was something I had to petition for multiple times, Yvette replied, slightly embellishing the truth. She refrained from disclosing that Ryan had not informed her father, subtly shifting the narrative to imply that she had taken the initiative. Yvette chose this path to avoid exacerbating the tension between Ryan and her father. Moreover, at this point, she felt no regret about swearing her oath to Ryan. In fact, she felt fortunate. Why are you so insistent on becoming a magic swordsman? Dimo questioned. Dimo was seething with rage, yet he felt compelled to suppress his anger in the presence of Yvette, causing his face to contort in a peculiar manner. You are the daughter of a marquis. There is no need for you to venture onto the battlefield. Why pursue such a tormenting profession? Dimo did not doubt that Ryan could impart the methods of swordsmanship to Yvette. After all, the members of the Dark Corrosion Knights were known for their eccentricities, and it was entirely reasonable for them to possess unconventional training techniques. In response to his words, Yvette remained silent, gazing intently at Dimo. Meeting her gaze, Dimo fell silent as well, for he understood the reason behind Yvette's determination to train as a magic swordsman. In truth, anyone present had the right to dissuade Yvette from this path, except for him. I am going to rest. Yvette finally broke the silence, uttering a brief statement before retreating to her chamber. Dimo remained seated, lost in thought for an extended period. The following morning arrived, signifying another day to attend the academy. Although he had diligently practiced swordsmanship over the past 2 days, Nanali had managed to rest well, rising early on the first day. After washing up and enjoying breakfast, Ryan bid farewell to Deli and the still melancholic Daisy, then mounted his horse alongside Nanali and set off for the academy. Due to their early departure, the roads were tranquil. The market stalls were just being arranged, with neighboring vendors engaged in cheerful conversation, while newsboys stood ready with newspapers, awaiting the tolling of the bell to commence their calls. Such a scene inevitably instilled a sense of calm and comfort. As Ryan approached the gates of Alcott Academy, he suddenly noticed a robust figure on horseback from a distance and began to slow his pace. Ryan, what's wrong? Nanali nestled in Ryan's embrace. inquired upon sensing his deceleration. Ryan remained silent, his gaze fixed ahead. Following his line of sight, Nanali discerned the imposing figure clad in heavy armor, devoid of a helmet. His countenance as cold as that of a general, now observing Ryan with an indifferent stare. Although Nanali had never seen Demo, she sensed hostility emanating from him and looked up at Ryan in confusion, wondering if he had stirred up trouble once more. As Ryan drew nearer, Demo finally spoke. "You must be Captain Ryan, are you not?" "I was, but I am not anymore," Ryan replied with a light smile, his tone casual, as if reminiscing with an old friend. "Now, I am merely an ordinary steward, Marquis Otis." "Marquis Otis," Nanali gasped, taken aback as she regarded the towering man before her. Reflecting on Yvette's likeness, her face was painted with disbelief. "Is this Yvette's father?" Although Nanali was aware of Yvette's noble lineage, she found it difficult to reconcile Yvette's appearance with the fact that her father was a being reminiscent of an orc. Could he truly be her biological father? If so, how formidable must Yvette's mother's genes be? "Humph," Demo scoffed, his eyes narrowing as he glared at Ryan, declaring, "Regardless of whether you are the captain or the steward, I have come here today to demand an explanation." Ryan, having never laid eyes on Demo before, had merely guessed at the title based on intuition. Now, with Demo's affirmation, Ryan's lips curled slightly, echoing Nanali's thoughts. Could this truly be Yvette's biological father? Shaking off his reverie, Ryan replied with a calm smile, "An explanation? What explanation? It seems we have never had any conflict, have we? You know full well what you have done. Why feign ignorance?" At this point, Demo unsheathed his sword with a metallic clang, pointing it directly at Ryan. His voice booming like thunder. "I, Demo Otis, hereby challenge you to a knightly duel." Upon seeing the glistening blade aimed at him, Ryan's expression darkened, transforming into his signature sinister smile. "Demo, concerning the matter of apprenticeship, isn't it a mutual agreement? Why go to such lengths?" At this moment, Ryan addressed Demo by his first name, a clear sign of familiarity. "As the leader of the Dark Corrosion Knights, why would you deceive a mere 9-year-old child? Do you not feel this brings shame upon your order?" Demo's face flushed crimson, his anger palpable. "The matter of apprenticeship holds no detriment for Yvette. Or do you presume I would act unfavorably towards her? Furthermore, as her father, do you truly believe her intellect is that of a mere 9-year-old? As he spoke, Ryan slowly placed his hand on the hilt of the sword at his waist. "In this instance, I may be somewhat at fault. But the oath of knighthood has been sworn, and your words are now of no consequence. However, Demo, I accept your challenge to a knightly duel." Ryan had anticipated a conflict with Demo, yet rather than resorting to underhanded tactics, Demo chose to confront him directly in a duel, which surprised Ryan somewhat. Nevertheless, this suited Ryan's intentions perfectly. After Ryan accepted the challenge, the atmosphere between the two seemed to crystallize. Demo's sturdy steed stared down Ryan's frail horse, its nostrils flaring with fierce determination, as if exuding the spirit of battle. The slender horse met the gaze of the robust steed and suddenly raised its front hooves, letting out a sharp neigh. At the sound of the slender horse's cry, Demo's powerful mount recoiled in alarm, stepping back several paces. "Halt!" Feeling humiliated, Demo yanked the reins, bringing his horse to a halt. He turned to Ryan and stated coolly, "Since you are still tasked with the responsibilities of a steward, the time for our duel is set for after today's classes at my family estate in Atis City, where a dedicated dueling ground awaits. Have you perhaps misunderstood something?" Ryan interjected suddenly. "As the challenger, the location of the duel should be determined by me. How about we convene at the Axie family estate after class? Do not overreach." Demo's eyes blazed with fury at the thought of a marquis personally visiting a count's residence for a duel. Preposterous. "If you wish for me to consider your proposal, you must utter that word first." Ryan maintained a pleasant demeanor, which only served to intensify Demo's rage, making him wish to draw his sword and strike Ryan down immediately. After taking a deep breath, Demo darkly enunciated, "After class, please come to the Otis family estate for our duel." "Very well," Ryan replied as if he were merely accepting an invitation for a visit. Once Ryan had acquiesced, Demo felt no desire to linger any longer in Ryan's presence. He mounted his horse and turned to leave, eager to return to his estate, prepare his finest sword, and gather his strength. He envisioned thrashing Ryan so thoroughly that he would lose all sense of direction, ensuring that Ryan would keep his distance from Yvette in the future. Were it not for his knightly vow to Yvette, Demo would have relished the opportunity to reduce Ryan to mere fragments. Demo did not underestimate Ryan's prowess as the leader of the Shadow Knights. However, to him, Ryan was merely an opponent worthy of his serious attention. The Shadow Knights were formidable in their own right, being elite warriors, yet they were merely fodder for the demonic forces probing the limits of the Headley Empire. As for Demo, he was a man who had navigated through waves of monstrous beasts, time and time again. After watching Demo ride away, Ryan took the reins and, accompanied by Nai, entered the academy. He secured the horses in the stable and proceeded toward the lecture hall with Nai by his side. Along the way, Nai cast worried glances at Ryan, hesitating to voice her concerns. Ryan, aware of her anxiety, smiled gently and tousled her hair, reassuring her, "Do not worry. Demo is no match for me. However, I fear our lunch may be delayed. Don't mess with my hair." Though she protested verbally, Nai refrained from swatting away Ryan's hand this time. Deep down, she chose to trust him. As Ryan escorted Nai to the classroom entrance, he fortuitously encountered Dorothy and Octavia. "Good morning, Mr. Ryan." Dorothy greeted cheerfully upon seeing him. Ryan offered a faint smile in return. "Good morning, Dorothy. Mr. Ryan, I have read your article on Cinderella in the newspaper. It was truly captivating." With this unexpected remark, Dorothy swiftly entered the classroom. Ryan's smile faltered slightly. "How did you so quickly deduce that the story was penned by me? The signature isn't my real name, is it?" At that moment, Nanali had also entered the classroom, leaving Ryan and Octave locked in a gaze at the doorway. Suddenly, a faint smile graced Octave's face. "The Black Butler?" Ryan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him at being addressed by his pen name. "How did you know?" Upon seeing that signature alongside such a whimsical tale, "I instinctively thought of you. It was that simple." At this, Ryan's expression grew distinctly awkward, his toes tapping against the floor through his shoes. Chapter 49. Are you the Black Butler? After escorting Nanali to the classroom, Ryan hurried to the Grand Library. Octave's expression returned to its usual indifference as he silently followed Ryan. Upon pushing open the library door, Ryan immediately spotted the white-haired little girl in the corner. However, to his surprise, there was also a white-haired woman beside her. "Roland, isn't she supposed to be teaching today?" Contemplating this, Ryan stepped forward and suddenly noticed the item in Amaya's hands. It was not a book, but rather a newspaper, which she was engrossed in reading. A sense of foreboding crept over Ryan. At that moment, Amaya looked up at Ryan. "Ah, you have arrived, Mr. Black Butler." Ryan covered his face with his hand. The first time he heard Deli refer to him by that pseudonym was nothing compared to now, when hearing it from someone else felt like a waking nightmare. Roland, brimming with excitement, chimed in, "Mr. Ryan, are you truly the Black Butler?" Thud. Ryan playfully tapped Roland on the head, causing her to clutch her head, tears glimmering at the corners of her eyes. "What did I do wrong?" Ryan chose not to answer her question and instead inquired, "What brings you here?" Roland pouted, "Today, Aki and the others have a humanities class, and I had nothing to do, so I came to the Grand Library to keep Amaya company." Amaya interjected, "I wish you would go teach, then I could enjoy my reading in peace." At this remark, Roland clasped her chest, as if pierced by an unseen force. Currently, there is no systematic science education in this world. What is referred to as a humanities class is merely a language class. "Ah, I see." Ryan nodded in understanding, recognizing that as a noble academy, they must teach even the most fundamental subjects. Glancing at Roland, Ryan noticed Amaya still engrossed in the newspaper and approached her. "Haven't you finished reading yet? That story is quite brief." Though brief, the tale penned by Mr. Butler is undeniably captivating, warranting multiple readings, responded Amia. "Ryan, next. It is time for our customary reading session." Octavial stood by like a statue, while Ryan resumed perusing the newspaper. Amia, clutching today's edition, repeatedly scrutinized it, refraining from posing further inquiries to Ryan. However, there was still someone today who dared to question Ryan. "Mr. Ryan, why did the humans and beast folk erupt into war in the past? Did we not once unite against the demon race?" Roland inquired, holding a book on the history of the Headley Empire. Ryan replied nonchalantly, "If you were to relinquish half of your inheritance to me, you would comprehend the reasons behind the conflict between humans and beast folk." Relinquish half of her inheritance to Mr. Ryan? Roland pondered this for a moment. Her cheeks suddenly flushed with crimson, swiftly concealing her face with the book. Wait, Mr. Ryan, are you proposing to me?" "I apologize. I am not yet prepared for such a commitment." Ryan assessed Roland with a glance, deeming her foolish. How had she survived thus far, requiring others to answer such elementary questions? It was no wonder Amia found her exasperating. To prevent Roland from continuing with her inane queries, Ryan set aside the newspaper and began imparting the magical theories that Roland so ardently desired to learn. Captivated by his words, Roland listened intently, and even Amia, who had been engrossed in the newspaper, set it aside to absorb Ryan's discourse on magical theory. Before long, the bell at Alcott Academy tolled, signaling the conclusion of the morning classes. Ryan rose, folded the newspaper, bid farewell to Amia, and proceeded to fetch Nai. Octavial naturally followed in Ryan's wake, while Roland eagerly trailed behind. Only Amia sighed, collecting the books left behind by Roland, and remarked softly, "Silly sister." Today's luncheon was, of course, held at their usual spot. However, in addition to Ryan, Nai, and Roland, two more individuals joined them. Glancing at the approaching Yvette and her maid, Roland couldn't help but express her confusion. "Odysseus?" Yvette nodded. "Roland, my mentor." After exchanging greetings, Yvette and her maid seated themselves on a long bench opposite the group, unpacking their lunch to eat. Roland observed Yvette, then glanced at Ryan, ultimately whispering to Ryan, "Mr. Ryan, what is the meaning of this?" "Yvette has already taken me as her mentor. We shall likely dine together often henceforth," Ryan replied coolly. Roland appeared taken aback. "Odysseus has taken you as her mentor? How surprising." Roland nodded, her astonishment palpable, as it was indeed astonishing. After all, at Alcott Academy, Yvette had never shown earnest interest in any subject, be it the arts, magic, or swordsmanship. During lunch, Yvette frequently glanced at Ryan and Nai without uttering a word, struggling to finish her meal. As she tidied up her bento box, Ryan approached and took it from her. "Allow me to take your bento. I shall bring your portion again tomorrow." Hearing this, Yvette smiled softly. "Thank you, master." Once the bento boxes were all packed away, Yvette wiped her mouth and asked Ryan, "Master, did my father seek you out this morning?" "Indeed," Ryan nodded. "He challenged me to a knightly duel, which I accepted." "A knightly duel?" Yvette paused, her heart filled with concern, not for Ryan, but for her father. She understood her father's strength, yet she doubted it was sufficient to match someone of Octavial's caliber. After all, Ryan had faced Octavial and was equally formidable. "Rest assured, it is merely a duel, not a fight to the death. Both your father and I are well aware of the stakes," Ryan reassured her, offering a comforting smile as he patted Yvette's petite shoulder. "All right," Yvette nodded. If this matter could be resolved amicably, it would be for the best, for she felt quite uncomfortable being caught between Ryan and her father. After a brief respite following lunch, they estimated it was time to proceed to the training grounds for their afternoon swordsmanship class. During this session, everyone witnessed an astonishing scene. In one corner, Yvette and Nai stood together, guiding Nai in her sword techniques. The bond between the two seemed remarkably close. Ryan had not mentioned Yvette and Nai practicing together. It was entirely a spontaneous endeavor by the two little girls. The others in the training grounds were bewildered. How did these two oddities end up together? Nai felt no resistance to teaming up with Yvette. In fact, she had longed for a companion during swordsmanship class. However, in recent days, several individuals had approached Nai for collaboration, all of whom she had turned down. She sensed their ulterior motives, as they sought to team up with her for personal gain, which she found quite distasteful. But Yvette was different. Her intentions were sincere, having already fulfilled her purpose in seeking out Nai. She genuinely wished to assist Nai in solidifying her swordsmanship foundation. In a sense, Nai could be considered her senior. To this, Nai readily agreed. Observing the two little girls supporting one another in their practice brought a genuine smile to Ryan's face. During the swordsmanship class, Ryan found himself unable to guide Nai. But with Yvette's assistance, Nai could establish a solid foundation with remarkable efficiency. Dorothy, who had been idly passing time in the swordsmanship class, was taken aback to see Yvette practicing swordplay alongside Nai. She surmised that Yvette would undoubtedly devise ways to approach Ryan and prepared to observe her tactics. To her astonishment, in the blink of an eye, Yvette had already formed a bond with Nai. How could this happen so swiftly? Reflecting on the recent days, Dorothy suddenly realized, it was Sunday. Yvette had sought out Ryan during the weekend. Feeling a pang of self-reproach, Dorothy slapped her forehead. Realizing that while she had been racking her brain at home trying to figure out how to get closer to Ryan, Yvette had boldly gone straight to him and succeeded. No, she must join the fray this Sunday. What excuse should she use? Of course, Dorothy did not fathom that Yvette's visit to Ryan was far more than a simple social call. She had unofficially acknowledged Ryan as her godfather. In contrast to Ryan's hands-on instruction, Yvette was straightforward, engaging in direct sparring with Nai, allowing her to progress rapidly. Due to the discrepancies in various aspects between Ryan and Ninali, he could not reinforce her swordsmanship through sparring, but Yvette was perfectly suited to the task. As the afternoon swordsmanship class concluded, the two young girls emerged from the practice arena, their brows glistening with sweat. Ryan, waiting outside, immediately crouched down to wipe Ninali's sweat with a handkerchief. Yvette's maid mimicked Ryan's gesture, crouching to tend to her mistress. "No need, I can handle it myself," Yvette replied, taking the handkerchief from her maid and wiping her own sweat, leaving the maid feeling somewhat dejected. Meanwhile, Octavia crouched down to wipe Dorothy's sweat, startling her into snatching the handkerchief away. No, I can do it myself." Upon witnessing this, Octavia exhibited a disappointment that surpassed that of Yvette's maid. Despite her efforts over the past few days to practice diligently by wiping the wooden boards, she had become adept enough not to break them. Dorothy, genuinely frightened, remembered the last time Octavia had wiped her face, resulting in a prolonged swelling. Had she not possessed the resilience of her demonic lineage, her face might have been permanently altered by Octavia's ministrations. With the day's lessons concluded, Ryan prepared to escort Ninali back to the estate. Before departing, he looked at Yvette with a gentle smile and said, "See you soon." Yvette, recalling Ryan's duel with her father, nodded in acknowledgement. "See you soon, master." Mounting his steed with Ninali nestled in his arms, Ryan rode out of Alcott Academy towards the estate. The streets of Ater City were bustling with life, vibrant with the energy of a Sunday afternoon, as throngs of people filled the thoroughfares. Moreover, Ryan observed that along the streets of Attack City, one could always find clusters of people gathered, engrossed in newspapers. Even in the afternoon, newsboys could be seen outside, hawking their papers. However, their sales pitches did not revolve around tales of stolen vegetables or the latest nobility appointed by the empire. Nor did they discuss diplomatic relations with the demon or beast tribes. Instead, they sensationalized stories such as a fallen noble's daughter marrying a prince and the subsequent fate of her two mistreated sisters. "Come and see. Come and buy," Ryan remarked. "How is it that a perfectly good fairy tale is rendered into a sensationalist piece in your mouths? Furthermore, does your manner of promoting these newspapers not constitute consumer deception? Deception? Perhaps, but the common folk are utterly indifferent to the veracity of the stories within the papers, as they are entirely disconnected from such realities. They purchase newspapers primarily for amusement, to pass the time. Tales like Cinderella, which straddle the line between fantasy and reality, resonate perfectly with the desires of the masses." Navigating through the throng, Ryan escorted Ninali back to the estate. Upon entering the courtyard, he noticed that a branch had been inexplicably stuck into the ground on one side. Given the autumn season, the branch stood stark and bare, appearing quite forlorn. Mr. Ryan. The Miss and Mr. Ryan have returned." Just after dismounting in the courtyard, the two maids, Deli and Daisy, emerged from the estate. It is worth noting that Daisy had finally regained her vitality and appeared even more exuberant than before. Bouncing with every step, Daisy led Ninali into the estate, leaving Ryan and Deli alone outside. Observing Deli's smiling face, Ryan inquired, "It seems you have taken Daisy to distribute porridge?" "Indeed," Deli nodded. It was Daisy's first time seeing the outside world, and she was overjoyed throughout the journey, especially upon reaching the slums. Although she initially displayed a hint of melancholy, her smile never faded while serving porridge there. The people remarked that Daisy resembled an angel. "That is delightful," Ryan replied with a faint smile. "In the future, you may continue to distribute porridge there whenever you have the time. If you require funds, do not hesitate to approach me. It would also serve to enhance the reputation of the Ahi family." "Ah, Mr. Ryan, the coins you have given me are already sufficient for Daisy and me to continue our endeavors there for quite some time. I am sure Daisy will be thrilled to learn of this. By the way, what is the story behind this branch?" Ryan inquired, glancing at the branch that had been inserted into the courtyard. Deli smiled in response. "It is due to the story of Cinderella that you wrote." Chapter 51, The War with the Empire. Cinderella? Ryan paused momentarily, taken aback. In the tale, Cinderella planted a branch at her mother's grave, which then grew into a great tree, attracting birds. Thus, Daisy had brought back a branch on their way home. Daisy laughed and said, "But since Daisy couldn't find her mother's grave, she simply planted the branch in the yard." Ryan gazed at the bare twig, a slight smirk forming at the corners of his mouth. "Surely it would not survive? I was contemplating purchasing a sapling to discreetly replace this branch. However, replacing it would serve little purpose. Winter was fast approaching, and the sapling would likely perish, leaving Daisy even more heartbroken. Ryan shook his head, suggesting, "Let this branch remain planted here. With time, Daisy will naturally come to realize it will never grow into a grand tree." Daisy's eyes momentarily lowered, deep down. She truly wished for Daisy to witness the branch she had planted blossoming into a magnificent tree, preserving that pure, beautiful essence within her. Observing Daisy's reaction, Ryan contemplated and cast a healing spell upon the twig. The green orb of light was swiftly absorbed by the branch, yet it remained otherwise inert. "This is all I can do. Its survival now rests in its own hands," Ryan sighed. Given the branch's current state, the chances of it taking root were less than 1 in 10, even with the healing spell. Daisy, however, brightened at this, slightly bowing to Ryan. "Thank you, Mr. Ryan." "No need to thank me," he replied. "By the way, Daisy, I have to step out for a bit. I should be back soon. Please take care of dinner. And remember to save me a portion." Ryan waved his hand and mounted his horse, addressing Daisy once more. She nodded. "Of course, I will do my best, Mr. Ryan. Safe travels." After ensuring everything was settled, Ryan turned his horse towards the Odysseus estate. The distance between the Yasi residence and the Odysseus estate in Atreus City was quite considerable, and Ryan rode swiftly for nearly half an hour. In this time, he could have made a round trip from the estate to Olcott Academy. From afar, he spotted the luxurious Odysseus Manor and the 2 attendants already awaiting his arrival at the entrance. Noticing Ryan's dark hair and eyes, one attendant approached respectfully, saying, "You must be Mr. Ryan. The Lord has been expecting you for some time. Please follow me." Ryan nodded, dismounted, and another attendant promptly took the reins of his horse. The steed, sensing no threat from the attendant, followed obediently. Ryan then followed the welcoming attendant into the manor. Although Ryan was despised by many, as the leader of the Shadow Erosion Knights, a modicum of respect was still afforded to him by Demo. Upon entering the manor, Ryan surveyed the interior but found neither Demo nor Yvette. "Mr. Ryan, the Lord is currently at the training grounds. Would you like me to prepare anything for you?" the attendant inquired. Ryan shook his head. "Just take me directly to the training grounds." Upon hearing those words, the attendant was momentarily taken aback, yet chose not to inquire further, leading Ryan directly to the backyard of the Odys family estate. As they stepped into the expansive backyard, Ryan's vision was suddenly liberated. He discovered that the entire area had been transformed into an open-air arena for swordsmanship. Truly, it was a testament to the nobility of a knightly lineage. The training facilities within the arena were replete and even surpassed the opulence of the main residence. At that moment, Demo, clad entirely in resplendent silver armor with only his head exposed, stood like a statue in the arena, wielding a knight's longsword. Yvette stood nearby, evidently assigned to the spectators' area, and nodded in acknowledgement upon seeing Ryan. With each step upon the solid, durable tiles of the arena, Ryan approached Demo, who slowly lifted his gaze and coldly remarked, "To face me without even donning a suit of armor is one thing, but to do so in that cumbersome butler attire is quite another." In response, Ryan smiled faintly and adjusted the collar of his butler's uniform, stating, "This attire is far more convenient than armor." "Humph," Demo scoffed, raising his longsword. "Draw your sword." In reply, Ryan unsheathed the longsword that was encased at his waist. Assuming a stance opposite Demo, observing the dark scabbard of Ryan's sword, Demo furrowed his brow and exclaimed angrily, "You do not even draw your sword? Do you look down upon me?" "Not at all. Trust me. If you knew what lay within that scabbard, you would not wish for me to draw my sword," Ryan replied calmly. Demo's eyebrows shot up in surprise, but before he could respond, Ryan surged forward, brandishing his long sword with urgency, eager to return to the estate without wasting time on banter. In the blink of an eye, he was upon Demo, striking with his sword. Though Ryan's longsword remained sheathed, Demo did not dare underestimate him and quickly raised his sword to defend. However, just as their swords were about to clash, a fierce blaze suddenly enveloped Ryan's longsword. Yvette's eyes widened in excitement. This was the technique of a magic swordsman. Clang! Boom! The fiery blade collided with Demo's sword, erupting into a massive explosion of flames that radiated outward, creating a tremendous wave of heat that engulfed both combatants. Feeling the scorching wave, Yvette became even more exhilarated. Was this the power unleashed by a magic swordsman in combat? Demo's robust form was propelled backward amidst the smoke and debris, leaving behind 2 long black marks on the ground before he finally managed to regain his footing. Gasping for breath, Dimo lowered his head to see that his armor had become slightly red and heated, with fine cracks appearing on the knight's longsword. Shouldn't the first round be a mere test of abilities? Why did you come at me with such a powerful move right away? At this moment, a gust of wind, conjured by magic, swept through the arena, dispersing the swirling dust. From within emerged Ryan, wielding his longsword, unscathed and serene. Upon seeing Ryan's appearance, Dimo was utterly taken aback. What manner of creature is this? Even if there were a disparity between them, it should not be of such magnitude. I have lost. Though they had only exchanged a single blow, Dimo comprehended that he had already been defeated. Perhaps from the very beginning, he had underestimated this remarkably young man, who had ascended to the position of leader of the Shadow Erosion Knights. Chapter 52. Perhaps it is not entirely unacceptable. Although he had realized the outcome of this contest, Dimo still found it difficult to accept the fact that he had been vanquished in a mere exchange. Taking a deep breath, he raised his longsword, aligning it with Ryan. Dimo did not concede outright. Indeed, he could not afford to surrender, as Ivy was watching nearby. If he were to concede after just one exchange, how would Ivy regard him henceforth? Unbeknownst to Dimo, from the moment Ryan launched his first strike, Ivy's eyes had sparkled with keen interest, fixated upon Ryan without faltering. The thought of Dimo discovering this would surely infuriate him to the point of bloodshed. Ryan continued to advance toward Dimo with deliberate steps, each stride causing Dimo's heart to race with intensity. Despite the brevity of the distance between them, Dimo perceived it as a vast expanse. Finally, unable to endure any longer, Dimo let out a fierce roar and charged toward Ryan, his eyes ablaze with determination. The knight's longsword, wielded with all his might, cleaved downward toward Ryan like a landslide. Clang! Ryan raised his sword in a sweeping motion, effortlessly deflecting Dimo's powerful strike, while simultaneously causing Dimo's sword to shatter, half of the blade flying away. In an instant, Ryan retracted his sword, igniting it anew with flames, and thrust it forward, striking precisely at Dimo's breastplate. Crack! The breastplate erupted with a network of fissures, and Dimo staggered back several paces, the armor succumbing to the onslaught, disintegrating into searing fragments that fell upon the tiled ground of the arena. As he glanced down at his exposed chest, a tremor flickered across Dimo's gaze. He acutely sensed that Ryan had tempered the force behind that strike. Had Ryan not restrained himself, the blade would have pierced his chest, obliterating his heart. Before Dimo could contemplate his next move, Ryan swiftly bent forward, raising his sword with lightning speed, pressing the blade against Dimo's throat. In that moment, their eyes locked, and Dimo's expression was no longer one of disdain as it had been that morning. Instead, it was laced with shock and trepidation. Ryan maintained his calm demeanor, unperturbed, as if their confrontation had never occurred. At that moment, Ryan spoke in a low, indifferent tone. If you were not Ivy's father, the instant you drew your sword against me this morning, you would have already become a corpse. Despite Ryan's calm demeanor, Dimo felt a jolt of alarm. He was not lying. Even in the presence of a marquis, this man had never concealed his murderous intent. Swallowing hard, Dimo discarded the broken sword in his hand and slowly raised his hands, forcing himself to speak with composure. I concede. Beside him, Ivy clenched her small fists. At the sound of his admission, she instinctively raised her hand to cheer, but upon realizing the defeated party was her father, she suppressed her excitement, her petite form trembling with emotion. Observing Dimo's surrender, Ryan gradually sheathed his sword, securing it back at his waist. As the blade withdrew from his throat, Dimo's massive body collapsed onto the ground, his vacant gaze fixed upon the sky, seemingly questioning the meaning of life. Ryan chose to ignore Dimo further, shifting his attention to Ivy. After nodding in her direction, he turned and departed the sword-testing arena. As Ryan's figure vanished from sight, Ivy immediately entered the arena and jogged towards Dimo. Exiting the sword-testing grounds and leaving the Odie's family estate, Ryan retrieved his lean horse and mounted it, preparing to leave the premises. As he rode through the gate, Ryan unexpectedly spotted a familiar figure at the entrance, Dylan Bykasi, another marquis from Ater City. Upon seeing Ryan, Dylan greeted him with a smile. Good day, my lord. Dylan's expression was remarkably casual, as if the previous incident where Ryan had stormed into the Bykasi estate demanding an explanation had never occurred. Ryan inclined his head slightly and brushed past Dylan. He had always preferred to keep a distance from those adept in the art of subterfuge. Once Ryan had moved away, Dylan gradually retracted his smile. his demeanor returning to a calm state as he continued to wait at the entrance. From time to time, a servant approached from within the estate, bowing to Dylan and saying, "Lord Baikasi, please come in." Dylan nodded and followed the servant into the estate. At that moment, Demo sat in the central position of the estate, his expression dark and his breath still somewhat erratic, clearly struggling to recuperate from the recent duel. Was that truly the swordsmanship of a magic swordsman? Frankly, after exchanging a blow with Ryan, Demo found himself eager to learn the ways of the magic swordsman. If he could master it, defeating the infamous swordmaster E of the Mingao Empire would be a trivial matter. Once Dylan entered, Demo coldly inquired, "What brings you here?" "To witness my humiliation?" Dylan, with a smile, took a seat opposite Demo. "Is it because you believe you could win?" Demo replied with a resigned tone, "No, I cannot defeat him." After a moment of silence, Demo let out a deep sigh. "What I find unacceptable is that I am a marquis from a noble knightly family, renowned for my swordsmanship. Yet, he is merely a 24-year-old lad, holding the title of leader of the Shadowed Knights with no other accolades to his name. It is precisely this that fuels my discontent. Upon learning that he, at such a tender age, has ascended to the position of commander of a knightly order directly under the royal family, one should recognize his extraordinary capabilities." At this juncture, Dylan gradually bent down, speaking softly. "Moreover, if I were to tell you that he possesses the sword-bearer eagle insignia, would you still entertain such thoughts?" "What?" Demo's voice suddenly escalated several decibels. "The sword-bearer eagle? Him? Impossible. There are but a handful of individuals in the entire Heaterly Empire who have received the sword-bearer eagle, and I am well acquainted with each one of them. He is not among them. But he indeed showed me the sword-bearer eagle insignia. There is no doubt about it." Dylan retorted, nearly deafened by Demo's outburst, covering his ears and leaning back. After Demo's roar, he quickly regained his composure. "Ryan has been with the Shadowed Knights for several years. Given the nature of that order, if the Crown Prince had awarded him the sword-bearer eagle during that time, it could not have been publicly announced. Upon further reflection, if Ryan truly possessed the sword-bearer eagle insignia and became Yvette's mentor, Demo's heart would indeed be more accepting of the idea." Contemplating this, Demo's expression softened slightly. "You came here solely to discuss this with me?" Hee. Dylan chuckled awkwardly at the remark. "I heard that your esteemed daughter has been learning swordsmanship from Ryan recently. I came here to suggest that your daughter might learn a thing or two from Yvette." Demo coldly interrupted Dylan. "You have known Ryan for quite some time. Why not approach him directly?" Dylan's smile faltered slightly. He would have preferred to go directly to Ryan, but it was known that among the students at Alcott Academy, his daughter had bullied Nai the most. It would be a miracle if Ryan didn't cause him trouble, let alone permit her to study swordsmanship under him. Initially, Dylan had not entertained such thoughts, but upon hearing that Yvette had taken Ryan as her teacher, he found himself contemplating the possibility. After all, forming a friendship would not be unwelcome, especially since both their families are marquis. Fostering mutual relations would be beneficial, particularly as it seemed he would be residing in its city for the foreseeable future. "Let the younger generation handle their own affairs," Demo remarked nonchalantly, feeling somewhat embarrassed to broach the subject with Yvette himself. "You, however, are quite bold." Very well, Dylan conceded, seeing Demo's reluctance to relent. He waved his hand and stood up, saying, "If you have business, do come to my residence as a guest. I will ensure you are well taken care of." "As is customary, I shall consider it, should time allow," Demo replied flatly, offering no further elaboration. Dylan had achieved his fundamental objective and saw no reason to linger at the Odysseus residence. He turned and departed. In the heart of a Terre city, within the modest confines of the Starleaf newspaper agency, the singular news outlet in the city, the operation was relatively small. A handful of machines were dedicated to printing newspapers, manned by merely a dozen employees and overseen by a singular manager. Their daily task involved printing tens of thousands of newspapers, which were subsequently handed over to street vendors for sale. The newspaper agency typically employed vagrants as vendors, who could be satisfied with a few loaves of bread and a handful of copper coins for a day's labor. The agency's manager, Buck, was an elderly gentleman with graying facial hair, donning a monocle that lent him the appearance of a scholarly sage. At that moment, Buck was scrutinizing the day's earnings from the newspaper, his expression one of incredulity. How could this figure be so high? We Haven Tea raised our prices. Even after deducting the portion owed to Duke Alcott, the remaining amount was astonishingly disproportionate for them. Pondering this, Buck inquired of his companion, "How many newspapers did we sell today?" His role at the agency primarily revolved around editorial tasks. He rarely concerned himself with sales figures, only counting the money in the evening. His colleague replied, 200,000 copies. 200,000? Buck thought he must be mistaken. The entire population of Ater City was merely 250,000. How could they have sold 200,000 copies? Indeed, the employee chuckled. We spent the entire day printing newspapers, and demand has truly outstripped supply. Initially, the morning sales were normal, but then a substantial influx of customers arrived at noon, followed by numerous merchants in the afternoon purchasing large quantities. It seems everyone was eager for today's feature, Cinderella. Cinderella? The piece by the Black Butler? Buck was taken aback. Although he had suggested publishing Cinderella, he had never anticipated such a significant profit from it. His initial intention for featuring Cinderella was merely to refresh the newspaper's content. After years of monotonous formats, a change was indeed overdue. However, the outcome surpassed all of Buck's expectations. After a brief contemplation, Buck crossed out a column in the newspaper he had prepared for printing the next day. Tomorrow, we shall continue with Cinderella. The employee was momentarily taken aback. Their publication had never before featured the same content for consecutive days, aside from advertisements. Just follow my lead, Buck insisted, a subtle instinct stirring within him. He sensed that the merchants would return to Ater City the following day to purchase more newspapers. As for discussing profit sharing with the esteemed Black Butler, perhaps it warranted serious consideration. Upon returning to his residence, Ryan caught sight of Nine-Eye, practicing her swordsmanship in the courtyard from a considerable distance. Though she claimed to be practicing her swordsmanship, Nanali was merely daydreaming with a wooden sword in hand, her thoughts wandering as she occasionally glanced outside. Upon spotting Ryan, she quickly redirected her gaze, feigning concentration on her training. Ryan chuckled softly, realizing she had been waiting for him, albeit not wanting to appear too overt in her demeanor. Pretending to engage in sword practice. Nanali, I have returned, he announced as he rode into the courtyard, smiling at her. Oh, Nanali nodded. How did it go? I won, Ryan replied succinctly. After uttering those two words, he dismounted and tended to his horse in the stable before approaching Nanali. It seems we still have time. Let us continue our sword practice. You should go eat first, Nanali interjected. Daili prepared dinner today and saved you a portion. It will be cold if you delay. Oh, right. I did ask Daili to bring me a plate, Ryan exclaimed, tapping his forehead, then smiled at Nanali. Please wait a moment. I will be back shortly. With that, he hurried into the residence. Watching Ryan's retreating figure, a faint smile graced Nanali's delicate features. Indeed, as long as Ryan was present, every problem seemed surmountable. Upon entering the residence, he encountered Daili, who was exiting the kitchen with a dinner tray. After placing the meal on the dining table, Daili smiled and nodded at Ryan. Please enjoy your meal, Mr. Ryan. Though it may not quite match your culinary skills, I trust the flavor will not disappoint. Sitting down at the table, Ryan picked up his chopsticks and sampled the dish, savoring it for a moment before nodding at Daili. It is nearly as good as mine. You could easily take my place in the kitchen. Daili shook her head with a smile. You jest, Mr. Ryan. Miss Nanali and Daisy still prefer your cooking, as do I. In truth, Daili felt her own cooking was not far behind Ryan's. Yet she considered his dishes to have an unparalleled allure. Mr. Ryan. Mr. Ryan. At that moment, Daisy's voice called out, and Ryan turned to see her bounding towards him with a piece of paper in hand, her excitement palpable. The paper contained the story Ryan had written the previous night, The Ugly Duckling. Daisy had not read it earlier that morning due to a less than cheerful mood, but she had picked it up upon returning. Chapter 54. Ryan. It seems I have forgotten something. As Daisy approached, Ryan set down his chopsticks and inquired with a smile, What is it? Mr. Ryan. Daisy leaned closer, pointing at the story in her hands, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. If I were to raise many ducks at the estate, do you think any of them might turn into swans? The backyard of the Ahi family estate indeed featured a small area for raising poultry, but it was modest in size, thus there was no unpleasant odor emanating from it. Currently, only a few chickens are kept there, and the eggs that Ryan uses for cooking come from that place. Upon hearing this, Ryan turned to Deli with a bemused smile and said, You might want to inquire with your sister. She should know more than I do. Deli asked, Really? Daisy then turned to Deli and inquired, Sister, can this lead to raising swans? Deli cast a wistful glance at Ryan before hesitantly responding, It might be possible. Then let's give it a try. Daisy exclaimed excitedly, Sister, shall we go buy ducks together tomorrow? Sounds good, Deli replied with a stiff smile. Yay! Daisy cheered, and then dashed away, disappearing from sight. Watching Daisy's figure vanish, Deli sighed deeply and then slowly turned her gaze toward Ryan, who was trying to suppress his laughter. She said softly, "Mr. Ryan, why not resort to your old trick? While Daisy is unaware, we could secretly buy a swan and slip it in." Ryan chuckled. "Why didn't you just tell Daisy the truth? Simply reveal the reality to her. Daisy is still just a child. At 14, I don't even consider Yvette, who is 9, a child. Daisy is 14. In other households, she would already be of marrying age." Ryan took a deep breath, his smile fading. "If you perceive it that way, even when Daisy reaches her 40s or 50s, she will still be an innocent and lovely child." Deli fell silent. "If you don't allow Daisy to gradually accept the realities of the world now, when significant changes truly occur and she must face reality alone, it will be a devastating blow to her." As he spoke, Ryan finished his last bite of dinner, set down his chopsticks, and rose. "I shall go teach Nainali swordsmanship. Please take care of the dishes." Upon hearing this, Deli slightly bowed, saying nothing further. Ryan then exited the residence to instruct Nainali in swordplay. Given that Nainali's foundation in swordsmanship was already quite solid, Ryan merely observed her practice without offering much guidance. Meanwhile, he pondered whether it was time to elevate the formal training of the elven swordsman. Although Nainali's talent in swordsmanship was average, her diligence and Ryan's attentive instruction led to remarkable progress, surpassing even Ryan's expectations. As dusk fell, Ryan and Nainali returned to the residence. The first thing Nainali did upon entering was take a bath, while Ryan quietly waited outside to help dry her hair afterward. "Why isn't Deli and Daisy here?" The hot water was prepared in advance, Ryan mused, glancing around the empty residence with curiosity. Have they already gone to rest? So early? While Ryan idled away, the tender voice of Nainali emerged from the bathroom, laced with a hint of bashfulness. Upon hearing her, Ryan rose and inquired, "Nainali, what is it? Could you please bring me my nightgown?" Realizing he had forgotten to fetch Nainali some clean clothes, he smacked his forehead. Typically, this responsibility fell to Daisy, yet now both of them were absent. "All right, just a moment," he replied, hurriedly making his way to Nainali's bedroom. The decor of Nainali's room leaned towards a delightful pink, enveloped in a faint scent of milk, exuding a quintessential little girl's charm. After locating Nainali's pristine nightgown in the wardrobe, Ryan emerged from the bedroom and approached the bathroom. "Nainali, I have brought your nightgown," he called out. As soon as the words left his lips, the bathroom door opened a crack, revealing Nainali's delicate, fair arm reaching out. Once she took the nightgown, she withdrew her arm and closed the door. A moment of silence ensued. Just as Ryan began to ponder why Nainali had not emerged yet, her soft voice drifted from the bathroom. I don't have what? Underwear, I don't have any." The last 4 words seemed to escape Nainali's lips, each syllable squeezed out with effort. Even through the door, Ryan could envision her face flushing red, nearly steaming. His mind momentarily faltered before he rushed back to Nainali's bedroom, retrieved a pair of underwear, and hurried back. After receiving the underwear, the sounds of rustling clothes finally reached him from the bathroom. Ryan exhaled a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from his brow. "Mr. Ryan, what are you doing?" Just then, Daisy's voice pierced the air. Ryan turned to see Daisy and Dolly, the 2 sisters, had returned unbeknownst to him, peering curiously. He managed a half-smile. "What mischief have you 2 been up to?" "We went to the backyard to tidy up the area for the ducklings," Daisy exclaimed, her arms outstretched in an exaggerated manner, illustrating the large space they had prepared. As Daisy spoke, Ryan noticed a sly smile flit across Dolly's face. "So, you deliberately took Daisy to the backyard at this moment, did you?" At that moment, the bathroom door swung open, and Nainali emerged, clad in her nightgown, her face still flushed, her gaze cast downward, avoiding Ryan's eyes. "Oh, has the young lady finished her bath? I'll go fetch your change of clothes," Daisy said, stepping into the bathroom and emerging with the clothes Nainali had changed out of. Ryan cleared his throat discreetly, pulling over a small chair and feigning nonchalance. "Nainali, please sit down. Allow me to dry your hair." Nainali remained silent, nodding slightly before quietly taking a seat. Ryan crouched down, summoning the wind element in his palm, and began to dry Nainali's hair. Once her hair was dry, Nainali retreated to her room to rest. Ryan cast a helpless glance at the ever-smiling and squinting Dolly before he too returned to his own room to rest. Chapter 55. Beware of my sword sheath. The following morning, Ryan awoke, stretching languidly before stepping out of his room. He greeted the maid's sisters, who were tidying up, and then made his way to the washroom to freshen up. As Ryan entered the washroom, Daisy could hardly contain her excitement and rushed into Ryan's room, approaching his desk. Upon discovering the new story Ryan had penned the previous night, Daisy's eyes sparkled with delight as she lifted the paper, a radiant smile illuminating her face. Diley, witnessing this, chuckled softly and followed suit, beginning to tidy up Ryan's room. When Ninali exited her room, her expression had returned to its usual composure. However, upon seeing Ryan, a faint blush still graced her cheeks. After Ninali finished washing up and Ryan dried her hair, they sat together for breakfast. Meanwhile, Diley and Daisy had prepared their belongings for the day, evidently planning to purchase some ducklings. Diley carefully tucked away the pouch of coins Ryan had given her. Such a sum was enough to acquire 3 maids like herself or 10 maids akin to Daisy. After breakfast, Ryan and Ninali mounted their horses, bidding farewell to the 2 maids before setting off towards Alcott Academy. As they rode away, Diley and Daisy returned to the estate, completing their breakfast and washing the dishes before heading to the marketplace. As Daisy and Diley departed, the church bells rang, and the streets filled with bustling crowds. Newspaper boys began hawking their wares, quickly surrounded by eager buyers. Daisy hummed a cheerful tune, leading the way, while Diley followed closely, her gaze never straying from Daisy. "Excuse me, beautiful miss, could you spare a moment?" Suddenly, Daisy noticed someone calling her. Turning her head, she saw a filthy beggar approaching, his murky eyes fixed on her. "I haven't eaten in 2 days. Could you spare me a little money?" Daisy paused for a moment, then turned to Diley. "Sister, he looks so pitiful." Diley opened her mouth, about to respond, but suddenly recalled Ryan's words from the previous night. If you don't allow Daisy to gradually come to terms with reality now, it will be a devastating blow for her. After a moment of contemplation, Diley pressed her lips together, retrieved a copper coin from her pouch, and handed it to Daisy. "Thank you, sister." Upon receiving the copper coin, Daisy's face immediately blossomed with a smile, and she extended the coin towards the beggar. However, the beggar did not accept it. Instead, he turned his gaze towards the purse in Delia's hand. "What is the matter?" Daisy felt a pang of confusion. "I see your purse is so full. You must possess a great deal of wealth," the beggar rasped, his voice laden with an air of indignation as though deeply insulted. At this, Daisy's smile faltered. Frozen in place. Slowly, she turned her head to look at her sister. Delia merely shook her head, as if she had anticipated such a reaction, and remained silent. Observing this, the beggar snatched the copper coin from Daisy's hand and, with a disdainful stride, departed, muttering, "A noble's maid is just like those nobles, utterly miserly." Daisy remained rooted to the spot, her mind adrift until the beggar's figure vanished completely. Delia mustered a strained smile and approached, gently ruffling Daisy's hair. "Come now, Daisy. Let us go to the market and buy some ducklings." "Sister, I was truly trying to help him, performing a good deed, wasn't I?" Daisy's eyes still held a hint of bewilderment, as if she could not comprehend why the beggar had treated her in such a manner. After all, yesterday, every person who received porridge had graciously thanked her. Indeed, Daisy was doing a good deed. "You are a remarkably kind-hearted person," Delia said, resting her chin on Daisy's forehead softly. "Yet, there will always be those in the world who overlook the kindness of others, who believe that charity is merely a given. That is the reality, much like what you witnessed yesterday in the slums, where life is not as splendid as it is in fairy tales, dear Daisy." Daisy lowered her gaze, appearing somewhat despondent. "Shall we go distribute porridge, and then buy ducklings to bring home?" "Very well. Ha ha." In the entrance of the stable at Alcott Academy, a resounding laugh echoed, drawing the attention of the incoming students. There stood Demo, with his arm draped over Ryan's shoulder, laughing heartily. "Good morning, my dear brother Ryan." "Brother? Who are you calling brother?" Ryan's lips twitched in annoyance. "Do you have any other business? I need to escort my lady to class." "Ah, my sincerest apologies." Demo quickly withdrew his arm and followed Ryan closely. "You see, you are the sworn mentor of Yvette, effectively her godfather, so it seems fitting for me to address you as brother, does it not?" Yvette, escorted to the academy by Demo, covered her face with her hand, silently distancing herself from him, pretending they were complete strangers. Demo's voice boomed, incessantly chattering even as Ryan escorted Ninali to her classroom. Once Ninali and Yvette had entered the classroom, Ryan's expression darkened as he placed his hand on the hilt of his sword at his waist. "Do you wish to fight? If that is the case, let us proceed to the Academy's sword-testing grounds." Do not act rashly." Demo waved his hands repeatedly, instinctively retreating a couple of steps, and with a sheepish smile remarked, "I came today to see Duke Alcott, and I happened upon you. So I thought I would just say hello. If there are no pressing matters in the future, do keep your distance from me. Otherwise, I shall undoubtedly strike you with my sword sheath." Ryan coldly interjected, having grown weary of the boisterous camaraderie with rugged men, a memory he wished to forget entirely. He recalled the days spent in the Shadow Eclipse Night Order, where they would huddle together, 50 stinky men crammed in one space. With foul feet being thrust into each other's mouths, it was an experience of utter torment. "Very well, I shall take my leave then. Do visit my mansion when you have the time." Seemingly fearful of a reprimand, Demo hastily departed. "Master Ryan, who was that? He seems even more robust than my father." After Demo's figure vanished, a lively voice emerged from behind Ryan. Turning around, he found the petite beast-folk girl, Nemichua, who often dozed off during class, standing before him. Chapter 56. If only I could grow taller at that moment. Nemichua placed her index finger on her lips, revealing an adorable little fawn, gazing curiously at Demo's retreating silhouette. If memory served Ryan correctly, Nemichua's father was the leader of a beastfolk tribe. In the martial society of the beastfolk, the leader is typically the most formidable fighter. And yet Nemichua claimed that Demo was even more robust than her father, indicating the extraordinary nature of Demo's physique. In response to Nemichua's inquisitive gaze, Ryan explained, "That is Yvette's father, Demo Odysseus. Is he truly Yvette's father? I see. No wonder Yvette is so formidable." A glimmer of astonishment flickered across Nemichua's small face, before she turned to Ryan and stated, "From what he said, it seems he cannot defeat you, Master Ryan. Does that mean you are even more powerful than my father?" At this, Ryan could not help but chuckle. "What makes you so certain that Demo could indeed best your father?" "Because he looks even stronger than my dad." "And what of me? Do you perceive me as more robust than Demo?" Ryan inquired further. Nemichua scrutinized Ryan from head to toe, then shook her head. "Master Ryan, you are quite slender, but I could still defeat Demo." Nemichua's reasoning seemed to elude her as she began to twirl around, entering a state of bewilderment. "Miss, it is time to enter the classroom." A beastfolk warrior standing behind Nemichua shot Ryan an irritated glance before addressing Nemichua. The female warrior of the beast race accompanying Nemichua appears to have been chosen with consideration for their image among the humans, perhaps to spare Nemichua any embarrassment. Instead of assigning a typical burly beast warrior, they opted for a tall and elegant woman. This beast warrior shares the same orange hair color as Nemichua, and her cat-like ears resemble Nemichua's, suggesting a close blood relation. Though she is a warrior, she dons remarkably lightweight armor and carries 2 daggers at her waist, indicating a preference for agility. It was also the first time Ryan noticed this beast warrior, prompting him to gaze at her for a moment longer. One could speculate that this is what Nemichua will resemble as she matures. "Oh, I'm heading to class now. Goodbye, Minter Ryan." Upon being reminded by her attendant, Nemichua bid farewell to Ryan and hurried into the classroom. After Nemichua entered, the beast warrior cast not a single glance back at Ryan, turning away to leave. Ryan, sensing that matters were well in hand, made his way toward the grand library. By the way, he noted the absence of Dorothy and Octavia that morning. Could they have overslept? Without Octavia, his usual shadow, Ryan felt a twinge of discomfort. Upon arriving at the grand library, he immediately glanced toward the corner where Amia often sat, only to discover 2 books lying there, with no sign of her. Meanwhile, the sound of creaking and scraping reached his ears. Following the source of the noise, he spotted Amia struggling to push a chair beneath a bookshelf. She climbed onto the chair, clutching a book, seemingly attempting to place it onto the shelf. However, despite her tiptoeing for quite some time, she realized she still lacked sufficient height. Just as Amia was contemplating how to descend from the chair and devise another approach, she suddenly felt a jolt beneath her feet, causing the chair to tilt precariously. Though her expression remained unchanged, a flicker of panic briefly crossed Amia's eyes as she desperately tried to stabilize her small frame. Unfortunately, her efforts proved futile, and the chair toppled over, prompting Amia to instinctively close her eyes. Bang! The chair hit the ground with a resounding crash. Yet, Amia found herself neither on the floor nor in pain. Instead, she felt as if her arms were being cradled by something below. Slowly opening her eyes, Amia looked down to find herself supported by 2 large hands. In that moment, Ryan distinctly sensed Amia's petite body stiffen for a brief instant before she relaxed once more. "Thank you, Mr. Butler." Upon hearing Amy's soft expression of gratitude, Ryan gently set her back on the ground and took the book from her hands, placing it into the vacant spot on the upper shelf. "Is this where it belongs?" he inquired, to which Amy nodded in affirmation. After returning the chair that had toppled over to its rightful position, Ryan and Amy resumed their reading in that familiar corner. "Amy, how did you handle such situations in the past?" Ryan asked while rummaging through a box for newspapers. "The Grand Library has a special ladder, but I found it too cumbersome to fetch," Amy replied, lowering her gaze to her small feet that no longer touched the ground. "If only I could grow a bit taller." "You will certainly grow taller in time," Ryan replied with a gentle smile, though he mused quietly that, given Amy's current stature, any increase might be modest. "By the way, what about Roland? She seemed to have no classes this morning, right?" Ryan recalled seeing an elderly lady in the classroom before leaving, leading him to believe that it was another morning of liberal arts lectures. Amy replied nonchalantly. "She was summoned by Dean Alcott. It seems she has something to discuss." "Oh," Ryan nodded, realizing that they could enjoy a tranquil morning. As the time passed, everything unfolded as Ryan had hoped, quietly perusing newspapers, occasionally answering Amy's queries, and sharing small tales with her. Soon, it would be time for Nanali and the others to finish their classes. Ryan folded the newspaper and glanced at Amy, who was still seated, engrossed in her book. "Do you often spend entire days like this in the library?" he asked. "If I grow weary of reading, I take a stroll in the library," Amy replied, leaving Ryan momentarily speechless. She truly seemed to reside within the library, oblivious to the sunlight outside. "I prefer quiet places for reading," Amy added. "Isn't this a bit too quiet?" Ryan remarked. Chapter 57. Do Demon Generals Oversleep Too? To be honest, Ryan longed to encourage Amy to step outside the Grand Library, to explore the academy, and perhaps make friends with Nanali and the others. After all, Amy's solitary existence in the library's corner struck him as profoundly lonely. Moreover, from his interactions with her, it seemed that Amy did not shy away from friendship. Her reluctance to leave the library hinted at deeper reasons. However, considering that their relationship had not yet reached a level of intimacy, Ryan refrained from probing further. After returning the box of newspapers to its place and bidding Amy a farewell, he made his way towards the teaching building. As the Grand Library's doors closed, Yamiya remained seated, silently perusing the books. Sunlight streamed through the windows, casting a sanctified glow within the library, yet it failed to illuminate her particular corner. Upon arriving at the threshold of Nanali's classroom, she waited for Nanali and Yvette, after which the trio proceeded towards their usual lunchtime venue. When Ryan unveiled the lunch he had prepared for Yvette, her delight was unmistakable, though she endeavored to maintain a composed demeanor, rendering her exceedingly charming. As they dined, midway through their meal, a breathless Roland hurriedly approached, clutching her bento. "I'm so sorry. The headmaster called for me unexpectedly, and when I arrived, he was in discussion with Marquis Odis. That's why I'm late." Naturally, no one paid her any mind, as Roland had come on her own accord. Her tardiness was of little consequence to them. Curiously, Yvette inquired, "Roland, what was my father discussing with the headmaster?" "Oh, it pertains to him residing in a Terre City permanently," Roland replied, finding a seat as she caught her breath. "This matter has given the headmaster quite a headache." The Marquis and he deliberated for quite some time before the headmaster finally acquiesced to the Marquis's stay. What topics were broached? It was merely a caution against the Marquis abusing his noble status in a Terre City to avoid another incident akin to that of Marquis Baikasi. If a second Baikasi were to arise in a Terre City, it would surely vex the headmaster immensely. "Oh," Yvette nodded, choosing not to probe further as she resumed her meal. Roland was still resting, her bento box unopened. Ryan, ever considerate, reminded her, "We're nearly finished. Class will commence shortly, and we want to have time to wait for you." Startled by his words, Roland promptly opened her bento and began to devour her food ravenously, as if she hadn't eaten in a week. Cough cough. Predictably, she soon found herself choking, hastily pounding her chest. Yet all she achieved was a tumultuous wave of discomfort, yielding no relief. Ryan, with a sigh, retrieved a cup from his magical space and conjured water from a water elemental, filling the cup before handing it to Roland. Since becoming the steward, Ryan's magical space had primarily contained essential items for everyday use. "Thank you." Roland accepted the cup, her face pale from choking. Yet she still managed to express her gratitude before gulping down the water. Ryan had long grown accustomed to Roland's behavior, which starkly contrasted with her appearance. and he no longer felt inclined to label her a fool. Observing Roland's fervent consumption, the kind-hearted Nanali and Yvette discreetly slowed their pace, ultimately allowing Roland to finish her lunch alongside the group. In the afternoon, the swordsmanship class resumed with Yvette and Nanali pairing up for practical training, aimed at solidifying Nanali's swordplay skills. However, later in the day, Ryan once again encountered Dorothy and Octavia. Dorothy, yawning at the practice arena, was lazily swinging her sword while idly passing the time, while Octavia, under Dorothy's instruction, stood beside Ryan. Observing Octavia, Ryan could not help but inquire, "Why didn't I see you this morning? Did you oversleep?" Upon hearing this, Octavia's face flushed crimson, and she silently turned her head away, avoiding Ryan's gaze. Ryan remarked, "So you really did oversleep." The notion of having overslept filled Octavia with immense shame. After all, it was typically her responsibility to wake Dorothy, but today, having failed to rise on time, she inadvertently caused Dorothy to miss their morning class as well. Although skipping class at Alcott Academy bore no punishment, it certainly reflected her dereliction of duty as a maid. In comparison to Ryan, Octavia felt a heightened sense of embarrassment. Why could the sword stand care for others so well, while I seem incapable of doing anything right? Ryan had clearly noticed that Octavia's spirits were steadily waning. Were it not for his firm belief that he had fought alongside her on the battlefield, he would never have believed such behavior was befitting a general of the demon race. Once the afternoon swordsmanship class concluded, Ryan bid farewell to Yvette and rode back to the manor with Nanali. Mr. Ryan. After dismounting and entering the manor with Nanali, she retreated to her room to rest, and Daisy soon approached, eagerly tugging at Ryan's sleeve and exclaiming, "I bought so many little ducklings with my sister. Come quickly." Ryan, not one to resist, allowed himself to be led to the back courtyard. There, he discovered that the area previously designated for chickens had been partitioned with wooden boards. One section still housed the egg-laying hens, while the other was entirely filled with yellow ducklings. Gazing at the ducklings, Ryan remarked, "According to the story, shouldn't you have bought a lot of ugly ducklings instead?" Hee. Daisy scratched her head, "Because these little ducklings are just too adorable. I couldn't help myself and bought them all." Ryan replied, "I wonder if Daisy will still find them charming once they grow into large ducks that scatter droppings everywhere. Since you've purchased them, take good care of them. If one dies, you'll have to forfeit a meal of my cooking." "Ah, yes." Daisy's expression immediately turned serious as she responded loudly. Seeing this, Ryan couldn't help but chuckle. After teasing Daisy, he returned to the kitchen to begin preparing dinner. Mr. Ryan, Deli, who was assisting him, quietly inquired, "Has Daisy shown any peculiar emotions?" Ryan pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "No, Daisy remains Daisy. As foolish as ever. Why do you suddenly ask this?" Chapter 58. Mr. Ryan, please do not drink my water. With a chuckle, Ryan added, "You are Daisy's elder sister. And if you cannot discern anything unusual, what could I possibly perceive?" Upon hearing this, Dolly offered a wry smile and recounted her encounter with a beggar that morning. After listening to Dolly's account, Ryan responded without hesitation, "If it were me, I would have dealt him a blow for his insolence." Dolly remarked, "However, you have handled the situation quite well. The fact that Daisy shows no signs of distress suggests that she has accepted the matter." Gazing at the dish simmering in his pot, Ryan spoke, "Let us allow Daisy to gradually come to terms with this. We do not need her to become independent overnight. We merely wish for her to be capable of taking care of herself." After setting the dinner table, Ryan and Nainali enjoyed their meal before commencing their sword practice in the courtyard of the estate. Today, Ryan had resolved to formally teach Nainali the techniques of the elven swordsman. After briefly demonstrating the foundational sword techniques, Ryan said, "Nainali, next, I shall instruct you in the method of channeling magical energy unique to the elven swordsman. Listen closely." Nainali was momentarily taken aback, but then nodded and turned her attention to Ryan, listening intently. The methods of energy channeling for elven swordsmen and magic swordsmen bore some similarities, as both regarded the sword in hand as a part of their magical conduit. However, the approach of the elven swordsmen was infinitely gentler than that of their magic counterparts. With Ryan's guidance, after several attempts, Nainali finally began to grasp the technique for channeling magical energy as an elven swordsman. A faint green glow enveloped her wooden sword as she guided her power. Observing the wooden sword in her grasp, Nainali gently swung it twice, releasing a cascade of green specks that danced beautifully upon the ground. Seeing this, Nainali's eyes sparkled with delight. "How beautiful! Congratulations. You have now successfully entered the realm of Elven Swordsman. The magical elements upon your sword will not only sharpen its edge, but will also aid you in casting spells. Ryan remarked with a gentle smile. Next, I will teach you several spells belonging to the Elven Swordsman, as well as the fundamentals of Elven swordsmanship. In a week, the autumn examinations would commence. Although it would be exceedingly challenging for Ninali to secure first place in the swordsmanship exam, she was certainly not destined for the bottom tier. Moreover, as Ninali primarily pursued the path of magic, she was bound to achieve remarkable results in the magical examination. After teaching Ninali a few fundamental elven sword techniques, night had fallen. Ninali returned to the estate to take a bath, while Ryan sat idly at the dining table, gazing at the potted plant growing night-blooming cereus. The growth cycle of the yarn orchid is relatively short, and as this particular orchid was cultivated through a healing technique, its growth period has been further reduced. At this moment, tender green shoots have already emerged. "Mr. Ryan?" Daisy's voice called out, and Ryan turned to find her seated in a chair, gazing at him while he was engrossed in observing the yarn orchid. "Daisy, what is it?" "Mr. Ryan, don't you need to take a bath?" Daisy inquired curiously. "I feel like I've never seen you bathe." Ryan smiled faintly, then take a whiff. "Do I smell?" Upon hearing this, Daisy stood up from her chair and approached Ryan, akin to a cat, bringing her nose close to his neck to sniff gently, causing Ryan to awkwardly turn his head away. "Wow, there's absolutely no strange odor at all. In fact, there's a faint, herbal fragrance." Unsure, Daisy buried her face into Ryan's neck once more, prompting him to clench his fists tightly, struggling to suppress an impulse to punch her. Once she was convinced, Daisy lifted her head, her eyes sparkling. "Mr. Ryan, do you possess a magic that allows you not to bathe? Could you teach me?" Ryan chuckled. "What magic allows one to avoid bathing? As long as your magical proficiency is sufficiently high and your affinity for magic reaches a certain level, the impurities in your body will naturally be decomposed by the magical elements in the air." Daisy's mood visibly dampened. Ryan glanced toward the bathroom, estimating that Nai would still require some time to finish her bath, and then turned to Daisy. "Haven't you always wanted to learn water magic? Shall I teach you now?" "Really?" Yes. "You're so kind, Mr. Ryan." Daisy's spirits visibly lifted, prompting Ryan to inwardly sigh at how easily she was satisfied. "All right, let us begin with the most basic technique for channeling magical energy. What profession do you wish to pursue?" "Whatever profession Mr. Ryan is, I will follow." "Very well. Then I shall teach you the channeling method for a summoner." Generally, individuals have affinities for various magical professions, except for a select few. For instance, while Nai majors in summoning, she can also learn spells from other magical professions. However, due to her poor affinity for the mage class, she is unable to learn their spells. Fortunately, Daisy possesses an affinity for the summoner profession as well. After following Ryan's guidance to channel her magical energy several times, Daisy quickly mastered the summoning technique, bouncing with joy. As they interacted, Dolly, passing by, paused for a moment, seemingly lost in thought, then shook her head self-deprecatingly and returned to her tasks. Just as Daisy successfully summoned her first small water orb, Nai emerged from the bathroom, freshly bathed. Daisy gazed at the water bubble resting in the palm of her hand, her heart racing with urgency. She promptly turned to Ryan and exclaimed, "Mr. Ryan, how do I put it away?" Ryan picked up a cup from the table and replied, "Just toss it into this cup." Complying with his suggestion, Daisy threw the water bubble into the cup. Subsequently, Ryan brought the cup to his lips and took a small sip. Upon witnessing this, Daisy's face flushed with embarrassment, and she hurriedly protested, "Mr. Ryan, please don't drink the water I created." Ryan nearly choked, exclaiming, "Cough, cough." He almost spewed the water out. However, by then, Daisy had already dashed into the bathroom to fetch clean clothes for Ninali, leaving no trace behind. After a brief moment, Ryan noticed that Ninali, with her damp hair, was seated on a small chair waiting for him. He rose and approached her, beginning to dry her hair. While Ryan was tending to Ninali's hair, she suddenly inquired, "Do you think I can place in the top 3 in the magic exam?" Chapter 59, 6 Golden Medals? Without hesitation, Ryan responded, "Although I am unaware of the magical prowess of the other candidates, I firmly believe that if it is Ninali, you will certainly secure a spot in the top 3. Is that so?" A smile crept across Ninali's delicate face, though her tone carried a hint of weariness. After Ryan finished drying her hair, he realized that Ninali had inadvertently fallen asleep. He gently carried her into the bedroom before returning to his own room. As he lay on his bed, Ryan realized he had yet to write the story for the day, but the surging fatigue made it difficult for him to rise. Well, I suppose I'll skip it today. Although Daisy might be disheartened, I can always compensate her with an extra story tomorrow. Gradually, as exhaustion enveloped his mind, Ryan closed his eyes. The following morning, after freshening up and having breakfast, Ryan took Ninali to the academy. It was once again time for Roland to teach her magic class, and after a 4-day hiatus, she arrived with spirited enthusiasm, eagerly awaiting her students in front of the classroom. However, Mr. Ryan. Good morning, Mr. Ryan. Students passing by greeted him warmly as they entered the classroom, scarcely glancing at Roland. Roland's spirit immediately waned, and once all the students had entered, she clutched Ryan's sleeve and lamented, "Why is this? I was here first." All right. Ryan gently patted Roland's head, comforting her as one might a forlorn puppy. "The students are waiting for you to start the class. Off you go." "Sniff, I understand," Roland replied, adjusting her demeanor slightly before stepping into the classroom. However, just before entering, she turned to Ryan and added, "By the way, the dean is looking for you." "I understand." With Roland now inside the classroom, only Ryan and Octavia remained outside. As Ryan felt the unwavering gaze of Octavia upon him, he spoke. "I am going to the dean's office. Do you wish to accompany me?" Octavia, without uttering a word, coldly nodded in agreement. Ryan sighed. "Why must you follow me?" "To learn from you," Octavia replied candidly, breaking her usual silence. Ryan was taken aback by her forthrightness. Why did it seem that Octavia had suddenly become more agreeable? Unbeknownst to Ryan, following his previous day's negligence, Octavia had resolved to humble herself and acquire the skills of caregiving from him. Upon arriving at the dean's office, Octavia wisely positioned herself at the entrance while Ryan knocked on the door and promptly entered. Inside, he found Duchess Fina reclining on a makeshift bed crafted from chairs. But unlike before, she was not languid. She was hurriedly fastening the buttons of her gown, attempting to conceal a considerable expanse of exposed skin beneath. "Goodness, Duchess Fina. How audacious to be so revealing in broad daylight," Ryan remarked. "This is my room," Fina retorted, her face flushed with irritation. "Did you not know that one should wait for an invitation to enter after knocking?" "You didn't lock the door," Ryan shrugged, but upon meeting Fina's murderous glare, he quickly amended, Yes, my apologies." With that, he graciously turned his back. After considerable effort, Fina finally secured the last button and sighed in relief. "All right, you may turn around now." Ryan complied. "I wonder why you have summoned me, Duchess Fina?" In response, Fina retrieved several letters from her desk and placed them before him. "Take a look at these, Mr. Black Butler." Being addressed by that title again caused Ryan's lips to twitch. Yet he surmised the correspondence pertained to newspaper matters and approached to examine the letters. The more he read, the more peculiar his expression became. The letters contained grievances from various newspapers directed at Fina, as well as accusations from neighboring nobles. The gist was that the high quality of the City newspaper had severely impacted their own sales. It was utterly absurd. The City newspaper was affecting their sales. After perusing the letters, Ryan looked up at Fina in confusion. With a sigh, she remarked, "You haven't been paying attention to the newspaper sales since you submitted Cinderella, have you?" Ryan nodded. "Your rendition of Cinderella has garnered unprecedented popularity, so much so that merchants in City are purchasing large quantities of newspapers for 3 copper coins each, only to resell them in neighboring cities for 4 copper coins, all of which are quickly snatched up. Were it not for the time-sensitive nature of newspapers, I suspect those merchants could sell them nationwide. Although the newspaper has not reached the entire nation, the tale of Cinderella has spread remarkably throughout the Headley Empire. It is said that the little princess of the royal city is quite enamored with this story, much to Ryan's surprise. "So, you summoned me with the hope that I would cease submitting stories to the newspaper?" "No, why not earn money from the neighboring nobles?" Fina smiled gently. "I have come to request that henceforth, all your stories be submitted exclusively to the Xingyan newspaper and not to any other publication. Originally, the newspaper offered you a profit-sharing arrangement of 10%, correct? If you agree, I shall ensure you receive a handsome income that will undoubtedly satisfy you." "Very well." Ryan smiled slightly and agreed decisively. After all, he had little desire to submit to other newspapers, and the prospect of earning extra income was quite appealing. Besides, even if he decided to stop writing one day, Fina would not be able to prevent him. Seeing Ryan's agreement, Fina retrieved a pouch of coins from her desk and placed it on the table. "This is your share from the newspaper for the past 2 days. Take it." Ryan took the pouch, glanced inside, and blinked in surprise. 6 gold coins. Furrowing his brow, he looked up and asked, "The newspaper earned 60 gold coins in just 2 days? No, this is merely what the newspaper has given to me. A portion of which I am sharing with you, not what the newspaper owes you." Fina smiled sweetly, suddenly finding Ryan exceedingly pleasant. "All right. You should hurry off to the Grand Library to rendezvous with that little genius from the One's family. Take care." After being dismissed from the director's office, Ryan stood at the door, contemplating the pouch of 6 gold coins at his waist. Upon a whimsical idea, he added a tablet to half a bottle of mineral water. It was quite pleasant, albeit somewhat unpalatable. Chapter 60. You still claim you are not meeting with the little girl at the Grand Library? Having money is a good thing, but upon reflection, Ryan realized he had little need to spend it. The gold coin he earned from selling lunchboxes at Roland was mostly spent on buying lawn and flower pot seeds, leaving the remainder to Delhi. Even so, this had no real impact on Ryan. After all, he typically ate and resided at the estate, with his only additional expense being the occasional newspaper, which he could read at the Academy's Grand Library, resulting in virtually no costs. Well, having it is better than not, so I shall carry it with me, just in case it is needed one day. With this thought, Ryan tossed the pouch into his magical space and proceeded toward the Academy's Grand Library. Octavia silently followed behind Ryan, her gaze seemingly intent on piercing a transparent hole through his back. As Ryan pushed open the grand doors of the Academy's library, his gaze fell upon the dimmest corner, where, as expected, the petite figure with white hair sat quietly, engrossed in a somewhat yellowed tome. Spending hours reading in such a place could not be good for her eyes. Taking a seat beside Amaya, Ryan spoke with a gentle smile. At that moment, Amaya's small face was nearly pressed against the book, utterly absorbed in its contents. Only when Ryan initiated conversation did she shift her gaze from the pages, blinking her amber eyes as if just noticing him. After a few moments of silent observation, she extended the book towards Ryan, saying, "Mr. Butler, look at this." Upon receiving the book, Ryan furrowed his brow at the sight of its densely packed text. It was so tightly printed that it resembled a pirated edition produced by an unscrupulous publisher trying to economize on paper. Anyone with a fear of cluttered text might well faint on the spot. "Is this in Elvish?" After scrutinizing it for a moment, Ryan inquired, "Amaya, can you understand this?" Amaya replied, "I've self-studied a bit. I can only grasp parts of it. It seems to be about some giant bird, and I'm quite curious." The Elvish script is notoriously complex, and the fact that Amaya, at the tender age of 9, had managed to reach a foundational understanding speaks volumes of her intellect. Ryan nodded in acknowledgement before asking, "Where did you find this book?" It appeared to have languished in a dusty corner of the Grand Library for quite some time, seemingly discussing the history of a particular branch of the Elvish race. "I see," Ryan remarked, placing the book on the table and pointing to the text. "Amaya? Come look here." Amaya strained to stretch her neck, but ultimately shook her head, saying, "Mr. Butler, I can't see it from here." After a moment of contemplation, she suddenly asked, "Mr. Butler, may I sit in your lap?" Taken aback for a moment, Ryan eventually nodded in agreement. Amaya took the book back and shifted her body to nestle into Ryan's lap, finding a comfortable position before looking up at him and asking, "Is this all right, Mr. Butler?" "Yes, that's perfectly fine," Ryan replied, lowering his gaze to the text while also catching a whiff of the delicate fragrance in Amaya's hair. The scent was soft and pleasant, far more delightful than the fur of the monstrous creatures from the demon realm. Even when riding with Nainali, she merely leaned against him. This was the first time Ryan had the genuine experience of a little girl sitting in his lap. The page discussed the ancient divine beast of the Elvish race, the Phoenix. Phoenix? Amaya tilted her small head in confusion. Indeed, however, this ancient mythical beast has long since vanished from existence, leaving behind only some utterly unverifiable bird skeletons within the elven lineage, rendering it a mere legend worth contemplating. At this juncture, Ryan pointed to the text in the book and began to meticulously translate for Amia. It was born adorned with vibrant and exquisite feathers, wielding the power to command all elements of the world. Its call subdues all birds, and its wings can obscure the sky and sun. After listening to Ryan's translation, Amia gazed upward, pondering for quite some time, ultimately shaking her head. "I cannot envision its appearance at all." Observing this, Ryan smiled gently and remarked, "Although we can no longer behold a true phoenix, the magic to summon one still exists." "Magic to summon a phoenix?" Upon hearing this, Amia's eyes sparkled with curiosity, fixating intently on Ryan. He nodded. Yet, fundamentally, it is merely a magical construct formed from fire elements, thus lacking the vivid feathers described. However, it is said that the creator of this magic has witnessed a phoenix firsthand, so the summoned phoenix should resemble it closely. Mr. Butler, I am quite intrigued. Meeting Amy's gaze filled with inquisitiveness, Ryan pondered for a moment before smiling faintly. Very well, but we cannot summon it within the Grand Library, as it would incinerate the entire place. Come with me outside to a spacious area, and I shall summon it for you. What do you think? Amy's eyes flickered with indecision. After a prolonged consideration, her thirst for knowledge ultimately prevailed, and she spoke softly. How cunning you are, Mr. Butler. With that, Amy set the book aside, disengaged herself from Ryan's embrace, and leaped to the ground. Upon feeling the void left in his arms, Ryan experienced a fleeting pang of emptiness, a sense of loss washing over him. Quickly dispelling this emotion, he rose and turned, only to meet Octaviel's gaze, rich with meaning. In Octaviel's eyes, Ryan could decipher a message. And you claim your visit to the Grand Library is not for a clandestine rendezvous with the little girl? Ryan's lips curled into a slight smirk, choosing to ignore Octaviel as he walked alongside Amia toward the library's exit. Throughout this brief journey, Ryan remained attuned to Amia's demeanor. She walked slowly, seemingly reluctant to face the sunlight outside, yet her insatiable curiosity continually urged her forward. Eventually, Ryan pushed open the Grand Library's doors, and Amia took small steps outside, basking in the sunlight. She clearly struggled to acclimate to the brightness, her eyes squinting slightly before finally adjusting. Turning around, she looked at Ryan, who had been watching her intently, and softly inquired, Mr. Butler, what are you gazing at? Chapter 61. Craving something? 1 gold coin for a serving. Ryan snapped back to reality, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he mused. I am merely curious. Do you, like the vampires, emit wisps of white smoke under the sunlight, as though seared by the flames? Or are you perhaps afflicted by a curse that forbids you from basking in the sun? I secretly wish for such a curse, for it would grant me ample justification to remain indoors. Amelia shook her head and inquired, Mr. Butler, may I see that magic? Certainly, Ryan replied with a nod, raising his right hand as the flow of magic began. Countless magical elements converged in his palm, gradually solidifying before ascending into the air. Suddenly, these concentrated magical elements turned a vivid crimson, as if imbued with boundless destructive power. After gathering the magic for a brief moment, Ryan took a deep breath and abruptly lifted his right hand high. In the next instant, the fire elements suspended in midair erupted with a resounding cry. And a magnificent phoenix, entirely composed of fire, unfurled its wings, coming into existence. Each flap of its wings seemed to unleash waves of heat, scattering sparks that vanished before touching the ground. Within the teaching building, in the dean's office, Duchess Fina, having just unfastened the buttons of her noble attire, relaxed with a cup of warm milk in hand, savoring the moment behind her desk. Suddenly, she was startled by what sounded like a bird's call emanating from outside. Could it be that a flying avian beast has entered the city of Ader? Was Fina's immediate thought. She quickly rose to peer outside, and upon her first glance, she beheld the fiery phoenix soaring above Olcott Academy. One can easily deduce that this is yet another of Ryan's antics, Fina mused. But really, is it wise to so brazenly display such a trump card? Moreover, this is my territory. To casually unleash such a formidable weapon within my domain, do I not deserve some respect? Her chest heaving with indignation, Fina pressed a hand to her heart and returned to her seat, feeling exasperated. Oh well, let him play. It's not as if he could demolish my academy. In a rather unique classroom, all the students possessed pointed, elongated ears, their hair predominantly of vibrant green. Even the petite figures of the younger ones exuded an exquisite beauty. Upon hearing the peculiar cry, the students turned their gazes toward the classroom window, and upon spotting the phoenix in the sky, they were momentarily taken aback. In unison, they clasped their hands together and closed their eyes reverently, akin to nuns in prayer within a chapel. Before the Grand Library, Amelia gazed up at the soaring phoenix, her eyes shimmering with wonder. Mr. Ryan, is this phoenix truly formidable? Indeed, it is quite powerful, he affirmed. Ryan nodded, acknowledging the formidable power of the ultimate magic. This fire phoenix is impervious to all forms of physical and magical attacks, and its flames possess tremendous destructive force. However, as long as it exists, it will continuously drain the caster's magical energy. Once the caster's magic is exhausted, the fire phoenix will inevitably dissipate. At this point, Ryan waved his hand, causing the fire phoenix in the sky to vanish. Moreover, should the caster suffer significant injury, the fire phoenix would also cease to exist. Thus, if the caster remains safe and possesses ample magical energy, could one not consider the fire phoenix to be invincible? Amelia maintained a calm demeanor, yet a flicker of excitement danced in her eyes. As a gifted magician, she harbored an insatiable curiosity for these unfamiliar spells. Just as Ryan was about to respond, Octavia let out a cold laugh, prompting Ryan to swallow the word invincible that had nearly escaped his lips. In their previous confrontation, Ryan had summoned this fire phoenix as well. However, its flames had inflicted no harm upon Octavia whatsoever. The outcome was that while Octavia could not harm the fire phoenix, the phoenix could not harm her in return, rendering it a mere drain on Ryan's magical energy. In this world, there exists no truly invincible magic. No matter how powerful a spell or individual may be, there will always be a vulnerability capable of shattering it. Ultimately, Ryan conveyed this sentiment to Amelia. "Oh," Amelia replied softly, falling into contemplation. Noticing that time was still ample, Ryan suggested, "All right, let us return to our reading." It was at this moment that Amelia snapped back to reality, eagerly returning to the grand library, causing Ryan to chuckle softly. It seemed that Amelia's preference for darkened spaces was not due to her physical constitution, but rather a reclusive disposition, perhaps even a fear of sunlight. If that were the case, introducing her to Ninali and the others might not be a bad idea. As he pondered this, Ryan followed Amelia back into the grand library, resuming his perusal of the newspapers. Meanwhile, Amelia continued to engross herself in the book about the elven race, occasionally seeking Ryan's assistance in deciphering the elven script. Clearly captivated by the book's contents, one could only wonder where Duke Fina had acquired such a tome. It must be exceedingly rare even among the elves. After all, the lifespan of the elven race far exceeds that of any book, and one could argue that their lifespan surpasses the very knowledge contained within. Thus, while elves are generally well-versed, they lack the habit of accumulating written works, as the elder elves themselves are akin to living libraries. After a harmonious and tranquil morning, the sound of bells resonated throughout the academy. Ryan bid farewell to Amelia and made his way toward the teaching building. As the students departed from the classroom, Dorothy spotted Octavia, who had accompanied Ryan back, and hastened towards her. "Bye, how was your day?" Octavia remained silent, gazing at Dorothy with an inscrutable expression. After a brief pause, she inquired, "Miss, are you weary?" Dorothy was taken aback. "If you find yourself tired in the future, you may rest in my embrace," Octavia added, eliciting a bewildered response from Dorothy. Meanwhile, after Ryan picked up Nine-Eye, he proceeded to lunch at their usual spot with Yvette and Roland. During the meal, Roland observed Ryan retrieving bento boxes from his magical space, some for Nine-Eye and others for Yvette, her face filled with envy. Ryan caught her eye and asked, "Would you like some?" Roland nodded eagerly, like a chick pecking at grains. In response, Ryan extended his hand, stating, "All right, 1 gold coin per portion." Chapter 62. Shall we make do together? Roland, though not entirely foolish, was not inclined to spend a gold coin daily on Ryan's meals. After being reprimanded by Yamiya for her previous expenditure, she resorted to fluttering her large, amber eyes in an attempt to charm Ryan into sharing a meal. However, Ryan remained unmoved, pointing to Nine-Eye, "This is my esteemed lady." Then he gestured to Yvette, "And this is my pupil, bound by the knight's oath." He then poked Roland's forehead with his finger, asking, "And what are you?" Upon hearing Ryan's words, Nine-Eye and Yvette instinctively puffed up with pride, secretly reveling in the fact that they could enjoy meals prepared by Ryan, unlike Roland. Failing to solicit a meal, Roland resigned herself to her own lunch, observing Yvette and Nine-Eye with envy, while reminiscing about the sumptuous feast at the Aki residence. The bento in her hands suddenly seemed insipid in comparison. "I must visit the Aki household for a meal this Sunday," Roland resolved, recognizing that the upcoming week heralded the autumn assessments. As a mentor, it would be entirely appropriate to encourage her students through a home visit and, of course, to share a meal. Unbeknownst to Ryan, who was oblivious to Roland's thoughts, he proceeded to assess Yvette's progress in summoning flames after several days without his guidance. Despite the lack of direct instruction, Yvette had diligently practiced the technique, and her ability to summon flames had become remarkably stable, with minimal error. Observing the flickering flame effortlessly conjured by Yvette, Ryan nodded in approval. The more stable the flame, the less burden it would impose on the magical veins when executing the techniques of a sword mage. Given her current condition, by the time practice rolled around this Sunday, she would likely feel little to no pain. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of anticipation sparkled in Yvette's eyes, her eagerness palpable. Noticing her enthusiasm, Ryan playfully tapped Yvette on the head, cautioning her not to practice the sword mage techniques in secret. "I understand, Master," she replied, her serious demeanor eliciting a gentle smile from Ryan, who couldn't resist ruffling her hair a bit more. Unlike Nanali, Yvette showed no signs of resistance. After all, Ryan had become a father figure to her, and receiving a pat on the head from a father was hardly a cause for concern. It is worth noting, however, that every time Daimos attempted to ruffle Yvette's hair, she would promptly swat his hand away in disdain. Meanwhile, Nanali observed this exchange with puffed cheeks, though she quickly masked her expression, feigning indifference. After a brief respite, it was time for the afternoon swordsmanship class. Nanali and Yvette continued practicing fundamental sword techniques in their pair, while Ryan and Roland stood on the periphery, silently observing. Octavia stood beside Ryan, her gaze unwaveringly fixed upon him, making him quite uncomfortable. "I must say," Ryan finally remarked, unable to withstand her intense scrutiny, "you don't happen to have a fondness for me, do you?" "Huh." Octavia's cheeks flushed crimson in an instant, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Stammering, "What are you talking about?" "Absolutely not. Are you conceited? Then why do you gaze at me so intensely whenever I am near?" Ryan countered, crossing his arms nonchalantly. "Your unwavering gaze makes it hard not to misinterpret. Who is gazing at you so intensely?" The battle-hardened demon general struggled to articulate a coherent response, her face aflame with embarrassment. Eventually, she resorted to covering her face and squatting down, succumbing to a state of self-isolation. Ryan found this version of Octavia rather amusing and settled beside her, playfully prodding, "You truly do not harbor any feelings for me? Ugh, I do not like you. Just go away. I believe we make quite the pair. Why not consider it? Who would match with you? Just get lost." Ryan smiled slightly, suddenly entertained by the prospect of teasing Octavia more often in the future, enjoying her company like a shadow following him. After all, idle moments could be quite tedious, and one must seek out a bit of amusement. Thus, Ryan spent the remainder of the swordsmanship class playfully prodding Octavia. With each poke, Octavia would provide an array of intriguing reactions, keeping Ryan endlessly entertained. As the first half of the class concluded, Nanali returned to Ryan's side, where he had already prepared a glass of water, which he promptly handed to her upon her arrival. After taking a delicate sip, Nanali smacked her lips and inquired, "Did you add something to this?" Ryan chuckled, "I added a pinch of salt. How does it taste?" It's rather peculiar, but not unpleasant," she replied. As Ryan resumed his serious demeanor, Octavia also regained her composure, though a faint blush still graced her cheeks. Mimicking Ryan, she prepared a glass of water for Dorothy in advance, attentively listening to the conversation between Ryan and Nanali without missing a word. However, Octavia didn't bring salt with her. She merely prepared a glass of plain cool water for Dorothy. Once the young ladies returned to the swordsmanship arena to commence the latter half of their lesson, Octavia, despite her reluctance, inquired of Ryan from a respectful distance. "Why do you add salt to the water?" "It aids in stamina recovery," Ryan succinctly replied. Octavia furrowed her brow slightly. "No wonder the members of your knightly order seem perpetually tireless." Ryan responded, "While those in my order do sometimes consume salted water, its effects aren't as exaggerated as you might think. Compared to your kind, who treat potions like mere water, their salted water could barely be likened to swine feed. The primary reason for their consumption of salted water is the poverty of our knightly order. Were it possible for them to possess 2 vials of restorative potions like those affluent demonic military forces, perhaps I would have long since led the Shadow Erosion Knights into the Demon King's territory and retired to a life of leisure." Chapter 63. Kyle, you must be joking. The afternoon swordsmanship class soon came to a close. After completing a full day of lessons, Ryan escorted Nanali back to the estate. Before Ryan prepared dinner, Nanali retreated to her chamber for some rest, while Dally assisted him in the kitchen. "Everything seems to sparkle with cleanliness," Ryan remarked, gazing at the gleaming utensils and the freshly rejuvenated kitchen. In response, Dally covered her mouth in amusement. "After learning water magic from you yesterday, Daisy has spent the entire day today using it to clean up." Ryan's expression twitched slightly. "And where is Daisy now?" "She's currently sleeping in her room. She must have overexerted her magical energy. I'll wake her when it's time for dinner." It would be wise for Daisy to be more cautious in the future. Ryan sighed. Frequent overexertion of magical energy can lead to severe physical injuries. Is that so? Dally, who had initially found it amusing, now wore a serious expression. I understand. Returning to the topic, did Daisy impart any magic to you? Not at all, Daisy replied. Without Mr. Ryan's consent, even though I am her own sister. She would never teach me. A smile reappeared on Deli's face. Truly, Mr. Ryan has established a position in Daisy's heart that surpasses mine. Despite my being her sister with whom she spends every day. Ahem, Ryan cleared his throat awkwardly. I'll speak to Daisy later. So she has time to teach you the magic. That would be splendid, although I would much prefer Mr. Ryan to teach me personally, Deli jested. Then added with a laugh, of course, seeing how busy Mr. Ryan seems every day, I wouldn't want to trouble him too much. As dinner was served, Ryan called Ninali out of her room, and they began their meal. Feeling that the afternoon practice had grown increasingly brief, Ninali expressed her dissatisfaction while observing the sky darkening outside. By the time we finish dinner and take a short break, we probably won't even have an hour left to practice. After all, it gets dark rather early now. Ryan smiled reassuringly. Next week, after the exams. You have a month's vacation? You can practice whenever you wish then. After dinner, as Ryan stood to clear the dishes, a sudden knock echoed at the door. He paused momentarily, then approached to open the door, finding a diligent guard stationed there. What is it? He inquired. A cloaked figure is here, wishing to meet with you, Mr. Ryan. A cloaked figure? Ryan glanced back at Ninali before replying to the guard. Take me to see him. Following the guard to the entrance, Ryan spotted a silhouette in a yellow cloak from a distance. Although he could not discern the figure's features beneath the cloak, he recognized them immediately, frowning. Little. The cloaked individual hurriedly interrupted, calling out those 3 words. The guard chuckled knowingly. Mr. Ryan. Why don't you have a good chat with him? I shall not intrude. Surprised to find someone like Mr. Ryan visiting a gambling den and befriending a gambler. Ryan smirked slightly, but chose not to argue. He strode directly to the cloaked man. What brings you here so suddenly? Come with me. The cloaked man tugged at Ryan, leading him to a nearby corner. He then removed his hood. As the hood fell away, a few strands of shimmering golden hair cascaded down, and at the moment the hood was fully lifted, a remarkably handsome face was revealed, adorned with flowing golden locks. Had Ryan not shared the restroom with this person, he might have doubted whether he was indeed a man. Leaning against the wall, Ryan crossed his arms and regarded the handsome man before him with a faint expression. Speak, then. What brings you to your arch-nemesis's territory unexpectedly, Your Highness the Crown Prince? The Crown Prince sighed wryly. Just call me by my name. Moreover, you are aware that this is indeed the domain of my adversary. Why then do you choose to reside here? Is it to evade me? It merely happens to be the place where I must live, Your Highness Kyle. Ryan shrugged. And I must mention in advance that your ability to find me indicates you are aware that I am now the steward of the Axie family. Even if you have matters to discuss, I am unable to extricate myself. So heartless. Kyle's expression fell. You used the sword emblem I gave you in Ater City, and now you turn your back on me? Using that emblem merely makes things more convenient. If you intend to command me with it, I could return it to you right now. As he spoke, Ryan reached into his pocket, causing Kyle to instinctively step back several paces, waving his hands. That emblem cannot simply be taken back. Once Ryan halted his hand's motion, Kyle exhaled in relief. I came here for 2 matters. One is indeed to seek your assistance. Wait. Don't leave just yet. There's another matter. Ryan turned back. What is it? Your retirement reward. Kyle produced a bulging pouch from his own garment. Inside are your rewards, title, and fief. The moment you received notification, you vanished without a trace. Father was quite troubled about what to do with these, so I took it upon myself to deliver them to you. Thank you. Ryan accepted the pouch without even glancing at it, casting it into his magical space. Now I must take my leave. My young lady awaits my return. You aren't even going to look at your title? It's an earldom. An earldom. Even a barony. Kyle exclaimed, practically bouncing on his feet. You now hold the same rank as Axie himself, and yet you serve as a steward? Being a steward is quite agreeable. There are minimal expenses involved, and life is rather comfortable. Ryan retorted, wrinkling his nose. If I were to become an earl, I would be burdened daily with the affairs of my fief, and that would be truly taxing. Goodness. Kyle was rendered speechless by Ryan's response. As Ryan began to turn away, Kyle called out softly, Are you truly not interested in hearing what I need to ask of you? Ryan paused and turned back. What is it? Kyle replied, I have discovered a dragon's lair. Farewell. Wait for me. Please, hold on a moment. As Ryan turned to leave once more, Kyle hurriedly grasped Ryan's hand. Don't be so quick to refuse. I'm not asking you to slay a dragon. Ryan sighed, crossing his arms. If you're not asking me to slay a dragon, then it must be something even more troublesome. With a slight, awkward smile, Kyle remarked, I originally intended to dispatch my most trusted subordinates to deal with the dragon. However, given the limited strength of my forces, it seemed rather precarious. Hence, I procured a substantial quantity of potions from Mingao. I sought you out in hopes that you could escort my batch of potions back. Such a trivial matter could easily be handled by your own knights, couldn't it? Ryan raised an eyebrow, sensing that this did not appear to be a significant inconvenience. Truth be told, I secretly discovered this dragon's lair, a fact even my father remains unaware of. My initial plan was to confront it alone, and thus the transport of the potions must also remain relatively clandestine. I initially hired some individuals from Mingao to masquerade as merchants, yet I found myself lacking confidence in their abilities, which is why I have come to seek your assistance. Kyle gazed sincerely at Ryan. With your black hair and dark eyes, you resemble the people of Mingao closely, and since you seldom make public appearances, you would be an ideal candidate for this task. This is hardly a troublesome endeavor, and considering our rapport, one would not turn down such a modest request, would they? Given your talents, there must be no fewer than 10 methods to smuggle the potions into the city. However, you chose to come all this way to seek my help. If I am not mistaken, the items you procured are not merely ordinary potions, are they? Ryan responded with a faint smile. Kyle did not directly answer the question, but instead clasped his hands together, saying, I implore you. Ryan narrowed his eyes, observing Kyle. Despite being the Grand Prince, he displayed no arrogance and possessed a keen ability to discern people. Perhaps this was the essence of his charismatic personality. It is indeed not a troublesome matter. Yet I must respectfully decline. Regrettably, I still hold the position of steward, and the round trip to Mingao would consume too much time. Seeing this, Kyle steeled himself. Once I slay that dragon, I shall forge a long sword from its bones and teeth to present to you as a reward. Upon hearing this, Ryan pondered for a moment before responding, 2 swords. Kyle gritted his teeth. Very well. Each sword shall bear 3 magical slots. Not a problem. The willingness to offer 2 dragon-tooth swords as recompense suggested that the goods acquired from Mingao held considerable significance for Kyle. Ryan had never doubted Kyle's ability to slay the dragon. He would never engage in a battle he was uncertain of winning. When do you depart? Next Sunday. Coincidentally, next Sunday marked the end of Nine Eyes examinations, making it a suitable time. After mentally reviewing this, Ryan nodded, agreed. On that day, simply come to the royal city. Someone will be there to assist you. Kyle finally exhaled in relief and donned his hood once more. I shall take my leave now. The atmosphere in that city feels excessively oppressive to me. Ryan jested. You are merely afraid of Fina, aren't you? Go away, who fears her? Kyle responded feebly before hastily turning to depart. After bidding farewell to Kyle, Ryan returned to the estate. At that moment, Ninali was leaning over the dining table, gazing at a pot of young night orchids. The dishes had already been cleared away, presumably taken by Diley and Daisy for washing. Upon seeing Ryan enter, Ninali inquired softly, Have you finished your tasks? Indeed, Ryan replied. Next Sunday, I may be away for a while. Ninali fell silent for a moment, then hesitantly asked, Will you return? Of course, Ryan said, gently ruffling Ninali's hair, and this time she did not resist. Come, we should practice swordsmanship. If we delay any longer, it will be completely dark. Ninali nodded in agreement. Perhaps due to the impending examination, Ninali was particularly earnest during today's sword practice, striving to master the elven techniques. Unfortunately, time was too brief. By the time darkness enveloped the sky, she had only grasped 2/3 of the techniques and was still not entirely proficient. By the end of the practice, Ninali was quite fatigued, and while drying her hair after a bath, she drowsily leaned against Ryan several times. Nevertheless, she made a valiant effort to stay awake and ultimately succeeded in returning to her bedroom alone to rest, with nothing else to occupy him. Ryan stretched lazily and was about to head to his room when he turned and unexpectedly locked eyes with Daisy, who had just finished washing clothes. How was your rest? Please be mindful not to overuse magic so frequently. It can be detrimental to your health, Ryan said with feigned exaggeration. You might turn into an ugly creature. EW. Daisy recoiled, quickly shaking her head. I don't want to become an ugly creature. Then refrain from excessive magic use. And if you feel any discomfort, stop immediately. I understand. Thank you, Mr. Ryan. Noticing a hint of melancholy in Daisy's demeanor, Ryan asked, "What troubles you? You seem rather downcast." "Mr. Ryan didn't write a story today," Daisy murmured. "I know you are busy and may not have time to write, but I still long to read." In response, Ryan raised his right hand and playfully flicked Daisy's forehead with his finger. "Ow!" Daisy covered her forehead, her eyes brimming with tears. "Mr. Ryan, that hurts." "All right," Ryan chuckled, affectionately tousling Daisy's hair. "Tonight, I will write 2 stories." "Really?" Daisy's eyes lit up instantly. "Would I deceive you?" Ryan replied softly. "You and Diley should never hesitate to disturb me because you think I am busy. In truth, I am quite free and have little to do. If you have any troubles, feel free to come to me." "Okay." A radiant smile spread across Daisy's face. Even in the darkness, Ryan felt as though he beheld the sun. No wonder Diley has always wished to preserve the purity that resides within Daisy. Furthermore, if time permits, please impart to Diley the art of water magic. After a moment's contemplation, Ryan continued, "The spells I have taught you are not exclusive secrets. You are free to share them with whomever you choose, without the need to seek my permission." "Thank you, Mr. Ryan." Daisy's smile radiated even more brilliantly. Gazing upon her smile, Ryan felt an indescribable sensation arise within him, as if he had grasped something elusive, only for it to slip away in an instant. Chapter 65. Blurred memories. The sky, stained like blood, loomed over a ravaged city, shrouded in gloom. Heavy footsteps echoed, accompanied by the jarring sound of armor scraping against itself. We, weary from a recent confrontation with a demonic army, dragged our exhausted bodies back into the border city. The townsfolk stood along the streets, their eyes filled with fear and disdain, as if we were the true architects of the city's desolation. In truth, since our arrival in this place, we had never harmed a single thread of their existence. Instead, we had tirelessly fought against the demons for their protection. Yet, the populace had long suppressed their grievances. They craved an outlet for their frustrations. Through whispers exchanged among them, we had morphed into the brigands of this city, burning, pillaging, and indulging in vice. There was no need for defense or justification. Our mission was singular: to eradicate the demon kind. Having just battled that fearsome woman, my body felt immensely heavy, battered, and bruised. My consciousness increasingly clouded. Perhaps I should have cast a healing spell upon myself, yet I refrained, allowing the searing pain of my wounds to continuously jolt my senses. It was as if something sought to erode my gradually numbing mind. "Look at your wounds. These are the marks left in defense of those who despise you. Is it worth it?" A voice emerged from the chaos within my mind. "With your strength and proud heart, can you truly endure their insults and slander? You are far too submissive. Now, draw your sword and slay them. Kill them all. Leave not a single one alive." The clamor in my mind grew increasingly tumultuous and chaotic, yet it also became clearer. Unbeknownst to me, my hand had already reached for the hilt of the sword at my waist. A frenzied laughter echoed within my thoughts, resonating for what felt like an eternity. "You seem gravely injured." At that moment, a delicate voice reached my ears. Though soft and somewhat timid, it was undeniably melodious, instantly drowning out the cacophony that had filled my mind. I slowly lowered my head, peering through the gaps in my helmet, and beheld a small girl with gray hair, appearing no more than 5 or 6 years of age. She was clad in tattered garments, cradling a flower that emanated a faint, ethereal glow. It was a bloom known as the Shea orchid, which could only grow solitary along the borders of the Headley Empire. Behind her, I observed a couple, their faces etched with fear, seemingly desperate to pull the girl back, yet paralyzed by the weight of my presence. I remained silent, my gaze fixed upon the little girl holding the Shea orchid. With pursed lips and a heart full of courage, she raised the flower towards me, saying, "This blossom can be ground to heal wounds. It is remarkably effective." As I gazed at the flower, which seemed to tremble, yet valiantly continued to radiate its light, I found myself momentarily frozen. The cacophony of disjointed voices in my mind, the murmurs and curses of the crowd, and the heavy footfalls of the armored knights behind me faded into oblivion. My world narrowed to that singular Shea orchid and the timid girl behind it. A subtle tremor stirred within me, as if something new were emerging, akin to a flower unfurling its tender buds, though I could not grasp what that something was. By some inexplicable impulse, I extended my hand and accepted the Shea orchid. Then, I parted my lips and uttered a raspy "thank you," a sound I found quite unappealing. As my words resonated, my vision began to blur, and the world around me grew indistinct. Yet, upon hearing my voice, The little girl not only showed no fear, but instead revealed a smile. Though obscured by my haze, I vaguely recalled that smile to be extraordinarily beautiful, akin to the Shea orchid in my hand. Ah! As the morning light graced him, Ryan suddenly murmured, clutching his head as he sat up in bed, "It hurts." After a moment of sitting on the edge of his bed, he took a deep breath and gazed at the sunlight streaming through the window, which struck him as somewhat blinding. Shaking his head, Ryan rose, donned his attire, picked up his sword, and exited his chamber. After exchanging greetings with Daisy at the door, Ryan proceeded to freshen up. While attending to his ablutions, he was suddenly greeted by Daisy's exclamation of delight emanating from his room, prompting a smile to grace his face. He had shared 2 tales with Daisy, and upon hearing her joyous response, his mind wandered back to that elusive smile from his memories. Perhaps it was due to his exhaustion that day. After returning to rest, the memory of that smile had slipped from his grasp. However, after witnessing Daisy's radiant smile the previous evening, Ryan felt as though his recollection had suddenly sharpened. Unfortunately, it remains rather vague. After completing his morning routine and while preparing breakfast, Ryan suddenly addressed Deli, who was assisting him, saying, "Deli, if you have some spare time, could you deliver that piece, The Little Match Girl, to the Xingye newspaper for me?" Deli nodded in agreement. "Sure, it's conveniently on the way to the market today." "Will you be bringing Daisy along to the market?" "Yes, Daisy adores visiting the market. Even if I don't take her, she insists on accompanying me." At this point, Deli smiled faintly. "Speaking of which, the former Daisy rarely asked anything of me. After all, for the old Daisy, this estate was her entire world, and she had little need for anything beyond it." Having plated the fried eggs, Ryan placed them on the dining table, wiped his hands, and went to dry Ninali's hair, who had just finished her morning wash. After enjoying breakfast with Ninali, Ryan mounted his horse with her, heading toward Olcott Academy. "Ryan, on the way?" Ninali softly called out to him. "Huh, what is it, Ninali?" Ryan responded after a few seconds, looking down at her. Ninali gazed up at him. "You seem a bit distracted today, somewhat lost in thought." "Really?" Ryan paused momentarily. Ninali nodded affirmatively, indeed. Hearing this, Ryan tapped his head and sighed. "I forgot something very important. I suddenly recalled some details last night, but not everything. Perhaps that's why? To be honest, the sensation of being on the verge of recollecting something yet unable to grasp, it was profoundly unsettling for Ryan, akin to playing a game of inches." Chapter 66. The Elf Girl. Good morning, Mentor Ryan. After escorting Ninali to her classroom, Ryan fortuitously encountered a beaming Dorothy. He nodded. "Good morning, Dorothy. I'm counting on you to look after Vale today." With that, Dorothy swiftly darted into the classroom, leaving Ryan and Octavia exchanging glances outside. After a moment of eye contact, Ryan broke into a smile. "Did you not oversleep today?" At this, Octavia's expression darkened, instinctively reaching for the hilt of her great sword behind her. However, after a moment of heavy breathing, she regained her composure and lowered her hand. "I appreciate your continued guidance today." Seeing Octavia in such a state, Ryan hesitated to tease her further. Yet, upon reflection, he realized something was amiss. "Wait, I never agreed to have you follow me around all the time. What do you mean by seeking my guidance?" Internally, Ryan acknowledged that he should still engage in some playful banter, for it wouldn't do to let her learn so much from him without a proper exchange. However, at present, Ryan still needed to visit the Grand Library, and it was not yet the time to engage with Octavia. That would be addressed later in the afternoon. Subsequently, Ryan ceased to concern himself with Octavia, turning away and making his way to the exterior of the teaching building, then proceeding toward the Grand Library. Octavia continued to trail behind him, having discerned his habitual patterns over the past few days. To put it differently, Ryan's routine was exceedingly straightforward and predictable. In the morning, he would rendezvous with the daughter of the Wanza family at the Grand Library, and by noon, he would escort the daughters of the Yasi and Otis families. In addition to that elusive mage from the Wanza family whose whereabouts were unknown. In the afternoon, he would once again extend his influence towards her. The mere thought of Ryan's flirtatious demeanor made Octavia's cheeks burn with embarrassment. Were it not for the constraints imposed by the rules of this place, she would have surely brandished her great sword and challenged Ryan to a duel. Ever since her last defeat at his hands, dreams of Ryan had haunted Octavia, nearly transforming into a nightmare. Should they engage once more, she was confident that she would not succumb to defeat again. As Octavia indulged in her tumultuous thoughts, Ryan had already arrived at the entrance of the Grand Library. Pushing open the door, he noticed that the small white figure was still nestled in that corner. Engrossed in the same book written entirely in Elvish from the previous day, her small face nearly pressed against its pages. However, this time, Amia did not appear as captivated as before. Upon hearing a noise, she lifted her head, waved at Ryan, and in her soft, melodious voice said, "Mr. Butler." Noticing Ryan approaching, Amia pointed to the book in her hands and exclaimed, "There are many parts one do not understand." Ryan leaned in closer, observing that the book was filled with numerous bookmarks, indicating the sections she found perplexing. "Very well, allow me to teach you," he replied with a gentle smile. Taking a seat beside Amia and naturally pulling her into his embrace, prompting her to hold the book. "What do you find unclear?" This time, Ryan did not even take out the newspaper box, directly commencing his instruction in Elvish. Octavia, trailing behind Ryan, couldn't help but smirk at how adept he was at holding the young girl. Amia, being held in this manner, exhibited no signs of discomfort. She merely adjusted her sitting position for greater ease while reading. Flipping to the pages she had previously marked, Amia began to pose her questions to Ryan. Amia was quite intelligent, having already grasped the basics of Elvish on her own, and under Ryan's guidance, she was quick to understand. During the war 8 centuries ago, humanity emerged as the greatest victor, coupled with the fact that the difficulty of learning the human language was exceedingly low, fostering close ties with various races. Thus, human language has become the most widely spoken lingua franca today. The Elvish language, due to its intricate and obscure nature, has become one of the most esoteric languages in contemporary times. Even the elven kin seldom engage in communication using their native tongue, which has transformed into more of a dialect within their community, occasionally surfacing in casual greetings or fleeting conversations. Previously, Olcott Academy had offered courses in Elvish. However, the program was discontinued within a year due to its complexity. As Ryan and Amia were becoming engrossed in their tasks, Octavia suddenly furrowed her brows, detecting an unpleasant odor. At that moment, the grand library doors swung open, revealing a small figure with vibrant green hair peeking inside. "Please, come in," Amia called out gently, noticing the commotion. Simultaneously, Ryan looked up towards the entrance. A petite girl with emerald hair and matching green eyes entered, her pointed ears accentuating her delicate features, which appeared remarkably refined and lively, exuding an ethereal charm akin to a tender blossom yet to unfurl. An elf, Ryan mused inwardly. It seemed she belonged to the elven community residing near the Whispering Forest adjacent to the Hadley Empire. This particular elven group likely maintained the closest ties with the Hadley Empire, being the most recognized among its people. The underlying reason for this connection stemmed from the beast issue near Mingao, as the Whispering Forest and Mingao were separated by the Hadley Empire, which had been safeguarding the forest from monstrous threats. Consequently, during the war against the demon race, the elves of the Whispering Forest were the first to ally with humanity, sharing their magical knowledge. The most significant factor was the realization that should the Hadley Empire fall, Mingao and the Whispering Forest would undoubtedly descend into chaos. "Excuse me, have you seen the mage who summoned the fire phoenix here yesterday?" The elven girl inquired politely, her voice light and soothing, as if casting a healing spell upon the heart. "That would be him," Octavia indicated Ryan. Following her gesture, the elven girl directed her gaze toward Ryan, who was also looking at her, and thus their eyes met. This marked Ryan's first encounter with an elf at Olcott Academy, where it was rumored many elves resided. Chapter 67. What is wrong with indulging in a realm of tenderness? "Ah, with black eyes and hair, are you from Mingao?" she thought to herself, observing Ryan, who was holding a girl engrossed in a book, appearing quite amiable. After forming this impression, the elven girl spoke. "Good day, sir. My name is Windsor. Are you the librarian here?" "Me? I am not the librarian here. I am merely an ordinary steward." Ryan chuckled and shook his head, then gestured towards the young Amia in his arms. "She is the true librarian of this place." Amia nodded slightly and remarked, "Hello, is there something you need?" "Ah, greetings." Windsor initially addressed Amia before her emerald green eyes fixed intently on Ryan as she inquired, "Sir, are you the one who summoned the fire phoenix yesterday?" Ryan smiled and affirmed, "Indeed, that was I." Upon hearing this, Windsor blinked. Her eyes conveyed the truth. Ryan was not lying. However, this gentleman appeared remarkably youthful, still a human. In Windsor's perception, even among her elven kin, those capable of mastering such ultimate magic were often elderly, their hair graying. "Are you having difficulty believing it? Yet your eyes have already revealed the truth, have they not?" Ryan continued to smile. Most elves are born with the ability to discern truth from falsehood through their gaze. Despite this being their first encounter, Ryan exhibited profound goodwill towards the young elven girl. Windsor sensed his sincerity and understood that his kindness was not intended to flatter her. After all, someone capable of learning ultimate magic had no need to seek her approval. Feeling slightly embarrassed at Ryan's keen observation, Windsor's cheeks flushed. Yet she maintained her courtesy as she asked, "Sir, was the elf who taught you this magic one of your kind?" "Yes," Ryan nodded in confirmation. Upon receiving this answer, Windsor inhaled deeply, appearing somewhat exhilarated. "Might you share where this elf is? It is of utmost importance to us. Thank you immensely." At this inquiry, Amia also tilted her head curiously towards Ryan. "I do not know," Ryan replied without hesitation. Windsor stood momentarily stunned. This statement, too, was devoid of deceit. Yet, how could someone who had learned magic from her not know where she was? Sensing Windsor's confusion, Ryan shrugged. "I was inexplicably drawn in, and then just as inexplicably cast out. I apologize. I have been searching for her as well." "I see." Windsor's expression turned somewhat despondent. "May I ask your name?" "Ryan," he answered succinctly. "Very well, Mr. Ryan. I shall not intrude further. Farewell. Goodbye." As the words left his lips, Windsor exited the Grand Library, gently closing the door behind her. Once Windsor departed, Amia looked up at Ryan and asked, "Steward, is the elf who taught you magic of the same lineage as them?" Ryan nodded. "That seems to be the case, at least in appearance. They appear to be searching for her. Does she hold a significant position among them? If indeed they belong to her faction, then their status must be exceedingly high, for you have witnessed the magic she imparted to me. Moreover, before departing, she specifically requested that I keep an eye on the elven kin within the Whispering Forest." Ryan mused inwardly. But how old is she? The sparkle of curiosity in Yamia's eyes grew ever brighter. After a moment of contemplation, Ryan replied, "She appears quite youthful. Yet one cannot gauge the age of elves by their outward appearance. She could very well be an ancient being, having lived for hundreds or even thousands of years." As he spoke the latter part, Ryan's voice abruptly faltered, and he sharply inhaled. Yamiya blinked, asking, "Mr. Butler, what is it?" "Oh, it's nothing," Ryan said, rubbing the back of his head where a dull ache had begun, forcing a smile as he shifted the conversation. "Shall we continue our lessons in Elvish? Where did we leave off?" After the brief interlude with Windsor, Ryan resumed teaching Yamiya the Elvish language, as if nothing had transpired moments before. Unbeknownst to them, a melodious chime resonated through Olcott Academy, prompting Ryan to lift his gaze. For the first time, he felt as though the morning had passed in the blink of an eye. Yamiya closed her book and leaped from Ryan's embrace, returning to her own seat. "That will be all for today. Let us continue tomorrow, Mr. Butler." "Thank you for today." "Very well, I shall take my leave." After bidding farewell to Yamiya, Ryan exited the Grand Library with a light-hearted stride. "You know, if you remain ensconced in such tenderness, your skills may regress." Octavia, who had been following Ryan, could no longer restrain herself. "If I am not mistaken, you have not practiced swordsmanship in quite some time, have you?" Octavia hoped fervently that her victory over Ryan stemmed from her own growth and strength rather than his decline. "What is wrong with that? Would you not wish to hold Dorothy while reading?" Ryan retorted with raised brows. Octavia fell silent at this inquiry. If she could hold Dorothy while reading, she would gladly spend not merely an afternoon, but an entire day doing so. Upon returning to the classroom, they reunited with Roland, who was accompanied by Ninali and Yvette, and the group proceeded to their familiar spot for lunch. Unlike previous days, Roland did not solicit food from Ryan. Instead, she quietly contemplated how to mooch a meal at the Yasi household this Sunday. "Master," Yvette inquired, holding her lunchbox, "do you have any fundamental sword techniques for a magic swordsman?" Upon meeting Yvette's hopeful gaze, Ryan instantly grasped her intent. It seemed Yvette had learned of his teachings to Ninali regarding elven swordsmanship, which had sparked a tinge of envy within her. Gently ruffling Yvette's hair, Ryan smiled and said, "The path you are currently pursuing in swordsmanship is already quite formidable. There is no need to delve into other foundational techniques." "Very well, this Sunday, I shall teach you a new technique of the magic swordsman, whose power is equally formidable." "Thank you, master." Upon hearing this, Ivy nodded with a flicker of joy in her light green eyes. Given her current progress, she was originally supposed to continue practicing the technique learned the previous Sunday. However, Ryan chose to hasten the pace slightly. Of course, Ryan's decision was driven by his own intentions. Chapter 68, Learning, Surpassing, Defeating. After lunch, as the afternoon swordsmanship class commenced, Ryan and his companions arrived at the training grounds. Watching Nanali and Ivy step into the arena, Ryan stood outside with his arms crossed, flanked by Roland on his left and Octavia on his right, drawing envious glances from the males present. Yet, in Ryan's eyes, the individual to his left appeared foolish, while the one to his right resembled a machine of slaughter, hardly figures to be envied. During the swordsmanship class, Octavia's gaze toward Ryan grew increasingly serious, eager to discern what new tricks he might unveil. She tucked her hands into her cloak, confirming the presence of the salt she had deliberately brought that morning. Nodding to herself, not only in combat, but in every aspect, she was determined not to be outdone by Ryan. Her goal was to learn from him, surpass him, and ultimately defeat him. Nanali made rapid strides in her swordsmanship, now capable of exchanging blows with Ivy in the training arena. Observing this, Ryan smiled faintly, recognizing that Ivy was deliberately suppressing her own abilities. Yet, in the past, even with Ivy's restraint, she could only defend against Nanali, lest she inadvertently injure her. Dorothy, meanwhile, meandered aimlessly in the training grounds, neglecting her sword practice, though she frequently glanced toward Ivy and Nanali. It was understandable, considering the presence of General Octavia, a demon lord. Dorothy felt no necessity to attend these swordsmanship lessons. Ryan was already taken aback by the news that Dorothy could lose to Ivy. So, had Dorothy been concealing her true prowess all along? As the first half of the swordsmanship class concluded, Dorothy returned the wooden sword to the rack and jogged back to Octavia. Octavia had prepared water for her in advance and handed it over as soon as Dorothy arrived. "Thank you, Vale, for your hard work." With a cheerful smile, Dorothy accepted the cup, feeling parched, and took a large gulp. At that moment, as the cool water slid down her throat, Dorothy's crimson eyes widened in shock, and her face flushed instantly. "Little miss?" Octavia exclaimed, startled by Dorothy's reaction. Gulp. Dorothy felt a sharp pain in her head, instinctively wanting to spit out the water. However, considering the crowd around her, she valiantly swallowed every drop to maintain her composure. After swallowing the water, Dorothy's delicate visage instantly transformed into a mask of anguish. "Viola, what on earth have you added to the water? Is it edible salt? I saw Ryan giving the daughter of the Yassi family this as well." Octavia, perplexed, took the cup and sipped, only to exhibit the same reaction as Dorothy. Her previously stoic countenance now mirrored a mask of suffering. Upon hearing that Nanali had consumed the same, Dorothy turned her gaze to see Nanali sipping from her cup, seemingly relishing every drop. At that moment, Dorothy felt as though allowing Octavia to follow Ryan's decisions was a grave mistake. Realizing her concoction of saline solution had a slight miscalculation, Octavia promptly replaced Dorothy's cup with fresh water. After finishing the clear liquid, Dorothy took a moment to recover before addressing Octavia. "Viola, perhaps it would be best if you refrained from emulating Mentor Ryan in the future. Simply be yourself." "Absolutely not." Octavia resolutely shook her head. "Even if I do not admire him, for the sake of the lady, I shall diligently learn from him." Previously, Octavia had indeed pursued Ryan's teachings at Dorothy's behest. However, now she had resolved to learn and surpass Ryan. Once she set her mind to something, she would not falter. Witnessing Octavia's stubborn demeanor, Dorothy inwardly lamented. "Your determination to learn from Mentor Ryan is commendable, but the one enduring the hardships is me." Initially, Dorothy intended to persuade Octavia further, but the latter part of the swordsmanship class had already commenced, and the instructor was calling for participants. Reluctantly, Dorothy hurried back to the practice arena. Once Dorothy departed, Octavia immediately turned to Ryan, only to find him struggling to suppress laughter. Octavia furrowed her brows. "What are you laughing at?" Ryan, covering his mouth, shook with suppressed mirth. "Your expression when you drank the saline solution was priceless. I never expected to see such a face from you." Upon hearing this, a flush of crimson spread across Octavia's cheeks. "You forget it." "Impossible." "It was too vivid to forget," he chuckled heartily. Eventually, Ryan could no longer contain himself and erupted into laughter. "You." Octavia's chest heaved with indignation, and in a fit of anger, she raised her tiny fist, capable of delivering a mighty blow. Ryan swiftly deflected her punch with his palm, engaging in a playful exchange of movements. "Calm down. Your earlier demeanor was quite endearing." Octavia gritted her teeth, her face reddening akin to a boiled lobster, and her punches became more fervent. As she had not drawn her sword and her strikes bore no real harm, onlookers perceived the two as a couple playfully displaying affection. eventually losing interest after some amusement. After swinging his fists for quite a while, Octavius, realizing he was completely unable to contend with Ryan, ultimately conceded. He took a couple of steps back and inquired nonchalantly, "How do you prepare your saline solution? You wish to know?" Ryan raised an eyebrow. "Call me darling, and I shall reveal it to you." "You." A chill ran down Lauren's spine. She was taken aback to hear Mr. Ryan utter such a cheesy line. However, this remark effectively pierced Octavius's defenses, causing the slight blush on his face to return with fervor. "Why, you're insane. You rogue. Utter pervert." Seeing Octavius ready to swing his fists again, Ryan swiftly raised his right hand to signal him to cease. He then spoke, "Clearly, you've added too much salt. Next time, try using less. If you are preparing something for Miss Dorothy, you ought to taste it first to ensure it's safe. This is basic knowledge for a steward." Upon hearing the latter, Octavius's expression gradually shifted from embarrassment to shame. Indeed, why hadn't he tasted it first before serving it to Dorothy? What if it had been poisonous? Chapter 69. A delightful new tale. After a day of lessons, Ryan rode back to the estate with Ninali. Miss, the maids, Deli and Daisy, had been eagerly awaiting their return in the courtyard. Once Ninali dismounted, they respectfully addressed her. Ninali nodded and proceeded into the estate, retreating to her room to rest. "Mr. Ryan." Just as Ryan was settling his horse and stepping out of the stable, Daisy approached him with a skip, her face alight with excitement. "The branch I planted has sprouted leaves." "The branch you planted?" Ryan paused momentarily, then recalled the branch Daisy had planted in the courtyard. His curiosity piqued. "It has sprouted? Truly alive?" Ryan was momentarily bewildered, while Daisy eagerly led the dazed Ryan to the branch. To his astonishment, it seemed to have indeed grown taller, and at its fork, a vibrant green leaf stood out remarkably in the midst of autumn. One could easily surmise that this was due to Ryan's healing spell. However, it was also a testament to the branch's resilient vitality. While it was wonderful that it had survived, with winter approaching, wasn't it merely inviting suffering? For some inexplicable reason, Ryan suddenly felt a pang of sympathy for the little branch, rather, the young sapling. "Mr. Ryan, what do you think? Will it attract little birds that can assist me when it grows?" Daisy asked, her face brimming with anticipation. "It won't grow much. It will likely perish after winter." Ryan opened his mouth, wishing to convey this to Daisy, but upon seeing her hopeful expression, he found himself, much like Deli, at a loss for words. Ryan now had a semblance of understanding regarding Deli's sentiments. Perhaps, after some contemplation, Ryan finally spoke up. "It will certainly be fine," Daisy assured with a bright smile. At that moment, it was Deli who interjected, "Daisy, it's time to feed the ducklings." Oh, I'll go right away," Daisy exclaimed and dashed off. Ryan then exchanged glances with Deli. Deli smiled faintly. It seems even Mr. Ryan finds it difficult to voice his thoughts. "I am not deceiving her," Ryan shrugged, a hint of stubbornness in his demeanor. "If this branch can survive, it may not necessarily endure the winter, would it?" With that, Ryan turned his gaze to the sapling and raised his hand to cast a healing spell upon it. After all, the survival of this sapling was closely tied to Ryan, and he resolved to assist it in weathering the harsh winter. Observing this, Deli smirked. "Mr. Ryan, your actions resemble those I used to take." Ahem. Ryan cleared his throat twice, defending himself. "I am merely ensuring that the sapling Daisy planted survives. I am not secretly replacing it with a more resilient one." Deli remained silent, simply watching Ryan. Ryan waved his hand dismissively. All right, it's time to cook. Let us head to the kitchen." "All right." Just as Ryan returned to the estate, Deli suddenly recalled something and produced a pouch from her waist, handing it to Ryan. "By the way, Mr. Ryan, this is for you." "What is this?" Ryan inquired, puzzled, as he accepted the pouch and opened it to find 3 gold coins resting inside. "I delivered the Little Match Girl to the Starleaf newspaper today. The person in charge asked me to pass this on to you. It's your share from Cinderella." Deli continued. "The person in charge also mentioned that they hope to receive a story like this every 3 days. Ryan fell into deep thought. Not long ago, Duke Fina had given him 6 gold coins, and with these 3 additional coins, he had already earned 9 coins from just this one tale of Cinderella. Ryan was genuinely curious about the newspaper's sales over the past few days. Handing 1 gold coin to Deli, Ryan said, "I entrust these matters to you. Take this coin." However, Deli shook her head and declined to accept it. "Mr. Ryan, you haven't even spent the money you gave me last time. I can handle these matters." "Very well, if you need anything in the future, feel free to ask me." Seeing this, Ryan retracted the coin, casually stowed the pouch into his magical space, and proceeded to the kitchen to prepare dinner. In the city of At, within the Starleaf newspaper, Old Buck was elated to receive a new story. He spent the entire day engrossed in the little match girl, growing fonder of it with each reading. Although Cinderella was remarkable, the newspaper's time constraints meant it could not be featured indefinitely. However, after the removal of Cinderella from the newspaper, the sales of the Starleaf newspaper plummeted dramatically. Although the decline was not catastrophic, merely reverting to its usual sales figures, Buck found it somewhat difficult to accept. At last, Buck had obtained a new story penned by the enigmatic Black Butler. Not being of noble lineage, but rather of common descent, Buck immediately recognized the potential uproar that would ensue upon the publication of this story. For it truly encapsulated the living conditions of the most impoverished citizens within the Hadley Empire, and yet, it was merely a tale. Typically, the newspapers of the Hadley Empire reported on political affairs or matters concerning the aristocracy, and never before had a publication given voice to the common people. Moreover, the primary consumers of this newspaper were the very populace it represented. Once the common folk discovered their resonance with a publication so closely tied to the state, they would undoubtedly bestow high praise upon it and fervently promote it. The mere thought of such a spectacle brought an uncontrollable smile to Buck's face. As per tradition, he instructed that this story be featured prominently in the newspaper for 3 days, with the newsboys focusing their sales pitches on this narrative starting tomorrow. After conveying his directives and handing over the edited newspaper, the staff sprang into action. Buck returned to his seat, trembling with excitement. He was utterly curious about the identity of the Black Butler and longed for an opportunity to meet him and engage in a meaningful conversation. Speaking of which, the maid who acted as the Black Butler's messenger, was she not from the Aki family? Was the Black Butler associated with the Aki household? Given that Deli frequently visited the market to procure ingredients and maintained amicable relations with numerous vendors, it was no surprise that Buck recognized her as a servant of the Aki family. Should he consider visiting their estate in Ater City sometime? Buck pondered to himself while gazing at the ceiling. Chapter 70. The response to the news story, a young girl from the lower class, cruelly frozen to death. What had she truly endured? Was this a distortion of humanity or a moral decay? The news story by the Black Butler. Come and witness. Come and purchase. The following morning, as Ryan rode to escort Ninali to Olcott Academy, he bore a rigid expression while listening to the newsboys shouting their slogans by the roadside. Ninali, on the other hand, kept her head bowed, desperately stifling laughter, her face flushed as she struggled to maintain her composure. Ninali was well aware that the Black Butler was none other than Ryan, and she had secretly read some of the stories he had written. She held a deep affection for those tales. However, Ninali had always feigned disinterest in Ryan's writings, to the extent that even Ryan himself remained oblivious to the fact that she had already read his stories. Although this promotional slogan nearly caused Ryan to burst with frustration, the impact was unexpectedly profound, as a large crowd swiftly gathered around the newsboy, creating an impenetrable throng. Give me one. I want a copy. Faced with this chaos, Ryan hastened his horse's pace, eager to distance himself from this tumultuous scene. However, these newsboys were dispersed throughout the city of At, and with each stride he took, the echoes of their sales pitches reached his ears, invariably linked to his rather ludicrous pen name. As he continued on his way, Ryan's expression darkened considerably. It would be prudent to arrange a meeting with the head of the newspaper soon, to suggest that this name should no longer be shouted by the newsboys. After purchasing their newspapers, the common folk dispersed, eagerly engrossed in the contents. Yet, they all swiftly bypassed the so-called political affairs and noble gossip, immediately fixating on the section penned by the enigmatic Black Butler. Goodness! Exclaimed some of the commoners upon reaching the story's conclusion, instinctively reacting. Did you really dare to write this? Is it permissible to publish such things? They reconsidered, realizing it was merely a tale, devoid of any mention of the name Hedley. If the paper were indeed targeted, it would seem rather desperate. This thought brought laughter among them, generating a newfound admiration for the Black Butler, who had the audacity to give a subtle voice to the common people. After all, when had a newspaper ever featured anything relevant to their lives? In a poverty-stricken district, a group of ragged individuals gathered, craning their necks to peer at a single newspaper. Don't crowd. I only have one leg. What did you say? I'm deaf. I can't hear. Is it a new story written by the Black Butler? Who bought it? Can someone read it to me? I can't see. The mute bought the paper. He can't read it. Amid the chaos, the newspaper quickly became soiled. The mute, distressed, clutched the paper protectively, unwilling to share it, as he intended to treasure it dearly. I'll read it. I'll read it. The deaf individual stepped forward, taking the newspaper from the mute's hands, prompting the rest to settle down obediently, like students in a classroom. After a brief glance, he opened his mouth and began to narrate with great emotion. Unbeknownst to him, his voice was quite unpleasant. Initially, the audience fidgeted uncomfortably. However, as the story gained momentum, they once again immersed themselves in its unfolding. By the story's conclusion, when they learned of the little girl's tragic fate, a profound silence enveloped them. Soon, soft sobs began to resonate. For these individuals, who often went hungry, were inadequately clothed, and bore physical disabilities. Winter was invariably the most arduous season of the year. The impoverished, unable to procure sustenance or secure employment, perish by the countless in the frigid embrace of winter. Even in the resplendent city of Adder, a cadre of knights is tasked with the grim duty of clearing the streets of corpses during this harsh season. Beneath the seemingly opulent facade of the Headley Empire lies a multitude of souls like these, voiceless and unseen. Yet now, one individual has chosen to amplify their plight through the pages of a newspaper. The reception of the little match girl far surpasses that of Cinderella. Within a mere 2 hours of selling newspapers, the young newsboys return to the office, their pockets heavy with coin. The staff at the newspaper, still attempting to tally the profits, are soon inundated by a throng of merchants clamoring for their share. Quick, I need 10,000 copies. I want 20,000. Print mine first. I must hurry to Nalari. Get lost. I plan to go to Nalari too, you old codger. Observing this, the newspaper staff can only shake their heads in resignation, fearing the other city publications will soon face similar tribulations. Unbeknownst to Ryan, the impact of his story is resonating throughout the city. After escorting Nanali to her classroom, he encounters Roland at the door, who exclaims excitedly, "Mr. Ryan, your name is echoing everywhere in Adder City." With a slight smirk, Ryan playfully taps Roland on the head. Bang! Roland clutches her head in mock dismay. Seeing her pitiable demeanor, Ryan sighs. Please refrain from mentioning that name in my presence. Now, off to class with you. Everyone is already gathered. Oh, I shall attend class now. I leave Amelia in your care. Very well. Once Roland enters the classroom, Ryan exchanges a glance with Octavio, who stands at the door like a statue. Before turning to exit the teaching building in search of Amelia, Octavio silently follows in Ryan's wake. As Roland ascends to the podium, her demeanor transforms, shedding the foolishness she displayed beside Ryan to embody the authoritative presence of an instructor. Below, Yvette straightens in her seat, now attentive and focused. It is not that Roland's teachings on magic are particularly useful to her, but after several days of shared lunches, she has grown somewhat familiar with Roland, and it would be unbecoming to disregard her during class. Yesterday, we reviewed the categories of magical circles, and today we shall begin our study of their drawings. I hope everyone will achieve commendable scores next week. As she speaks, Roland suddenly notices that Nymisha, who usually slumbers through class, is intently focused on something in her hands. Having allowed Nymisha to nap after several failed attempts to rouse her, Roland's curiosity peaks. Nymisha, what are you looking at? Nymisha jumps, her tail shooting up in surprise. Chapter 71. This time, we shall strive for first place. After locking eyes with Roland, Taya hesitantly stammered. I was reading Mr. Ryan's magical treatise. Mr. Ryan's magical treatise? Roland inquired with heightened curiosity. Given Mr. Ryan's temperament, would he truly compose such a work? Lift it up for me to see. Taya fidgeted for a moment before raising the newspaper she had concealed beneath the table. A wave of laughter erupted within the classroom. Roland, placing a hand on her forehead, waved her hand dismissively. I understand. Please put away your magical treatise and refrain from reading during class. All right, I understand. Taya nodded obediently, stowing the newspaper away, and then promptly laid her head on the table, drifting off to sleep. Roland mused, I never imagined Mr. Ryan's newspaper would reach here. But wait, how did Taya know that the Black Butler is Ryan? Is the disguise of this persona truly that flimsy? At that moment, in the Graham Library, Ryan entered to find that Amia had ceased perusing the ancient tome from the previous day, instead engrossed in today's newspaper. Based on prior experience, it seemed that Amia would likely spend the entire morning absorbed in this story. It appeared that today, he would not be able to share a book with her. Ryan sighed inwardly, feeling a twinge of disappointment, and turned to continue reading the newspaper. Where did I leave off? He pondered. At that moment, Amy's voice broke through, prompting Ryan to turn around. He saw Amy had set aside the newspaper and picked up the ancient tome once more. "Could you continue teaching me Elvish? Is today a story not captivating?" Ryan asked instinctively. Amy shook her head. "It is splendid, but Mr. Butler's stories can be read at any time. However, he can only devote this morning to me, so I must cherish it." Upon hearing this, Ryan returned the newspaper box to its original place and settled beside Amy, effortlessly pulling her into his embrace. "Where did we leave off yesterday?" Observing Ryan cradling Amy while reading, Octavia fell into deep contemplation. How could he persuade the young lady to sit quietly in his arms like that? Given Dorothy's character, she would not be so compliant. Time often slips away swiftly during enjoyable moments. With a mere glance down and then up, the hour had arrived for Nanny Eli and her companions to conclude their lessons. Amy closed the book and leapt from Ryan's embrace, saying, "Thank you again, Mr. Butler. I shall see you next week. By the way, tomorrow is Sunday." Although it was a rare day of respite, Ryan felt a pang of regret. "Then until next week, Amy. It seems I shall spend this rare day off accompanying Nanny Eli and Yvette. By next Sunday, I must fulfill my promise to visit Mingao, uncertain of when I shall return. I trust that Daisy will be able to take good care of Nai. With a heavy heart, Ryan returned to Nai's classroom, accompanied by Yvette and Roland for lunch. During their meal, at Yvette's request, Nai accepted the wooden sword that Ryan had summoned from the magical realm, showcasing the fruits of her recent training. As the sword shimmered with a green glow, each swing appeared almost enchanted, and Nai danced like a true elf, captivating Yvette's light green eyes with delight. However, this admiration was purely visual. For Yvette, the non-aggressive swordplay failed to ignite her interest. Simultaneously, Yvette felt a twinge of envy towards Nai. If only she could receive swordsmanship lessons from Ryan after school like Nai, how far along would she be in her journey as a magic swordsman? Meanwhile, Roland's eyes sparkled with excitement. "This is the first time I've witnessed the swordsmanship of the elven race. After all, elves are predominantly archers and sorcerers, making swordsmen exceedingly rare, to the point where many believe that the elven race possesses no such warriors at all." As they enjoyed their meal and engaged in conversation, Ryan suddenly heard a commotion and turned to see the source of the sound. An elderly man with a benevolent smile and a middle-aged gentleman dressed in noble attire were conversing merrily as they approached Ryan and his companions. Suddenly, the elderly man noticed something, casting a glance in their direction, momentarily taken aback. Clearly, he had not anticipated encountering anyone in such a secluded place for lunch, especially someone he recognized. "Professor Valentine, good day," Roland greeted with a wave and a smile. The elderly man regained his composure, returning Roland's greeting with a slight smile. "Hello, Mr. Roland. I did not expect to find you here for lunch. My apologies for intruding." With that, Valentine did not linger, turning to depart with the nobleman. Before leaving, he cast a lingering glance at Nai, who was beside Ryan. Once Valentine and the nobleman had departed, before Ryan could inquire further, Roland spoke up. "That elderly gentleman is Professor Valentine, who has been with Alcott Academy since its inception. He is the Grand Mage of the Alcott Duke's household and holds the highest position among the scholars of magic at Alcott Academy. It is expected that he will preside over this year's magic examination." "And the nobleman?" Ryan asked. "That nobleman appears to be Count Field. His daughter was the top scorer in last year's magic examination, leaving quite an impression on me. However, since the Field heiress is not in her class, I am not entirely certain." "The top scorer? Then what rank did Amy achieve?" Ryan raised an eyebrow. "Is there a prodigy at Alcott Academy with greater magical talent than Yamiya?" Upon hearing this, Roland immediately placed her hands on her hips, puffed out her chest, and declared, "Yamiya, possessing such extraordinary magical aptitude, is exempt from any magical examinations. In terms of magical talent, the daughter of the Field family cannot possibly compare to Yamiya." Understanding this, Ryan nodded with a knowing smile. Since Yamiya would not be participating in the magical exams, it seemed that the first place in this upcoming competition would undoubtedly belong to Nainali. With this thought in mind, Ryan affectionately ruffled Nainali's hair. Nainali looked up in confusion. Meeting Ryan's gaze, he smiled and said, "In the coming days, I shall teach you a few more spells. Let us strive for first place in next week's magical examination." Chapter 72. What do I respond to him? "First place?" Nainali murmured, glancing at Ryan. Achieving first place in the magical exams was something she had never dared to imagine before, even with Ryan's guidance and following the summoner's path over the past few days. Nainali had only contemplated moving forward, never directly focusing on the notion of securing the top position. Yes, let South aim for first place, Ryan affirmed vigorously. He had already inquired about the examination process, which, like the swordsmanship test, was divided into two parts: the depiction of magical circles and the demonstration of magical power. The depiction involved students illustrating a magical circle at a designated location to showcase its effects, with instructors evaluating based on the outcome. The demonstration required students to conjure fireballs and hit targets, rather than engaging in direct confrontation. For these two tasks, it would suffice to teach Nainali a single magical circle and one spell. It was quite straightforward. Master, at that moment, Yvette spoke softly, her cheeks slightly flushed, seemingly feeling a bit embarrassed. I also wish to achieve first place in the swordsmanship examination. It was no wonder Yvette felt shy, as she had previously lost to Dorothy due to the lack of aesthetic appeal in her swordsmanship. In truth, Yvette's perspective on swordsmanship was quite similar to Ryan's. At its core, swordsmanship should be evaluated based on practical application, and she held a strong aversion to the idea of incorporating aesthetics into the scoring criteria. Nevertheless, Yvette was eager to prove herself, to demonstrate that she was not inferior to Dorothy. Sensing Yvette's aspirations, Ryan replied with a gentle smile, "Having ambition is a commendable trait, not something to be ashamed of. How about this? Tomorrow, I will teach you a sword dance to help you compensate for your shortcomings in the aesthetic aspect of your examination." Upon hearing this, Yvette nodded with joy. "Thank you, Master." Roland, holding a fork, observed the interaction between Ryan and the two young girls, suddenly feeling that her role as their true mentor was somewhat redundant. With Ryan teaching both swordsmanship and magic, what purpose did their attendance at the academy serve? In the afternoon, while Nainali and the others attended their swordsmanship class, Ryan stood on the periphery, deep in thought about the training arrangements for the next couple of days, even refraining from teasing Octavia. Octavia meticulously adjusted her concoction of salt and water, akin to the practice of alchemy. After taking a sip, she furrowed her brow, finding it still a tad too salty, and continued her adjustments. "I had certainly measured the quantities correctly last night." After a considerable period of refinement, Octavia finally produced a glass of salt water that met her satisfaction. Turning her gaze towards Ryan, she noticed he remained deep in thought, utterly still in his posture. There was a certain charisma to his seriousness. Why did he consistently choose to present himself in such an unrefined manner? After observing him for a moment, Octavia spoke up. "The first half of the class is about to conclude." "Huh. Oh." Ryan was jolted back to reality and began preparing salt water for Nainai. Seeing this, Octavia felt a surge of pride. She had to remind him now. Surpassing Ryan was surely only a matter of time. However, a sudden thought struck her. Why should she remind Ryan? Wouldn't it be more advantageous for him to reveal his shortcomings in front of the esteemed daughter of the Yai family? This realization swiftly extinguished the flicker of good cheer that had just arisen within her. Why did I instinctively remind him? Once Ryan prepared the salt water for Nainai, he turned his attention back to the sword training arena and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you." "Oh, you're welcome," Octavia replied instinctively. Why did I respond to him? Before long, the first half of the swordsmanship class came to an end. Dorothy approached Octavia, hesitating for a moment as she looked at the cup of water offered to her. Noticing Dorothy's uncertainty, Octavia quickly assured her, "Miss, feel free to drink. I have tasted it beforehand, and there are no issues." Upon hearing this, Dorothy steeled herself, deciding to trust Octavia once more, and took a small sip. The taste is quite pleasant. She savored it, unable to resist taking a few more sips. And before she knew it, she had finished the entire cup. Seeing the empty cup, Dorothy suppressed her desire for another and nodded at Octavia. "Vale, today's water was excellent. I'm glad you liked it. I will strive even harder in the future." Octavia felt a wave of happiness at Dorothy's acknowledgement. However, Dorothy shivered slightly at Octavia's declaration of greater effort. Nevertheless, she remained silent, contemplating whether to let Vale continue learning from Ryan for a while longer. After the afternoon swordsmanship class concluded, everyone in the academy felt a sense of relief. Tomorrow marked the Sabbath, followed by the autumn examinations, and then a month-long holiday. Though most individuals would choose to prepare anxiously for examinations this Sunday, there are those who opt to relax their minds in order to face the tests in their finest form. After arranging to meet Yvette the following day, Ryan escorted Nainali back to the estate. As they passed through the estate's courtyard, Ryan noticed that the vitality of the sapling Daisy had planted seemed to have intensified. After casting a healing spell upon the small tree, Ryan entered the estate to commence dinner preparations. "Mr. Ryan, do you have any plans for this Sunday?" inquired Dolly, who was assisting in the kitchen, teaching Ninali and the others magic and swordsmanship at the estate. "Is it? Ryan's schedule appears rather uncomplicated," Dolly remarked with a gentle smile. "Tomorrow, Daisy and I are going to distribute porridge, and we would like to invite you to join us." "Distributing porridge?" Ryan pondered for a moment before nodding. "Very well. Let us go together after breakfast." Dolly paused. "Then the ladies will be able to return before noon. Won't they?" Ryan chuckled. "That will leave them just enough time to warm up." To be honest, Ryan was quite curious about the living conditions of the impoverished in Art City. Could they be more challenging than those in the border towns? Surely not. With so many nobles in Art City, even the poor must occasionally find something of value. Moreover, the beggar Daisy encountered last time even scoffed at a single copper coin. "By the way, on our return, could you accompany me to the Art City newspaper office? I wish to have a face-to-face discussion with the person in charge." Recalling the events of the morning, Ryan continued speaking to Dolly. Chapter 73. Give Face. "Don't be shy, strike him." The following morning, as Ryan was preparing breakfast, a sudden knock echoed at the estate's door. Startled for a moment, he entrusted his tasks to Dolly and went to open the door. There stood a guard, who respectfully announced, "Mr. Ryan, Miss Odysseus has come to pay a visit." Upon hearing this, Ryan shifted his gaze to the entrance, where Yvette and her maid were already waiting. Approaching Yvette, Ryan could not help but ask, "What brings you here so early today?" I was quite eager for the upcoming sword practice with the magic swordsman, so I arrived early." "Have you had breakfast yet?" Yvette's cheeks flushed as she exhibited a rare, bashful demeanor, possessing an endearing contrast. She certainly could not admit that her early arrival was merely to partake in breakfast. Ryan studied Yvette for a moment, then smiled gently. "Breakfast isn't ready yet. I'm in the midst of preparing it. Would you care to join me?" "Then I shall graciously accept. Thank you, master." After ushering Yvette into the estate, Ryan invited her to take a seat at the dining table while he returned to the kitchen to continue his breakfast preparations. After the breakfast was served, Yvette did not hastily pick up her chopsticks, but instead awaited the arrival of the estate's mistress, Ninali. At that moment, Ninali had just finished her morning ablutions and was seated on a small chair, allowing Ryan to dry her hair with wind magic. Observing Ryan's meticulous care in drying Ninali's hair, a fleeting glimmer of envy sparkled in Yvette's eyes. This brief flash of envy did not escape the notice of Yvette's maid, leaving her feeling somewhat awkward. Typically, after her own morning wash, Yvette's maid would merely use a towel to absorb the moisture from her hair, as she lacked the skill to employ wind magic. After Ryan had dried Ninali's hair, they both took their seats at the dining table. Ninali nodded in Yvette's direction, acknowledging her presence before beginning her breakfast. As the first bite of the meal entered her mouth, Yvette squinted her eyes in delight, instantly feeling that the early rise and long journey to this place were entirely worthwhile. Even though Yvette enjoyed Ryan's bento every noon at the academy, perhaps it was precisely this that had refined her palate, making her home-cooked meals increasingly less palatable. "I will be heading to the slums with Dolly and Daisy to distribute porridge shortly. You two should warm up while I am away. We will commence proper practice upon my return." Ryan spoke to the two little girls during the meal. Ninali nodded. "Come back early." Ryan smiled, assuring her, "Rest assured. I shall return before noon." "Master, be careful on the road," came the response. "All right." After finishing breakfast, Dolly and Daisy took the dishes to the kitchen, while Ryan began guiding Ninali and Yvette through their warm-up exercises in the yard. Once Dolly and Daisy had finished breakfast and readied themselves to leave the estate, Ryan bid farewell to the two little girls and accompanied the two women to the slums. On the way, Dolly purchased a bag of wheat and some other ingredients to prepare the porridge. As they entered the slum area, Ryan immediately sensed an overpowering stench reminiscent of decay. However, observing the streets flanking the slums, Ryan noted that the environment was relatively decent. Though it could not be described as clean, it was at least tidy, indicating that the inhabitants, despite their poverty, had not succumbed to despair in their lives. Unfazed by the foul odor, Ryan remained composed, having long since developed an immunity to even more acrid scents. A ragged-looking resident emerged from a house, carrying a burlap sack. Upon spotting Ryan and his companions, he froze momentarily before sprinting down the street, shouting, "The maid is here! The maid is here!" At his call, The impoverished residents of the slum began to peek out from their doorways. Daisy waved cheerfully at everyone, while Dolly raised the bag of ingredients she was holding. Many impoverished individuals sprang into action, promptly gathering large pots, firewood, and stands, and in no time, they had prepared the necessary equipment for cooking porridge. Subsequently, a long queue formed in front of the pot, with each person bringing their own bowl, their eyes brimming with anticipation as they gazed at Diley and Daisy. However, numerous hostile glances were directed toward Ryan. Why do you all look at me like that? The money for your porridge was provided by me, you know? Nonetheless, it was evident that Diley and Daisy had visited this place many times before, earning significant respect among the impoverished. The mere fact that they could compel the crowd to line up so obediently was something even Duke Fina might struggle to achieve. Diley approached the pot, adding ingredients and then pouring in water and salt to commence the cooking of the porridge. Daisy held a ladle, ready to serve the porridge to those in line. Ryan stood silently by, observing the scene. Truth be told, despite being in a prosperous city like its city, the plight of the poor here seemed worse than that of the impoverished in border towns. Does the splendor of a city correlate inversely with the hardships faced by its lower-class citizens? Soon, a pot of porridge was ready, and Daisy began ladling it out to those who had queued. Be careful, it's hot. Take your time drinking. You can come back for more, but please, do not waste any. As the distribution of porridge commenced, Ryan began to understand why the locals referred to Daisy as an angel. With each serving, Daisy expressed genuine concern, her radiant smile never faltering, leaving Ryan momentarily entranced. Suddenly, a commotion erupted among the poor. A filthy, burly man, bare-chested and exuding an unpleasant odor, pushed his way forward, clutching a tattered basin. Hurry, give me porridge. Upon witnessing this, Daisy frowned slightly. Please, go stand in line. I'm starving. Hurry up. Ignoring her request, the burly man spoke rudely. Daisy puffed her cheeks in frustration, but quickly ladled porridge for the man to send him on his way. The man, brashly walking to a nearby spot, tilted his head back and gulped down a large mouthful, spilling much of the porridge down his chin. In an instant, the basin was emptied, and he tossed it aside, cursing loudly. Damn it, what is this? Not a shred of meat in it. It tastes terrible. Diley's expression gradually darkened. It was evident to anyone that this man was merely looking for trouble. Do you remember what I told you? At that moment, Ryan's voice rang out, and Diley turned to see him wearing a mysterious smile. When faced with such an insolent individual, just give him a good thrashing. With that, Ryan stepped toward the burly man. Chapter 74. Clean slate. Though he shouted something incomprehensible, the burly man, after digging at the grime between his teeth, appeared to still crave more. Shifting his gaze, he fixed his eyes on a long line of porridge in front of him and, licking his fingers, pointed at a recently served, jubilant pauper, exclaiming, Hey, you, bring that porridge to me. The pauper's smile froze upon hearing the burly man's voice. With a dismissive wave of his hand, the burly man beckoned the pauper to approach, revealing that he had likely been a tyrant in this impoverished district for quite some time. I said, Give me the porridge, the burly man enunciated clearly, each word dripping with menace. The pauper, head bowed and unable to meet the burly man's gaze, timidly replied, You can go back to the line after you finish. Bang! As soon as the words left his lips, the burly man swung his hand, knocking the pauper's bowl to the ground, spilling its contents everywhere. The burly man sprang to his feet, seizing the pauper by the collar. You think I'll stand in line? Witnessing such brazen tyranny, the other paupers in line shrank back in fear. Daisy's cheeks flushed with indignation, and she prepared to confront the burly man. However, Delia raised her hand to restrain Daisy, whispering, Mr. Ryan has already approached. At the mention of Ryan, Daisy immediately fell silent, her wide eyes darting towards him. Sir, the porridge we distribute must not be wasted. A calm voice interrupted as the burly man lifted his fist against the pauper. Ryan, dressed in a sleek black butler's uniform, approached with a genial smile. After appraising Ryan's slender frame, the burly man cast the pauper aside and stepped forward, looming over Ryan. What do you want? Nothing much, Ryan replied, crossing his arms and slowly raising his gaze. Beneath his smile flickered a chilling intensity. I merely wish for you to consume the porridge from the ground. You. The burly man's face flushed crimson, fury igniting as he raised his hand, intent on striking this noble servant as a lesson. However, Ryan was quicker. In the instant the burly man lifted his palm, Ryan unleashed a lightning-fast punch, driving it into the man's abdomen. Puff! The burly man, whose physique was evidently bulkier than Ryan's by 2 or 3 sizes, staggered back several steps from the force of the blow, collapsing to the ground. Bowing his head, he retched violently, expelling the porridge he had just consumed. Withdrawing his fist, Ryan felt as though he had just struck a gelatinous slime, shaking his hand in disgust. Then, he advanced, placing his foot squarely on the burly man's back, forcing his face into the vomit-strewn ground. The burly man, panic-stricken, shifted his gaze just in time to meet Ryan's devilish grin, a chill coursing through his body. "Are you really going to lay hands on us, paupers? I merely wish to take action against you, regardless of whether you are a commoner or a noble." Ryan lowered his head and spoke with a faint smile. "Now, drink all the porridge that your face is touching." The burly man immediately shook his head, terror evident in his eyes. How could he be compelled to consume such filth? Even the most destitute of the poor would never stoop to such a level. "Refuse? If you do not comply, I cannot guarantee that this will not become part of your insides." Ryan's smile remained, as he pointed out one by one, as if instructing a little girl. "This porridge represents your brain, this piece of radish is your heart, and this leaf of cabbage is your lung." As Ryan continued, the terror on the burly man's face deepened, and with Ryan's devilish grin, he could sense that this madman was not jesting. This was no noble steward. This was a butcher dragged from the execution grounds. Eventually, the burly man succumbed to despair, extending his tongue to lick the contents off the ground, causing the onlooking poor to feel nauseated. It was then that Deli remembered she shouldn't let Daisy witness such a scene, but upon turning, she found that Daisy displayed no signs of discomfort. Rather, her eyes sparkled with excitement, as if twinkling with stars. "Well done, Mr. Ryan." Deli thought to herself that perhaps she had been overly concerned. After a considerable time of licking, the dirt on the ground appeared to have been stripped away. The burly man raised his head and smiled obsequiously at Ryan. "Sir, is that enough?" "Not yet," Ryan replied, gesturing toward another bowl of porridge that the burly man had knocked over. "You must clean that up as well." The burly man's expression stiffened. Reluctance was not an option. Ryan smiled faintly. "Now, tell me, who sent you to cause trouble?" The burly man shook his head repeatedly. I don't know." A sharp crack echoed as a bone snapped. The burly man slowly turned his head, horrified to discover that Ryan's foot, which had been pressing on his back, had somehow shifted to his arm, compressing it as if it were dough. In that moment, he felt an intense pain, and tears and snot streamed down his face as he began to wail. "Does it hurt?" Ryan asked with a calm smile, tossing a green magical orb into the burly man's arm. Once the green light faded, the man's arm returned to its original state. Gasping for breath, the burly man was about to speak when he noticed Ryan's foot lifting again. Crack. Mr. Ryan, this is rather cruel, isn't it?" Even Deli felt that Ryan was being somewhat merciless. Turning to look at Daisy, Deli found that Daisy was not frightened. On the contrary, she appeared even more exhilarated. After healing the burly man's arm once more, Ryan continued to inquire. "Who sent you here?" "I truly do not know." The burly man was in a wretched state, tears streaming down his face. Suddenly, a stranger had approached him, offering a silver coin and instructing him to cause a disturbance while you distributed porridge. Once the task was conveyed, the stranger departed, leaving the man perplexed about his identity. Ryan smiled and remarked, "A mere silver coin allows you to speak so boldly to a member of the Count's household? Do you not fear for your life?" Upon hearing this, the burly man swallowed hard, his eyes wide with terror as he stammered. The stranger claimed that the Axie family wishes to cultivate a favorable image among the poor. Thus they would never resort to violence against them. Ryan fell silent. The nobles, upon learning of the Axie family's charitable acts, did not immediately contemplate joining in the benevolence to enhance their standing. Rather, their first instinct was to sabotage the efforts. Despite their wealth, they were loath to allocate their resources towards the impoverished, even if they understood the significance of prestige among the destitute. Chapter 75. Is this the notorious Butler? After reprimanding the burly man, Daisy resumed her charitable work, and the line of impoverished citizens became orderly. The burly man quietly huddled in a corner. Even as his stomach began to rumble, he dared not approach again. Once the distribution concluded, Ryan and his companions departed the slums, watched by the grateful crowd. "Mr. Ryan, Mr. Ryan," Daisy called out, hastening to catch up with him, wrapping her arms around his, and smiling. "Where are we headed next?" "To the Starleaf newspaper to discuss a few matters." Observing Daisy's newfound clinginess, Ryan sighed and playfully tapped her forehead after witnessing my earlier demeanor. Are you not afraid of me? Why should I be afraid? Daisy retorted. You were merely teaching a lesson to a wrongdoer. I find you quite reassuring. It would be wonderful if you could accompany us every time we venture out. At her words, Ryan fell into contemplation. Daisy's remark sparked a realization. Those elusive nobles had chosen to send someone to create chaos today, but what if they dispatched assassins tomorrow to target Deli and Daisy? It was impractical for him to accompany them constantly. Perhaps he could devise some defensive trinkets for them upon returning home, or teach Deli some offensive magic. Mr. Ryan. Daisy's voice interrupted his thoughts, bringing him back to the present. What if, after we leave, that bully begins to torment others again? Seeing the concern etched on her face, Ryan gently tousled her hair, assuring her with a smile, Do not worry. I have made a pact with him. He shall not bully anyone again. Will he truly keep his word? Daisy inquired, her brow furrowing with doubt. Certainly, for those who break their promises are destined to face dire consequences. Mr. Ryan, do you think of me as a child? After bidding farewell to Ryan and his companions, the previously despondent giant regained his vigor, rising from the corner and striding forward. At once, he sought out the impoverished man with whom he had just quarreled. Grasped by the collar by the giant, the man's face turned pale with despair. He understood he could not escape this fate. The giant was incorrigibly malicious, unlikely to reform after a mere reprimand. Did he truly believe that with someone backing him, he could rest easy? The giant's visage contorted with fury, ready to unleash his pent-up wrath upon the unfortunate man. As he contemplated the means of inflicting torment, an unexpected heat surged in his abdomen, akin to a flame burning within. This was not the heat of desire but a genuine fire, searing him from within. Upon noticing flames beginning to flicker from his belly, the sensation of burning swiftly spread throughout his body. The giant gaped in agony, emitting low, painful roars. At that moment, he recalled the punch Ryan had delivered to his abdomen. I was wrong, he gasped, his face contorted in pain as he knelt on the ground, pressing his forehead desperately against the earth. I was wrong, I beg you. Alas, Ryan could not hear his pleas. The magic that had been implanted within the giant was never intended to spare him. Gradually, flames erupted from his skin, consuming him entirely. Yet, at this point, he could no longer emit a sound, for the fire had charred his innards, rendering him utterly silent. Witnessing this, a crowd of impoverished onlookers paused, their eyes fixed upon the dazzling flames. As the fire subsided, revealing the charred remains beneath, fear briefly seized them. But it was quickly replaced by elation upon recognizing the identity of the deceased. This tyrant had finally met his end. This scoundrel is dead. My daughter hung herself after he violated her. She had even been accepted into Olcott Academy. My poor daughter who did this. Someone exclaimed. It was that steward. I saw him cast magic. It must be him. In an instant, the impoverished crowd seemed to celebrate as if it were a festive occasion. Meanwhile, Ryan and his party had arrived at the Starleaf newspaper agency, where they met its director, Buck. Despite the agency's modest size, Buck held a significant position in the city of Ater. For every noble, their primary sources of income, aside from taxation, included the newspapers within their fiefdoms. Each day, these newspapers would remit 70% of their profits to the local nobility, making them a veritable cash cow for the aristocracy. In the newspaper office, Ryan and Buck sat across from each other, with the youthful Ryan exuding an air of calm, while the elderly Buck appeared quite reserved. Is this truly the esteemed Mr. Black Butler? Buck was taken aback by Ryan's youthful visage. He had assumed that a writer capable of crafting a poignant tale like The Little Match Girl would be an elderly scholar of similar age to himself. However, observing Ryan in his elegant black butler attire, Buck couldn't help but silently scoff. Indeed, the man resembled his pen name. It was a pity. Buck had envisioned a deep and candid friendship with Mr. Black Butler. Mr. Buck, may I count on your agreement to my terms? Noticing Buck's silence as he scrutinized him, Ryan raised an eyebrow and inquired. Oh. Buck snapped back to reality, smiling as he replied, Of course, there is no issue. I'll instruct the newsboys to refrain from using the name Black Butler in their promotions for the newspaper. Very well. As for your request for a story every 3 days, I cannot promise such a commitment for an extended period, but I assure you that for the coming months, it shall pose no problem. Excellent. Buck nodded eagerly. I appreciate your assistance. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. Safe travels. By the way, may I inquire about your true name? Upon hearing this, Ryan smiled softly. My name is Ryan, the personal butler to the young lady of the Yasi family. Indeed, a true butler, Buck replied with a slight bow, smiling as he said, "Very well, Mr. Ryan. Do visit often. The revenue from the new story will be delivered tomorrow to the Yasi estate. At that time, I shall conveniently hand you the next story." "Very well. Take care, Mr. Ryan." Chapter 76. Dorothy's visit upon returning to the estate from the Star Leaf newspaper. Ryan spotted Nanali and Yvette, the two young girls, practicing swordplay in the courtyard from a distance. "Master." Yvette was the first to notice Ryan, placing her wooden sword down and jogging to the entrance to greet him. Nanali, however, did not approach, instead folding her sword and silently observing Ryan from the courtyard. "Well done." Ryan smiled gently as he ruffled Yvette's hair and stepped into the courtyard. The two maids, Deli and Daisy, did not linger outside but directly entered the estate to attend to their tasks. "Let us practice swordplay." After assessing Nanali and Yvette, Ryan addressed Yvette. "I will first demonstrate a sword dance for you. Then you may practice diligently, after which I will teach Nanali the formation." Yvette nodded eagerly, "All right." Seeing that Nanali had no objections, Ryan effortlessly picked up a wooden sword and began his demonstration. Given Yvette's innate talent for swordsmanship, Ryan found it unnecessary to teach her each move individually. A full demonstration followed by guidance would suffice. Every move Ryan executed with the wooden sword was remarkably light and agile, imbued with a profound sense of rhythm. Even Yvette, who was not particularly fond of non-aggressive swordplay, found herself momentarily captivated. This sword dance, originally a form of social interaction among the elven kin, had become increasingly rare as the number of elven swordsmen dwindled. The elven legacy inherently possessed a certain aesthetic charm, especially in the case of this dance designed for social engagement. As long as Yvette could master the movements, achieving outstanding results in the visually appealing swordsmanship examination would be well within her reach. Once the demonstration of the sword dance was complete, Ryan sheathed the wooden sword and turned to Yvette, inquiring, "What do you think?" Yvette nodded vigorously. "I can give it a try." "Excellent. Practice for now. And after I finish teaching Nai the formation, I shall review your progress." "Understood, master." Subsequently, Ryan approached Nai and, after a moment of contemplation, asked, "Are you familiar with the basics of formations?" Upon hearing this, Nai's cheeks flushed, and her tone took on a hint of irritation. "I know those. It's just that I'm not adept at channeling magical energy. I'm not completely inept." "Haha, I was merely confirming. How could my esteemed lady be inept?" Ryan chuckled while affectionately ruffling Nai's hair. "You are the best." "Humph." At Ryan's words, Nai turned her head away, her blush deepening, and her irritation dissipated somewhat. Ryan had already devised a magical formation for Nai the previous day, one that was visually striking, potent, and well-suited to her current magical reserves as a summoner. He took into account every potential advantage, determined to help Nai not only secure first place, but to excel in every category of the magical examination. Given Nai's magical talent, this was entirely feasible. If any issues arose, Ryan would solely attribute them to his own shortcomings in teaching. "Ryan Minter." Just as Ryan was about to impart knowledge regarding the magical formation to Nai, a familiar voice suddenly called from the entrance. Turning to look, Ryan saw that Dorothy and Octavia had appeared at the doorway, without him noticing. Dorothy, holding up a bag, beamed, "Yahi, Ryan Minter, I've come to visit." Noticing this, Ryan glanced at Nai, who nodded in agreement. After all, there had been no conflict between them, and it would be impolite to turn away someone who had traveled such a distance to visit. Seeing Nai's nod, Ryan turned back to Dorothy and Octavia, saying, "Please, come in." "Thank you." Dorothy stepped into the courtyard, approached Ryan, and handed him the bag. "Ryan Minter, these are seeds for fluffy peppers from our side. They're delicious when grown." "Thank you." Upon learning that they were fluffy pepper seeds, Ryan accepted the bag with a gentle smile. Turning his head to meet Nanali's puzzled gaze, Ryan began to explain. "It is a rather delightful ingredient, and its cultivation is not particularly challenging, unfortunately. It is scarcely found within the Hidurli Empire." "Oh," Nanali nodded, remaining silent. Ryan then redirected his attention to Dorothy. "Did you come here merely as a guest? Or are you here to mooch off a meal?" Dorothy, hands on her hips and with a nonchalant demeanor, replied, "Because Vale blew up the kitchen. I pondered for a moment and decided to come here." At these words, Ryan looked in astonishment at Octavia, who turned her face away, blushing and unwilling to meet his gaze. "Are you practicing?" Dorothy inquired, observing the scene in the courtyard. "Should I take my leave?" "No need. Nanali finally spoke up. Feel free to stay here. After all, Dorothy has no knowledge of the summoner's method for channeling magical energy, so she won't be able to learn anything. Thank you, Yahi. Dorothy expressed her gratitude, cheerfully making her way to a patch of grass nearby, unbothered by the dirt, and plopped down. The moment Yvette noticed Dorothy, she halted her sword dance, not wishing for Dorothy to witness her diligent training aimed solely at countering her. Once Dorothy had settled down, Ryan resumed teaching Nanali about the magic formation. Nanali, first channel the fire element's magical energy using the summoner's method, then draw the most basic magic formation on the ground. All right, Nanali nodded and began to channel her magical energy, the tip of her wooden sword gradually adorned with a hint of red magical element, akin to the tip of a ballpoint pen. Soon after, Nanali commenced sketching the foundational magic formation in the courtyard. This marked Nanali's inaugural attempt at using magical energy to illustrate a formation. However, she executed it with remarkable ease. During her times of struggling to channel magical energy, she often practiced drawing basic formations in the courtyard with a stick. In the realm of simply illustrating magic formations, she was no less skilled than those exceptional students proficient in this art. Before long, a foundational magic formation was completed, and Ryan nodded in satisfaction. It was not merely well drawn but perfectly precise, requiring no revisions. Next came the task of detailing it to elevate the basic magic formation. Ryan approached Nanali from behind, gently grasping her small hand, patiently elucidating as he guided her in outlining the magic formation stroke by stroke. Nanali listened attentively, posing questions to Ryan whenever she encountered something she did not comprehend, swiftly becoming engrossed in the task. Chapter 77. An unprecedented bustle at the Yahi household. While Ryan was instructing Nanali in drawing the magic formation, Dorothy, intrigued, leaned in for a closer look. Yet, after a brief moment, she stifled a yawn, returned to her spot, and lay down on the grass to take a nap. The auxiliary magic array was meticulously crafted using the fire elements channeled through the magical veins of the elven swordsman. It was essential to reinforce the design, and with a few additional strokes, the task was complete. With a gentle clap of his hands, Ryan gazed upon the intricate yet orderly magic circle etched into the ground, a faint smile gracing his lips. A radiant smile blossomed on Nanali's petite face as she beheld the magic array, a profound sense of satisfaction swelling within her. This was the first time she had drawn a magic array imbued with power in her life. Later this afternoon, when I teach Yvette swordsmanship, you will replicate this magic circle and show me your results once completed, Ryan declared, straightening his posture and stretching his limbs. All right, Ashi, Mr. Ryan. At that moment, a familiar voice chimed in, melodious yet slightly foolish in Ryan's ears. Dorothy, who had been peacefully dozing on the grass, suddenly sat upright, exclaiming, "Did I just hear Tutor Roland?" Indeed, Dorothy was not mistaken. Roland stood at the entrance of the Ashi residence, smiling and waving energetically. Upon seeing Roland, Ryan approached with a sigh, asking, "What brings you here?" "Here?" Roland paused, surveying the courtyard before noticing Dorothy and Octavia. "Oh, Dorothy is here too. What is your purpose for coming?" Ryan inquired, his gaze piercing. "I came to encourage Ashi," Roland responded, patting her ample chest and employing the excuse she had meticulously concocted. "With the autumn exams approaching next week, as Ashi's tutor, I simply had to come and offer my support." As she spoke, Roland turned her attention to Nanali in the courtyard, exclaiming, "Ashi, good luck with your exams." Nanali, having just completed the magic array with Ryan, was in high spirits. "Thank you, Tutor Roland," she replied. However, Ryan was not swayed by Roland's facade, continuing to question, "Out of all your students, why do you choose to visit Nanali specifically? And right before mealtime?" "Because Nanali has shown remarkable progress, and I genuinely hope she excels in her magic examination," Roland muttered, lowering her head and fidgeting with her fingers. "Though, I must admit, I did come for a meal." Ryan allowed Roland to enter, and as the time approached, he returned to the residence, entering the kitchen to prepare lunch. In the kitchen, Ryan turned to the first person who had come to assist, Deli, and inquired, "Deli, are there enough ingredients?" Given the number of guests expected, ample supplies were necessary for the meal. "There are plenty," Deli replied, producing a bounty of stored ingredients. After selecting a few, Ryan instructed Deli to return the rest, and thus began the formal preparation of lunch. At this moment, Nanali and the others had already taken their seats at the dining table, Octavial and Yvette's maid acting as attendants. stood silently beside their respective mistresses without taking a seat. The tantalizing aroma wafting from the kitchen was irresistible. Dorothy's eyes sparkled with anticipation. If she had a little tail like Nemetea's, it would likely be wagging like a fan in excitement. Amidst the agonizing wait, Ryan finally emerged from the kitchen, balancing 2 plates. Dorothy, ravenous by now, was not merely here at the Ahi household for a free meal, but Octaviel's culinary disasters were indeed true. Having not eaten since morning, Dorothy's hunger was palpable, especially with the delightful sense of Ryan's cooking permeating the air. Naturally, Octaviel was not in a state of fullness either. With the enticing aromas wafting throughout the estate, her stomach was also growling in hunger. Yet, the thought that all this was prepared by Ryan made Octaviel inwardly shake her head vehemently, suppressing every gluttonous impulse. She must defeat him. How could she succumb in such a moment? As Ryan stepped out of the kitchen, Dorothy leaned eagerly over the table, her eyes fixed on him. In response, Ryan chuckled. Patience, just a little longer. Deli followed closely behind, carrying 2 plates of her own. On this rare Sunday, the meal was naturally meant to be sumptuous, and Dorothy and Roland were fortunate to partake. With a dish, a soup, and some snacks prepared by Ryan, the 3 courses were not overly abundant individually, but collectively they were ample enough to satiate one. Ryan and Deli made several trips back and forth, finally bringing all the dishes to the table. As Ryan took his seat, the gazes of Dorothy and the others converged upon him, but Ryan directed his attention to Nanali. As Nanali picked up her chopsticks and took a small bite of the dish, the lunch officially commenced. With a knife and fork in hand, Dorothy gazed at the aromatic dishes before her, nearly drooling. Instantly, her eyes were drawn to a crispy-looking item in the snack platter. This delicacy, known as spring rolls, was something Ryan had attempted to recreate from the memories of a past life, a first for him. Due to a lack of proper filling, he had substituted with something that seemed similar. As Dorothy lifted her fork, her eyes gleamed with excitement at the sight of the spring rolls. However, just as her fork was about to touch the spring roll, a shadow darted past, and the spring roll she had locked onto vanished without a trace. Dorothy paused in shock before turning to her side to glance at Octaviel, who at that moment had her cheeks puffed out, rapidly chewing her food. Dorothy pursed her lips and inquired, "Vayu?" Octaviel swallowed the morsel in her mouth and replied to Dorothy, "My lady, it is not poisonous. You may partake." Dorothy reassured herself. "Oh well, there are 2 on the plate anyway." With this thought, she speared another spring roll with her fork and brought it to her lips. The moment she bit into the crisp exterior, the fragrant filling burst forth, enveloping her palate and causing her eyes to widen in delight. Delicious. Meanwhile, Lorene, with her mouth full and lacking any semblance of noble decorum, nodded in agreement, as if fearing someone might snatch her food away. Chapter 78. Vayu, I detest you. As the lingering flavors faded, Dorothy eagerly lifted her fork, intent on savoring another treat. However, after surveying the snack platter, it dawned on her that there were only 2 spring rolls, one of which had already been devoured by Octaviel. Puffing her cheeks, Dorothy quickly adjusted her mindset. Recognizing that it was only natural for Octaviel to feel hungry, having not eaten anything that morning. Next, Dorothy's gaze shifted to the prized fried meatball on the platter. A rare delicacy, as each person was allotted only one. Just as she reached for it, a familiar shadow darted past, and the meatball vanished without a trace. Dorothy stared in disbelief for a moment before stiffly turning her head to face Octaviel, whose cheeks were bulging like a hamster's. Octaviel longed to swallow the meatball immediately, but it was rather large, and she struggled to chew while maintaining eye contact with Dorothy. Eventually, she managed to swallow the meatball and nodded seriously at Dorothy, "My lady. It is not poisonous. You may eat." Yet, upon seeing Octaviel, Dorothy's lips curled into a pout, and tears began to glisten in her eyes. "Woo. My lady. Vayu, I detest you." Dorothy finally could no longer contain herself and exclaimed, her eyes reddened. At her words, Octaviel froze, struck as if by lightning. And Dorothy's declaration echoed in her ears. "I detest you, detest you, detest you." After shaking her head a couple of times, Octaviel turned away, squatting down to draw circles on the ground, her demeanor seemingly dimmed. "I have been despised by the lady, despised by the lady." Octaviel muttered to herself. "I was merely following Ryan's advice to taste the food before the lady eats. Why then am I disliked?" Ryan retorted, "Was that merely a taste? You were practically stealing the food." As he turned his gaze, he noticed Dorothy gazing at him with tear-filled eyes. "Professor Ryan, I didn't get to eat the fried meatballs. Here, take mine." Ryan promptly transferred the fried meatballs from his plate to Dorothy's, for after all, she was a guest here. Having brought the precious seeds of the rare velvet pepper, it was only fitting to treat her well. Moreover, Ryan routinely prepared a meatball for himself in the lunch he brought to Olcott Academy, so he wouldn't miss this particular bite. Thank you, Professor Ryan. Dorothy's previously tear-streaked face instantly brightened into a smile. If it weren't for the slight redness around her eyes, Ryan might have thought her tears were merely an act. Compared to Ivy, the noble daughter of the Headley Empire, Dorothy, a noble from the Demon Clan, seemed much more like a child. Although the internal affairs of the Demon Clan were undoubtedly more complex than those of the Headley Empire, it was undeniable that the nobles within the Demon Clan were far more harmonious, rarely engaging in intrigue. Moreover, there were no laws regulating conflicts among nobles in the Demon Clan. Delicious. After savoring the meatball Ryan had given her, Dorothy's little face radiated satisfaction. If only I could eat meals prepared by Professor Ryan forever. Upon hearing this, Octavia, who was crouched on the ground drawing circles, turned her gaze fixedly toward Ryan. Despite her stare, Ryan silently scoffed, knowing that he could never teach her how to cook. After lunch, Dorothy wiped her mouth and casually found a place to rest away from the table. The remaining time was designated for the servants to dine. Daisy, and Ivy's maid sat at the table, eating their lunch gracefully yet swiftly. Octavia, however, was determined to avoid Ryan's cooking, choosing instead to stand beside Dorothy, striving to win back her favor. She had enjoyed the food when she had shared it with Dorothy moments ago, but unfortunately, Octavia lacked the charm to amuse others, resorting only to dry jokes that made Dorothy uncomfortable and unable to relax. Classmate Yasi, Professor Ryan, and tutor Roland, I will take my leave with Vale now. So as not to disturb you, I'll come to play again next time. After enduring 2 of Octavia's cold jokes, Dorothy could no longer contain herself and bid farewell to Ryan and the others, leaving the estate. Once Dorothy and Octavia departed, Roland did not linger either. After encouraging Ninali and Ivy, she too took her leave. After a brief digestion period, Ryan led the 2 young girls into the courtyard to commence their afternoon training. He first instructed Ninali to redraw the magic circle she had studied in the morning, while simultaneously guiding Ivy in the sword dance of the elf clan. Perhaps due to her lack of proficiency, Yvette's sword dance, though rhythmic, appeared somewhat rigid. Particularly, her expression remained stern throughout the performance, as if she were facing an imminent threat. Yvette, you could relax a bit more. This sword dance is akin to a dance, not a means to slay. After offering guidance and watching Yvette demonstrate a few times, Ryan sighed, approached her with a wooden sword, and gently aligned the tips of their swords. Let us proceed with my rhythm, and remember to ease up. This sword dance, being a form of communication among the elven race, naturally distinguished between the male and female styles. What Ryan imparted to Yvette was specifically the feminine variant. As Ryan led the dance, Yvette soon discovered that, despite the stark differences between his sword dance and the one she had learned, their movements harmonized surprisingly well. Unbeknownst to her, Yvette began to sway her wooden sword in sync with Ryan's rhythm. Although their physical sizes differed considerably, Yvette's execution of the wooden sword became noticeably more fluid, her expression gradually softening. In that moment, Yvette felt as if she were not merely practicing swordplay, rather, amidst the dance with Ryan. Waves of joy and delight surged within her. Upon completing a round of the dance, Ryan sheathed his wooden sword, while Yvette still felt a lingering desire to continue. Have you found your rhythm? Ryan's voice brought Yvette back to reality, and she noticed his gentle smile. Maintain the feeling we just had and practice it a few more times. Once you can perform this dance independently, we shall move on to the techniques of the magic swordsman. After all, this sword dance is merely a preparation for the examination. It would be impractical for you to focus on it indefinitely. The training for the magic swordsman is far more crucial. I understand, Master, Yvette replied resolutely. However, her intentions diverged from Ryan's. This sword dance required her utmost effort to master in the days leading up to the examination. The reason was simple. She was the former leader of the Shadowed Knights and Ryan's disciple. If she could not successfully navigate such a straightforward swordsmanship test, what significance would her profound and powerful swordsmanship hold? While Ryan guided Ninali in drawing the magic array, Yvette closed her eyes and meditated for a moment, then began to dance with the wooden sword alone. Imagining her master dancing alongside her, Yvette gradually envisioned Ryan wielding a wooden sword in tandem with her. The wooden sword in her hand became increasingly agile. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ninali had independently completed the drawing of the magic array. Ryan meticulously scrutinized the magic array, initially intending to offer some guidance to Ninali, only to discover that her rendering of the array was flawless, requiring no amendments whatsoever. This intricate array had been drawn by Ninali merely once that morning alongside him. After examining it several times, Ryan chuckled and affectionately ruffled Ninali's hair. "There is absolutely no issue. Truly, my little lady is remarkable." Ninali beamed with pride. Nothing delighted her more than the recognition of her magical prowess. "Next, let me teach you a simple fireball spell. It is quite easy to activate and possesses considerable power, though the casting time is slightly longer, making it perfect for examinations." All right. Upon returning to her own residence after dining at the Aki family estate, Yvette noticed the night had already descended. The swift passage of time on Sunday left her unable to practice her sword techniques throughout the day. However, Yvette felt no regret. At the entrance of their estate, Demo paced anxiously, his face etched with worry. The moment he saw Yvette return, he rushed to her side. "My dear daughter, why have you returned so late? It is dark outside, and I was beside myself with worry." Observing her father's concern, Yvette replied coolly, "The night fell too swiftly. I hurried back immediately after finishing dinner. Could you not have skipped that meal?" Demo couldn't help but interject. "I brought my top chef from the territory. Surely his dishes must have been to your taste?" At this point, Demo sighed internally, pondering when Yvette's palate had become so discerning. Previously, her only requirement for food had been that it was sufficient to satiate her hunger. Now, during meals, her expressions of indifference were unmistakable to anyone with eyes. "Absolutely not," Yvette replied without hesitation. "His cooking pales in comparison to Master S." Demo was puzzled. How could Ryan, a commander of a border night order, possibly offer more delectable fare than a top chef? The daily sustenance of that border region, likely consisting of vegetable porridge and salted meat, hardly seemed promising. Moreover, in a desolate area bordering the demon tribe, one could scarcely expect even wild vegetables to thrive. Despite his myriad doubts, Demo refrained from further questioning and led Yvette back into their home. As they walked, he inquired, "Did you learn anything new today?" Given Ryan's formidable skills, Demo was genuinely curious about what he might impart to Yvette. "A sword dance that will compensate for my lack of aesthetic in swordsmanship," Yvette replied coolly. "This time, I will not be outshone by Dorothy." "Not outshining Dorothy? Does that not imply you aim for first place?" Emperor Mo's expression brightened. Achieving the top rank in the Olcott Academy examination came with considerable rewards. Despite his status as a marquis, he could not help but regard this prize with utmost seriousness. As for the issue concerning Yvette's swordsmanship aesthetics, Emperor Mo had made considerable efforts, seeking out several mentors for her. However, once the martial art lost its aggressiveness, Yvette's innate talent for swordsmanship seemed to plummet, rendering her unable to grasp even the simplest techniques. How could that Ryan manage to teach Yvette? Curiously, Emperor Mo inquired. "This sword dance, it does not require Ryan's supervision for practice, does it? Might you showcase it for me?" "I am rather fatigued," Yvette replied. Upon hearing this, Emperor Mo nodded repeatedly. "Indeed, after practicing all day, you must be weary. Go take a bath. I have instructed the attendants to prepare warm water for you. After your bath, rest well, and when you have the time, you may demonstrate it for me." In the bathroom, Yvette shed her garments, revealing her delicate and slender form. She loosened her sash, allowing her golden hair to cascade like a waterfall over her fair, petite back. Next, Yvette removed her shoes and socks, dipping her glistening toes into the bathwater. After testing the temperature, she submerged her weary body entirely into the tub. The warmth of the water, combined with the mist enveloping the bathroom, tinted Yvette's cheeks with a rosy hue. As she lifted a strand of her damp hair, memories of Ryan drying Ninali's hair that morning came to mind, prompting Yvette to murmur, "If only I could summon wind elements like my master." In uttering this phrase, Yvette felt a sense of dissonance. What she envied did not seem to be the ability to conjure wind for drying hair. After a moment of contemplation, she softly corrected herself, "If only my master could dry my hair." The moment these words escaped Yvette's lips, the bathroom was enveloped in silence. Her already flushed face grew even warmer. "What am I saying?" At that moment, Yvette resembled a bashful young girl, splashing the water in the tub. Her usual aloof demeanor completely dissipated. After venting her emotions, Yvette cupped a handful of water, gazing into it as she fell into deep thought. Unconsciously, memories of practicing swordplay with Ryan surfaced in her mind, and a faint smile began to grace her delicate features. Chapter 80. The second technique of the sword mage. The following day, Ryan resolved not to spend excessive time on exam preparations, instead focusing on the formal training of the two little girls. Yvette, what is the matter with you today? During their morning warm-up, Ryan noticed Yvette's movements had become somewhat uncoordinated again and could not help but inquire. This marked the third time that morning Yvette had made such a basic error, an occurrence that was entirely uncharacteristic of her. Yvette slightly raised the wooden sword in her hand, her lips pressed together and her cheeks flushed as she said, "Master, I am not feeling well today." "Not feeling well? Is it because you did not rest well last night?" Ryan approached Yvette from behind, gently lifting her arm to position the wooden sword correctly. "Good, just like that. Do not move. Do you remember what to do next?" "I remember, Master." Upon hearing this, Ryan sighed. "Then follow my guidance. I will help you find your rhythm." With that, Ryan began to teach Yvette the fundamentals of swordplay. During the attentive instruction, Yvette's face nearly broke into an uncontrollable smile several times, but she stifled it, her cool demeanor still adorned with a faint blush. Nearby, Nainali watched with suspicion, sensing that something was amiss with Yvette today. "Here, like this, does it come back to you?" Master, could you please demonstrate that move again?" Ryan sighed in exasperation, reaching from behind to grasp Yvette's hand holding the wooden sword and guiding her through a forward thrust. Why is Yvette so forgetful today? Such a simple move requires a second reminder. I wonder if she caught something from Roland yesterday. Nevertheless, Ryan acknowledged that Yvette had admitted to feeling off. And everyone has their off days. It was understandable. After guiding Yvette through 2 warm-up sessions of basic sword techniques, Ryan asked, "How do you feel now?" Yvette twirled the sword gracefully and nodded at Ryan. "I feel much better. Thank you, Master." "It feels like you've transformed in an instant," Ryan thought to himself. But he did not dwell on it. "Now, I will teach you the next techniques for the Magic Swordsman class. But before that, do you remember the last move I taught you?" "I do." Yvette nodded vigorously, setting aside her previous concerns as she prepared to focus on her training. "Very well. Demonstrate it for me. If all is well, we shall proceed to the next step." With that, Ryan cast a protective spell upon Yvette. Taking a deep breath, Yvette lowered the wooden sword and drew her own long sword, channeling her magical energy into the fire element and directing it towards the blade. Throughout the past week, Yvette had diligently practiced summoning flames, and now was the moment to showcase her progress to Ryan. Soon, the knight's sword became enveloped in a layer of burning fire, seemingly ordinary, yet harboring a chillingly formidable power. This time, the fire element Yvette conjured was significantly more potent than before. As Yvette's mastery over the fire element became increasingly effortless, the torment inflicted by the sword techniques of the magic swordsman was now well within her capacity to endure. With a delicate yet commanding shout, Yvette swung her longsword, unleashing a colossal crescent-shaped wave of fiery sword energy, accompanied by a searing heat wave. Upon witnessing this formidable arc of flame, Ryan's expression shifted slightly. He raised his hand and, with a mere gesture, dispelled the fiery onslaught in an instant. If he had hesitated any longer, the courtyard of the Ahi family would surely have ignited from the sheer force of that sword strike. Having executed the technique she had rehearsed countless times in her mind, Yvette no longer found herself in the same predicament as before, where she struggled to support her fatigued body with her sword. Instead, she simply took a moment to recuperate before turning to Ryan with a radiant smile. "Master." Ryan approached, gently ruffling Yvette's hair with a soft smile. "Excellent. You have surpassed my expectations." Giggling instinctively, Yvette suddenly became aware of her demeanor, stifling her laughter as her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. However, her innocent giggles did not go unnoticed by Nainali, who had been observing Yvette closely. Reflecting on the interaction between Ryan and Yvette, Nainali pondered an outlandish thought. Could it be? Despite Ryan's remarkable prowess, his abilities seemingly surpassing anything I could conceive, he has instilled a profound sense of security within me and transformed my magical aptitude, granting me a new lease on life. Wait, is he truly that exceptional? No. More importantly, Ryan is my personal butler. And you're only 9 years old, for goodness sake. Not to mention, you are still in a master-apprentice relationship with Ryan. While Nainali was lost in her whimsical thoughts regarding Yvette, Ryan had already confirmed that Yvette had successfully executed the technique and began instructing her on the next skill of the magic swordsman. This technique, known as mana burn, does not require the use of a sword but is fundamental to the power of the magic swordsman. After a brief explanation, Ryan continued, "Now, Yvette, You must fill all the magical conduits of the magic swordsman with mana. Remember, it must be all of them. Yvette nodded, closed her eyes, and began to channel the mana within her body throughout the entirety of the magic swordsman's conduits. The intricacies of these conduits were quite complex, and it wasn't until Yvette felt that a significant portion of her mana had been directed that the conduits finally brimmed with power. Subsequently, she opened her eyes and met Ryan's gaze. Ryan inquired with a smile, "How does it feel?" "Warm all over," Yvette replied, relaying her sensations as she felt the docile mana flowing through her magical pathways. The next phase was crucial, yet it would be a painful process, and she needed to prepare herself mentally. Yvette nodded. Throughout her training as a magic swordsman, she had been continually bracing herself for such challenges. Gazing at Yvette, Ryan articulated each word with precision. "Reverse the flow of the magical energy within your magic swordsman's meridians." As his voice faded, Nanali glanced at Ryan in astonishment. Chapter 81. The burning of magical energy. Typically, the human body comprises 286 magical meridians, and the interplay of these meridians gives rise to various magical professions and their corresponding methods of energy flow. Under normal circumstances, these meridians exhibit remarkable resilience when channeling magical energy. However, should they exhibit a frail direction towards that energy, they become exceedingly vulnerable. The reverse flow of magical energy serves as a quintessential example of this phenomenon. When one actively reverses the flow of energy within the meridians, the risk of rupture becomes alarmingly high, leading to potentially irreparable damage for a lifetime. In more severe cases, the unstable energy that spills from the meridians can wreak havoc within the body, rendering one utterly incapacitated. Like Nanali, Yvette was initially taken aback, but in the next moment, she resolutely chose to trust Ryan, without a single question, and commenced the reverse flow of magical energy within her meridians. At the onset of this endeavor, Yvette distinctly felt an unseen force attempting to hinder her progress. This was a protective mechanism of the body, warning Yvette of the tremendous danger involved. Yet, she gritted her teeth, disregarding her body's warnings, and ultimately succeeded in breaking through that barrier. The magical energy within her meridians began to flow in reverse. However, after merely testing this reverse operation, the energy within her became wildly agitated, spiraling out of control. Meanwhile, the meridians seemed to have activated a switch, continuously absorbing the errant energy. The sudden influx of energy threatened to rupture the meridians, prompting Yvette to grit her teeth and emit low groans of discomfort. "Stay focused, gather your wits, and find a way to control the rampant energy." Ryan's voice brought Yvette back to her senses. Gripping the hilt of her sword tightly, she closed her eyes and began to tame the chaotic energy. With her intervention, the energy gradually slowed, though it remained restless. The sensation of her meridians on the brink of bursting persisted, yet Yvette found herself able to endure it. Amidst the relentless waves of pain, she sensed a colossal energy burgeoning within her. Raising her knight's sword, Yvette swung it forward with great force. A piercing sound of slicing air erupted as an invisible wave surged forth in the wake of her sword, a testament to the immense power behind her strike. What was this? Gripping the long sword tightly, Yvette endured the pain, poised herself, and commenced her practice of fundamental swordsmanship. However, this time, each move she executed was imbued with an astonishingly fearsome destructive force. A mere flick of Yvette's sword would summon a gust of fierce wind. Upon completing a series of sword techniques, Yvette sensed that the magical energy coursing through her magic swordsman's veins had been entirely consumed, along with the immense energy contained within her body. In that moment, Yvette felt utterly drained, barely managing to steady herself with the support of her sword. Observing that aside from her slight weakness, Yvette exhibited no other signs of distress, Nanali finally breathed a sigh of relief. Rain approached, lifting Yvette effortlessly into his arms, and spoke softly, "Do not push yourself. Weakness is entirely natural. You should rest well." Resting her head against Rain's chest, Yvette took a moment to catch her breath before gazing up at him with her slightly dazed, pale green eyes, asking, "Master, how did I perform?" "Excellently," Rain replied without hesitation. "In terms of practicing sword techniques, you surpass anyone I have ever encountered." At his words, a faint smile illuminated Yvette's petite face, and she soon closed her eyes, drifting into slumber in Rain's embrace. After handing Yvette over to her maid, instructing her to take the young lady inside the mansion to rest, Rain met Ninali's gaze. "What was that just now?" Ninali inquired, her curiosity regarding magical knowledge ever insatiable. Rain smiled gently, placing his hand atop Ninali's small head, ruffling her hair in the opposite direction, resulting in a delightful mess. "What are you doing?" Nainali exclaimed, swatting Rain's hand away, her cheeks flushed. Unlike other magical conduits, those required by magic swordsmen are exceptionally resilient, particularly when it comes to connecting these conduits. Rain began to explain. The reason magical conduits rupture due to reverse magical flow is primarily that once magic begins to reverse, those conduits become entangled, much like your hair, and instinctively strive to absorb the reversed magic, ultimately leading to rupture. However, the magical conduits of magic swordsmen are precisely capable of withstanding such pressure. Nainali, cradling her head, asked in confusion, "Then what about the sudden surge of power Yvette displayed later? Once the magical conduits absorb and withstand the magic, they initiate a second layer of self-protection." Rain patiently elaborated. This second layer transforms the reversed magic into energy for the body, which is then delivered throughout the system, enabling the body to unleash tremendous power. "Is this the only way to convert magic into bodily energy?" Nainali, clearly understanding, began to question further. "Is there no such magic?" "Indeed, yet it lacks the pure, self-transformative energy of such magical veins, and its duration is not as prolonged. Furthermore, it does not appear as painful." Nainali softly added, "This is the price one must pay for the formidable power of a magic swordsman." With that, Ryan picked up a wooden sword and handed it to Nainali, saying, "All right, let us practice elven swordsmanship." Accepting the wooden sword, Nainali began to demonstrate the elven sword techniques she had been practicing during this time. Ryan initially guided her with precise corrections, and once he observed her proficiency, he settled to the side, watching her while weaving something in his hands. After completing a set of elven sword techniques, Nainali approached Ryan, who was fashioning a small rabbit from a green cord. Curiously, she inquired, "What is this?" Yesterday, she had noticed Ryan crafting such items whenever he had a moment to spare. "It is a protective talisman," Ryan replied with a gentle smile, handing the newly crafted rabbit to Nainali. "This one is for you, Nainali. Do you like it?" Looking at the green rabbit in her hands, Nainali's expression reflected a hint of disdain. "A green rabbit? How peculiar." Ryan chuckled softly. The material used to create the rabbit was the willow branches from the elven tree in the Whispering Forest. This magical material possesses remarkable resilience and can store magical energy, making it ideal for crafting magical artifacts. Ryan had purchased it with his maids, Deli and Daisy, on their way back to the estate, and it was quite costly. He intended to create protective charms for the girls using this material. Seeing Nainali reluctantly, yet cautiously tuck away the rabbit talisman, Ryan couldn't help but ruffle her hair playfully. "All right, let us continue our sword practice." For the remainder of the morning, Ryan diligently guided Nainali in elven swordsmanship, along with several sword techniques they had practiced previously. Due to Nainali's somewhat limited aptitude for swordsmanship, her progress was not as swift as Yvette's. She needed to advance step by step. However, Nainali's magical talent remained intact, and once she surpassed this stage of swordsmanship, her progress would soon catch up to Yvette's. So there was no need for haste. After their morning training concluded, Ryan and Nainali returned to the estate, just in time to see Yvette emerging from Nainali's room. Rubbing her eyes, "Yvette, how was your rest?" Ryan inquired upon seeing her. Yvette nodded, "Much better. It won tea effect this afternoon's training." "Nainali, may I use the bathroom here?" Although Yvette was aware of the upcoming training, the morning session had left her drenched in sweat, making it quite unbearable. "Feel free," Nainali replied. "Thank you," Yvette responded. Upon receiving Nainali's response, Yvette expressed her gratitude and stepped into the bathroom. During Yvette's bathing, Ryan began to prepare lunch. Once again, it was a specially crafted meal designed to replenish magical energy, consisting of a dish and a soup for each person, with Deli assisting Ryan. Daisy, entrusted by Ryan, went to the backyard to construct a trellis for growing the fluffy peppers, though it was uncertain how that endeavor was faring. When lunch was served, Yvette had just finished her bath, emerging from the bathroom with her damp, golden hair cascading loosely, still enveloped in a gentle warmth. Observing this, Ryan remarked, "Yvette, allow me to dry your hair." Yvette paused in surprise, instinctively inclined to accept, yet hesitated, responding with a hint of reserve, "No need to trouble you, master." As soon as the words left her lips, regret washed over her. After all, she had always envied the moments when Ryan dried Nainali's hair. Had she known, she would have been more forthright. Ryan smiled gently, pulling over the small chair that Nainali typically sat on for hair drying. "Let me assist you. Having wet hair could hinder your training." Come, Yvette, sit here. Thank you, master. Warmed by Ryan's gesture, Yvette's cheeks flushed slightly as she expressed her gratitude. Taking a seat on the chair, positioning himself behind Yvette, Ryan first used a dry towel to absorb the moisture from her hair before examining her golden locks in his hands. While Yvette's hair lacked the softness of Nanny Lias, it was remarkably smooth, almost as if it might slip from his grasp at any moment. Summoning the air element in one hand, Ryan began to meticulously dry Yvette's hair. As Ryan initiated the process, Yvette finally understood why even Nanny Lai would display an expression of delight when Ryan dried her hair. It was genuinely a soothing experience. The air Ryan conjured was not cold, but rather pleasantly warm, making the act of drying her hair incredibly comfortable. Furthermore, as he worked, Ryan continuously smoothed her hair. And even with her back turned, Yvette could sense the gentleness of his gaze. At times, Yvette felt that Ryan resembled her biological father, Dimo, more than Dimo himself did. Perhaps Ryan's love for her wasn't as profound as Dimo's, yet every small detail in Ryan's treatment of her brought her a happiness that Dimo could not provide. However, Ryan was not her father. Yet, contemplating from another perspective, perhaps that was not a misfortune? Just as Yvette was lost in her thoughts, Ryan's motions ceased, and she soon felt a warm hand resting gently atop her head. After finishing her hair, Yvette, it was time for lunch. Oh, all right, master, she replied, momentarily lost in thought, feeling a pang of wistfulness. By the way, Yvette, suddenly, Ryan turned around and produced a small rabbit woven from enchanted willow branches. Handing it to Yvette. This is a charm I crafted for you. Be sure to keep it close. Yvette accepted the little rabbit and cradled it in her palms, gazing at it for quite some time. Though the green rabbit was not particularly attractive, the thought that it was made by Ryan's own hands filled her heart with a subtle sweetness. Tucking the rabbit charm into her bosom, Yvette nodded earnestly. I will take good care of it, master. I'm glad you like it. As they sat down at the dining table, the first sip of soup that Ryan prepared eased some of Yvette's earlier melancholy. However, the envy she felt towards Nai grew ever deeper. After lunch and a brief respite, in the afternoon, Ryan did not have Yvette practice magic burning any further. Instead, he guided her to steadily practice the first sword technique of a magic swordsman, aiming for her to execute it without any physical anomalies. Before the afternoon training concluded, Ryan also had Yvette rehearse the elven sword dance once more, ensuring everything was in order before he could finally relax and return to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Master, as Ryan was about to enter the kitchen, Yvette suddenly called out to him. Meeting his gaze, she inquired, May I take a portion of dinner home today? What is the matter? Is it for a midnight snack? I am not a glutton, Ryan replied, teasingly. Feeling slightly petulant at his retort, Yvette responded, I wanted to bring a portion back from my father. He has always been curious about the taste of your cooking. Of course, that is no problem. Chapter 83. A Visit to the Whispering Forest? Since it was Yvette's request and not a troublesome matter, Ryan had no reason to decline. However, had it been Daimer himself seeking a handout, Ryan would have swiftly kicked him out without a second thought. After dinner, Ryan prepared an additional portion for Yvette to take with her. Watching her and her maid depart, Ryan returned to the residence and turned his attention to Nai, who was resting in a chair. Nai, I will check the backyard. You must be quite tired as well. So rest early. We have to go to the academy in the morning. I will wait for you, Nai replied softly. As she still needed Ryan to dry her hair after her bath, Ryan nodded and made his way to the backyard. During the growth of the fluffy pepper, vine-like tendrils emerge, necessitating a wooden framework to provide a stable growing environment. The primary reason lies in the peculiar nature of the vines of the fluffy peppers. If left unchecked to grow wildly, the resulting visual effect would be quite alarming. At this moment, Daisy was tirelessly assembling the wooden frames in the backyard. Most of the frames required by Ryan had already been completed by her. To Ryan's surprise, Daisy displayed a remarkable dexterity in this craft. He had presumed that the assembly of the frames would take her at least 2 or 3 days. Daisy, that should suffice. We have enough now, Ryan remarked as he approached her. Really? Is that enough? Daisy raised her head, a hint of disappointment flickering across her face. I found this quite enjoyable. Are you treating this like a game of building blocks? Ryan teased. Go have dinner with Delia. I'll take care of the rest. Oh, all right. With that, Daisy dashed into the residence. Ryan knelt down to examine the wooden frames Daisy had constructed. It was undeniable that her hands were quite skilled. The frames appeared nearly indistinguishable from one another, remarkably orderly. He picked up 2 frames and secured them in the area designated for planting the fluffy peppers. Then clapped his hands in satisfaction, nodding approvingly. They were of a height comparable to Daisy's, just perfect. Once the peppers were harvested, she would be able to reach them effortlessly. Speaking of which, by the time the peppers were ready, Daisy would likely have grown quite a bit as well. Mr. Ryan. Just as Ryan was lost in thought, Daisy's cheerful voice broke through. He turned to see her trotting toward him. Have you finished your meal? He asked, puzzled, for she had only been gone for about 5 minutes. Yes, I wanted to plant seeds with you, Daisy exclaimed, her hands clasped behind her back, beaming with joy. So, I quickly finished dinner, and my sister took on the task of washing the dishes alone, urging me to find you right away. Ryan chuckled, shaking his head, realizing there was no arguing with Daisy. Do you see these 2 frames I have secured? Let us fix the remaining frames in the same manner before we begin planting. All right, Mr. Ryan. In truth, Ryan was not particularly fond of farming. Every time he began, he would feel aches in his back and arms, as if he had aged several decades. However, this time, perhaps due to Daisy's spirited presence, he found the entire process of planting quite enjoyable. After all, Daisy seemed to treat it as a playful endeavor, always wearing a bright smile and working with surprising efficiency. Before he knew it, Ryan was drawn into her enthusiasm. As darkness fell, the 2 finally completed the planting of the fluffy pepper seeds. Although Daisy was panting, her cheeks dusted with soil, her face radiated a sense of accomplishment as she joyfully exclaimed, Mr. Ryan, we've planted all the seeds. Will we be able to eat them next year? Indeed, he replied. Ryan gently tapped Daisy on the forehead and remarked, by this time next year, these fuzzy peppers should be ready for planting. You should wash your face. Or perhaps take a bath, like a little kitten, all dirty and disheveled. I know. Upon returning to the residence with Daisy, Ryan discerned the soft sound of running water from the bathroom, indicating that Nanali was taking a bath. After washing his hands, Ryan exited the washroom and noticed Nanali seated on her small chair, patiently waiting for him to dry her hair. Approaching her, Ryan began to dry her hair while casually inquiring, Nanali, have you thought about where you'd like to go once the assessment is over? Go out. Nanali momentarily appeared taken aback. Indeed, after the assessment, there's an entire month of vacation. Don't you want to explore somewhere? I haven't thought about it. After a moment's reflection, Nanali softly replied, I've always been alone during vacations. I never considered going out to have fun. Ryan fell silent for a moment before reaching out to gently tousle Nanali's hair, speaking softly, once your assessment concludes, I'll first visit Mingao. After I return, we can go together to the Whispering Forest. How does that sound? The Whispering Forest? Nanali's previously subdued eyes suddenly sparkled with interest. Is that the place where the elves reside? Indeed. Ryan nodded with a smile, knowing full well that Nanali, with her fondness for magic, would be captivated by the dwelling of the elven folk. But isn't the elven enclave difficult to access? Fear not, I will be with you. Hearing Ryan's reassuring words, Nanali felt an immense sense of relief. Whenever Ryan spoke in such a manner, it instilled an unparalleled sense of security within her. Moreover, she suddenly recalled that, according to what Ryan had taught her, he seemed to have quite a connection with the elves. His master was also an elf. Could that possibly relate to the elven community in the Whispering Forest? After having her hair dried, Nanali returned to her bedroom, clutching her pillow. The mere thought of visiting the Whispering Forest with Ryan after the assessment filled her heart with exuberance, rendering her unable to sleep. What might the elves' realm be like? Lying in bed with her pillow, she gazed at the ceiling, murmuring to herself, and to think she would be going to the Whispering Forest with Ryan. At this thought, Nanali's cheeks flushed crimson, and she buried her face into her pillow. Wait, why am I so happy just thinking about going out with that guy? This was indeed the first time Nanali felt such anticipation for the assessment at Alcott Academy. Chapter 84. What I created is nothing short of snow. The following morning, a refreshed Ryan emerged from his bedroom. After attending to his morning rituals, he was about to step into the kitchen when he encountered Nanali, who was just leaving her room. Today, Nanali's hair was disheveled, and her demeanor appeared somewhat lethargic, as though she had not slept the entire night. Nanali, what troubles you? Is it the impending exams? Ryan inquired, assuming that her unrest stemmed from the autumn assessments. He smiled reassuringly. Rest assured, this examination will pose no difficulties. I'm not worried about the exam, Nanali replied, shaking her head. If she could not even trust Ryan, then she feared there would be no one else in the world she could rely upon. Then that is for the best. The assessment is the day after tomorrow. So you must adjust your state of mind over these next 2 days at the academy. As long as you are in good spirits, securing first place is a certainty. Ryan encouraged, stepping forward to touzle Nainali's unruly hair. Go freshen up. I will prepare your favorite breakfast this morning. Nainali yawned, rubbing her still drowsy eyes as she entered the washroom. Ryan turned and made his way into the kitchen, where Diley was already preparing the ingredients. Mr. Ryan, the Count is expected to return in the next couple of days. If all goes well, it should be today, Diley announced as Ryan stepped into the kitchen. Is Nainali's father returning? Ryan paused, taken aback. Diley nodded. Every time just before the young lady's assessments, the Count drops his estate affairs to return, and afterward, he takes her to a noble gathering. Indeed, given the significance of the assessment, Count Horace, being Nainali's biological father, would certainly wish to return early to support her. However, having spent considerable time with Nainali, it struck Ryan that she seldom spoke of her parents. When Count Horace had first introduced him to Nainali, his behavior had been peculiar, as if he were avoiding a meeting with her. Never mind, I shall inquire further when I have the chance. Mr. Ryan, this is for you. After completing her current task, Diley produced a pouch from her waist and handed it to Ryan. This is the remuneration, Mr. Buck had sent over last night for the work you and Daisy did in the backyard planting the fluffy peppers. Additionally, I have given him the story of Little Red Riding Hood. Thank you very much, Ryan responded as he accepted the pouch, feeling a bittersweet pang in his heart. Knowing he would likely hear the awkward cries of the newsboys hawking their wares on the way to escort Nainali to the academy. By the way, Diley, if you go out today, please take this with you. After plating the breakfast, Ryan suddenly recalled something and retrieved 2 rabbit-shaped amulets from his magical space. I have inscribed a spell within these. Should you encounter danger, it will activate automatically to protect you. Thank you, Mr. Ryan. Considering the matter concerns Daisy's personal safety, Diley did not refuse and accepted the rabbit amulet from Ryan, examining it closely before smiling and exclaiming, "What an adorable little donkey." Ryan corrected her, "This is a rabbit." Diley's smile faltered for a brief moment. As breakfast was served, Nainali, having just finished her morning routine, took her seat with damp hair. While Ryan was drying Nainali's hair, Diley handed Daisy the amulet. "Wow!" exclaimed Daisy, her eyes lighting up. "What a lovely rabbit." Hearing this, Ryan nodded in satisfaction, pleased that Daisy had an appreciation for it. No matter how one looked at it, the handmade item was undeniably a rabbit. How could it possibly be a donkey? After enjoying breakfast with Nainali, Ryan mounted his horse and set off with her towards Olcott Academy. How could the Grey Wolf have committed such an atrocity against the little girl and her grandmother? What could the reason be? Come and see. Come and buy. The little girl and her grandmother had fallen victim to a savage beast. Who would extend a helping hand at this moment? The Star Leaf Gazette's new story, Little Red Riding Hood, has arrived. Old Buck adhered strictly to his promise. At least this morning, no one mentioned the name of the Black Butler, yet Ryan still felt awkward, his toes gripping the stirrups. Upon accelerating to the gates of Olcott Academy, Ryan unexpectedly encountered Yvette's father, Dimmo. Dimmo, mounted on his horse, gazed at Ryan, hesitant to speak, ultimately settling for a nod as a form of greeting. The previous night, he had dined on the meal Yvette had brought back, which was the same Ryan had packed for her. Although the presentation of the dinner was rather ordinary, the flavor was nothing short of extraordinary, leaving Dimmo thoroughly impressed. In no time, he had consumed nearly all of it. Only then did Dimmo remember to ask his chef to taste it, curious whether his cook could replicate such a dish. Undeniably, compared to Ryan's culinary creations, his own chef was not even worthy of carrying his shoes. The chef shared this sentiment. After tasting Ryan's dish, he resigned that very night, leaving without collecting his salary for the month, declaring that his own cooking was akin to snow, and he would never again serve them such snow, opting instead to seek improvement elsewhere. Now, Dimmo contemplated selling his estate in At City and purchasing a plot near the Axie family residence to build a new home. This would make it considerably more convenient for Yvette to visit Ryan or dine at the Axie household. After accounting for the expenses involved, even as a marquis, Dimmo felt a pang of regret. Nevertheless, for the sake of his beloved daughter, he gritted his teeth and made this decision. His visit to Olcott Academy today was to discuss this matter with Marquis Fina. After passing by Dimmo, Ryan secured his lean horse in the stable and then proceeded with Nainali to the classroom. This morning, I attended a liberal arts class taught by an elderly gentleman, primarily focused on assisting students with their review and preparation for exams. According to Rowling, Ninali's performance in the liberal arts course ranks among the best in the entire academy. Thus, Ryan remained unconcerned. After watching Ninali enter the classroom, he turned his attention to Octavia, who had been gazing at him intently, and offered a slight smile. "How have the past couple of days treated you?" he inquired, to which Octavia's expression darkened. Although Ryan's greeting was merely casual, Octavia perceived it as a jest regarding the mishap in the kitchen that had occurred on Sunday. Noticing Octavia's demeanor, Ryan refrained from further provoking the situation and stepped outside the teaching building, intending to find Amia in the Grand Library. Upon arriving at the Grand Library, Ryan immediately spotted Amia in a corner, engrossed in reading a newspaper, though he did not see Rowling. "Good day, sir," Amia greeted Ryan, her amber eyes lighting up as she waved at him. Despite her icy countenance, Ryan could sense her excitement. Approaching her, he noticed Amia had set aside the newspaper and picked up an ancient tome filled with Elvish script, her gaze filled with anticipation. "I have been studying this book for the past 2 days and have encountered many perplexing passages that I wish to discuss with you, sir," she expressed eagerly. "Of course," Ryan replied with a gentle smile, reaching out to lift her. Suddenly, the Grand Library doors swung open with force, prompting Octavia to instinctively reach for the hilt of her sword. However, upon closer inspection, she realized it was Rowling, who rushed in, breathless, exclaiming, "Mr. Ryan, your horse has caused trouble." "My horse has caused trouble?" Ryan responded with confusion, having secured the horse properly in the stable that morning. "Your horse kicked the Count's horse to death," Rowling exclaimed urgently. "Now, that Count is involved in a dispute with another individual. My steed has killed his horse, and he is now arguing with someone else." Ryan was bewildered by Rowling's account. However, it was true that his horse had indeed caused a fatal incident, and he needed to investigate. "Amia, I apologize, but I must attend to this matter. I shall return shortly." Amia nodded obediently. "I will await your return, sir." Bidding farewell to Amia, Ryan hurriedly followed Rowling to the stables of Olcott Academy. From a distance, he could hear the sounds of argument emanating from within the stables. Upon entering, he found several guards attempting to mediate the situation, though they predominantly sided with a man clad in noble attire, clearly exhibiting a partiality in their approach. At the feet of a man clad in noble attire lay a horse, its corpse in a pitiable state, a gaping wound torn into its belly. Opposite this elegantly dressed gentleman stood a statuesque female orc, whom Ryan recognized as Miss Lyre, a handmaiden of the noblewoman Nemetia. "Miss Lyre, perhaps you should heed Count Sealer's words. Compensating for the damages could resolve this matter amicably," suggested a guard standing beside the Count, his tone earnest. The orc, referred to as Lyre, trembled with indignation, her fists clenched tightly. "This incident has nothing to do with me. Why should I bear the costs?" "Nothing to do with you?" Count Sealer licked his lips, casting a smug glance at Lyre. "Had your horse not been neighing, my own steed would not have been startled and subsequently killed by that scrawny beast. This horse was my prized possession. Let us settle this. You and the owner of that horse shall each reimburse me 5 gold coins, and we can consider the matter closed. What say you?" Lyre gritted her teeth. "I do not possess such funds. 5 gold coins. Why not just rob a bank? No funds, you say? Very well. You may offer your body as compensation instead." As he spoke, Count Sealer leered at Lyre, his gaze undressing her with unwelcome intent. How shameless! Lyre's anger surged, her hand instinctively grasping the hilt of her dagger. Yet, as she prepared to draw it, hesitation washed over her. "What? Do you intend to stab me?" Count Sealer, undeterred, took a step closer. "If I am not mistaken, you are merely accompanying your mistress to lessons here, are you not? I am a count of the Headley Empire. Should you harm me, the consequences would be dire. I trust you do not wish for your lady to be expelled?" As he advanced menacingly, Lyre's grip on the dagger tightened, yet her heart was fraught with doubt and helplessness. This was the plight endured by orcs in the Headley Empire. Following their defeat in the ancient wars against humanity, they were forever relegated to a status inferior to that of humans. Here, Lyre witnessed countless kin reduced to servitude, powerless to alter their fate, while sacrificing her own comfort for the future of her mistress. Each night, guilt gnawed at her, robbing her of sleep. Just as Count Sealer's hand reached for Lyre's trembling form, a hand suddenly intervened, striking him squarely across the face. The Count staggered back several paces, eventually collapsing to the ground in stunned disbelief. He looked up to see a man in a black Butler uniform approaching, wiping his right hand with a steady demeanor. Lyre, momentarily taken aback, gazed at Ryan's silhouette. "Who are you?" Upon regaining his senses, Count Sealer recalled the slap he had received and immediately retorted fiercely. "I am the owner of that horse." Ryan tilted his chin towards his emaciated steed and looked down at Count Sealer with an air of superiority. "Your horse kicked mine to death. Tell me, how will you compensate for this?" Count Sealer responded, "No, it was clearly your horse that killed mine. Why does it seem as though I am the one who owes you compensation?" Rising to his feet, he brushed off the dust and regained his composure. "That she-orc must compensate me with 5 gold coins. As for you, you shall pay me 10 gold coins." At this, Ryan raised an eyebrow. "Did you not just claim that your demand was only 5 coins? Do you not understand what you have just done?" Count Sealer's gaze darkened. "Assaulting a count. If it weren't for your status as a noble steward, your life would already be forfeit. Do not pay him." Just then, Lilith interjected, "I witnessed everything." He saw there was no space in the stable and, noticing your horse's frailty, attempted to usurp its place, only to be kicked to death by your horse. Hearing Lilith's words, Ryan turned to Count Sealer with a smirk. "Orc, this is not your place to interject." Count Sealer immediately chastised Lilith. "Such claims are utterly preposterous. Who witnessed this? It is all mere fabrication by that she-orc." Ryan held Count Sealer's gaze for a moment until the latter's eyes began to flinch. Then he turned to the nearby guards. The guards exchanged uncertain glances before one timidly admitted, We do not know. The scene was already like this when we arrived." Chapter 86. Do you need assistance with the stable? Ryan crossed his arms and nodded, seemingly coming to an understanding. He then turned and grasped Lilith's hand. "Let us depart." Lilith was momentarily stunned, then noticed Ryan holding her hand. Her cheeks flushed crimson, and her tail perked up behind her. "Are you trying to flee? Seize them." Count Sealer, feeling disregarded, shouted in a fit of rage. As his words fell, 2 armored knights beside him drew their swords and charged at Ryan. "Be careful," Lilith exclaimed. But Ryan was already a step ahead. He turned, lifted his foot, and delivered a powerful kick to one knight's breastplate. Using the momentum to leap into the air and spin, landing a fierce blow to the helmet of the other knight. Bang! The knight struck by Ryan's kick was sent flying, his breastplate dented and pressing painfully against his chest as he lay on the ground, coughing up blood. The other knight, whose helmet was shattered by Ryan's kick, was in an even graver state. Fragments had pierced his temple, and he lay lifeless on the ground. Pools of blood began to flow and spread across the stable floor. Lily was momentarily taken aback, while Roland stood frozen in place. Only Octavia, who had accompanied them, maintained a calm demeanor. Among those present, she perhaps understood Ryan the best. Despite Ryan's usual amiable disposition, when provoked, he transformed into a completely different persona. One akin to a madman. At least for now, Ryan seemed composed, not enraged, having merely taken 2 lives without indulging in the madness of torturing others for amusement. Standing amidst the pool of blood, Ryan reached for the longsword at the waist of the knight whose helmet he had shattered with a kick, then strode briskly towards Count Sealer. "Mr. Ryan," Roland exclaimed, breaking free from her stupor. Yet, Ryan paid her no heed, continuing on his path toward the Count. At that moment, Count Sealer finally reacted, retreating several steps. "What do you intend to do? I am a count, an imperial count." As he spoke, Count Sealer tripped over something, landing unceremoniously on the ground, and then felt a sticky sensation on his hands. Upon inspection, he found his palms smeared with blood. The knight whom Ryan had struck down lying nearby, eyes wide open, still exhaling blood bubbles. Count Sealer's courage faltered, trembling as he reached for the knight's longsword, only to hurl it with all his might towards Ryan. Ryan effortlessly kicked the sword aside, raising his own blade with its tip poised threateningly at Count Sealer's throat, as if preparing to strike. "Stop!" At that moment, a familiar voice called out to Ryan. He paused, the sword's tip hovering dangerously close to the Count's neck, rendering Sealer breathless with fear. Turning his head, Ryan saw Duchess Fina, who usually remained in the principal's office, rushing towards him, breathless. Initially, Fina had been unconcerned when she overheard a quarrel between Count Sealer and a beastkin warrior. Knowing the Count's character, he was one who preyed on the weak and feared the strong. She assumed he would not dare to act against anyone at Alcott Academy, and she could simply protect the beastkin warrior later to bolster her standing with that faction. However, upon realizing that the matter involved Ryan, she could no longer remain idle. She knew both Sealer's and Ryan's temperaments. When they clashed, would Sealer even survive? Thus, she hurriedly made her way to the scene, feeling as though her waist might break from the exertion. Seeing Duchess Fina was akin to a savior for Count Sealer. "Duchess, This steward dares to commit murder openly in Alcott Academy and even intends to strike at me, a count. Silence. Fina gasped for breath, then shot a glare at Count Sealer before addressing Ryan. Ryan, the autumn assessment at the Academy is approaching. Please do me a favor and refrain from. Before Fina could finish her sentence, Ryan's sword plunged fiercely, piercing the neck of Count Sealer. The Count's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to comprehend how the Duke Fina could allow such an act to occur. Withdrawing his sword and casting it aside, Ryan dusted off his hands and turned to the astonished Fina, asking, "Do you require my assistance in tidying up the stable?" "You." Fina was exasperated, her chest rising and falling with indignation. "Do you realize the trouble you have just caused me with that strike? First, he approached me seeking conflict. Had I not slain him, he would surely have returned to trouble me again. Secondly, consider this a personal vendetta between him and me. It shall not impact your autumn assessment." "A personal vendetta?" Fina almost laughed in frustration. "You are no longer the commander of the knightly order. You are merely a steward of account. If I do not protect you, the Empire will certainly hold you accountable. Use this." Ryan casually tossed Fina a small item. She reached out to catch it and, upon glancing down, momentarily forgot her anger. It was a golden badge emblazoned with the emblem of the Headley Empire, symbolizing the status of account. After a brief silence, Fina inquired, "Has your reward been issued?" Ryan nodded, revealing that the badge was among the items recently bestowed upon him by the Crown Prince, Kyle. Seeing Ryan affirm, Fina breathed a sigh of relief. A conflict between counts would indeed be simpler to navigate. The Headley Empire had stringent regulations governing noble disputes. If Count Sealer instigated the confrontation, then even in death, Ryan would bear no responsibility. It could be deemed a justifiable defense. Furthermore, proof of who instigated the conflict was unnecessary. Fina merely had to state that Count Sealer was the aggressor, and that would suffice. Moreover, she was well aware of Ryan's character, though his methods were rather extreme. He would never provoke trouble without cause. "You need not concern yourself with the stable. Tend to your own affairs," Fina remarked, a hint of exasperation in her tone. Although the situation was manageable, the sudden death of a count in her academy just before the autumn assessment would undoubtedly have repercussions. Chapter 87. Sagirial Fina pondered whether it was wise to keep such a dangerous individual within her academy. With a heavy heart, she sighed internally and tossed the Count's badge back to Ryan. "Shall I take my leave then?" He raised an eyebrow as he caught the badge. "Be gone quickly," Fina urged. Upon hearing the words, Ryan stepped away from the stable, with Octavia naturally following closely behind. After a moment of contemplation, Lilia decided to keep pace with Ryan as well. Just as Roland prepared to accompany Ryan, Fina suddenly exclaimed, "Foolish village girl, you stay behind." "Foolish village girl? Me?" Roland was momentarily taken aback, pointing to herself in disbelief. "Who else could it be? Hurry and use your magic to clean up the bloodstains here." Fina snapped impatiently. Roland puffed her cheeks, thinking, "What foolish village girl? After all, I come from noble lineage." As for the two restless guards from Alcott Academy, Fina glanced at them and commanded, "Go collect your wages and then be gone. If you wish to serve the Count like a dog, then do so elsewhere. Do not linger in my academy." One guard, suddenly alarmed, stammered, "Duke." Fina's gaze turned icy. "Are you leaving or not?" "I understand." The two guards trembled at her increasingly frigid demeanor and scurried away in haste. Fina rubbed her temples, realizing that Ryan's mercy in not killing the two guards was already a concession to her. Yet this concession felt somewhat superfluous. As a duchess, she truly felt a lack of defiance in Ryan's presence. Meanwhile, Ryan strolled leisurely towards the Grand Library. After covering some distance, he turned to Lilia behind him and inquired, "Is there something else?" "Earlier, thank you for coming to my aid," Lilia replied, her cheeks slightly flushed as she shyly continued. "You're Mr. Ryan, correct?" "I am Saji Lilia. You may call me Lilia. I apologize for my earlier demeanor during our last encounter. The incident earlier was merely me handling my own troubles. It had nothing to do with you." Ryan waved his hand dismissively, smiling gently. "As for the previous encounter, I truly did not take it to heart. After all, you are an orc, and in a human realm, one must always safeguard oneself. I am so relieved you understand." Saji Lilia felt a warmth in her heart, as it was the first time she had experienced understanding from a human in this place. "I won't disturb you any longer. Farewell. If you have time, do visit us in Ater City for a meal. My lady still holds great fondness for you." "Well, let us discuss the meal another time. Farewell." After bidding farewell to Ryan, Saji Lilia hurriedly departed, her destination unknown. It seems your transformation is not as profound as one might think, remarked Octavia beside him. Ryan shrugged. I have always remained true to myself. I have never changed. By the way, considering the numerous merits you've earned at the border, the Empire has only conferred upon you the title of Count. Should you come to my demon realm, at the very least, we could grant you the title of Marquis, and perhaps even Duke. Octavia recalled the emblem in Fina's hand and suddenly began to scheme. I have no interest in your noble pursuits, and moreover, what valuable things do you demons possess? Why would I subject myself to such misery? How can you claim there is nothing of worth? Just the day before yesterday, my lady gifted you the rare scarlet pepper seeds. What else do you have to offer? Am I to subsist solely on scarlet peppers? As they continued to bicker, they unwittingly arrived at the entrance of the Grand Library. Upon sighting the library, Octavial suddenly recalled something and turned to Ryan, saying, in our demon realm, there are countless little girls with white hair and red eyes like my lady. Are you not intrigued? Ryan smirked slightly. White hair and red eyes are traits exclusive to the nobility of your kind, are they not? And what do you take me for? A connoisseur of lolis? In that fleeting moment, Ryan found himself genuinely wishing to engage Octavial in a duel. However, engaging in such a conflict would only serve Octavial's desires. Thus, Ryan's expression morphed into a feigned profundity. What I appreciate has never been little girls. Oh, then what do you favor? Octavial asked, her expression tinged with mischief. In response, Ryan gazed deeply into Octavial's eyes, declaring, what I truly admire is you. As anticipated, Octavial momentarily short-circuited, rooted to the spot, her cheeks instantly flushed, and smoke seemed to rise from her head. Observing Octavial's stunned silence, Ryan contentedly pushed open the Grand Library doors and stepped inside, leaving her standing alone outside. Upon entering the library, Ryan discovered Amia patiently seated in her place, the ancient tome inscribed in Elvish still laid on the table, clearly indicating that she had been waiting for him. Seeing Ryan, Amia spoke, welcome back, Mr. Steward. I apologize for keeping you waiting. As Ryan approached Amia, he discreetly inhaled the scent on himself, relieved to find no trace of blood. He then embraced Amia gently, whispering, is there anything you do not understand? Mr. Steward, here. In a quiet corner of the Grand Library, Ryan and Amia, one large and one small, immersed themselves in the pages of books, enveloped in tranquil moments, as if the incidents in the stables had never occurred. Unbeknownst to them, at that very moment, Fina had taken the initiative to renovate the spot where Ryan had tethered his horse, transforming it into a dedicated stall. Not even the Marquises of Alcott Academy enjoyed such privileges. Fina felt somewhat exasperated with Ryan. Who could fathom what kind of chaos he would unleash within the academy? It seemed a never-ending cycle of patching one hole after another. Sometimes, Fina genuinely wished to post Ryan's visage at the academy entrance, warning all that this was a harbinger of calamity who should not be provoked. Forget it. Let him make a scene, as long as it remains within my tolerance. He may create all the commotion he desires. Observing the knights cautiously constructing their stables, fearful that Ryan's lean steed might kick a transparent hole through them, Fina muttered to herself, at worst, I shall continue to clean up after Ryan, ensuring he owes me a favor, with a multitude of debts in his ledger. Persuading Ryan to join my side will become significantly easier, even if I cannot draw him to my cause, at the very least. I will not find myself in opposition to him. Chapter 88. Is this wall slam? As Ryan and Amia perused their books, Octavial emerged from his state of disarray, awkwardly making his way into the Grand Library, standing beside the pair like a statue as per usual. However, his gaze appeared somewhat vacant, lost in thought, oblivious to the world around him. Thank you for your continued assistance today, Butler, Amia remarked as the morning classes neared their conclusion, closing her book to address Ryan. There's no need for thanks, Ryan replied, feeling a twinge of nostalgia as Amia leaped from his embrace. The autumn assessment loomed just 2 days away, and post-evaluation. It would be an entire month before he could see Amia again. Ryan genuinely enjoyed his time at Alcott Academy, for it kept him engaged and far from boredom. Although spending time with Nan Eli and the others during breaks was also quite delightful. After bidding farewell to Amia, Ryan departed the Grand Library, making his way to the academic building. Octavial followed stiffly behind him, akin to a piece of lumber, his mind utterly vacant. Hey, Ryan called back, glancing at Octavial. As he uttered those 2 words, Octavial seemed to trigger some sort of alarm system, instantly grasping the hilt of the great sword at his back, his eyes narrowing fiercely. What do you intend to do? You took a detour, Ryan pointed out, his tone nonchalant. Upon hearing this, Octaviel's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. Yet his rigidity softened considerably. "If you ever speak to me like that again, I shall certainly cleave you with my sword." Ryan smiled. "Which kind of words do you refer to?" "The ones where you claim to like me," Octaviel retorted, her cheeks aflame, her teeth clenched. "Making such jokes only serves to make you appear frivolous. You know I was jesting, so why the strong reaction?" Ryan raised an eyebrow. "You do not truly harbor feelings for me, do you?" In that fleeting moment, Ryan felt as if he had become the hapless protagonist from the memories of a certain transmigrator. "You." Octaviel's temper flared, revealing a hint of embarrassed anger, as she drew her great sword halfway from its sheath. Seeing this, Ryan swiftly stepped forward, gripping Octaviel's delicate wrist. "This is the academy. Calm down. I swear, I shall cut you down today." At this moment, Octaviel was completely impervious to counsel. Once captured by Ryan, she began to struggle vehemently. Her strength was formidable, and Ryan found it impossible to restrain her with just one hand. Faced with this challenge, Ryan reluctantly pressed forward, forcefully pinning Octaviel against the adjacent wall. The impact reverberated as she collided with the surface, leaving several fine cracks in the wall. Simultaneously, Ryan pressed her right hand, which had been gripping the hilt of her sword, against the wall, leaning in so that their faces were nearly touching. At that moment, time seemed to stand still. Octaviel stared, wide-eyed, at Ryan's face so close to hers, even feeling the warmth of his breath, momentarily forgetting her struggle. A blush gradually spread from her neck, painting her cheeks a vivid crimson. Ryan, too, was momentarily taken aback. Had he truly cornered a demon general against the wall? When he regained his senses, he noticed that Octaviel's face was flushed to the point of resembling a ripe fruit, more vibrant than he had ever seen before. He could also feel her body softening. Were it not for his grip on her wrist, she might have collapsed to the ground. Octaviel gasped, her mouth agape, emitting a series of incoherent sounds. Her violet eyes whirling as Ryan distinctly felt the warmth radiating from her flushed face. Truth be told, Ryan was struck by an overwhelming impulse to kiss Octaviel. After leaving the battlefield, he found the demon general rather endearing. Yet, he pondered, were he to act on that impulse, would she not pursue him with her blade? Releasing his hold on Octaviel's wrist, Ryan stepped back, and she slid down the wall to the floor. But she remained in that state, face still flushed, mouth agape, producing an array of bizarre sounds, as if her brain had short-circuited. After observing her for a moment, Ryan remembered that he needed to leave for class, and said, "Please calm down. I must fetch my lady. I shall see you this afternoon." With that, he turned away, resembling a cad who had abandoned a romantic encounter. Even as Ryan's figure faded from view, Octaviel remained in her dazed state, likely taking a considerable time to regain her composure. Upon arriving at the classroom and reuniting with Ninali and Yvette, Ryan was preparing to head to their usual lunch spot, when suddenly, Dorothy came running up. "Ryan, where's Vale? Is she not with you today? Octavia has encountered a minor issue, and it seems she will arrive a bit later." Ryan's expression appeared somewhat awkward. Nai and Yvette simultaneously lifted their gazes to Ryan's face, suddenly filled with suspicion. Why does Ryan, the master, seem a bit guilty? However, Dorothy seemed oblivious to any underlying tension and continued to inquire, "Where is she now?" If one strolls from the teaching building towards the Grand Library, they are likely to encounter her along the way. "Oh, wonderful. Thank you, Mentor Ryan." Dorothy cheerfully expressed her gratitude before hastily making her way towards the Grand Library. One could only wonder if Octavia had composed herself by now, should Dorothy catch sight of her in a disheveled state. It would be intriguing to see what thoughts might cross her mind. On their way to lunch, Nai was the first to break the silence. "Ryan, did something transpire between you and Dorothy S. attendant?" It was merely a verbal altercation, but it has been resolved now." Yvette quickly followed up with her own question. "What kind of altercation? Did you engage in a fight with her, master?" "Well, sort of." Ryan's expression stiffened. To be precise, it was at the brink of escalation when he had pinned Octavia against a wall, thus averting the impending conflict. Yet, describing it this way seemed rather peculiar from any perspective. Chapter 89. Why the urgency? No, why am I anxious? The mere thought of Octavia's demeanor when he departed left Ryan with a throbbing headache. Had he known this strategy would prove effective, why had he exerted so much effort on the battlefield? He could have simply instructed one of his knights to move a wall instead. This demon general is rather innocent, yet perhaps a tad too naive, resembling a conservative young girl with budding romantic feelings. It appears that he must exercise greater caution in his future interactions with her. Upon arriving at their usual spot, Ryan and the two young girls had nearly finished their lunch, while Lorian had yet to arrive, leaving them in the dark about her whereabouts. Due to the turmoil surrounding Octavia, Ryan's thoughts were rather jumbled, causing him to eat at a slower pace than the two young girls. Suddenly, a strange expression crossed Yvette's delicate face. Her small hand holding the chopsticks slackened, causing the fried meatball she had been grasping to tumble to the ground. Yvette stared at the fallen meatball, her eyes blinking in silence. "This one is for you." At that moment, Ryan's voice reached her ears. Yvette turned her head to see Ryan, with a gentle smile, picking up his own meatball with chopsticks and offering it to her. After a brief pause, Yvette, instead of using her lunchbox to accept it, leaned forward eagerly and took a bite of the meatball that Ryan was holding out. As she savored the fried delicacy, her bright green eyes remained locked in a gaze with Ryan. As Nana Lee observed the unfolding events, she resembled a cat whose tail had just been stepped on, desperately stifling a cry that threatened to escape her lips. Gazing at Yvette, alarm bells rang within her mind. Is this truly happening? You are but 9 years old. What is the rush? Yet, in that moment, Nana Lee swiftly devised a countermeasure. However, as she pondered, she realized something was amiss. Why should Yvette's feelings for Ryan concern me? Why am I in such a flurry? Lost in contemplation, Nana Lee continued to consume the remnants of her lunch. Yet the delectable dishes prepared by Ryan, which usually delighted her palate, now felt rather tasteless. Once lunch concluded, it was time for the usual swordsmanship class. Nana Lee and Yvette entered the training arena, where the instructor, rather than imparting new lessons, merely offered a few directives before dismissing the students to practice in preparation for the upcoming assessment. Ryan stood at the periphery, observing Yvette and Nana Lee as they engaged in their swordplay. With Roland still occupied elsewhere and Octavia conspicuously absent, Ryan felt a peculiar sense of disorientation. Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, he sensed another presence beside him. Turning, he found the frosty figure of Octavia approaching. After the morning's incident, did she truly wish to come closer? At that moment, Ryan genuinely questioned whether the demon general harbored feelings for him. Then, Octavia, through clenched teeth, whispered, "You have tarnished my purity. Mark my words, I will not let this matter rest." Ryan replied, "Very well, perhaps I have misjudged the situation. But tell me, how have I sullied your purity? I merely grasped your wrist and pressed you against the wall. I have yet to kiss you. Is that enough to ruin your purity?" After Ryan departed, it took Octavia quite some time to regain her composure. Just as she took a few steps, she encountered Dorothy, who was searching for her. Fortunately, she managed to avoid revealing her earlier embarrassment to the young lady. Given Octavia's fragile emotional state, Ryan refrained from further banter with her. Nevertheless, even in the absence of any dialogue, the mere presence of Octavia beside him surprisingly alleviated Ryan's boredom. Thus, as Ryan prepared the necessary items for Nana Lee's sword practice, he passed the time, and before he knew it, the afternoon swordsmanship class had finally concluded. Leading Nana Lee to the stables of Olcott Academy, Ryan entered the barn, only to be momentarily taken aback upon locating his lean horse. The stables at Olcott Academy are rather unpretentious, consisting merely of simple wooden stalls. However, to his surprise, his designated space for parking horses had been transformed into a lavish silver stall, seemingly prepared for a duke or even a king, engraved with 2 exclusive characters. His lean horse was comfortably nestled within, appearing quite content. It was evident that this thoughtful gesture was orchestrated by Fina. For a moment, Ryan found himself at a loss for words. Despite being a source of irritation for her, he somehow felt as if he had gained an advantage. Yet, Ryan understood that this was Fina's way of safeguarding her horse from potential trouble, as it shared his own propensity for aggression that belied its frail appearance. Should an unwitting noble attempt to meddle with the horse, resulting in a mishap, it would not only trouble Ryan but also implicate Duke Fina herself. With this exclusive stall in place, nobles would likely refrain from approaching the horse carelessly. As Ryan mounted and departed the stables, he found Ninali waiting outside, her brow furrowed in curiosity. "Why did it take you so long today?" she inquired. "Oh, it was a bit unruly, but it's much better now," Ryan replied with a gentle smile, patting the horse's head. The horse stomped its hoof, seemingly aggrieved. After helping Ninali onto the horse's back, Ryan took up the reins and rode back to the estate. Upon arriving at the estate, Ryan noticed a carriage parked at the entrance. Spotting the Ahai family crest on the carriage, he deduced that Ninali's parents had returned. Ninali, upon seeing the carriage, exhibited no change in expression, indicating she had anticipated their arrival. The two maids, Diley and Daisy, entered the courtyard, and upon seeing Ryan and Ninali, they bowed respectfully, greeting, "Miss, welcome back." This time, the maid's demeanor was markedly formal, perhaps excessively so, devoid of any superfluous expressions, which left Ryan feeling somewhat disconcerted. After securing the horse in the stables, Ryan stepped out to find that Ninali had already disappeared. "Miss has gone to her room to rest," Diley informed him, approaching with deep respect. "The Earl is awaiting you." "Mr. Ryan." Ryan smiled wryly. "You needn't be so formal with me. It creates a sense of distance." In response, Diley offered a slight smile. "Very well, Mr. Ryan. Go and see the Earl. I will be waiting to cook with you." Chapter 90. Because I like Ninali entering the estate. Ryan found Horace and his wife already seated at the dining table, suggesting they had been waiting for him for some time. Clearly, the matters Horace intended to discuss at the table were not of a particularly private nature. "My lord," Ryan greeted Horace with a nod before taking a seat opposite them. Horace offered a wry smile, saying, "Ah, Ryan, there is no need to call me lord. Simply Sir will suffice, or even uncle if you prefer." Upon learning that Ryan was now the former leader of the Shadow Eclipse Knights, Horace found himself at a loss as to how to perceive him. Clearly, he could no longer regard Ryan merely as Lamb's adopted son, a mere junior in the family. "I understand, Mr. Horace," Ryan replied. "Oh, I presume the imperial rewards have been conferred by now?" Horace pondered his words for a moment before smiling and inquiring of Ryan. Years of holding high office and managing his territory had imbued Horace with an air of authority, one that seemed to surpass even that of the Marquis, Dylan Bykasi. However, in the presence of Ryan, Horace tempered this demeanor, behaving like a kind and benevolent elder. This was not due to any ulterior motive towards Ryan. Ever since the elder Lamb adopted him, Horace had treated Ryan in this manner. While he did not overly indulge Ryan, he certainly treated him better than the elder Lamb had. Horace genuinely regarded Ryan as family and had long wished for him to call him uncle. He had even contemplated bestowing upon Ryan a surname from the Yashi line, but this idea was gently declined by the elder Lamb. Ryan, recalling Horace's kindness, did not suspect him of harboring any ill intentions and replied candidly, "Yes, the rewards have indeed arrived. A title of count, a parcel of land, and some gold." "Do you wish for the land?" "I have no intention of claiming it. If you desire it, I can gift it to you. Is it not a noble's duty to manage their own territory?" Horace smirked slightly. "How about this? Tell me where your land lies, and I will ensure that it is looked after. The taxes will be delivered to you each year." Ryan waved his hand dismissively. "Let us forego the taxes. I am not inclined to work. That would merely be occupying a position without contributing." "And what about the taxes?" Horace pressed. "Let us agree on this. I have no desire for your meager funds. Aside from the taxes owed to the capital, I can arrange for all other taxes to be waived. How does that sound? If you were to truly do this, even if you never visit your lands, the people there would revere you as a deity." As for Ryan's title of count, Horace was not surprised. After all, the status associated with being the leader of the Shadow Eclipse Knights was on par with that of a count, if the bestowed title were of lesser rank. Horace would have found that truly unusual. Gradually, the atmosphere of their conversation became less rigid, and they engaged in a comfortable exchange of dialogue. Unbeknownst to them, in Ninali's room, she was not resting but rather had cracked open the bedroom door and was listening intently at the gap, eavesdropping on their conversation. This fellow is a count. Upon hearing Ryan mention his noble title, Ninali was momentarily taken aback. A count? Does that not place him on the same level as my father? A count, serving as a personal steward for the daughter of another countess household? Merely contemplating this notion left Ninai feeling somewhat incredulous. Yet, it was indeed transpiring before her eyes. During the time you have been substituting for Lamb and caring for Ninai, I have observed that she holds a fondness for you. While conversing with Ryan, Horace did not neglect to mention Ninai. Who would fancy that fellow? Upon hearing this, Ninai's delicate face flushed crimson as she cast a sidelong glance at Ryan, muttering softly to herself. Horace continued, "Ryan, I have already found a suitable candidate to be Ninai's new steward. According to the value made, once I secure a new steward for Ninai, you are to take your leave, correct? Ryan is to depart?" Upon hearing her father utter these words, Ninai felt a sudden, resonant buzzing in her head, her petite form stiffening in place. Is he truly going to leave? Yet, it is to be expected. After all, he is a count, and there is no reason for him to indulge a mere child in her whims. Furthermore, as her father stated, he remained to watch over her in accordance with Old Lamb's will. With this thought, Nai lowered her head, her gaze gradually dimming. In truth, for a fleeting moment, Nai yearned to burst through the door and shout at her father, declaring that she did not desire another steward. She wanted nothing but Ryan. However, if Ryan truly intended to leave, what purpose would her words serve? Could a count genuinely be swayed to remain as her personal steward merely by her utterance? I shall not depart. At that moment, Ryan finally spoke, addressing Horace. Upon hearing those words, Nai lifted her head anew, and as she glimpsed the faint smile upon Ryan's face through the crack of the door, a gentle light began to flicker in her azure eyes. You should dismiss that steward. I had forgotten about this matter these past few days and did not have the chance to inform you. I truly appreciate your assistance, and I hope you will allow me to continue serving as Nai's personal steward, Mr. Horace. To be honest, Horace was somewhat taken aback by Ryan's resolve, scratching his head and saying, "Other matters are trivial, yet you are now a count. What is your motivation for being Nai's personal steward?" "Quite simple," Ryan replied with a serene smile. "Because I cherish Nai. Because I cherish Nai." This declaration echoed in Nai's mind, rendering her momentarily speechless. Gradually, a rosy hue spread across her cheeks, extending to her neck and the nape of her ears. Once she regained her composure, her face, flushed like a ripe apple, caused her to retreat a couple of steps before she collapsed onto her bed, burying her face in the pillow. "What is this fellow rambling about?" Nai, burying her face deep into the pillow, incessantly kicked her petite feet clad in white socks, her heart a tumult of emotions, oscillating between shame and delight. Yet even so, Ryan's words seemed to possess an enchanting quality, echoing persistently in Nai's mind. Chapter 91. I will not go back on my word ultimately. Nai embraced the pillow and began to roll about on the bed. Of course, Ryan's declaration of affection was merely a benign fondness akin to that of a child. Horace naturally interpreted this sentiment in the same vein, yet he remained momentarily taken aback. To be candid, at the outset, Ryan had indeed contemplated that once the Earl of Horace appointed a new steward, he would depart from Nai's life, leveraging the memories of his past existence to secure a comfortable job outside, and eventually marry a simple country girl, thereby spending the remainder of his life in tranquility. However, as his bond with Nai deepened over time, this notion gradually faded from Ryan's consciousness. Now, when confronted with this dilemma once more, Ryan provided a response that stood in stark contrast to his former self. "I shall take good care of Nai as her private steward, Mr. Horace." Meeting Ryan's calm and sincere gaze, Horace silently mused, "Old lamb, this surely was not beyond your foresight, was it?" Ultimately, Horace sighed, "I understand, Ryan. From today onward, I entrust Nai to you. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to let me know. I shall assist you within my means." "Very well," Ryan nodded, subsequently rising. "I am preparing dinner. Would you both care to join?" Horace replied, "How should I put this? It seems as though, in Ryan's eyes, both the Earl of Yasi and his wife are mere outsiders within this estate." After clearing his throat, Horace continued, "You should dine with Nai first. Simply prepare enough for the three of us. My wife and I have traveled a long distance and are somewhat fatigued. We shall retire to rest." With that, Horace and his wife returned to their quarters. Though seldom occupied, the room was regularly cleaned by the maids, Deli and Daisy, ensuring it was ready for immediate use. Must dinner be taken separately? As a father, after an extended absence, to visit one's daughter yet not share a meal with her, what a frigid state their relationship must be in. However, observing Horace's demeanor when discussing Nai, he did not appear to have had any severe discord with her. Shaking his head, Ryan cast these thoughts aside, entering the kitchen to prepare dinner. Deli had already been working in the kitchen for some time, even having prepped the ingredients Ryan needed for cooking. Gazing at the meticulously prepared ingredients laid out by Deli, Ryan paused momentarily before inquiring, "How did you know I intended to use these ingredients for dinner?" With a cheerful smile, Deli replied, "Being observant is one of the essential qualities of a maid, Mr. Ryan." Ryan retorted, "These so-called qualities of a maid would suffice for an excellent wife." Deli responded, "I truly appreciate your willingness to regard me as a remarkable wife, Mr. Ryan." Ryan mused, "Why does Deli's statement feel rather peculiar?" Thanks to Deli's assistance in preparing the ingredients, Ryan quickly set the beautifully cooked dinner on the table and called Nai to join him. By this time, Nai's demeanor had noticeably softened. Although a faint blush still adorned her cheeks upon seeing Ryan, she managed to maintain her composure. Spotting Nanali, Ryan smiled and remarked, "I chose not to leave. Do you feel pleased?" Upon hearing Ryan's words, Nanali's face flushed a deeper shade of red. "Why, you know. After all, the gap in your bedroom door was quite conspicuous." Lowering her crimson face, Nanali remained silent for a moment before saying, "See, could you kneel down?" Ryan, misinterpreting her tone as irritation, smiled gently and complied. Stepping forward, Nanali delivered a few light punches to Ryan's arm, akin to a playful kitten kneading. Just as Ryan thought her frustration had subsided, Nanali suddenly halted her antics, burying her face into Ryan's chest and clinging to him tightly. Taken aback, Ryan blinked. Although she had not uttered a single word throughout the encounter, he could surmise her emotional shifts. Gently, he ran his fingers through Nanali's golden hair, whispering, "Did I not promise you that I wouldn't leave suddenly like old lamb? Moreover, I also pledged to take you to Whispering Woods. Rest assured, I shall not go back on my word." After a prolonged embrace, Nanali pulled away, stepping back to regain her composure, and began to sit at the dining table for dinner. After enjoying the meal and noticing the night was drawing near, Ryan guided Nanali through a brief practice of formations before suggesting she take a bath and prepare for rest. "Good morning, Mr. Ryan," came Dacey's voice the following morning as soon as he stepped out of his room. Following the sound, he found Dacey standing with perfect posture, her small face taut with an air of forced seriousness. Unable to suppress a smile, Ryan playfully flicked her forehead, saying, "You should revert to your usual self. This doesn't suit you." With a giggle, Dacey rubbed her forehead, her tense expression relaxing into her typical goofy smile. "Because my sister said that when the count arrives, I must embody the demeanor of a proper maid. You are already in a splendid state. There is no need for alteration." "Indeed, I understand, Mr. Ryan." From the moment he entered the kitchen to prepare breakfast, until he finished his meal with Nanali and prepared to depart, Ryan noticed that the Earl and Countess Horace had remained sequestered in their room, seemingly avoiding Nanali with intent. After a moment's contemplation, Ryan resolved to seek an opportunity to inquire with Dolly, hoping to glean insight into the peculiar dynamics between the father and daughter. Initially, Ryan had no intention of meddling in the private affairs of the Yashi family. However, after engaging in conversation with Earl Horace the previous day, he felt compelled to understand the situation, especially since it pertained to Nanali. It was evident that both Horace and Nanali bore no animosity towards each other. Yet their demeanor remained excessively distant, akin to that of strangers. Today, Nanali exhibited her usual composure. Yet Ryan could distinctly sense that their relationship had progressed to a new level. Chapter 92. The Gratitude of Sigilia During Their Journey to Olcott Academy. Nanali stifled a yawn and subsequently leaned against Ryan, drifting into a tranquil slumber. Observing this, Ryan slowed the pace of his horse, striving to minimize the jostling, as time was still ample, and there was no need for haste. The consequence of this decision was that Ryan was subjected to the painfully awkward promotional chants of the newsboys on either side of the street regarding Little Red Riding Hood. Ironically, such slogans were the very essence that captivated passers-by to indulge in purchases. Though the literacy of these newsboys was modest, their ability to conjure phrases was remarkable. They could effortlessly generate fresh ones thrice daily without rehearsal, destined to become adept editors in a newspaper office as they matured. The presence of these newsboys was indeed a boon for the press. Upon arriving at the academy, Ryan guided his horse to the stables and gently tousled Nanali's hair, saying, "Nanali, we have arrived at the academy." Nanali murmured, blinking away her drowsiness as her gaze focused, reflecting Ryan's visage. "You've once again disheveled my hair." With her tousled locks, Nanali appeared even more endearing. "Who asked you to find me adorable?" After helping Nanali dismount, Ryan led his horse into the stables, preparing to secure it properly. Upon entering, Ryan immediately spotted his designated stall, a stark contrast to the other accommodations within the stable, epitomizing the divide between nobility and commoners. Not only was this stall unoccupied by others, but the adjacent spaces were also vacant, as no one dared to stable their horse beside his. This scenario undoubtedly honored Ryan, albeit the nobles were unaware that the owner of this stall was he. Once he had secured his lean horse, Ryan exited the stable and, alongside Nanali, made their way to the classroom in the teaching building. Upon arrival, Ryan was surprised to find that the figure at the lectern was not the elderly gentleman who typically taught the liberal arts, but rather, it was Roland. According to expectation, this morning was meant for a liberal arts class. Perhaps it is due to tomorrow's impending assessment that Roland has been working overtime today. However, at this moment, Roland is seated, resting her head on the desk in slumber. One cannot ascertain what kept her so occupied yesterday, as she appears quite fatigued. After watching Ninali enter the classroom, Ryan was preparing to depart for the Grand Library when he suddenly spotted the hurried figures of Namichua and Tsundere approaching. "Good morning, Mr. Ryan." Namichua greeted energetically upon seeing him. Ryan offered a gentle smile and nodded. "Morning, Tua." Tsundere mentioned that you came to her aid yesterday. "Thank you," Namichua exclaimed, her pride evident. "Just a coincidence. No need to make a fuss over it," Ryan replied modestly. "Mr. Ryan, please accept this," Tsundere said as she unfastened a small pouch from her waist and extended it towards him, her orange ears twitching adorably. "Inside are the cookies I baked. They taste quite delightful. I hope you won't find them lacking." Namichua, with her hands on her hips, chimed in proudly. "Mr. Ryan, Tsundere's cookies are truly delicious. She only learned to bake after arriving in the Empire. Aside from me, no one else has tasted her cookies." Hearing Namichua's words, Tsundere's cheeks flushed slightly. Yet she gazed at Ryan with anticipation. Ryan accepted the pouch with a smile. "Thank you." "Ah, I should be the one thanking you. Consider these cookies my token of appreciation," Tsundere insisted, waving her hands dismissively. Ryan opened the pouch and retrieved a modest golden cookie, placing it in his mouth. As he chewed, the crisp texture released a delightful aroma of wheat, prompting him to nod in approval. "Indeed, quite splendid." Tsundere felt a wave of relief wash over her. "I'm glad you like it." Namichua beamed with even greater pride. "I told you so." After bidding farewell to the two girls, Ryan finally left the teaching building. On his way to the Grand Library, Ryan took out a cookie from the pouch and offered it to Octavia, who followed behind. "Care for a taste? It's truly delightful." Octavia maintained her frosty demeanor. "You eat it." Perhaps unbeknownst to her, despite her cold attitude, she had begun to respond to Ryan when he spoke to her, unlike before when she would completely ignore him. Upon entering the Grand Library, Ryan glanced towards a corner and spotted the white-haired figure. Simultaneously, Amiya looked towards Ryan, their gazes meeting fortuitously. At this moment, Amiya had already arranged the ancient elven tome on the table, ready to welcome Ryan. With the autumn assessment tomorrow and the holiday commencing the day after, their opportunities to meet would become scarce. Ryan approached, enveloping Amiya in his embrace while affectionately tousling her hair. "How much longer?" he inquired. "Not much longer," she replied. Amiya opened the ancient tome and responded, "Today, I should be able to complete my studies of this book." "That is reassuring," Ryan said, feeling somewhat relieved. "Let us hasten our pace." "Very well, Mr. Butler." Amiya's learning was swift, and she possessed a remarkable ability to draw inferences from what she studied. Many of the questions she marked within the book had been clarified through Ryan's prior teachings, allowing her to grasp the knowledge independently. However, today, after a period of instruction, Ryan noticed that Amiya's enthusiasm for learning seemed to have waned. She appeared somewhat despondent. "Amiya, what troubles you? You seem rather downcast today." "Mr. Butler, did you truly notice?" "It is quite evident." After a moment of silence, Amiya replied, "Because after today, I will not see you for an entire month." "But we shall meet again after a month," Ryan reassured her with a gentle smile. A month is, in truth, a brief span. Amiya understood this. Yet she felt a twinge of reluctance to part from Ryan. Upon hearing her calm response, Ryan felt a sudden swell of emotion, an impulse to embrace her tightly. After a brief contemplation, Ryan asked, "Amiya, do you possess any item that you cannot bear to be without? Does underwear count?" Amiya blinked her amber eyes and innocently inquired. "Surely you jest. I meant something like a bracelet or necklace." Amiya pondered for a moment, leaning back closer to Ryan, then slipped off her small shoes. Drawing her knee up and resting her foot, clad in white silk, upon Ryan's lap. Chapter 93. Is this a magical artifact? "Mr. Butler, is this acceptable?" Amiya pointed to her left ankle adorned with a silver ring that bore a small bell, nestled atop her silk stocking. Only then did Ryan notice the delicate adornment. Realizing that the gentle chime he heard whenever Amiya leaped from his embrace was produced by this very accessory. However, her minimal movements each day had caused him to overlook it until now. "Yes, that will do," Ryan nodded, gently lifting Amiya's left foot. "May I inscribe a magical array upon it?" Amiya, at some point, had raised the ancient tome to shield half of her petite face, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. Upon hearing Ryan's words, she nodded softly. "Then it is settled." Ryan smiled faintly, lightly touching the bell on Amy's anklet with his right index finger. And a magical array flickered briefly into existence. Subsequently, Ryan gently placed Amy's small feet down, stating, "I have set up a sound transmission magic array for you. Through this array, no matter the distance, Amia, you will be able to communicate with me." Upon hearing this, Amia momentarily forgot her shyness, gazing intently at the silver bell on her ankle. "A magic array that can transmit sound across distances? Is that true?" Ryan nodded affirmatively, adding that he had also intended to prepare a similar item for Nai and Yvette before heading to Mingao. Curiosity quickly ignited in Amia's eyes as she inquired, "Sir Butler, can I disassemble this magic array at home to study it?" Such a magic array pertains to spatial magic, and anyone interested in magic would undoubtedly have a desire to delve deeper into it. Of course, Ryan replied with a smile before adding, "However, this magic array is quite complex. If you disassemble it and cannot reassemble it, you will lose the ability to communicate with me across distances." Hesitating for a moment, Amia ultimately suppressed her curiosity and shook her head, saying, "Then I shall not disassemble it. I still wish to converse with you, Sir Butler." Amia was truly adorable, and Ryan couldn't help but ruffle her hair affectionately. "All right, let us continue our studies and resolve the remaining questions." Okay. As the morning lessons drew to a close, Amia finally closed the ancient tome brimming with elvish text, having unraveled all her queries regarding it. Leaping from Ryan's embrace, she gently tapped her shoe's toe and offered a slight bow, saying, "Sir Butler, I am truly grateful for your guidance this semester." After all, Ryan had initially come to the Grand Library merely to read the newspapers, yet somehow, he found himself spending every day with her. However, Amia sincerely felt that encountering Ryan at the semester's end was an immense stroke of luck. "I've told you, there's no need to be so formal with me. I also find great joy in reading alongside you, Amia," Ryan replied as he stood up. "Well then, farewell. Goodbye, Sir Butler." As they left the Grand Library, a brisk autumn wind swept through, causing Ryan to tighten his clothing instinctively. "Are you still afraid of the cold?" Octavia remarked as she followed Ryan out of the library. Observing his demeanor, "Of course. My constitution is rather frail," Ryan responded. "Why does it feel like this fellow is becoming increasingly shameless?" Octavia mused. Upon returning to the classroom, Ryan was joined by Nai and Yvette, two little girls, along with the somewhat foolish Roland, as they made their way to a familiar spot. "Ugh!" Roland exclaimed as they exited the teaching building, hugging her shoulders. "Is it getting colder? Are we still eating outside?" "We can still eat there. I can set up a magic array that won't interfere with our lunch," Ryan assured them. As he spoke, Ryan produced the bag of cookies that Tsundere had given him that morning, retrieving 2 cookies and offering one to Nanali. "Come, try this, it's quite delicious." Nanali accepted the cookie, opened her small mouth, and took a delicate bite, her eyes lighting up. "When did you make this?" "It was a gift from someone." With that, Ryan handed the other cookie to Yvette. Yvette leaned forward, gently snatching the cookie from Ryan's hand before using both of her tiny hands to enjoy it. Observing Yvette's actions, Nanali's own eating momentarily stiffened, and she turned to Ryan with a puzzled expression. "A gift from someone?" "Yes, it was from Tsundere, the beast warrior who follows Namichua. Her cookies are rather delightful." "Oh," Nanali replied, casting a brief, skeptical glance at Ryan before continuing to nibble on her cookie. Meanwhile, Yvette remained fixated on her treat, lost in her thoughts. "Mr. Ryan," Lorelai chimed in, moving closer, "I would like a cookie as well." "Of course." Ryan acknowledged her request and handed her a cookie. Why the reluctant expression? Though she protested verbally, Lorelai obediently accepted the cookie and began to savor it. Upon reaching the dining area for lunch, Ryan calmly stepped onto the ground, and a magnificent magical array flickered into existence beneath his feet. Lorelai instantly felt warmth enveloping her entire body. She gazed at Ryan in astonishment. "Mr. Ryan, have you completed the magical array so quickly?" Ryan shrugged nonchalantly. "Is it really that difficult?" In that moment, Lorelai felt her pride as a magical prodigy deeply wounded. Although she could also create heat-releasing magical arrays, to manifest one with just a single step, not only could she not accomplish that, but even her master would find it impossible. Throughout her life, Lorelai had never witnessed such a method of array crafting. During lunch, Lorelai's gaze remained fixed on Ryan's shoes, suspecting they might be some sort of magical artifact. Noticing her scrutiny, Ryan smirked slightly. "Why are you staring at my feet while you eat? Does it enhance your appetite?" "I'm not that disgusting." Blushing, Lorelai defended herself. "I merely wanted to see if it was some kind of magical tool." Hearing her explanation, Ryan fell into deep contemplation before responding. How about I take off my shoes and give them to you? You can study them properly at home. Don't make me sound like a weirdo. Chapter 94. Understanding Dorothy after finishing lunch and resting briefly. Ryan had Yvette demonstrate the sword dance required for the swordsmanship assessment scheduled for the following day before their afternoon class. In recent days, Yvette has evidently dedicated herself to practicing this sword dance with earnestness. The visual spectacle has transformed remarkably, far surpassing her previous attempts, and can truly be described as a feast for the eyes. Rolling's eyes twinkled with delight. Such exquisite swordsmanship. Yet, it is merely a performance for the assessment. Once the evaluation concludes, there will be no further need for such practice, as Ryan remarked with a hint of detachment. He then turned to Yvette and inquired, Your recent focus on this sword dance will not impede your performance in the swordsmanship competition, will it? Should the aesthetic nature of the assessment detract from your ranking in the combat trials, I would be most displeased. Master, rest assured, it will not affect me. Yvette replied with fervor, her eyes gleaming with an unprecedented desire to secure first place in the swordsmanship evaluation. This accolade is something she strives for on Ryan's behalf, even if he has never shown concern for her standing. Yvette is determined to prove herself worthy of being his disciple. During the afternoon swordsmanship class, Ninali and Yvette engaged in their practice with utmost seriousness, particularly Ninali. While she did not aspire to achieve an exemplary score in the examination, she wished to avoid a low ranking. Ideally, she hoped to attain a result that would astonish even Ryan. Ninali yearned for his commendation following the assessment. Today, Ryan refrained from teasing Octavia and instead watched the two young girls practice with a smile. Even from a distance, he could sense their indomitable spirit. Octavia, observing Ryan, could not help but inwardly lament the fortune of those two children. Despite her ongoing disdain for Ryan, as she perceived it, she could not deny his unparalleled dedication and sense of responsibility when confronted with a task. This was one of the reasons she believed Ryan was ill-suited for the role of steward. His aloof nature made it easier for him to form bonds with these children, which could ultimately confine him. Yet, it appeared that Ryan had come to enjoy this very constraint. Mr. Steward, can you hear me? Suddenly, Ryan perceived a familiar voice echoing in his mind, cold yet soft, akin to a gentle tickle against his heart. Upon hearing this voice, Ryan smiled faintly, closed his eyes, and responded, I am here, Amia. What is it? Nothing much. I merely wish to experiment with this magic array, and it seems to be effective. How wonderful. Although Ryan could not see Amia's amber eyes, he felt a twinge of regret, for her voice often bore no emotional inflection. Only in her eyes could one witness the fluctuations of her feelings. Nonetheless, he surmised that Amia's heart was likely brimming with joy at this moment. With this thought, Ryan continued to converse with her through the telepathic array. What are you doing now? I am overseeing Mr. Butler's rendition of Little Red Riding Hood. And you, Mr. Butler? I am accompanying Ninali to her swordsmanship class. I see. After a brief pause, Amaya continued. With Mr. Butler's guidance, her assessment results will undoubtedly be exceptional, won't they? Certainly. Ryan answered Amaya without hesitation. Unbeknownst to him, in a corner of the Alcott Academy library, a little girl with white hair and amber eyes flashed a look of envy. Well, I shall not disturb you any further, Mr. Butler. We can chat another time. Very well. With that, Amaya's voice ceased to echo in Ryan's mind. Slowly, he opened his eyes and suddenly realized that Ninali had somehow appeared before him. Hands on her hips, her tone tinged with dissatisfaction. What are you thinking about? You look quite pleased. Has class already ended? Only then did Ryan notice that the students in the training arena had already dispersed. Seeing this, he hurriedly prepared some water for Ninali, somewhat flustered. Octavia, observing Ryan's demeanor, nodded in satisfaction, a smile gracing her lips. This time, she refrained from reminding Ryan. Even amidst Ryan's blunders, she could still meticulously prepare the necessary items for Dorothy. This was a pivotal step in surpassing Ryan. Dorothy sipped on the saline solution crafted by Octavia, her crimson eyes glancing between Octavia and Ryan, feeling that their relationship seemed to be improving. When the holidays arrive, I should take Vale to visit the Yasi household more often, hoping to facilitate more encounters between Vale and Mentor Ryan. As she pondered this, Dorothy couldn't help but commend her own cleverness. Truly, she was the perceptive Lady Dorothy. This afternoon's swordsmanship class marked the conclusion of Alcott Academy's final session for the term. Afterward, Ryan rode back to the estate with Ninali. Once he had secured the lean horse in the stable, Ryan and Ninali entered the manor together. At that moment, Count Horace was seated at the dining table, engrossed in a newspaper. Hearing the commotion, Horace did not lift his gaze, seemingly unaware of Ninali's return. Likewise, Ninali appeared oblivious to Count Horace, merely informing Ryan that she was feeling a bit tired before retreating to her room for rest. Throughout the encounter, the father and daughter had not exchanged a single glance. It was only after Ninali had closed her bedroom door that Horace, seemingly belatedly, set down the newspaper and looked up at Ryan with a smile. "Ryan, you are back. Thank you for taking care of Ninali today." Ryan, upon hearing this, could distinctly sense Horace's concern for Ninali. However, his earlier demeanor was anything but indicative of that concern. Horace seemed oblivious to the evident peculiarity on Ryan's face. Instead, he pointed to the newspaper on the table and continued to smile, saying, "This article is penned by you, isn't it? Quite splendidly written, I must say. I have heard that the revenue of the Ater City Gazette has significantly increased thanks to your contributions. Do you require it? I could discreetly provide you with a few more stories, which you could publish upon your return to your estate. I have no need for them myself." Horace waved his hand dismissively. Then his expression turned serious as he addressed Ryan. "Ryan, for tomorrow's assessment, would you mind accompanying Ninali just as you did today?" Chapter 95. The Butt of Sealan. Due to spatial limitations, only one companion is permitted per candidate during the examination period. Moreover, given the significance of this assessment, that companion is typically a noble from the candidate's family. Consequently, numerous nobles have flocked to Ater City in recent days, contributing to its unprecedented vibrancy while simultaneously exacerbating various tensions. The Count, whom Ryan had dispatched yesterday, was a prime example. Logically, one would expect Count Horace himself to accompany Ninali on such an important day. However, considering the peculiar relationship between Horace and Ninali, Ryan nodded in agreement, not wishing to decline. In truth, Ryan secretly relished the opportunity to accompany Ninali to the assessment. Seeing Ryan acquiesce, Horace sighed in relief. "You truly are a trooper, Ryan. It is no trouble at all. I am, after all, Ninali's personal steward," Ryan replied with a subtle smile. "Now, I shall prepare dinner." "Very well," Horace responded enthusiastically. After having dined on Ryan's culinary creations the previous evening, Horace had spent the night tossing and turning, mulling over his thoughts. What had he truly been consuming all this time under the guise of fine delicacies? After indulging in Ryan's breakfast that morning, his conviction only solidified. Fortunately, during lunch, Horace discovered that the meals prepared by the maid, Diley, were also quite commendable, rivaling Ryan's dishes. Perhaps it would be worth considering bringing in additional maids to this estate, allowing Diley to instruct them in the culinary arts, and then reassessing them once trained. The notion of transferring Diley away was never entertained by Horace. From the very first moment he laid eyes on Ryan and Diley, he sensed an intriguing connection between them. Should he attempt to relocate Diley, Ryan would undoubtedly object vehemently. Furthermore, Diley was assigned to Ninali, and despite appearances suggesting that Ninali harbored little affection for Diley, it was certain that she would not agree to such a move when the time came. After watching Ryan retreat into the kitchen, Horace stretched lazily, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Rubbing his aching back, he rose unsteadily and ambled toward his chamber. Having taken only a few steps, Horace abruptly turned back, grabbing the newspaper from the table before returning to his room. In the kitchen, Deli had been waiting for quite some time. Earlier that morning, Ryan had entrusted Deli with the task of procuring some special ingredients from the market, which she had now prepared, eagerly awaiting Ryan's culinary expertise. "Mr. Ryan, will you be preparing the restorative dinner again tonight?" Deli inquired upon seeing him. Ryan shook his head. "I am merely focusing on promoting restful sleep tonight. Tomorrow morning, I shall prepare a revitalizing breakfast to ensure Ninali is in the best possible condition for her examination." With that, Ryan approached and began his dinner preparations. "By the way, Deli," Ryan suddenly asked after placing the pot lid on, "are you aware of the nature of the relationship between Mr. Horace and Ninali?" "Mr. Ryan, do you wish to understand why their relationship seems so peculiar?" Deli replied with a smile. "In truth, it is not as complicated as it appears. It is simply that the Earl struggles to engage with the young lady." "Struggles to engage?" Ryan questioned, puzzled. The Earl assumed his responsibilities at a notably young age, and when the young lady was born, he was already preoccupied with governing the estate alongside the Countess, leaving him little time to care for her, Deli explained. Since her birth, Mr. Lamb has been the one to look after the young lady, and the Earl has seldom had the opportunity to meet with her. Over time, this has shaped their relationship into what it is today. Has Mr. Horace not considered mending this relationship? He seems to desire to be a devoted father, Ryan remarked. The Earl certainly harbors such intentions, yet circumstances constrain him, Deli replied, shaking her head. No matter how much he wishes to be a responsible father, he cannot set aside the affairs of the estate. The Earl's lands consist largely of underdeveloped towns, and fostering their growth cannot be accomplished in just a few years. Thus, he can only manage to visit the young lady at the end of each term. However, after the assessments, he is expected to take her to a noble gathering, which inadvertently turns into an opportunity to strengthen their bond, yet it resembles more of a means to fulfill social obligations rather than genuine connection, something the Earl wishes to avoid. So he has maintained this distant relationship with Ninali? Cannot he write letters or bring her home during the holidays, whether through letters or holiday visits? The Earl's time with the young lady remains limited. Rather than sustaining this tenuous connection, it might be wiser to entrust the nurturing of their relationship to another. As she spoke, Dolly raised her gaze to meet Ryan's. Whether it be Lamb or you, Mr. Ryan, you have both been entrusted by the esteemed Count with his concern for the young lady. The Count's wish for you to care for her also embodies his hope that you will tenderly safeguard her, which signifies that you are among the most trusted individuals in the Count's eyes. Ryan replied, hearing this is rather touching. Yet somehow I feel as though I have transformed into a minotaur. Nonetheless, Dolly's words provided Ryan with a clearer understanding of the relationship between Horace and Ninali. Altering this dynamic was, in fact, quite feasible. Establishing a communication magic array for both father and daughter would suffice, allowing Horace, regardless of his busy schedule, to spare a moment to engage in conversation with Ninali. However, the pressing issue at hand was how to dismantle the current tension between the two. Unfortunately, this dilemma appeared unlikely to resolve in the immediate future, as Ninali was set to undertake her autumn assessment the following day, followed by a gathering of the nobility that very evening. The day after the noble assembly, Count Horace would likely be returning. While contemplating these matters, Ryan had already plated the dinner and set it upon the table. After summoning Ninali from her room, the two shared a meal. And once Dolly and Daisy cleared the dishes, Ninali rested her chin on her hand, gazing at the remaining potted plant on the table. The delicate night orchid, which typically blooms for a fleeting period, had begun to form white buds under Ninali's attentive care, as if on the verge of blossoming at any moment. Ninali looked at the bud and softly inquired, Ryan, how long until it blooms? About a month, Ryan explained with a gentle smile. The time required for the night orchid to bloom constitutes the longest part of its growth cycle. By the time your holiday draws to a close, it should be in full bloom. Oh, Ninali murmured, her gaze lingering on the bud, appearing somewhat distracted, lost in her thoughts. Do refrain from excessively applying healing spells on it, lest it backfire, Ryan chuckled, offering a reminder. At his words, Ninali's cheeks flushed as she turned away. I wasn't thinking that. Then it is for the best, Ryan said, rising to ruffle Ninali's hair. It is vital to remember, regardless of the circumstances, to avoid haste and maintain absolute composure. Let us proceed outside to redraw the magic array. It is getting late. Oh, all right, Ninali replied, looking up at Ryan for a moment before nodding and following him into the courtyard, where they began sketching the magic array he had taught her. This particular array predominantly harnessed the element of fire. Although intricate, it encapsulated the essence of many fire element magic formations. As long as Ninali can thoroughly comprehend this magic array, her future endeavors in learning other fire element magic arrays will undoubtedly become effortless. Therefore, today, Ryan did not allow Ninali to merely sketch the magic array once and conclude the lesson. Instead, he deliberately encouraged her to slow down and inquired about the principles behind each step. As previously mentioned, Ryan's aspiration is for Ninali to grasp the essence of this magic array rather than simply replicate it without understanding. Fortunately, Ninali's talent in this regard has never failed to impress Ryan. She could respond fluently to all of his questions. Her performance was so exceptional that it belied her status as a mere 9-year-old girl. After meticulously completing the magic array, nightfall enveloped the surroundings. Upon returning to her residence and taking a bath, Ninali had her hair dried by Ryan, and then they each retreated to their respective rooms to rest. That night, Ninali slept soundly, indulging in a delightful dream where she secured first place in a magical assessment. In her dream, Ryan joyfully lifted her in celebration and planted a kiss on her cheek. Awakened abruptly in the middle of the night by this dream, Nanali clutched her pillow and rolled about in bed several times before drifting back into sweet slumber. The following morning, Ryan opened his eyes, feeling somewhat sluggish as he sat up in bed and stretched, awaiting the activation of his mind. Once his thoughts were fully engaged, he got out of bed and donned his black butler attire. Just as he was about to push open the door and exit his room, a soft voice echoed in his mind. "Good morning, Mr. Butler." Ryan smiled faintly, closed his eyes, and mentally replied, "Good morning, Amia. Is there something you need?" "No, nothing in particular. I merely wish to greet you," Amia replied, and her voice fell silent thereafter. Ryan chuckled softly to himself and stepped out of his room. Before he could fully take in the surroundings, a shadow darted past him, prompting him to instinctively place his hand on the hilt of his sword. However, in the next instant, he relaxed his grip. "Good morning, Mr. Ryan," Daisy exclaimed as she leaped into his embrace, her face brightened by a radiant smile. Ryan sighed in relief and gently tapped her head, saying, "You nearly scared me to death. I almost drew my sword to fend you off." Hee. Daisy laughed as she released Ryan and took a step back, stating, "I heard my sister mention that Mr. Ryan wants the young lady to be spirited today. So Daisy also wants to help Mr. Ryan feel invigorated." Ryan crossed his arms, teasingly responding, "So your method of invigorating me is to frighten me?" "Not at all." Daisy pouted, insisting, "This is Daisy's embrace." After receiving a warm embrace from Daisy, did Mr. Ryan feel invigorated? While he did not experience a surge of energy, the sudden scare certainly heightened his spirits. Naturally, he refrained from expressing this sentiment directly to Daisy and instead affectionately ruffled her hair, saying, "Thank you, Daisy." Daisy, leaning into Ryan's touch, narrowed her eyes in delight, playfully responding, "If Mr. Ryan enjoys it, I can give him a hug every morning." She resembled a little puppy in that moment. Upon hearing her words, Ryan's lips curled slightly. Let's skip that." After completing his morning routine, Ryan began preparing breakfast. Since the ingredients had been prepped the night before, he soon placed a delightful meal on the dining table, while Nanali had yet to emerge from the washroom. Once Deli had set the table, she let out a lazy yawn, still with remnants of sleep lingering in her eyes. Observing this, Ryan inquired, "Did you not sleep well last night?" "I recall that the dinner I prepared had a rather beneficial effect on sleep. Perhaps it was too effective," Deli replied, rubbing her eyes. "Daisy suddenly woke me up last night, asking how to make Mr. Ryan happy. After chatting for quite a while, I suggested that a morning hug would suffice. It's a wonder Daisy still had such energy this morning." "Ah, so that idea originated from you," Ryan exclaimed just as Nanali emerged from the washroom, her damp golden hair framing her face as she settled into a small chair. Understanding her need, Ryan stepped forward to dry her hair. As he gently lifted her hair, Nanali suddenly recalled a strange dream from the previous night, her cheeks flushing slightly. "Why did I have such an odd dream? While I certainly appreciate compliments, being picked up and kissed is rather excessive, isn't it? Who would want to be kissed by that guy? Nana, your hair is all dry now. It's time for breakfast." As Nanali's thoughts wandered, Ryan swiftly finished drying her hair. She shook her head, dispelling her distractions, and sat down at the table to enjoy her meal. After breakfast, Ryan took Nanali to Olcott Academy, preparing for the autumn assessment that awaited them.